in the eastern domain at the Pingjiang Sect on the Mufa Peak. Amidst the depths of winter, with snow blanketing the ground, the entire world appears cloaked in white. Sigh. Zhong Qing, clad in cotton garments, sits beside the stove, unable to suppress a deep exhale. He has traversed this world for 5 years, spending all that time on Mufa Peak. Despite Mufa Peak being one of the 7 peaks of the Pingjiang Sect, and him being granted the title of Peak Master, in reality, it has proven to be utterly inconsequential. His ascension to Peak Master was solely due to his master, a reclusive Taoist. While other peaks brim with disciples, his master remained solitary until the very end when he reluctantly took Zhong Qing on as a disciple. Rather than believing it was due to any particular merit, it is more accurate to say that his master was obliged to take on a disciple to fulfill a task and simply picked him up off the street. Zhong Qing's status as the first disciple sparked quite a stir within the Pingjiang Sect at the time. He had harbored hopes of possessing some extraordinary talent, anticipating a rise to the pinnacle of his life. Yet, who could have known that he was nothing more than a true waste? His master, instead of seeking out another disciple, treated Zhong Qing as if he were deserving of all the privileges. Life was bearable, as the entire Mufa Peak, though populated only by the 2 of them, managed to hold its own against other peaks due to his master's formidable strength, leaving no room for gossip. However, fate took a cruel turn when, during one of his travels, his master's life tablet shattered, leaving behind his fledgling disciple, hungry for guidance. Due to his master's significant contributions to the sect, Mufa Peak was not abolished. Instead, Zhong Qing, the sole disciple, inherited the title of Peak Master. Yet, with the decline of societal morals and the absence of his master's support, Zhong Qing found his situation becoming increasingly dire. As a transmigrator, Zhong Qing was not without his own set of benefits. Less than a month after his master's passing, he awakened a system, allowing him to sign in daily. Just as he thought he was finally on the verge of ascending to greatness, he discovered that this system was utterly useless. For each day's sign-in, he received items, yet not a single one pertained to cultivation. For instance, this sacred-level cultivation technique he held in his hands was obtained through the sign-in. Cultivation techniques and treasures are graded from 1 to 9, with the subsequent ranks being king level, emperor level, lord level, sacred level, and finally, imperial level. Sacred level techniques are certainly not to be trifled with. They could incite a whirlwind of chaos if carelessly discarded. Yet for a waste like him, possessing a technique without the cultivation to utilize it. What use is it? Zhong Qing tossed it directly into the flames of the stove. The fire blazed brightly, casting a rosy glow upon his face, providing him with a measure of warmth. After all, being a sacred-level technique, would burning it not be a waste? Of course it would be. In such frigid weather, how long could it sustain him before he froze? Zhong Qing rose and dragged over a sack brimming with cultivation techniques, occasionally tossing a few into the fire to maintain its vigor. A kettle atop the stove, fueled by the fierce flames, soon began to hum and bubble. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he savored the warmth amidst the biting cold of winter. Over the years, he had gained a certain level of experience. The techniques obtained from a year's worth of sign-ins were just sufficient to keep him warm throughout the winter. Though if he were to secure a few more golden sign-ins, he might even have enough to last through an entire winter with half a warehouse to spare. Of course, sign-ins did not only yield techniques, they also provided treasures and weapons. For example, the axe used for chopping wood at the entrance, the kitchen knife. Additionally, the orchard and pond behind the mountain, the vegetable garden at the front, the scarecrow within it, and even the 2 eggs he held were all acquired through sign-ins. In summary, an array of bizarre and peculiar items filled his possession. Yet, despite all this, Zhong Qing remained utterly exasperated. No matter how impressive the techniques or weapons, without cultivation, they were as good as useless. He was a quintessential example of guarding a treasure mountain, yet being unable to utilize it. Moreover, he dared not disclose these items, fully aware of the adage that a gentleman without guilt can bear the burden of wealth. Fate plays cruel tricks indeed. At that moment, a streak of light appeared on the distant horizon. Looking up, he noticed a white crane soaring towards him from afar. My Mufa Peak rarely receives visitors. How is it that someone comes knocking today? Just as he pondered, the white crane landed above him, upon which stood a lofty young acolyte. The biannual disciple recruitment conference is set to commence tomorrow, and the sect master has dispatched me to inform you to proceed to the main peak of Xinjiang for the event. The acolyte cast a mocking glance at Zhong Qing, even neglecting to address him by name, his eyes betraying a hint of derision. He could not fathom the sect master's decision. What significance could there be in a waste like this attending a disciple recruitment conference? Zhong Qing remained expressionless, harboring no interest in the recruitment conference, and was disinclined to endure such scorn and ridicule. Just as he was about to decline, a voice resonated in his mind. The system has issued a new task. Please proceed immediately to Xinjiang Peak to recruit disciples. Upon successfully accepting the designated disciples, the waste bond will be activated for you. Waste bond. 12 all disciples under the host's tutelage will experience a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed. And all disciples' cultivation will return 1,000-fold to the host. 22 all disciples under the host's tutelage will experience a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed, and all disciples' cultivation will return 10,000-fold to the host. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhong Qing's previously calm demeanor suddenly brightened. 5 years. After waiting 5 long years, had it finally arrived? Would his treasure mountain soon find its purpose? Moreover, this bond system sounded extraordinarily powerful. Merely activating the single waste bond could exponentially increase a disciple's cultivation speed, while simultaneously returning 1,000-fold to him. If compounded, that would mean for every day his disciple trained, he himself would effectively be training for 100,000 days. As for activating the dual waste bond, it would be even more astonishing. Very well, I shall make my way there tomorrow. Zhong Qing rose and declared, "You'd best set off at once after all. The journey from here to the main peak of Xinjiang is quite lengthy. I wouldn't want you to arrive just as the recruitment conference concludes." With a smirk, the acolyte added, "Actually, I could take you there on my white crane, but my companion here has a rather peculiar temperament should it disapprove of you. Forcing your way onto it might result in an unceremonious fall." With that, the acolyte gave a cold smile and rode off on the white crane. Zhong Qing paid no heed to the acolyte's words. Once the bond was activated, it would not be long before he could disregard this small acolyte. Even the entire Pingjiang Sect would pose no threat to him. After a brief tidying up, he set forth towards the main peak of Xinjiang.
Chapter 2. The Chosen Disciple of the System. The following day, at the main peak of Xinjiang at this moment, the scene was teeming with people. For Pingjiang Sect is one of the grand sects within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles, regarded as a sacred ground for cultivation by countless individuals. A hush fell over the crowd. Suddenly, a resonant voice imbued with mysterious energy echoed, and the previously raucous throng fell silent. An elder, possessing a celestial demeanor, ascended to the podium. Behind him sat several imposing figures, with the foremost being Xinyuan Hong, the sect leader of Xinjiang, flanked by the peak masters of the various major peaks. One by one, the disciples lined up to undergo their talent assessments. The elder's voice rang out once more. Before them lay 10 talent assessment stones, radiating with luminous energy, each forming a distinct pathway for these newly initiated disciples to gauge their abilities. Soon, the disciples began to test their talents in succession, their youthful faces betraying a mixture of anxiety. The strength of their talents would dictate the breadth of their future paths. The talent assessment was a simple process. One merely needed to channel their mysterious energy into the assessment stone, which would then reflect the intensity of their talents through varying hues. The stones would emit one of 6 colors: white, green, blue, red, purple, or gold, with white signifying an ordinary talent, and the colors ascending in value thereafter. As assessments progressed, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. The majority of disciples displayed white talents, a handful exhibited green talents, and only a scant few showcased blue talents. Pingjiang Sect had already designated areas for the disciples, allowing those who completed their assessments to be arranged according to their talent levels. It remained to be seen whether this year would yield any surprises. At the forefront, Xinyuan Hong engaged in conversation with several peak masters. "How wonderful it would be if we could produce a disciple with purple talent," remarked one peak master. "If a disciple with purple talent were to emerge, it would truly be a blessing for our Pingjiang Sect." Xinyuan Hong chuckled heartily, regarding the prospect of a disciple with golden talent as a mere fantasy. Before long, a red talent was revealed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Xinyuan Hong and his companions were particularly elated. Red talents represent the backbone of the sect's future, and all seated there were red talents themselves. These red talents would become the focal points of competition among the various peaks. As time slowly passed, the talent assessments neared their conclusion. In addition to the white, green, and blue talents, a total of 6 red talents were unveiled. This harvest was indeed commendable. Just as it seemed the assessments would conclude without incident, a sudden eruption of purple light illuminated the area. With this burst of purple, the entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Xinyuan Hong and the others stood up, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be? A disciple with purple talent has truly emerged. Xinyuan Hong murmured in incredulity. The one revealed to possess purple talent was a young man clad in splendid attire, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers, an air of arrogance subtly gracing his countenance. Yet, he had the merit to be so proud. The gaze of the higher-ups fixated on him, their minds racing with schemes on how to secure this purple talent for themselves. Following the revelation of this purple talent, subsequent disciples did not generate further excitement. Finally, the talent assessments reached their conclusion, and it was time for the peak masters to select their disciples. As per tradition, each peak master had the opportunity to choose a direct disciple during the recruitment assembly. "Let us begin," sect leader, stated Duan Feng, the master of the sword peak, brimming with anticipation. Among the various peaks of the Pingjiang Sect, aside from the main peak, his sword peak was the most formidable, and by convention, he was the first to select a disciple. Thus, his chances of securing the purple talent were the greatest. Observing this, the other peak masters held their breath, aware that this purple talent would likely elude their grasp. "Not so fast. The Mu Fu peak has yet to take its turn," Xinyuan Hong remarked, shaking his head at an adjacent empty seat. "The Mu Fu peak?" At Xinyuan Hong's words, Duan Feng burst into laughter. "Master, the Mu Fu peak is currently home to a mere waste. What significance does his presence hold?" He continued derisively. "Besides, I fail to comprehend why we should even summon that waste. Are we truly to allow him to take on a disciple and lead them astray?" As his words faded, the voice of Zhong Qing interjected. "Whether or not I lead others astray is not for you to concern yourself with." It was then that Zhong Qing, garbed in white, approached Xinyuan Hong, performing a respectful salute. "I pay my respects to the sect leader." "Thank you for your efforts," Xinyuan Hong responded warmly. As Zhong Qing ascended the stage, all eyes in the assembly turned towards him. Clearly, this young master of the Mu Fu peak was a figure of some renown. Handsome, indeed, but also a recognized waste, as he appeared devoid of even the slightest hint of cultivation. "Humph! How dare you show your face here?" Duan Feng sneered at Zhong Qing, mocking, "With a Mu Fu peak that lacks any merit, it should have long been disbanded. Why should I feel embarrassed about coming, when you have no qualms about being here?" Zhong Qing retorted with a smile. "My master once saved your life, yet you have harbored resentment, seeking to provoke me at every turn. By comparison, am I not far more noble than you? You little waste, seeking your own demise." Duan Feng's face flushed with rage as he was struck at his vulnerable point. "I did not request his help. He chose to save me of his own volition. Besides, he's dead now, and you remain the only waste. Shouldn't the Mu Fu peak be disbanded?" "Enough of this idle chatter," Xinyuan Hong interjected sternly. "Let us commence the selection of disciples." "Understood." Zhong Qing smiled calmly, surveying the crowd while pondering who the designated individual from the system could be. Meanwhile, Duan Feng, recalling the purple talent, scoffed and fell silent, ceasing to regard Zhong Qing any further. Just as he was prepared to claim the first disciple for himself, Xinyuan Hong's voice rang out once more. "In light of Dao Ren's outstanding contributions to our sect, and considering the current circumstances of the Mu Fu peak, I have decided to grant the first disciple selection to the Mu Fu peak." Xinyuan Hong's resounding declaration rippled through the assembly, leaving many in stunned disbelief. The other peak masters widened their eyes, particularly Duan Feng, whose face turned crimson with anger. "The first disciple selection is being given to the Mu Fu peak? What is the reasoning behind this? Sect leader, this is unacceptable. Indeed, what merit does the Mu Fu peak possess? There is but one disciple, Zhong Qing, who is openly acknowledged as a waste. Is that not leading others astray? A waste from a neglected peak taking on disciples. If this news were to spread, it would be a source of ridicule." The crowd erupted in protest, while Duan Feng's eyes blazed with fury. "Silence! Do you dare question my command?" Xinyuan Hong's expression darkened as he unleashed a formidable aura, silencing the dissenters instantly. "We shall proceed as I have stated." His gaze turned towards Zhong Qing, a smile gracing his face. Child, it is your turn to choose. Whoever you select shall be yours. Since the establishment of the sect, Xinjiang had been composed of 7 peaks. Xianyuan Hong's intention with this decision was to elevate the Mufu peak and aid in its revival. Furthermore, his personal connection with Daoren played a significant role. Having been brothers since childhood, Xianyuan Hong's first foray into the world of music and entertainment was accompanied by Dao, or It was from that moment that Daoren was formally named as such. Zhong Qing's lack of cultivation was not a barrier to teaching disciples. If necessary, he could simply make more frequent visits to the Mufu peak to instruct them personally, yet they would still belong to the Mufu peak. Zhong Qing was taken aback by Xianyuan Hong's decision to grant him the first disciple selection. His heart swelled with gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. After bowing in appreciation, Zhong Qing wasted no time, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Pondering who the designated individual could be, Chapter 3. The system's supreme reward, however, as Zhong Qing's eyes scanned the crowd, many averted their gazes. Who would not know of this wasteful peak master from the Mufu peak? It could be said that if one were to be selected by him, their future would be all but sealed. The other peak masters felt their hearts bleed, as there were only a few disciples with exceptional talents. Should Zhong Qing choose one, it would diminish their own prospects. Particularly, when Zhong Qing's gaze fell upon the purple talent, the others felt as though their teeth were about to shatter in frustration. Duan Feng's eyes were ablaze, fearing Zhong Qing would select the purple talent. A purple talent. How enviable! Although Zhong Qing could not cultivate, he was well versed in the knowledge of cultivation and could not deny the prowess of a purple talent. However, he did not make an immediate choice. Instead, he began to converse with the system. System, who is the designated individual you mentioned? Report to the host. The sole condition to activate the waste bonds is that the disciple you recruit must be a genuine waste. Genuine waste? Zhong Qing was taken aback. It was improbable for anyone present in the square to be a true waste. Even the lowest tier with white talent could cultivate to some extent. There is no need for the host to panic. I have identified a target for you. The white talent disciple Lin Feng.as. The system's voice faded. It directed Zhong Qing's attention to a black-clad youth amidst the crowd of white talents. The young man, draped in a black robe, stood tall and exuded an aura of righteousness. Are you certain he is a genuine waste? Zhong Qing inquired, curiosity piqued. The system does not err. Rest assured in recruiting him. Upon successful recruitment, an unknown reward will be granted to the host. While Zhong Qing conversed with the system, Lin Feng, among the white talents, lowered his head. He gently rotated the storage ring on his left-hand's ring finger. Soon, a voice resonated in his mind. Young man, contracting with you has truly brought me ill fortune. With your utterly wasteful physique, it took considerable effort to ensure you presented as a white talent during the assessment and enter the sect without detection. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended? Apologies, Sword Elder, Lin Feng muttered, his head bowed. Enough with the excuses. Since we are bound together, we share both glory and ruin. Just follow my guidance. And it is not impossible for you to reverse your fate and become an unparalleled powerhouse. All right, Sword Elder, whatever you say, I will do, Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Find a way to join the Mufu Peak. The Sword Elder instructed. Join the Mufu Peak? Lin Feng was taken aback. Isn't the Peak Master a waste like me? A waste is a waste. That does not mean you should expect him to transform you. What I mean is, according to my divination, there exists a unique flame beneath the Mufu Peak that you require. Once you acquire it, I will teach you to use it to forge pills, enabling you to embark on the path of cultivation and far surpass ordinary geniuses. Moreover, having a peak master who is a waste will facilitate your endeavors. Hence, if you successfully join the Mufu Peak, I am confident you will begin your cultivation journey within 6 months, reaching the Chanxian realm in 3 years, and ultimately defeating your fiancé Yi, with whom you have a 3-year bet, thereby achieving an invincible heart. Understood, Sword Elder, I will make it happen, Lin Feng replied, excitement coursing through him as he instinctively glanced towards Zhong Qing. Their eyes met. That's him, the disciple among the white talents. Zhong Qing stated decisively. As Zhong Qing's words fell, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. What is happening? You receive a prime opportunity and choose a disciple with white talent? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Duan Feng could not contain his laughter, staring at Zhong Qing with a gleeful expression. You little waste. I did not expect you to possess such self-awareness, recognizing that you would hinder others, thus deliberately selecting a white talent. This maneuver has unexpectedly elevated my view of you. Xinyuan Hong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Zhong Qing's decision. However, rather than chastising him for wasting a valuable opportunity, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps, as Duanfeng suggested, Zhong Qing truly feared hindering others. Child, are you certain in your choice? I can allow you to make another selection. Xinyuan Hong inquired, scrutinizing Zhong Qing. I am certain. It is he, Zhong Qing affirmed solemnly. Very well, Xinyuan Hong, seeing Zhong Qing's determination, chose not to press the matter further, pondering how to support the Mufu peak in the future. With the decision made, everyone present, disciples and peak masters alike, exhaled in relief. The former rejoiced at not being selected, while the latter felt grateful that Zhong Qing had not taken any of the talented disciples. Do you wish to be my disciple? Zhong Qing asked, raising his chin and fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. Upon hearing Zhong Qing's voice, Lin Feng finally reacted, clearly astonished by Zhong Qing's choice. He had never expected that just as the Sword Elder had urged him to join the Mufu Peak, Zhong Qing would select him. Young man, this is fate, a stroke of luck. With my guidance and this extraordinary fortune, you possess the potential to become a great emperor. The Sword Elder's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. What are you waiting for? Quickly agree, though just for appearances. A mere waste cannot truly aspire to be your master, the Sword Elder reminded him. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, feeling profound gratitude towards Zhong Qing. I am willing. Moments later, Lin Feng smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Excellent, come to my side. Zhong Qing responded with a smile. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, radiating delight as he approached Zhong Qing, positioning himself behind him. The onlookers regarded Lin Feng as though he were a fool, including the other white talent disciples. Falling into the hands of this waste, he seems to be enjoying himself. Being his disciple is probably worse than serving as a menial disciple in another peak. Next, it was finally time for Duanfeng and the others to make their selections. Unsurprisingly, Duanfeng immediately extended an olive branch to the disciple with purple talent, promising various benefits to secure him. The other peak masters, though unwilling, had no choice but to select a disciple with red talent each. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing wore a joyful expression, for the system's rewards were on their way. Chapter 4. He is not a waste. How could he? Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting Lin Feng, activating the 1-2 waste bond. 12 waste bond effect. The disciple receives a 100-fold increase in cultivation, and the disciple's cultivation returns to the host at a 1,000-fold rate. Additionally, the host can freely toggle the disciple's cultivation amplification. Congratulations, host, on the first activation of the bond function. The host cultivation has reached the star realm. Congratulations, host, on the first activation of the waste bond function 1-2. The host is rewarded with the old 6 halo. The effect of the old 6 halo. No one can perceive the fluctuations of the host cultivation. Congratulations, host, on possessing cultivation for the first time. The host is rewarded with the heavenly eye. The effect of the heavenly eye allows the host to see through any individual secrets at a glance. Upon hearing the system's voice resonate in his mind, Zhong Qing was filled with exhilaration. The cultivation he had longed for had finally arrived. In his excitement, he felt a surge of powerful worldly energy flowing into his limbs and bones. Unnoticed by anyone else, is this what it means to attain the star realm? As Zhong Qing reveled in the formidable power coursing within him, he could not help but smile. He had never anticipated that the rewards would be so bountiful, elevating him directly to the star realm. In this world, the categorization of cultivation is divided into body refinement, postnatal, innate, Qian realm, star realm, moon realm, sun realm, earth realm, and heaven realm. Generally, individuals at the innate level are regarded as celestial beings in the eyes of ordinary people, capable of flight. In contrast, those at the Qian realm can become elders of a sect, just like the peak masters of Xinjiang. Yet here he was, having leaped ahead of them by an entire realm. The system does not deceive me. Moreover, the old 6 halo and the heavenly eye were indeed impressive. The former was an excellent skill for a seasoned player, while the latter was invaluable for unearthing the secrets of others. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Qing cast another glance at the system panel. Host, Zhong Qing level, Star Xian realm, disciple, Lin Feng, currently unranked, capable of activating a 100-fold enhancement. Activated bond, waste material bond 1-2. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills, old 6 halo, heavenly eye. Truly remarkable, Zhong Qing sighed. At this moment, the process of accepting disciples was nearing its conclusion. apart from a few who had been selected by various peak masters to become their direct disciples. The rest were free to choose which peak to join as ordinary disciples. In an instant, the area was bustling with activity, as numerous new talents flooded into each peak, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Zhong Qing's Mufu peak remained desolate, with no one opting to join. Is there really such a desire to enter my divine sword peak? On the high platform, Duanfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Qing, and remarked meaningfully, "But our divine sword peak already has an overflow of disciples. Perhaps you could send some over to Mufu peak." As soon as these words fell, the applicants expressed their reluctance. "Master Duan, please, let us join divine sword peak. Do not send us to Mufu peak, or we shall be doomed. Indeed, Mufu peak has a master who does not cultivate. How can we expect to thrive there? Not even a dog would enter Mufu peak. As long as we are kept away from it, we would gladly serve as menial disciples at other peaks." Voices of anxiety echoed throughout the crowd. Such is the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Without power, one is deemed worthless. No one will respect you, since you all refuse to join Mufu peak. Then Divine Sword Peak shall extend a leniency and accept your applications. Duanfeng laughed heartily, directing a cold gaze at Zhong Qing. "A mere waste dares to speak back to me in public. I have ways to make you bow your head in shame." Zhong Qing was well aware of Duanfeng's intent to humiliate him. Had he lacked strength in the past, he would have had to endure. But now that he had achieved the Star Xin realm, why should he hold back? Barking like a dog all day. With these words, Duanfeng's face visibly darkened. "You seek death." Duanfeng's voice was icy, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. In the next instant, he unleashed his peak Xian realm power, charging directly at Zhong Qing, raising his palm to strike down upon him. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in commotion. Firstly, they were astonished that a so-called waste dared to speak so boldly to Duanfeng. Secondly, they were shocked that Duanfeng would actually attack Zhong Qing, given his somewhat special status. Just as the words were spoken, Duanfeng's palm approached Zhong Qing's head almost instantaneously. The sect master, Xin Yuanhong, attempted to intervene but was too late, shouting desperately for Duanfeng to stop, hoping to dissuade the attack. Yet, Duanfeng ignored Xin Yuanhong's plea. His face twisted with a cold smirk as he continued his assault on Zhong Qing. The 7 peaks of Xinjiang did not come about by mere chance. Each peak held a unique significance and was imbued with profound formations. As long as one established a cave dwelling at the core of these formations, their cultivation would yield immense benefits. However, the number of these core locations was limited, and Duanfeng had long intended to incorporate Mufu Peak into Divine Sword Peak, allowing his disciples to cultivate there. This would significantly enhance Divine Sword Peak's overall strength, possibly even surpassing the main peak. Due to Zhong Qing's presence, this plan had remained unrealized, and Duanfeng had long harbored thoughts of eliminating him. Yet, given Zhong Qing's status, he needed a reason to act. Now, that reason had presented itself. The waste daring to speak so audaciously to the master of Divine Sword Peak was justification enough. Even if the sect master later sought accountability, he would fear nothing. Coupled with the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of the Taoist, today, Zhong Qing must die. As countless eyes bore witness, Duanfeng's palm drew near Zhong Qing. Some lamented, while others were filled with schadenfreude. Yet, in the next moment, what transpired shocked everyone. The last possible second, Zhong Qing raised his own palm and struck back at Duanfeng. In that instant, their fists and palms collided, creating a massive explosion accompanied by a resounding sonic boom, powerful residual energy radiating in all directions. In the aftermath of this clash, Duanfeng, who had initiated the attack, was sent flying, his legs carving a deep trench into the ground before he regained his balance. In stark contrast, Zhong Qing stood calmly with his robe billowing, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. This scene rendered the entire arena silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. From the lowliest disciple to the peak masters and sect leaders, all stared incredulously at this astonishing spectacle. Isn't he supposed to be a waste? How could he? Chapter 5. With your group of wastes, you are not qualified to enter my Mufu peaked. The forefront. A peak master stammered, voicing the collective confusion in their minds. The others exchanged bewildered glances, equally puzzled. They instinctively turned their gazes towards sect master Xin Yuanhong, who wore a similarly dazed expression, as if asking, "If you question me, Then who should I ask? However, the most incredulous was Duanfeng himself, as the one directly involved. He was acutely aware of the power behind Zhong Qing's punch. This was far beyond what someone at his realm should possess. What on earth was happening? How could this little waste possess strength surpassing his own? Just then, Zhong Qing's gaze fixed upon him. You wish to kill me? Duanfeng's expression darkened as he glared at Zhong Qing. Rendered speechless in the next moment, Zhong Qing moved in the blink of an eye. He appeared before Duanfeng, offering no words. Simply launching a punch. Faced with Zhong Qing's onslaught, Duanfeng felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively activating all his defenses. Yet, this punch shattered his defenses effortlessly, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into a building which crumbled to the ground. But Zhong Qing was not done. His expression mocking, he closed in on Duanfeng once more. Help! Help me, Sect Master! From the wreckage, Duanfeng's body contorted as he emitted a weak cry for help. At this moment, he was genuinely terrified. Never had he anticipated that this so-called waste had concealed such depths. Had he known of Zhong Qing's power, he would never have dared to offend him so brazenly. As his cries for help rang out, the previously dazed crowd snapped back to reality, gasping in disbelief. They never expected to witness such a reversal of fortunes. The waste master of Mu Fu Peak had actually reduced the peak master of the first divine sword peak to begging for mercy. Meanwhile, the peak masters and elders also regained their senses. The master of divine sword peak, Duanfeng's death would not be a trivial matter. Just as they prepared to rush to his aid, they suddenly found Zhong Qing's icy gaze fixed upon them. I dare anyone to move. This chilling voice halted those who were about to intervene, leaving them frozen in place. Xinyuan Hong squinted at Zhong Qing, unable to comprehend this once wasteful peak master. For Zhong Qing, although he had a laid-back demeanor and had previously refrained from cultivating, it did not mean he was a pushover. When others sought his life, there was no reason to show mercy. He looked down at Duanfeng. In your next life, do not oppose me again. Duanfeng's face was a mixture of unwillingness, pain, hatred, and a desire to plead for mercy. But above all, there was regret. Yet all of these emotions were rendered meaningless beneath Zhong Qing's fist. With Duanfeng's demise, the entire scene fell into a silence so profound it was unsettling. No one had anticipated that the so-called waste master of Mu Fu Peak could unleash such power. Even more shocking was that the seemingly invincible master of Divine Sword Peak, Duanfeng, had met such a swift end. Indeed, those with keen eyes could discern that Zhong Qing, should he wish, could have ended Duanfeng's life with a single punch. The fact that it took 3 punches to conclude the fight seemed more like an experiment to test how much force Duanfeng could withstand, or perhaps a cruel game for Zhong Qing to toy with him. This implied that Zhong Qing's true strength might far exceed what was apparent. Who would have thought, this waste of a master? I misjudged him. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing's disciple Lin Feng conversed with the sword elder in his ring. So, does that mean my master is quite formidable? Lin Feng could not help but inquire. Formidable might be an overstatement. I would say he merely surprised me a little, the sword elder replied nonchalantly. From his cultivation level, he should only be at the Star Xian realm. In the past, I could have easily dealt with a multitude of such cultivators with a single strike. Thus, he may not provide you with much substantial aid. The shock of Zhong Qing's defeat of Duanfeng settled. Those who had joined Divine Sword Peak began to surge toward Zhong Qing. Master Zhong, I wish to join Mu Fu Peak. Please allow me to join. Yes, please let me join Mu Fu Peak. As the voices of the initial few echoed, increasingly more individuals joined in, recognizing the benefits of this choice. Setting aside Zhong Qing's displayed strength, the key point was that Mu Fu Peak had no one there. If they joined Mu Fu Peak first, they could access all its resources. Everyone yearned to be the first to seize such an opportunity. I too wish to join Mu Fu Peak. It is the foremost peak of Pingjiang Sect. I wish to join. Get lost. I spoke first about joining Mu Fu Peak. You can wait your turn. In an instant, a throng of eager individuals surged toward Zhong Qing, excitement coursing through them as they awaited his response. Observing the fervor of these disciples, Zhong Qing couldn't help but scoff at the earlier comments that no one would even consider entering Mu Fu Peak. With your group of wastes, you are not qualified to enter my Mu Fu Peak. The moment these words fell, the crowd flushed with embarrassment. After speaking, Zhong Qing did not spare them a glance. Walking directly to Xinyuan Hong's side, Sect Master, I have finished collecting my disciples. I shall return to Mu Fu Peak now. Zhong Qing cupped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Xinyuan Hong. Xinyuan Hong regarded Zhong Qing with a heart full of questions and doubts he wished to voice, yet ultimately refrained, opting instead to smile warmly and say, "Very well." Zhong Qing nodded, leading Lin Feng away toward Mu Fu Peak. As Lin Feng followed Zhong Qing, many disciples were filled with regret. Envious of him, a disciple with white talent was fortunate enough to have a master of Zhong Qing's caliber. Moreover, with no one in Mu Fu Peak, it meant Lin Feng would have access to the best resources there. Had they chosen to join Mu Fu Peak from the outset, they too might have enjoyed such benefits. Yet, in this world, there are no second chances. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Qing returned to Mu Fu Peak with Lin Feng. Unlike the bustling main peak, Mu Fu Peak appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of anything but scenic beauty. Upon returning, Zhong Qing immediately employed the heavenly eye on Lin Feng. After all, the system had stated that to activate the waste material bond, the disciple must truly be an absolute waste, while Lin Feng had displayed white talent during testing, not strictly fitting the definition of waste. Thus, Zhong Qing was eager to clarify this ambiguity. Lin Feng. Age, 16. Level, none. Talent, none. Fortune. Wears an ancient ring on the left hand, which contains the remnant soul of a Tianxian realm powerhouse. Note: the reason for the white talent reading is due to interference from the remnant soul within the ring. In an instant, all of Lin Feng's information flooded into Zhong Qing's mind. A look of intrigue appeared on Zhong Qing's face. An old man in the ring, is it? So that is how it is. Chapter 6. Imperial level techniques, a whole bag. With the old man in the ring, it seems my disciple may indeed be a prodigy. Find a suitable place to stay for now. Once you're settled, return here to find me. Zhong Qing instructed Lin Feng casually. Yes, master. Lin Feng respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. After Lin Feng departed, Zhong Qing found a sack nearby and entered the warehouse. Before long, Lin Feng returned, having followed the Sword Elder's guidance to locate an excellent cave dwelling situated at the formation's core, making cultivation there incredibly efficient. Overall, Mu Fu Peak was not bad. It offered a tranquil environment with no interruptions. Although the formation was rudimentary, it was better than nothing. Once he acquired and with my guidance, he would surely surpass everyone, including those with so-called purple talents. In no time in the room, the Sword Elder emerged as a spectral figure, his white hair flowing, exuding an ethereal presence as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Thank you, Sword Elder, Lin Feng expressed with surprise and gratitude. Now, go meet your master, the Sword Elder advised. Although he may not provide you with substantial assistance, he did facilitate your entry into Mu Fu Peak. Since you will be here for a long time, it is wise to cultivate a good relationship. Yes, Sword Elder. After settling himself, Lin Feng hurried to the small courtyard where Zhong Qing was. The courtyard was blanketed in thick snow. Inside, Zhong Qing reclined on a chair, warming himself by the fire. After ascending to the Star Xian realm, the weather no longer posed any challenge to Zhong Qing. However, in this frigid environment, he felt something was amiss without a fire to warm him. Master, Lin Feng stood respectfully before Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing lazily opened his eyes and sat up. Now that you are my disciple, I must make a gesture. I have stored some techniques here. Choose a few that you like to cultivate. Lin Feng hesitated, secretly consulting the Sword Elder. After all, the Sword Elder had previously mentioned that once he consumed he would personally provide Lin Feng with a technique. Thus, Zhong Qing's offer of techniques seemed unnecessary. What is there to hesitate about? Even if they are of no use, it is the thought that counts. At worst, you simply won't cultivate them. The facade must be maintained, the Sword Elder chided. Yes. Lin Feng nodded inwardly, then turned to Zhong Qing, saying, Thank you, master. Choose from the sack over there. Zhong Qing gestured toward a nearby bag, speaking softly to a sack. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. While he believed that the techniques bestowed by Zhong Qing, a Star Xian realm cultivator, would not be subpar, it was indeed disheartening to find them in a sack. After all, what good techniques could be found in a sack? Even the Sword Elder in the ancient ring couldn't help but roll his eyes. Forget it, it matters not. Since you won't need them, any technique will suffice. Just take something to show your respect, the Sword Elder reminded. Lin Feng nodded, squatting down to approach the sack and opened it casually. However, as he did so, a wave of ancient, profound, and terrifying energy surged forth to greet him. Simultaneously, brilliant golden, red, and rosy lights dazzled his eyes. Lin Feng was taken aback, his expression one of shock. The sword elder, who had been preparing to doze off, suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the hell? Supreme level techniques?" The sword elder stammered, his eyes wide with fear. Just as his voice faded, a sharp cry escaped his throat. "Holy level, damn. There's even holy level. Wait, no, it's imperial level. Mother, am I truly not dreaming?" As Lin Feng processed the sword elder's frantic exclamations in his mind, he belatedly grasped the situation. Although he was not yet able to cultivate, the sword elder had extensively educated him on these matters. Therefore, he comprehended the significance of these techniques. It was worth noting that the techniques the sword elder had promised him were merely king level. King level techniques, when presented, could incite a massive uproar, and even the entire Pingjiang Sect could not exchange them for a single king level technique. However, in the presence of the esteemed ranks, the kingly level is but a mere trifle. To speak of the even higher tiers of the saintly and imperial levels is another matter entirely. In an instant, Lin Feng's hand trembled, his muscles taut with tension. He slapped his own face, seemingly in disbelief, fearing that this was all a mere dream. Yet, the pain radiating from his cheek confirmed the stark reality unfolding before him. The methods associated with the esteemed, saintly, and imperial tiers lay before him, piled high like a sack of treasures. "You little rascal, hurry and choose one, choose one." Within the wild ring, Sword Elder was utterly beside himself, wishing he could leap out to make the selection himself. That one, the imperial level de Huang Wu Jing. No wait, pick another imperial level one, the Fire Emperor scripture. And that one, the Great Body in Heaven scripture is also quite fitting for you. Wait, the Great Zhohuang Guju Isnt bad either. In that moment, Sword Elder, following Lin Feng's gaze, became dazzled by the options, thinking this one was good but that one seemed even more suitable, yet he didn't wish to abandon the others. Accompanied by Sword Elder's excited exclamations, Lin Feng picked one book up, then set it down, only to grab another, and then another, his indecision palpable. Beside him, Zhong Qing seemed to have read Lin Feng's thoughts and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Since you like them all, why not take them all?" Zhong Qing gently suggested. "Really, is that truly acceptable?" Lin Feng's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at Zhong Qing. With a nod, Zhong Qing affirmed. And seeing this, Lin Feng, with Sword Elder's assistance, unreservedly selected the 5 imperial level cultivation methods most suited to his path. The exhilaration was overwhelming, utterly intoxicating. These are 5 imperial level cultivation methods in the wild ring. Sword Elder was so elated he nearly leapt for joy, as if these methods were gifts meant for him. Simultaneously, he could not help but solemnly remind Lin Feng, "You little rascal, remember this. Other than you and your master, you must not divulge the fact that you possess 5 imperial level cultivation methods to anyone. If word gets out, even a single fart from someone could shatter the space you inhabit." Lin Feng nodded seriously. Though he was young and perhaps somewhat naive, it did not mean he was foolish. Zhong Qing, following his usual routine, fetched a copper kettle filled with cold water and placed it on the stove, tilting his head to ask, "Have you chosen everything?" "Yes, master," Lin Feng replied respectfully, nodding. "Good." Zhong Qing nodded, then reached into the sack and grabbed a stack of cultivation methods, tossing them directly into the stove. Instantly, the flames blazed vigorously. Before long, steam began to billow from the copper kettle. What a waste! What a waste! Upon witnessing this scene, Sword Elder in the wild ring nearly went mad, howling loudly within the confines of the wild ring. Chapter 7. Before, we were far too disrespectful. Kneel down quickly. Although these methods were those Lin Feng had left behind, it did not imply they were worthless or inferior. On the contrary, each one, if taken out, would be of seismic magnitude. Yet, to burn them so casually, was this not a flagrant waste? Lin Feng, too, wore a pained expression. "Master, why did you burn such excellent methods?" he asked, bewildered. "I have plenty of these. Keeping them would take up too much space." Zhong Qing replied nonchalantly. Lin Feng, Sword Elder, "Is this truly what a person would say?" Sword Elder exclaimed, flabbergasted. However, Zhong Qing remained unfazed, continuing to add more methods to the stove. Although he recognized the extraordinary nature of these methods, when one possesses an abundance, they lose their uniqueness in his eyes. He could hardly go around distributing them. Before his cultivation reached a certain level, that would only invite significant trouble. Not to mention, his meager signing and feature was still generating new methods day and night. Before long, the copper kettle emitted a humming sound. Zhong Qing lifted it, filling a teapot for himself. He stood slowly, making his way to a side room, while speaking to Lin Feng behind him. "Follow me?" "Yes," Lin Feng replied respectfully, trailing behind Zhong Qing into another chamber. Inside, an array of various weapons lay displayed. "Choose one that feels right for you," Zhong Qing said casually, as Lin Feng and Sword Elder gazed upon the array of dazzling arms. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, but as they drew closer, they soon discerned their true nature. Each weapon possessed a spirit, brimming with terrifying energy that sent chills down their spines at merely a glance. Sword Elder, having just regained a semblance of calm, felt his breath quicken once more. Clearly, the weapons filling the warehouse before them were of a caliber comparable to the methods they had just seen, including illustrious divine weapons of the esteemed, saintly, and imperial ranks. "Hurry up and choose," Sword Elder urged, his urgency palpable today. He resembled a country bumpkin in the city, each method and weapon igniting his senses. Lin Feng, equally unable to contain his excitement, after much deliberation, finally settled on a pitch-black blade known as the ink blade. He caressed the weapon, overwhelmed with joy, realizing the immense fortune he had encountered today. This windfall was so great that even if he had traversed his original path without obstacles, reaching the pinnacle would not have granted him all that he now possessed. "We were indeed too hasty before. We thought your master a useless fool, yet he revealed his extraordinary prowess. We believed him merely an ordinary star, but now we see he is far more than that. In my prime, I would be but a mere trifle before him," Sword Elder solemnly reminded Lin Feng. At this juncture, he fully realized that he had underestimated the significance of this individual, whose influence was undoubtedly profound. After all, who else would possess such resources to use imperial-level methods for merely boiling water and making tea? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly knelt down. Given that Zhong Qing had allowed him access to Mufu Peak, he felt immense gratitude. Although he initially doubted Zhong Qing's ability to teach him anything, he had always regarded him as a master in his heart. By in this moment, Lin Feng was utterly convinced of Zhong Qing's worth. "Disciple, I thank you for your generosity," Lin Feng said earnestly while kneeling. "Rise," Zhong Qing waved his hand, a gentle force lifting Lin Feng back to his feet. He then spoke softly, "From now on, do not overthink things. Simply focus on your cultivation at Mufu Peak, and I will ensure you become a top-tier figure." Zhong Qing was not merely speaking grandiose words. Once he unlocked the restrictions on Lin Feng's potential, Lin Feng's cultivation would exponentially increase. Coupled with the imperial-level methods and other enhancements, such a pace would be unmatched, even by the most gifted talents. "Thank you, Master," Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. However, at that moment, Zhong Qing's gaze shifted to Lin Feng's storage ring. And what of that ring? Upon hearing this, a hint of panic crossed Lin Feng's face. Meanwhile, Sword Elder felt as if thunder had struck his mind, cold sweat pouring down. "He's pointing at me. This esteemed individual has noticed me." It then dawned on him that Lin Feng's master had already sensed his presence, rendering his attempts at concealment utterly pointless. That moment, Sword Elder nearly fainted from shock. Reflecting on his previous dismissive remarks and underestimations of Zhong Qing, he felt his legs weaken. "I was wrong. Esteemed Elder, I have sinned. I was far too reckless before, and I should not have spoken to you in such a manner." Within the wild ring, Sword Elder bowed deeply, humbly repenting before Zhong Qing. In truth, Zhong Qing was unaware of the extent of Sword Elder's theatrics. His mention of the storage ring was merely a passing thought. If he was correct, this storage ring and his disciple were bound together, sharing their fates. Thus, he considered it best to let the ring handle the teaching aspect. While he possessed numerous treasures and his own strength would soon rise, he suspected he might not be able to teach as effectively as the ring could. The faster Lin Feng cultivated, the quicker he would reap the rewards. Therefore, the storage ring could serve as his most formidable assistant. How could he let such a valuable aid slip away? "Here is a soul elixir. Take it," Zhong Qing said, retrieving a potion from the storage ring and handing it to Lin Feng. This potion was one he had acquired through his previous sign-ins, and he had many such miscellaneous items. "My heavens!" Upon seeing the elixir, Sword Elder's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by tears of gratitude. He had never anticipated that Zhong Qing would not only overlook past grievances but also gift him such a precious soul elixir. Given his dire condition, even if Lin Feng followed the planned path without hindrance, he would only have a mere 10% chance of revival, let alone the uncertainties of Lin Feng's journey. Thus, it was highly probable that Sword Elder would never see the light of day again. Yet with this elixir, while he could not immediately resurrect, he would be infinitely closer to it. The prospect of revival would become a certainty, with time being the only remaining issue. What did this equate to? It was akin to Zhong Qing granting him a new lease on life. The profound gratitude for this second chance led Sword Elder to kneel and bow deeply within the wild ring. Lin Feng, trembling, accepted the soul elixir, also kneeling on the ground. For him, this elixir symbolized hope. Throughout his tumultuous life, having come from a small family with no cultivation talent, he had faced rejection and humiliation. He had once contemplated ending his life by jumping off a cliff, yet it was Sword Elder's appearance that reignited his will to live. Sword Elder was, in many ways, like a father to him. Master, please accept my gratitude once more. I vow to cultivate diligently, never to disappoint you. And should you ever require it, I am willing to face any danger, even if it means descending into hell for eternity. As Lin Feng knelt, he raised his hand, earnestly pledging his oath. He understood that it was Zhong Qing who had bestowed upon him and Sword Elder a new life and purpose. Chapter 8 With no distractions. I will delve into my cultivation. All right, rise, Zhong Qing said with a gentle smile, lifting Lin Feng back to his feet. Now, let us begin your cultivation. But, Master, Lin Feng hesitated, lowering his gaze. I have no cultivation talent. I am not even of white talent. I'm sorry, Master. I deceived you. His face was filled with remorse. Zhong Qing merely smiled lightly. I have known about your talent for quite some time. Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Indeed, in front of his enigmatic master, it seemed his lack of talent had been an open secret. Then, Master, why did you still take me on as your disciple? Lin Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. Perhaps it was simply because I found you agreeable, Zhong Qing replied with a smile, concealing the true reason. He continued, as for your talent, while it may appear an insurmountable obstacle to others, it is not an issue for me. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with hope, his breath quickening. You just need to do as I say. Zhong Qing spoke softly, his mind already devising a plan. The reason he had not immediately activated the hundredfold amplification for his disciple was to find an initial opportunity. Without such an opportunity, directly applying the hundredfold amplification would undermine Lin Feng's trust in him as a master. Moreover, if Lin Feng were to inquire, it would be difficult to explain. Under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, Zhong Qing smiled faintly. Select one of the methods I just gifted you as your primary focus, and I will now teach you a miraculous mantra. You simply need to recite the mantra in your heart while cultivating. As he spoke, Zhong Qing leaned closer to Lin Feng, whispering the mantra to him. Lin Feng listened intently, but upon completion, he found himself questioning everything. Master, is it really that simple? Absolutely, just do as I instruct, Zhong Qing insisted earnestly. Remember, the mantra I've given you must remain a secret. If spoken aloud, it will lose its power. Good, now go to the adjacent room and give it a try. Zhong Qing chuckled lightly and reclined in a nearby chair. Lin Feng scratched his head. Was it truly as simple as just reciting, whatever, just open the method and get to work? With a sense of doubt, Lin Feng settled down in the adjacent room. Kid, I've thought about it, and the great earth and wood scripture is the most suitable for you. Once mastered, you will command the very earth and wood, Sword Elder suggested within the wild ring. He too was eager to see if Zhong Qing's teachings could indeed allow a first-level waste to cultivate successfully. Of course, he wisely refrained from probing into the specifics of the mantra. All right, Lin Feng replied earnestly, opening the great earth and wood scripture and attempting to cultivate according to its teachings. Concurrently, he began to recite the mantra Zhong Qing had imparted. Whatever, just open the method and get to work. In the hall, Zhong Qing activated his senses to observe Lin Feng, feeling quite pleased. He then silently communicated with his system, activating the hundredfold amplification for the waste talent. As for the mantra, it was not that Zhong Qing intended to be so casual. He had hoped to create something catchy, domineering, or even miraculous. At the very least, he wanted something with a rhyme or two. Perhaps even a couplet from the Tang dynasty's poetry. But heaven knows, after traversing through the years since his reincarnation, he had nearly forgotten all that knowledge. Thus, he could only throw together a haphazard phrase to suffice. Fortunately, this mantra was merely a catalyst and did not impact the actual effectiveness. With the hundredfold amplification now in effect, Lin Feng, seated in meditation, soon began to feel results. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him, enveloping him. In an instant, Lin Feng, who had never before been graced by spiritual energy, found his entire being filled with it, felt as though a parched riverbed had suddenly been replenished with a torrent of fresh spring water. The combination of the hundredfold amplification and the imperial-level methods meant Lin Feng's cultivation speed was beyond comparison to any so-called genius. In the next moment, Lin Feng began to break through. Body Refinement Stage 1. Body Refinement Stage 2. Body Refinement Stage 3. In no time at all, Lin Feng's realm surged effortlessly to the postnatal realm. Master, I did it. I really did it. Feeling the power within him, Lin Feng joyfully rushed before Zhong Qing. Unable to contain his excitement, tears streaming down his face, he had yearned for this day for what felt like an eternity. In the wild ring, Sword Elder shared in his exhilaration. Lin Feng regarded him as a father, and in return, Sword Elder viewed Lin Feng as his own child. Although he had paved a path for Lin Feng to traverse through the peculiar fire, allowing him to cultivate without regard for his waste talent, the dangers of seeking extraordinary fire were immense, not to mention the treacherous nature of that path itself. How different was this experience, where he could so easily embark on his cultivation journey, and within mere moments, break through to the postnatal realm. He could hardly fathom the miraculous mantra that not only allowed a waste talent to cultivate, but also bestowed such a terrifying speed of advancement, truly astounding. Sword Elder could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of Zhong Qing, whose methods continuously expanded the limits of his understanding. Such capabilities, such finesse, were unheard of even at the peak of his previous life. I told you I wasn't deceiving you. Zhong Qing gazed at Lin Feng, who was overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears, gently ruffling his hair and softly chuckling. From now on, you must strive even harder. Do not disappoint me. Yes, master. I shall not let you down, Lin Feng replied with unwavering determination. With that, he excitedly departed, heading towards his cave dwelling. After all, the cave was fortified with formations that would greatly accelerate his cultivation speed. Observing Lin Feng's exuberance, Zhong Qing felt a similar joy. As Lin Feng's cultivation progressed, he could distinctly sense his own power rising at an alarming rate. The feedback from a thousandfold cultivation was indeed terrifying. Time passed slowly. With Lin Feng's diligent training, Zhong Qing felt his own cultivation consistently advancing. In just a few days, he had broken through a minor realm within the Star Xian realm. It would not be long before he could transcend into the coveted Moon Xian realm that countless people dreamt of. One day, Lin Feng, following the instructions of Sword Elder, ventured into the mountains 100 miles away from Mufu Peak. With a single punch, he felled a monstrous beast measuring 2 zhang in length at his feet. Ha! Lin Feng looked at his spoils, filled with satisfaction. Just a few days prior, he had been a mere waste without the ability to cultivate. Yet now he could effortlessly slay such a beast with a single strike. If I wield the Mo knife, I could easily cleave beasts of 2 levels higher, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Remember, young man, as long as your master is present, you may act as you please. However, when your master is not nearby, it is best to refrain from using the Mo knife until your power has matured, came the admonishing voice of Sword Elder from within the wild ring. Yes, Sword Elder, I understand, Lin Feng humbly nodded. Well then, having undergone a battle, your foundation for quick advancement should be solidified. Continue to cultivate according to the techniques your master has taught you, and after breaking through a few realms, seek out another beast to battle, Sword Elder instructed further. Understood. After responding, Lin Feng settled down on the spot, circulating the Great Uthwood Sutra while silently reciting the mantra, soon entering a state of cultivation. Merely moments after settling, Lin Feng achieved another breakthrough. Reaching the 7th layer of postnatal. 2 hours later, he reached the 8th layer. Half a day later, he attained the 9th layer. A day thereafter, Lin Feng directly stepped into the innate realm. Observing Lin Feng's breakthroughs, Sword Elder within the wild ring was already numb with astonishment. Had he not feared overstepping, he would genuinely have been curious about the cultivation mantra that yielded such terrifying effects. It was evident that relying solely on an imperial-level technique could not possibly account for this rapid cultivation speed. The true source of Lin Feng's extraordinary advancement lay within that mantra. Simultaneously, in the mountains where Lin Feng was situated, beneath a picturesque waterfall, a woman clad in white opened her eyes. Is there truly such a prodigious young talent in the world? Such a youth must surely be brought under my wing. Chapter 9. A broken 8th rank weapon, daring to flatter? The woman was also cultivating in these mountains. With her prowess, she sensed everything occurring within a radius of several dozen li. She had taken note when Lin Feng killed the beast but had merely glanced at it. A youth of the postnatal realm was not worthy of her concern. However, when she saw Lin Feng ascend directly from the 7th layer of postnatal to the innate realm in just a day or two, she could no longer maintain her composure. What did this signify? This was the path of the white talent, a journey that would take a lifetime to complete. Even the core disciples of major sects, those with blue talents, required a decade to reach such heights, and even she, possessing purple talent and cultivating at a rapid pace, could not break into the innate realm in less than a couple of years. Yet this youth advanced as if it were as simple as eating and drinking. How could she remain calm? Never having entertained the thought of taking on a disciple, at that moment, she was completely captivated. Without a second thought, she took a Pingjiang step into the air, quickly arriving beside Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng, who had just broken through to the innate realm, was preparing to follow Sword Elder's instructions to find an innate level beast to stabilize his cultivation, he suddenly noticed a woman standing before him. The woman, clad in snow-white garments, was exceedingly beautiful. Yet Lin Feng's eyes were filled with wariness as she regarded him with an almost fervent gaze. "May I inquire who you are?" Lin Feng asked, cautious. "Little one, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Wanjiao from Chaoxia Valley, a sacred ground of the eastern region. I have come to ask you a question. Will you be my disciple?" The woman, standing gracefully in the air, looked down at Lin Feng. "Become a disciple?" Lin Feng was taken aback, quickly responding, "I'm sorry, senior, but I already have a master." "Already have a master?" Su Wanjiao's brow furrowed involuntarily. A talent as extraordinary as this youth's actually had a master? Then may I ask, who is your master? "My master and I reside at the Pingjiang Sect, just 100 miles away," Lin Feng replied directly. The Pingjiang Sect? Su Wanjiao was somewhat surprised. She had assumed Lin Feng's master would be a figure of great renown, yet he merely came from the Pingjiang Sect. As far as she knew, it was merely a second-rate force in the entire eastern region. A small second-rate sect could hardly attract her attention, so how could they possess such a prodigious disciple? A disciple of this caliber should only be found under the auspices of a sacred ground like hers. "Little one, the Pingjiang Sect is merely a second-rate sect in the eastern region. With your talent, you should pursue a better path rather than languishing in such a minor sect," Su Wanjiao declared, extending an olive branch. "Chaoxia Valley is one of the sacred grounds of the eastern region. If you agree, I can take you away right now, and I'm sorry, I'm not interested," Lin Feng reiterated, unreservedly declining. Seeing the youth remain unmoved, Su Wanjiao could not help but feel somewhat frustrated. "Do you not understand the power of a sacred ground?" "I do," Lin Feng replied, for Sword Elder had long since enlightened him on such matters. "Then why do you refuse?" Su Wanjiao frowned at Lin Feng, still unwilling to give up. "If you agree to be my disciple, you will have access to cultivation resources, advanced techniques, and weapons and treasures of your choosing." It seemed mere verbal persuasion was insufficient to convince Lin Feng. She spoke. A fiery red long sword was drawn from her sleeve. With a flourish of her hand, sword energy surged, and flames danced in the air. Dazzling the eyes in a single stroke, she cleaved a nearby cliff in half. Such overwhelming power. Retrieving the long sword, Su Wanjiao gently caressed its blade, raising her lips to say, "This is Fire Dance, an 8th-rank divine weapon. One of the finest creations of the foremost artifact master of Chaoxia Valley. Should you agree, I can present it to you immediately." She then lifted her gaze to Lin Feng, expecting him to be awed by the sword's prowess. After all, despite his remarkable talent, his age and current strength limited his perspective. However, Lin Feng remained expressionless, not even glancing at the fire dance in her hand. "Senior, I have already stated that I have a master, so there is no need for further discussion. I will not agree," Lin Feng firmly rejected. Let alone a minor sacred ground in the eastern region, even if one of the sacred grounds of this continent were to offer him something, it could not compare to what Zhong Qing had given him. Indeed, Even if someone were to present something more precious than what Zhong Qing provided at this moment, Lin Feng would still refuse. His loyalty lay solely with Zhong Qing. Meanwhile, within the wild ring, Sword Elder was nearly doubled over with laughter. What point did an 8th-rank broken weapon dare to seek his attention? In the eyes of that individual on Mufu Peak, an 8th-rank broken sword would scarcely qualify even as a firewood stick. That was no exaggeration to say that even a mere drop from the fingernail of Zhong Qing would far exceed what this so-called sacred ground could offer. Watching Lin Feng depart without a glance back, Su Wanjiao stood there, holding the fire dance, momentarily stunned. A surge of anger erupted within her. She had been ignored by this youth, yet, considering Lin Feng's talent, she quelled her rising fury, reasoning that perhaps this young man simply had not seen the world and did not comprehend the disparity between a sacred ground and a second-rate sect. Moreover, from his words, he seemed to hold his master in high regard. This was a commendable quality. Since she could not sway this young man, she would simply target his master directly. In Su Wanjiao's view, a mere second-rate sect could not pose much of a challenge, even if Lin Feng was the direct disciple of the sect leader. She could approach them with reason, presenting substantial benefits that would appeal to them. It should not be difficult to secure this disciple, as Lin Feng's master would surely understand that becoming her disciple would ultimately be for Lin Feng's benefit. Under her guidance, and with the resources of Chaoxia Valley, Lin Feng would undoubtedly reach greater heights. With this thought, she temporarily set aside her irritation and followed Lin Feng at a measured distance. After departing, Lin Feng sought out several innate-level beasts within the forest and engaged them in battle. After a series of fights, his newly gained cultivation became exceedingly solid, and he also gained considerable practical experience. Satisfied with the completion of this endeavor, Lin Feng did not linger further and made his way back towards Mufu Peak. 100 miles was no challenge for Lin Feng now, and before long, he returned to Mufu Peak. Meanwhile, in the sky above Mufu Peak, Su Wanjiao stood poised, taking in the entirety of the peak. Is this where that little one's master resides? She mused. With that, she took a step into the air. The next moment, she found herself atop Mufu Peak. Chapter 10. A pond with no exit. Why is this mountain devoid of people? So eerily silent? Yet the scenery is quite delightful. Upon landing, Su Wanjiao surveyed her surroundings. She was not overly anxious about taking on a disciple. After all, she had already arrived. There was no chance of him escaping. She began to observe her environment, hoping to glean some insight about Lin Feng's master through subtle clues. For instance, the layout and decor could reveal the personality of the owner, and the presence of certain formations could indicate their strength. This way, discussions later on would proceed smoothly without unexpected complications. Perhaps it was due to her high regard for Lin Feng. Otherwise, she would not typically invest such effort. For ordinary individuals, she would merely offer benefits and negotiate the disciple's acceptance without concern. After a casual observation, Su Wanjiao could not help but murmur, "The master is likely just an ordinary cultivator, nothing particularly special." Well then, let me be direct and straightforward. If things do not go smoothly, I may have to resort to stronger measures given the talent of this disciple. Su Wanjiao decided this, and was about to open her spiritual sense to locate Zhong Qing's precise position when something deeply caught her attention. It was a small pond, measuring no more than 2 zhang in both length and width. Thick layers of snow piled around its edges. The water within the pond appeared murky for unknown reasons, seeming pitch black and bottomless. Yet in the center of this dark water floated a snow-white lotus flower. With 9 petals, it contrasted strikingly against the dark waters, resembling the bright moon on the night of the full moon. Su Wanjiao's gaze was captivated by this lotus. In the depths of winter, the sight of a white lotus blooming at the center of a pond was itself astonishing. The lotus emitted no unusual aura, appearing to be an ordinary plant. Yet, despite this, it drew Su Wanjiao in, compelling her to approach and pluck it. Unable to resist, she walked to the edge of the pond, her delicate feet encased in thick layers of profound energy. Stepping onto the water's surface, as her toes grazed the water, ripples spread across the dark pond. Thus, she advanced towards the lotus, step by step. However, after several strides, she sensed something amiss. The pond, being only 2 zhang wide and with a mere 1 zhang distance from the shore to the center, should have been easily traversable. Even a child could cover this distance in 10 steps. Yet after taking several steps, she found herself no closer to the lotus. In fact, from her perspective, the distance between her and the flower appeared unchanged. Su Wanjiao lightly furrowed her brow. she decided to leap lightly, propelling herself into the air to reach the lotus. Yet when she landed again, she found herself still at the same distance from the flower. Before she had time to be surprised, she suddenly realized she could no longer see the opposite shore of the pond. Looking around, not only could she not see the far shore, but the edge she had come from and both sides were also obscured from view. Aside from the lotus flower, which she could not reach, all around her was an endless expanse of black water, as if she were adrift at sea. An illusion? How intriguing! Observing this scene, a playful smile crept onto Su Wanjiao's lips. Let us see how I shall break your illusion. Su Wanjiao remained calm and collected, choosing to sit cross-legged upon the water's surface, entering a meditative state. Go dispel a typical illusion. One merely needed to maintain a focused mind, steady as water, allowing it to resolve itself without confrontation. After a brief period of entering a state of forgetfulness, Su Wanjiao reopened her beautiful eyes, expecting the illusion to vanish. However, she found herself still surrounded by the endless black water, with the radiant white lotus as the only reference point. This is rather interesting. Su Wanjiao's expression grew serious. Since I could not dispel it through that method, I shall resort to sheer force. Su Wanjiao was exceedingly confident in her abilities. Though she was among the younger generation, she was the foremost among the young elite in Chaosha Valley's history, having reached the Moon Xian realm a year prior. Ha! With a gentle shout, abundant energy coalesced in her jade palm. Then, with a thunderous strike, she slammed down upon the water's surface. Boom! In an instant, the water beneath her erupted, generating massive waves that surged for dozens of li. With her full power as a Moon Xian master, even a pond of merely 2 zhong in size could be instantly evaporated, and even the most formidable of illusions could not sustain itself if its foundational medium was disrupted. However, as she confidently awaited the illusion to shatter, she found that a considerable amount of time had passed. The effects of her earlier attack had settled back into calmness, yet the illusion remained unbroken, leaving her surrounded by the same endless expanse of black water. What? I cannot break the illusion. Su Wanjiao's brow furrowed tightly, and the playful expression vanished from her face. She directed her gaze towards the only reference point remaining, the white lotus. I shall not be deterred, she declared, soaring into the air, unleashing her full speed as a Moon Xian realm cultivator towards the lotus. Days passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Standing on the surface of the water, Su Wanjiao's delicate figure remained poised, her exquisite face still beautiful but now marred by fatigue and weariness. The calmness she had exuded earlier was replaced by a flickering anxiety in her eyes. After exerting her utmost speed towards the white lotus for 2 entire days, she had yet to escape this small pond, nor had she touched the lotus, which remained a mere distance of 1 zhong away from her. What kind of illusion is this? Su Wanjiao gritted her teeth. The overwhelming sense of helplessness from being trapped despite her best efforts began to instill a growing anxiety within her. She even attempted to use a communication jade slip to call for help from her sect. Yet it was as though her message had vanished into the void. Just then, she felt a disturbance beneath her feet in the water. Instinctively, she shot upward. When she rose 1,000 zhong and glanced down at the water's surface, her eyes widened in shock, because within that water, there unexpectedly swam a colossal creature, measuring an astonishing 10,000 fathoms in length. Its entire body was a vivid crimson, appearing somewhat blurred and indistinct, resembling both a dragon and a flood dragon, gliding slowly through the depths. As it moved, the surface of the water parted gently, revealing its arched back, which, when viewed from above, resembled a continuous mountain range stretching for miles. However, it was not the enormity of this creature that filled Su Wanjiao with dread. Rather, it was the aura it exuded. This presence was not directed at her, merely a faint, unintentional release. Yet, it was precisely this subtle hint of power that sent chills down her spine. She had no doubt that even a single breath from it would send her soul into oblivion. At the same time, a terrifying possibility began to dawn on her. Chapter 11. In the Sea of Suffering. Is this still humanity? The black sea she found herself in was not some mere illusion, but rather a realm of reality. It is widely acknowledged that illusions possess limitations. Although the strength of the illusionist may diminish these constraints, an illusion can never truly compare to the real world. Everything she encountered and witnessed seemed far beyond what an illusion could conjure. As this realization struck her, Su Wanjiao's breath quickened, and despair began to creep across her face. If this were indeed the case, her chances of escape were exceedingly slim. Yet, she could not fathom how such a being could exist within this small mountain peak. Looking up, she noticed snow beginning to fall from the sky, further chilling her heart. No, I cannot perish here. I must find a way out. Gritting her teeth, Su Wonjio set her sights on the only point of reference, a white lotus. In such an environment, without a reference point, even the most skilled cultivators would lose their sense of direction. It started snowing again. In the courtyard, Zhong Qing, reclining in a chair with a book, set it aside and slowly lifted his gaze to the drifting snowflakes outside. Zhong Qing had always found joy in snowy days. Since ancient times, it has been said that a plentiful harvest is heralded by auspicious snow. There was a time when he harbored dreams of being a chivalrous hero in the snow. He recalled those days spent at his grandmother's countryside home during the season when pear trees were in full bloom. As a child, he had taken the white plastic wrapping from a urea bag, cut it into a rectangle, and draped it over his shoulders. He had then cut a bamboo stalk from the back mountain, tied it with a red string, and secured it around his waist. Amidst the wind and snow, the chivalrous hero ventured forth, leaving no trace in the 300 meters of dogtail grass. Even after his arrival in this realm, he had spent a considerable amount of time lost in such fantasies, only for the relentless dog system to erode his passionate fervor. Now, even with the activation of this so-called waste system, it was still difficult for him to rekindle the fiery enthusiasm of his youth. After all, he need not cultivate. He could simply lie back and increase his power. So, if that were the case, why bother striving? Gradually, he adopted a more laid-back approach. Although he was not invincible yet, with the enhancement from the waste system, it was only a matter of time before he would be . Of course, he still needed to find a second waste disciple, as having another would exponentially amplify the feedback from his disciple's cultivation. However, since the dog system had not provided any hints, Zhong Qing could only let things unfold naturally for the time being. Yet, with nothing to occupy his time, he felt an itch of boredom. Rising, he picked up a bamboo fishing rod he had crafted and donned a straw hat before stepping outside towards a small pond at the back mountain. This pond was also a reward from his system sign-in. Zhong Qing understood that the gifts from the system were anything but ordinary, though he had yet to ascertain the specific effects of this pond, only knowing it was named the Sea of Suffering. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from fishing there. During his years of solitude on the mountain, when he lacked the power to cultivate and could not fast, this pond had been one of his sources of sustenance. However, as he approached the pond's edge, he was rendered dumbfounded. For he beheld a woman, stunningly beautiful, frantically swimming up and down in the pond. At times, her face showed despair. At others, she appeared to be in agony, only to rally herself and continue her frantic movements. This scene struck Zhong Qing as rather comical, yet he had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. The Sea of Suffering had been his sign-in reward 4 years prior, and he had since left it in this spot. Over the years, beings had inadvertently stumbled into the Sea of Suffering more than once or twice, including ordinary birds and beasts, as well as those with considerable cultivation. After wandering in the Sea of Suffering, aside from a few that drowned, all had frantically swum about within its bounds, unable to find their way out. Initially, Zhong Qing had been perplexed by this peculiar phenomenon. His insatiable curiosity had led him to venture into the water multiple times. However, he had never experienced the same oddity. The water was only chest deep. Diving in and swimming to the other side was easily achievable with a few strong kicks. Of course, he considered that as the master of this Sea of Suffering, it was understandable that such a strange phenomenon would not affect him. Yet, encountering a person, especially a woman, falling into his domain was indeed a first. Nevertheless, he had experience and had long prepared a net on the shore. The purpose of the net was to promptly retrieve any deceased creatures to reduce pollution, while also allowing him to improve his meals should he come across appetizing spirit beasts. Those that were neither dead nor hungry could be released after being caught, as they would only be a nuisance while he fished. Thus, when faced with this woman, he acted accordingly, aiming the net towards her. At this moment in the Sea of Suffering, Su Wonjio was on the verge of collapse. Her once proud cultivation felt utterly powerless within this realm of suffering. Regardless of how desperately she flapped her wings or unleashed her powers, it was all in vain. Just as she teetered on the edge of despair, she suddenly noticed a gigantic net appearing in the sky above her. The sight sent waves of panic surging through her heart. In this boundless black sea, How could a net possibly manifest in the heavens? Instinctively, she attempted to evade it, only to realize that the net spanned the entirety of her visible world, leaving her with no means of resistance. She was ensnared within it. In the next moment, she felt an immense force pulling her in a specific direction. This tugging sensation made her feel as though she were traversing through the void, crossing the vastness of the starry river, leaving her dizzy and her mind blank. However, during this disorientation, a gentle voice reached her ears. "My lady." Su Wenjiu jolted awake, her eyes widening, and she found herself beside a young man clad in white. Wearing a straw hat, he appeared youthful, exuding a gentle and cultured demeanor, wielding a bamboo fishing rod, with snowflakes accumulating on his shoulders as he regarded her. In this precarious moment, the sight of the young man startled Su Wenjiu, and she instinctively took a few steps back. After retreating twice, she found herself back at the edge of the sea of suffering. Turning back, she gazed at the Pingjiang-wide black pond and realized she had escaped the endless depths of the Black Sea. I actually made it out." Su Wenjiu was overwhelmed with a mix of shock and joy, nearly brought to tears. In her exhilaration, she turned her gaze back to the young man before her. Chapter 12. The Master of the Sea of Suffering. Could it be him? Upon closer inspection, aside from his extraordinary aura, the young man did not seem to possess any remarkable traits. Furthermore, she could not detect even a hint of cultivation emanating from him. However, she was not foolish enough to mistake this young man for an ordinary individual. The ease with which he had rescued her from that Black Sea spoke volumes of his exceptional nature. The absence of any discernible cultivation fluctuations could only imply one thing. He was a master of such profound strength that he could control his power at will. "May I ask, was it you who saved me, esteemed senior?" Su Wenjiu inquired cautiously and respectfully. Zhong Qing did not deny it and merely nodded. If he had not intervened, this woman would likely remain trapped within the confines of the pond. "I am Su Wenjiu, and I am grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed senior." She quickly bowed in appreciation. After expressing her gratitude, she could not help but voice her lingering curiosity. "If I may inquire, esteemed senior, what exactly is this pond?" Su Wenjiu gazed apprehensively at the small pond behind her, unable to suppress her question. "The Sea of Suffering," Zhong Qing replied nonchalantly. "The Sea of Suffering?" At his words, a thunderclap echoed in Su Wenjiu's mind. She had heard from the elders in her sect about an ancient sacred relic within the Buddhist sect known as the Sea of Suffering. It was said that those trapped within its depths would be unable to escape for eternity. The Sea of Suffering was indeed boundless. "Esteemed senior, is this the same Sea of Suffering from the ancient Buddhist sect?" Su Wenjiu asked, her breath quickening. Zhong Qing, while casting his bait into the pond from a small stool, could not help but roll his eyes at her question. "You ask me, but who shall I ask in return?" Nevertheless, given that the Sea of Suffering was a product of his system sign-in, it was entirely possible that it was the same one Su Wenjiu was referring to. "If you say so, then perhaps it is," Zhong Qing replied lightly. Upon hearing Zhong Qing's response, Su Wenjiu gasped, cold sweat trickling down her back. She had, in fact, traversed the Sea of Suffering. It seems I've hooked a fish." At that moment, the float in the pond began to bob, causing Zhong Qing's eyes to light up. Su Wenjiu, startled by the commotion, exclaimed in disbelief. This person was fishing in the Sea of Suffering. Before she could fully process it, she saw Zhong Qing reel in a small, 2-inch-long fish, fiery red in color, the name of which eluded her. Upon seeing this fish, Su Wenjiu instinctively took several steps back, her face paling dramatically. The moment she laid eyes on the fish, she was instantly reminded of the colossal creature she had encountered in the Sea of Suffering, a being that appeared as both a dragon and a flood dragon, its entire body of vibrant crimson. Particularly, its arched back, though varying in size, was a shape and scale she could never forget. In her shock, the fish also turned its gaze towards her. Almost immediately, a voice echoed in her mind. "Little one, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to escape the Sea of Suffering as well." This voice resonated in her mind like a thunderclap. The very fish that had just been caught was indeed the same colossal entity she had encountered in the Sea of Suffering. Her expression turned frantic as she regarded Zhong Qing with a newfound depth of apprehension. With a mere bamboo pole, he had drawn forth an existence comparable to a divine beast from the Sea of Suffering. What kind of celestial technique was this? "Little one, there is no need for alarm. He is the master of the Sea of Suffering, and he is helping me escape its grasp." We are both indebted to him for our salvation. You, being of the human race, may yet have the opportunity to serve your benefactor well. As for me, my role is merely to provide an additional dish for my benefactor's banquet, whether steamed or fried. Cherish the chance well. I must now return to the cycle of reincarnation. As the transmission faded, the fish was swiftly placed into the fish basket by Zhong Qing. Yet, Su Wenjio's heart remained in turmoil. The master of the sea of suffering. What did that even mean? She could scarcely fathom it. Glancing back at Zhong Qing, her feelings of gratitude and reverence had morphed into a profound fear and submission. It was akin to an ant, fully aware of its insignificance, gazing up at a towering adult elephant. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What brings you to my Mu Fu Peak? Zhong Qing inquired, having prepared the bait once more and turning his head towards Su Wenjio. This question left Su Wenjio utterly dumbfounded. If her suspicions were correct, the young man before her was likely the master of Lin Feng. Her purpose for coming was to negotiate with Lin Feng's master, seeking to take him on as her disciple. She had even contemplated using force if he refused her request. But now, how could she dare voice such intentions? Where would she find the audacity to do so? Reflecting on it now, perhaps falling into the sea of suffering was not entirely a misfortune. If she had not encountered this unexpected ordeal, she might have charged directly at Zhong Qing, demanding Lin Feng as her disciple. Who could say whether she would have emerged unscathed? While she had experienced considerable setbacks in the sea of suffering, at least she had managed to retain her life. Observing Su Wenjio's prolonged silence, Zhong Qing could not help but turn his head to look at her. Faced with Zhong Qing's scrutinizing gaze, Su Wenjio felt a surge of anxiety. She had yet to formulate a response, so she could only brace herself and awkwardly say, "Esteemed senior, would you believe me if I said I was merely passing through? And what do you think?" Zhong Qing replied, tilting his head to regard her. He, I don't believe it either." Su Wenjio wished for nothing more than to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. Facing Zhong Qing's inquisitive gaze, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Just then, amidst the icy landscape, a youthful figure darted into view, landing beside the two of them. Disciple greets master. The newcomer was none other than Lin Feng. "Disciple, what brings you to seek me? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhong Qing asked with a smile. "Master, it is like this. In about a month, I will likely reach the Chunxian realm." Lin Feng replied respectfully. "Once I reach the Chunxian realm, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I seek your permission to descend the mountain for a while." "Since you have matters to attend to, it is only natural that I grant you permission," Zhong Qing said kindly, ruffling Lin Feng's hair. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, Su Wenjio felt a wave of panic wash over her. It was as if her deepest fears had come to fruition. Desperately, she tried to evade his gaze, fearful of being recognized. Yet, how could Lin Feng, standing so tall, possibly overlook her? He immediately recognized her. "It's you?" Lin Feng stared at Su Wenjio in surprise. "Ah, you know her?" Zhong Qing inquired, glancing at Lin Feng. "Reporting to master, I was honing my skills in the forest 100 miles away to solidify my cultivation and gain some practical experience when I happened to encounter her." Lin Feng answered respectfully. "She mentioned that my rapid progress in cultivation might allow me to leave master and become her disciple." Chapter 13. The Divine Phoenix Bloodline? "I apologize, but you still do not meet the criteria to become my disciple." Utter nonsense. But before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Su Wenjio interjected with a firm shout, cutting him off. "I clearly remarked that, young man. Your cultivation is progressing rapidly, and I wish to learn from your esteemed master, not to become your disciple." In the heat of the moment, Su Wenjio's face flushed crimson. Her words left Lin Feng bewildered. The young boy scratched his head, blinking in confusion. "Did you really say that?" "Because I recall it differently." Lin Feng looked puzzled. "You even mentioned that you hailed from the Eastern Domain Sacred Land, claiming that joining the Sacred Land would be far better than being at Mu Fu Peak." "You must have misheard," Su Wenjio quickly clarified. "While I did mention my origins from the Sacred Land, what I meant was that I had never seen a disciple as rapidly advancing as you, which compelled me to wish to join Mu Fu Peak." "And what about the 8-rank sword you promised me? What is that all about?" Lin Feng pressed further. That was merely a means to solicit your assistance for an introduction. The 8-rank sword was a reward. In an effort to avoid offending Zhong Qing, Su Wenjio was now wholeheartedly weaving a tale to save herself. Her survival instincts were in full swing as she spoke. Fearing that Zhong Qing might not believe her, she respectfully clasped her hands and addressed him, esteemed senior, it is indeed as I say. Upon witnessing this young man's rapid cultivation, I surmised he must have an extraordinary master. In a moment of impulsiveness, I followed this young man to Mufu Peak, hoping to seek your guidance. I had no intention of intruding without your consent, and I hope you can forgive my recklessness. With that, Su Wanjiao knelt down, sincerely pleading for forgiveness. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Listening to Su Wanjiao's words, the sword within the chaotic realm could not help but scoff. Humph, I told you she didn't say that at all. Elder Jian, you heard it too. How could she be so shameless? Lin Feng's face was filled with anger. Just as he was about to expose this brazen woman's true nature alongside Zhong Qing, he was interrupted by a wave of Zhong Qing's hand. The truth of the matter was evident. He was no fool and needed no further elaboration. However, he was not particularly enraged. Ever since the hundredfold amplification was activated, the terrifying speed of Lin Feng's cultivation would make anyone envious, naturally igniting a desire to take him as a disciple. It was only human nature. Moreover, having followed him to Mufu Peak, this woman must have endured considerable hardship. Furthermore, despite her blatant lies, she maintained a somewhat sincere demeanor. Thus, he could hardly be bothered to pursue the matter further. My dear girl, you may leave now and refrain from returning to Mufu Peak in the future, Zhong Qing said, waving his hand dismissively. Su Wanjiao felt an intense heat wash over her. From Zhong Qing's attitude, she discerned that he was aware of her deceit. Blushing, she hurriedly offered a respectful apology. I apologize. Elder, I lied just now and I shouldn't have behaved that way. It is my fault for being blind to the truth and disrespecting you. With a talent for cultivation as rapid as that of your esteemed disciple, I am utterly unworthy to take him as my disciple. However, Elder, what I said afterward was indeed heartfelt. I genuinely wish to become your disciple. I hope you will consider my request. Su Wanjiao spoke with utmost respect. Now that she faced Zhong Qing, she truly harbored thoughts of becoming his disciple, for he was the first person in her life who seemed unfathomable, not to mention she had witnessed the depths of suffering and the terrifying methods to extricate oneself from such depths. Thus, it would be no mistake to seek him as a master. Her words, however, astonished Zhong Qing somewhat. While he could not say he felt any fondness for this woman, at least he no longer harbored any ill will. But to take her as a disciple, Zhong Qing could not help but scrutinize Su Wanjiao. After a moment, he shook his head. My dear girl, you do not meet my criteria for accepting disciples. You may leave. Just moments ago, Zhong Qing had utilized his divine eye to observe her, and indeed, her talent was exceptionally remarkable. However, it could not activate a bond. To him, it was utterly useless. Moreover, he had no intention of teaching, rendering the whole notion of accepting a disciple unnecessary for both parties. Not meeting the criteria. Su Wanjiao felt a blow to her pride. It was worth noting that with her talent and strength, she had shattered the historical records of Chaoxia Valley. In the past, those venerable seniors had fought fiercely to take her as a disciple, even resorting to various underhanded tactics, yet none could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to educate her collectively, which quelled the discord. Thus, as the saintess of Chaoxia Valley, she technically did not have a true master. Yet, she had not disappointed anyone, having reached the Moon Xian realm at merely 20-something years of age. It was no exaggeration to say she was the future of Chaoxia Valley. But today, before Zhong Qing, she found herself unworthy even of becoming a disciple. The more this reality struck her, the less she wished to give up. She understood that her encounter with Zhong Qing at Mufu Peak could very well be a disaster or perhaps a rare opportunity. She resolved to reveal her greatest secret. This secret was known only to a select few within Chaoxia Valley. No one else was aware. If it were to leak before her strength had matured, both Chaoxia Valley and her own existence could face annihilation. She believed that once she disclosed her secret, Zhong Qing would reconsider and accept her as a disciple. Elder, aside from my innate talent, I actually harbor a hidden secret unknown to others. Su Wanjiao took a deep breath, preparing to muster the courage to reveal this secret. However, before she could utter a word, Zhong Qing preemptively spoke. I know, you possess a trace of the ancient divine phoenix bloodline within you. Zhong Qing said nonchalantly. When he had used his divine eye to observe her, he had already discerned this. Under the scrutiny of the divine eye, one's strength, talent, and hidden qualities were laid bare, with no secrets remaining. Su Wanjiao's eyes widened, her lips forming an O in disbelief as she gazed at Zhong Qing. The divine phoenix bloodline, which he had always taken pride in and believed she had concealed well, was already known to him, and he had stated it so casually. "My dear girl, I must apologize. But even with the divine phoenix bloodline, you still do not meet my criteria for discipleship. Please take your leave." Zhong Qing, having just caught a fish, recalled that he had fulfilled his goal of satisfying his hunger for the day, so he began to tidy up his belongings to return. "Disciple, see our guest off?" "Yes." Watching Zhong Qing depart, Su Wanjiao's expression darkened. The words echoed in her mind, "Even with the divine phoenix bloodline, you still do not meet my criteria for discipleship." That statement had effectively shattered what little pride she had left. Chapter 14. The second disciple Su Wanjiao left Mufu Peak and hurried back to Chaosha Valley. Flying through the skies, she gazed at the receding silhouette of Pingjiang Sect, her heart tumultuous. Who could have imagined that within this modest sect lay such a formidable presence? Until now, she had grown up under numerous accolades, somewhat self-important, but this outing had enlightened her on the concept of there are always greater forces beyond. Her little bit of prestige paled in comparison to true strength. Regardless of Zhong Qing, even Lin Feng's cultivation speed was something she could never hope to match. She was determined to inform her sect that the people of Pingjiang Sect must not be offended. As days passed, the earth began to awaken from its slumber, and temperatures grew warmer. Sunlight bathed the land, and soon flowers and grasses began to break through the soil, heralding the season of revival. Clad in white robes, Zhong Qing reclined on a lounge chair, reflecting on his cultivation. Host: Zhong Qing cultivation level, Moon Xian realm, disciple, Lin Feng, innate pinnacle cultivation, 100-fold amplification activated. Activated bonds, waste talent bond 1-2, acquired body, none. Acquired special skills, old 6 halo, divine eye. Since accepting Lin Feng and activating the 100-fold amplification, Zhong Qing had, within a mere month, directly progressed from the Star Xian realm to the current Moon Xian realm, thanks to Lin Feng's cultivation feedback. Such speed, if known, would undoubtedly evoke envy among countless individuals. Take Su Wanjiao, for instance. Though she too was at the Moon Xian realm, she had built her foundation from stumbling beginnings, coupled with the substantial support of Chaosha Valley, to reach this stage. Comparatively, Zhong Qing's ascent was effortless. Lin Feng's cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of innate mastery, merely a step away from the Qian Xian realm, after which he would officially enter the ranks of genuine experts. Though this speed was impressive, Zhong Qing felt an urgent need to find a second waste talent disciple. He murmured to himself, for the difference in feedback between waste talent bond 1-2 and 2-2 was monumental, thousands to 10,000 times. However, after some research, Zhong Qing discovered that the system's criteria for a waste talent were exceedingly stringent. It had to be someone utterly incapable of absorbing spiritual energy. In a world centered on cultivation, finding such an individual was, in a sense, more challenging than discovering one with purple talent. For even ordinary people, merely pretending to meditate and absorb the world's spiritual energy would result in some degree of enhancement to their physical constitution. Otherwise, Zhong Qing would have long since ventured into the mundane world to randomly recruit someone as a stand-in. Perhaps the system had heard his lamentations as a long-awaited voice finally echoed, "Ding, potential disciple detected. Please proceed to collect." Oh? Zhong Qing's eyes brightened as he sat up. "Please proceed immediately to Tianyue City. A suitable candidate is currently there." With the system's instruction, Zhong Qing felt a sense of direction guiding him. Tianyue City, you say? After swiftly organizing his belongings, he made his way to Tianyue City, eagerly anticipating the 10,000-fold amplification response from his disciple. With his cultivation at the Moon Xian realm, he could traverse thousands of miles in a day. Tianyue City was merely 800 miles from Pingjiang Sect, and soon, Zhong Qing arrived there. The city bustled with activity, vibrant and thriving. Although it was a mortal city, it served as a hub for several sects nearby, including Pingjiang Sect, which procured various necessities there, resulting in a plethora of cultivators visible throughout the city. Following the system's guidance, Zhong Qing made his way to Tianyue Plaza. Upon arriving at Tianyue Plaza, he found it already teeming with people. At the center sat several elderly men, flanked by uniformed disciples from their sect. Beneath these elders were several talent testing stones, with many individuals queuing up for their assessments. This scene resembled Zhong Qing's previous experience at Pingjiang Sect when recruiting disciples. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Zhong Qing soon grasped the specifics of the situation. The Flying Dagger Sect needed to replenish its outer disciples and was openly recruiting at Tianyue Plaza. The Flying Dagger Sect was a first-rate sect in the eastern region, far surpassing Pingjiang Sect. Such an opportunity was invaluable to many ordinary folk. However, it appeared they were nearing the end of the recruitment process. Congratulations to those who have tested positive for white talent or above. You may board the Flying Dagger Sect's flying vessel and officially become our outer disciples. A voice boomed from the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect. Soon as this announcement was made, those who had tested positive for white talent displayed expressions of joy, while many others hung their heads in disappointment. Zhong Qing, however, was uninterested in this and instead sought out his future disciple among the throngs of people. At that moment, among the rejected crowd, a filthy little boy approached the stage and bowed to the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect. "What are you doing here, you, a rejected one?" A disciple of the Flying Dagger Sect moved to shoo him away. Seeing this, the boy hastily pulled a token from his ragged pocket. "Elder, I possess a Flying Dagger token. May I become a disciple of the Flying Dagger Sect?" "The Flying Dagger token?" The elder raised an eyebrow in surprise. There indeed existed such a token. Anyone holding it could unconditionally join the Flying Dagger Sect. After the boy presented the token, the elder examined its authenticity. Once he confirmed it was genuine, he looked down at the little boy and asked, "Where did you acquire this Flying Dagger token?" Reporting to the elder, 5 years ago, an elder of the Flying Dagger Sect was pursued and gravely injured. He presented this token to my parents, seeking their aid in saving his life, promising that anyone bearing this token could join the Flying Dagger Sect unconditionally. However, to protect his whereabouts, my parents were killed by his enemies. Before dying, my father entrusted this token to me. The boy spoke with sincerity, tears welling in his eyes as he recounted the tale of his parents' demise. Upon hearing the boy's account, the elder quickly deduced its authenticity. Indeed, 5 years prior, such an incident had occurred. Their grand elder had been pursued and gravely wounded, ultimately saved by a mortal family. However, the elder's face remained expressionless, and he looked at the filthy little boy with a hint of disdain. After a long pause, he crushed the Flying Dagger token into dust and casually waved his hand, saying, "Consider yourself a servant disciple. Once you enter the sect, you can mine for the sect." "Servant disciple?" the boy murmured, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. That should at least provide enough to eat. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." This was when Zhong Qing finally identified his potential disciple, none other than this little boy. However, to his surprise, before he could make a move, the boy had already joined the Flying Dagger Sect. Moreover, he never anticipated the tragic backstory of his future disciple. Zhong Qing felt a sense of disdain toward the actions of the Flying Dagger Sect. While the boy may not possess talent, his parents had saved the life of a key figure within the sect. Upon joining, he should at least receive fair treatment, not be relegated to menial labor. Assigning him a trivial role, ensuring the child would not suffer from hunger, would incur nearly no burden on the Flying Dagger Sect. Nevertheless, he was about to become Zhong Qing's disciple. Chapter 15. Crushing the same level, however, just as Zhong Qing contemplated how to approach the Flying Dagger Sect to take this disciple under his wing, a man descended from the sky. With fiery red hair, glimmering crimson eyes, and a faint aura of dark energy surrounding him. He approached. "Who goes there?" Upon seeing the man, the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect furrowed his brow, standing abruptly and casting a dark gaze towards the newcomer. "Calm down, esteemed elder. I am Blood Frenzy." The man flashed his eerie eyes and bowed slightly to the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect. "Blood Frenzy? The disciple of the red-haired old demon?" The elder of the Flying Dagger Sect gasped in surprise. "Indeed, you are quite well informed," Blood Frenzy chuckled. "That is only natural," the elder replied, his demeanor growing more cordial upon confirming the man's identity. Blood Frenzy's master was renowned throughout the region as a formidable rogue cultivator. Despite practicing somewhat dark arts, no one could deny his overwhelming strength at the Moon Xian realm. Even their sect's ancestors might struggle against him. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your unexpected visit?" "Blood Frenzy?" the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect asked with a smile. "I have a small request." Blood Frenzy smirked, his gaze shifting towards the little boy from earlier. This child has been afflicted by a certain toxin since childhood. Though not lethal, the prolonged exposure has intertwined it with his blood essence. I cultivate the technique passed down by my master. I require the blood and heart of someone possessing this toxin as a medicinal catalyst. Although such a physique can be cultivated, it takes considerable time. Thus, I have come to request this child's assistance. The elder of the Flying Dagger sect hesitated. Elder, this boy is merely a waste. His absence or presence bears no impact on your sect. If you grant me this favor, it will be remembered. Blood Frenzy's tone was both persuasive and reasonable. The elder remained indecisive. He was not concerned for the boy's life, but rather the sect's reputation. Associating with a rogue cultivator like Blood Frenzy could tarnish their standing. However, reflecting on Blood Frenzy's words, he realized they held merit. After all, the boy was just a waste. His loss or gain was inconsequential. Most importantly, it would secure a personal favor from Blood Frenzy. After deliberation, the elder smiled faintly. Since you, Blood Frenzy, have made a request, how could I refuse? No, please don't. The little boy cried out in despair, trembling with rage. He never anticipated that the turning point of his life would be so cruel. Elder, please, I beg you. Don't. I am now a disciple of the Flying Dagger sect. My parents saved the life of an elder from your sect. The boy pleaded desperately. Upon hearing this, the elder hesitated. After all, the boy's parents had indeed saved the life of their grand elder, if the grand elder chose to pursue this matter. With that thought in mind, he took out a jade slip to contact the grand elder within the sect. Humph, just a mere mortal, and you come to consult me? The Flying Dagger token was given to his parents, not him. Since his parents are deceased, the token is naturally void. The voice of the grand elder emerged from the jade slip, imbued with impatience. With those words, the little boy collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Many years ago, his parents undertook a perilous rescue, motivated by their wish to see him wield the famed Flying Dagger token, in hopes of liberating him from the torment of an ordinary life and elevating him to greatness. Little did they anticipate that the life they sacrificed to save would lead to such an individual. Had they known, he would have never come here today. In the meantime, the Flying Dagger sect learned of the elder's stance and issued a resolute command, stating, regardless of the validity of the Flying Dagger token, you have already become a disciple of the Flying Dagger sect, and as such, should heed the sect's commands, willingly sacrificing for the sect's interests. Although those present felt a sense of disgrace at the sect's actions, none spoke up for the young boy. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. The cold and indifferent demeanor of the Flying Dagger sect extinguished the boy's spirit. With reddened eyes, he etched the sect's behavior and this bitter hatred deep within his heart, and with a surge of emotion, he broke away from the crowd, desperate to escape. Observing the boy's attempt to flee, Bloodmad smirked coldly, unperturbed. After the boy had distanced himself, he slowly raised his palm, unleashing a surge of energy towards him. As the energy approached, despair clouded the boy's face, his heart brimming with unwillingness. Yet, in that critical moment, a figure cloaked in white appeared before him, shielding him from harm. With a mere flick of the wrist, the incoming energy was dissipated effortlessly. The sudden turn of events drew the attention of all present to the figure in white. "Who are you?" Bloodmad barked, his face twisted with murderous intent. However, Zhong Qing paid him no mind, instead crouching down to wipe the tears from the boy's face, gently asking, "What is your name?" The boy, gazing at Zhong Qing, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. No one else had spoken for him, yet here was Zhong Qing, standing protectively behind him. "My name is Su Yi. Thank you for saving my life." In a moment of deep appreciation, he knelt before Zhong Qing. "Su Yi, a fine name." Zhong Qing replied with a soft smile before inquiring, "Su Yi, would you like to take me as your master?" Upon hearing Zhong Qing's offer, Su Ye's youthful face was painted with disbelief. To him, merely becoming a servant disciple of the Flying Dagger sect would have been a satisfaction beyond his wildest dreams. He never dared to hope that someone would take him as a disciple, let alone someone as formidable as Zhong Qing, who could so easily disrupt Bloodmad's attack with a mere wave. Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed his head, proclaiming, "Su Yi is willing to. I pay my respects to my master." "Ha ha ha, splendid," Zhong Qing beamed, helping Su Yi to his feet. That moment, a voice echoed in Zhong Qing's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken on a disciple. Successfully activated the waste material bond 22. Waste material bond 22. The disciple's cultivation speed can be enhanced by 100-fold, and the host will receive a 10,000-fold cultivation feedback." As the system's voice faded, Zhong Qing felt a significant surge in his own cultivation as Lin Feng trained, elevating his own power tenfold. This sensation was akin to being propelled by a rocket. Yet, the system's voice continued. Congratulations, host, on the first activation of the waste material bond 2-2, granting the host the ability to crush opponents of the same level. Crushing ability. Against those of the same level or lower, the host can obliterate them with any attack. Host. Zhong Qing. Cultivation. Moon Profound Realm. Disciple. Lin Feng. Innate Cultivation. Hundredfold Enhancement in progress. Disciple. Suyi. No Cultivation. Hundredfold Enhancement pending. Activated bonds. Waste Material Bond 2-2. More bonds awaiting development. Acquired Physique. None. Acquired Special Skills. Old 6 Halo. Heavenly Eye. Crushing Ability. Crushing Ability, one might call it superfluous, yet it certainly simplifies matters. Zhong Qing slowly curved his lips into a smile. Are you deaf? I am speaking to you. At that moment, blood mad, seeing that Zhong Qing was ignoring him, was driven to madness. Having cultivated demonic techniques, his own power had reached the peak of the Chen Profound Realm, rivaling even the elders of second-rate sections with his master's name alone. He could stride through this vast region. Yet, here was Zhong Qing, not only hindering his ambitions but also daring to disregard him completely. In that instant, Bloodmad resolved to condemn Zhong Qing to death. Chapter 16. Spare no one who has wronged you. After finishing his conversation with Suyi, Zhong Qing finally turned his gaze toward Bloodmad. Pingjiang Sect, Mufu Peak Master, Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing of Mufu Peak. Upon hearing Zhong Qing's words, Bloodmad's expression shifted to one of recognition, as did the elders of the Flying Dagger Sect and the onlookers. Clearly, everyone was intrigued by Zhong Qing's identity. Moments later, someone recalled Zhong Qing's background. He was the so-called Waste Peak Master of the Pingjiang Sect, a useless individual picked up from the outside world. Someone pointed at Zhong Qing and exclaimed. With that reminder, others quickly recalled the same. After all, in this eastern region, there was some mutual understanding among the various sections. So it's you, the Waste. Bloodmad's face twisted into a cold smirk as he scoffed. You don't seem as useless as the rumors suggest. You actually managed to withstand 1/10 of my strength. However, even the sect master of your Pingjiang Sect must treat me with respect. As a mere peak master, what gives you the audacity to meddle? Bloodmad's voice boomed, questioning Zhong Qing with a heavy tone. Initially, he had expected Zhong Qing to be a formidable character, only to find him lacking. The elders of the Flying Dagger Sect also wore smirks, as they were prepared to grant Bloodmad a favor due to the old red-haired ghost. Zhong Qing narrowed his eyes and replied leisurely, I suggest you return from whence you came before I change my mind. What audacity! Bloodmad was almost laughing in anger. Many in the crowd joined in laughter, particularly the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect, who seemed to hear the greatest joke. The peak master of a mere Mufu Peak. Where did he find the courage to speak such words? Surely he did not believe that withstanding 1/10 of Bloodmad's attack meant he could contend with him. In a real battle, even I might not be able to hold my ground. All eyes in the crowd were mockingly fixed on Zhong Qing. Kid, I'll give you a chance. First, bring me my drug guide. Then crawl through my legs and sever an arm. I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make your corpse lie here, and your Pingjiang Sect won't dare utter a word, let alone come to apologize with gifts. Enough, Zhong Qing replied dismissively, utterly unfazed, regarding Bloodmad as nothing more than a jumping clown. Witnessing Zhong Qing's blatant disregard for him, Bloodmad's fury reached its zenith. Very well, you choose to drink the punishment instead of the wine. As he spoke, Bloodmad flipped his palm, enveloped in dense black mist, advancing towards Zhong Qing, rapidly closing the distance. This kid is done for, he deserves it. Why provoke Bloodmad? The crowd believed Zhong Qing was doomed. However, facing this attack, Zhong Qing remained unperturbed, his garments rustling with the energy as he slowly raised a single finger, pressing down as if crushing an ant. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. Bloodmad's attack crumbled effortlessly beneath Zhong Qing's finger, which soon loomed over him. What? No! The sheer might of the strike shattered Bloodmad's psychological defenses, and his expression shifted dramatically as he cried out, Stop! My master is the red-haired old ghost. If you kill me, he won't let you off. He will ensure your entire clan, including the Pingjiang Sect, pays the price. Yet, undeterred by Bloodmad's final threat, Zhong Qing remained unmoved. With that single finger, he enveloped Bloodmad entirely. In the stunned silence of all present, Bloodmad was instantaneously vaporized. leaving no trace behind, not even a shred of flesh. The only remnant of his existence was his dying scream echoing across the square, after which he vanished without a trace. In that moment, the crowd fell into a deathly silence, their gazes fixed on Zhong Qing, hearts churning with tumultuous waves. Is this truly the so-called Waste Peak master from the outside world? Bloodmad was at the pinnacle of the Qian profound realm, nearly invincible within that realm, and even capable of escaping from those of the star profound realm. Yet such strength was effortlessly extinguished by Zhong Qing's nonchalant finger, a feat not much harder than squashing an ant. That moment, those who had just mocked and derided him fell silent, shrinking away, too afraid to meet Zhong Qing's gaze. Nevertheless, Zhong Qing had no intention of sparing them. Most were merely at the innate or postnatally attained realms. Zhong Qing lacked even the interest to raise a hand. A mere glance was sufficient. These individuals exploded collectively, showering the area in blood mist. This was the effect of crushing ability, a swift and effortless method to eliminate those of the same level and below, requiring nothing more than a single gesture or even just a look. The scene instilled fear in the onlookers, prompting them to retreat. Who could have anticipated that the much-maligned Mufu Peak Waste was, in fact, such a formidable and fearsome deity? Simultaneously, they felt fortunate not to have spoken ill of him earlier. Disciple, today marks the first lesson I impart to you, Zhong Qing said, turning to Suyi. We must not initiate any heinous deeds. Yet we shall not spare anyone who has wronged us. Suyi, utterly astonished by Zhong Qing's ability to annihilate Bloodmad with a mere finger, felt an inexplicable sense of vindication. Tears streamed down his face as he experienced for the first time what it felt like to have someone backing him. In that moment, Zhong Qing's words embodied the very essence of truth to him. Yes, master, I understand, Suyi replied, clenching his teeth and nodding earnestly. Zhong Qing affectionately ruffled Su Ye's hair before shifting his gaze toward the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect. Sensing Zhong Qing's stare, the elder instinctively took 2 steps back in fright. As a lowly elder of the Flying Dagger Sect, his cultivation barely reached the peak of the Qian profound realm, and he matched Bloodmad only evenly. With no doubt in his mind that Zhong Qing could easily obliterate him as well, he couldn't help but tremble. I had no part in what transpired between you and Bloodmad. While I may have spoken out of turn, I am an elder of the Flying Dagger Sect. If you harm me, it would undoubtedly be a declaration of war against my sect. What are you doing? What do you want? Stop right there, as he spoke. The elder, terror-stricken, lost control of his bodily functions, collapsing to his knees before Zhong Qing. The once mighty elder now appeared utterly pathetic, drawing gasps of disbelief from the crowd. Zhong Qing himself was taken aback by the elder's cowardice, his face reflecting disdain. This was a classic case of preying on the weak. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected, considering Zhong Qing's terrifying prowess. Bloodmad had been reduced to nothingness with a mere finger, and none of those who had spoken out against him had been spared. If Zhong Qing truly wished to kill this elder, he knew his status would offer him no protection. After all, if Bloodmad could be killed, what was he? A mere elder of the Flying Dagger Sect. Chapter 17. The body of heavenly calamity as the elder knelt. Other disciples of the Flying Dagger Sect, panicked and unsure of how to proceed, began to kneel in small groups. Disciple, take a look. This is the Flying Dagger Sect you wish to join. Zhong Qing couldn't help but mock. Suyi gritted his teeth, unable to forget how the sect disregarded his parents' past kindness in saving the elder, attempting to forcibly hand him over to Bloodmad. The contrast between their earlier demeanor and their current supplication was starkly ironic. I withdraw my application to join the Flying Dagger Sect. A youth who had been accepted as a disciple spoke up. Me too. I withdraw. With the first voice of dissent, a herd mentality took over, and those who had eagerly sought to join the Flying Dagger Sect began to retract their applications. In truth, many felt a chill when they learned of Su Ye's backstory, especially when they saw the elder attempting to hand him over to Bloodmad. Yet no one dared to voice their concerns at that time. Begone! Zhong Qing had no interest in the Flying Dagger Sect elder, kicking him aside. The elder, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly left with a group of disciples, their tails between their legs. Disciple, let us return to the peak, Zhong Qing said, taking Su Ye's hand, and they soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the crowd's view in the blink of an eye. As they departed, the onlookers remained stunned, unable to process the events that had unfolded. One anticipated such a turn of events from what they had perceived as a typical sect. Yet, Zhong Qing's reputation soared throughout Tianyue City, becoming the subject of countless discussions over tea and meals. "Master, can you train me to become powerful?" Su Yi suddenly asked in midair. "Of course," Zhong Qing replied with a smile. "Then I want to kill." "Who do you wish to kill?" "I want to kill the elder of the Flying Dagger Sect." Su Ye's expression was resolute as he stated, "His life was paid for by my parents. He owes them a debt, and now I wish to collect it." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Zhong Qing couldn't help but pause, then burst into hearty laughter, praising, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are my disciple. I assure you that before long, you will reclaim that life." Ruffling Su Ye's hair, Zhong Qing's face radiated pride. After witnessing the events of the day, it seemed that his disciple had undergone a transformation, in the realm of cultivation. Such is the way. Soon, the two arrived back at Mufu Peak. Upon their return, Zhong Qing immediately contacted Lin Feng through sound transmission. Lin Feng soared from the horizon and landed, spotting Su Yi beside Zhong Qing. "Master, is this your new little junior brother?" Lin Feng inquired with excitement. "Indeed, from now on, you will be responsible for looking after your junior brother," Zhong Qing said with a gentle smile, also introducing Su Yi to Lin Feng's identity. "Greetings, senior brother." Su Yi respectfully bowed. "Oh, junior brother, you are too polite. You can stay right next to me. My place is a veritable treasure trove." Lin Feng enthusiastically welcomed his new little brother, personally guiding him to settle in and familiarizing him with everything about Mufu Peak. The body of heavenly calamity. Zhong Qing reclined in a chair within the courtyard, personally selecting cultivation techniques for Su Yi. Through the heavenly eye, he discerned that Su Yi was not afflicted by the alleged poison that Blood Mad had claimed, but rather possessed a unique constitution known as the body of heavenly calamity. This constitution, once activated, would render even a single cell of his body inherently toxic. Even unactivated, it was beyond the capacity of a mere Blood Mad to endure. Had Blood Mad truly treated Su Yi as a drug guide for cultivation, he would not only have failed to break through but would have met his demise. However, activating the body of heavenly calamity required specific cultivation techniques. Ultimately, Zhong Qing chose an imperial-level technique named Calamity Abyss, which perfectly complemented Su Ye's constitution and, crucially, could suppress the toxicity of the body of heavenly calamity from leaking out. He also selected an imperial-level Dark Claw as a weapon, which Lin Feng was to deliver to him, and instructed Lin Feng to teach Su Yi the supposed mantra. Once Su Yi commenced his cultivation, Zhong Qing quietly activated the hundredfold enhancement. Following the activation, coupled with the imperial-level technique's amplification, it was but a moment before the sounds of Su Ye's breakthroughs echoed from Mufu Peak. Body refinement first layer, body refinement second layer, body refinement third layer. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing received a 10,000-fold feedback. However, due to the vast disparity in their realms, even as Su Yi surged through multiple layers, Zhong Qing could not break through even a single one. Yet, Zhong Qing remained patient. Two disciples, each experiencing a hundredfold enhancement, combined with the 10,000-fold feedback of oneself, it is but a matter of time before they elevate their realms. I am the desolate, as he observed Su Yi, whose progress seemed to accelerate as if propelled by spatial transmission. Jian Lao could not help but lament, "Alas, it will not be long before you two youngsters surpass my peak. Even if I were to be resurrected then, I would merely be trailing behind you as an afterthought." Such a sentiment is undeniably complex. As he reflected on how arduous and awe-inspiring his own peak realm had been, he could not help but feel a sense of defeat upon realizing that others merely had to meditate and recite a mantra to achieve what he had struggled for. Simultaneously, he could not help but marvel again at the terrifying nature of Zhong Qing's mysterious mantra. What could this mantra be that possesses such formidable power? If only I could one day become Zhong Qing's disciple and learn this mantra. At the same time, news of Zhong Qing's decisive action against Shuequang reached the Pingjiang Sect. When this information reached the ears of the elders and peak masters, they hurried to the main peak of Xinjiang. "Sect Master, is this true?" An elder could not contain his curiosity. "It seems you are already aware," Xinyuan Hong remarked with a sigh. "I have just received confirmation. It is indeed true." With Xinyuan Hong's affirmation, everyone gasped in astonishment. Initially, they had regarded Zhong Qing as a mere slacker, idling away at Mufu Peak, never imagining that he had vanquished the formidable Duan Feng at the main peak of Xinjiang. That alone had been shocking enough, yet they were unprepared for the revelation that Zhong Qing had effortlessly dispatched Shuequang as well, It seems our junior brothers are quite exceptional. We clearly underestimated them. Xinyuan Hong lamented. A talent of such caliber has been overlooked by us all along. Chapter 18. My Mufu Peak self-defense is justifiable indeed. The other elders and peak masters echoed, their voices filled with admiration. Zhong Qing is scarcely 18 or 19 years old. Initially, when Zhong Qing killed Duanfeng, we speculated he must have reached the peak of the Changxian realm since Duanfeng was at the later stages of that realm. However, that was a generous assumption. After all, reaching the Xingxuan realm at such a young age is something we dared not even contemplate, for that level of cultivation would make one a standout even in the holy lands of the Eastern Domain, unless our ancestors' graves were smoking. Yet now, news has emerged that he has defeated Xuequang, who was at the peak of the Changxian realm, indicating that Zhong Qing must indeed be at the Xingxuan realm, and not just any ordinary Xingxuan. This is far beyond the mere smoking graves of our ancestors. It is worth noting that even I, Xinyuan Hong, the sect master, am merely at the mid-level of the Xingxuan realm. As for the elders and peak masters of Xinjiang, aside from the Grand Elder, most are only at the Changxian realm. How embarrassing! Everyone present felt a sense of shame. They had long thought Zhong Qing incapable of cultivation. Yet he had surpassed them all, even matching sect master Xinyuan Hong. However, considering that Zhong Qing had just killed Xuequang, who was backed by a red-haired old demon, there was a concern about potential retaliation. At that moment, one elder spoke gravely, but what if he comes looking for trouble? In the mortal world, coincidences abound. Just as this elder finished speaking, the sound of battle reverberated from the mountain gate. A red-haired man, wielding a long knife, had killed numerous disciples stationed at the gate and was advancing toward the main peak of Xinjiang with an unstoppable momentum. Pingjiang Sect, come out with a thunderous roar. The red-haired man swung his long knife, cleaving half the mountain peak of Xinjiang in two. Rocks tumbled down, shaking the earth as if an earthquake had erupted, causing significant casualties among the disciples. At that moment, Xinyuan Hong and the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Xinyuan Hong's expression grew serious as he gazed at the red-haired man. They had not yet devised a strategy, and the red-haired old demon had already come to confront them. Indeed, the man before them was the red-haired old demon. Beneath his disheveled red hair lay a grotesquely decayed face, one eye rotten while the other oozed a foul liquid. Red-haired old demon, why do you trespass into my Pingjiang Sect? Xinyuan Hong demanded darkly. Stop feigning ignorance. Hand over Zhong Qing, your sect's culprit. The red-haired old demon growled, his murderous intent palpable. Red-haired old demon, what grievance do you have against our Mufu Peak's master? Xinyuan Hong's pupils flickered as he sought to buy time. Secretly, he transmitted a message to the elders behind him, urgently instructing, immediately inform Zhong Qing to temporarily leave Pingjiang Sect and avoid the confrontation. The red-haired old demon is of the Yuexian realm, and we cannot contend with him. The elder behind him nodded, quietly sending the message. Xinyuan Hong, stop pretending, the red-haired old demon roared furiously. That little brat knew full well that Xuequang was my disciple, yet he dared to kill him. Today, I will turn that little brat into a blood sacrifice. Oh, so that is what this is about. Xinyuan Hong's gaze sharpened as he retorted, as far as I know. It was Xuequang who acted first, wasn't it? Is it permissible for your disciple to strike, but not for my Pingjiang Sect to retaliate? Humph, my disciple had his reasons for attacking him. What audacity for a mere peak master of your insignificant sect to retaliate against my disciple. You should either wait passively for death or kneel and beg for mercy. The red-haired old demon seethed with unrestrained fury. Why, disciple, having inherited my legacy, has reached the peak of the Chengxian realm by merely 20 years old. Given time, those so-called prodigies of the Holy Lands will be trampled beneath his feet. A mere peak master of your trash sect cannot possibly compare to my disciple. The red-haired old demon was filled with rage, lamenting that such a talented disciple had been slain by a petty peak master of Pingjiang Sect. He was engulfed in black mist, and in his fury, the area around him became a vacuum, the ground beneath him cracking under the pressure. "Pah, that's utter nonsense," roared Lei Ning, the bald master of the Shenhu Peak, unafraid to voice his disdain. If your disciple is truly so formidable, how could our Mufu Peak's master have killed him with a mere finger? What are you trying to prove? Indeed, your disciple's life is precious, but is the life of our Pingjiang Sect not worth anything? Another peak master asserted, equally defiant. Moreover, you both are mere demon cultivators with countless lives on your hands. Our Mufu Peak's actions were merely to eliminate a threat to the people. Ha ha ha, the third elder is correct. Xue Huang deserved to die, and many would applaud his demise. If I had seen him, I would have slapped him to death myself. In an instant, the peak masters and elders of Pingjiang Sect voiced their agreement. While they might engage in power struggles over resources and disciples within the sect, they always united against external foes. You are courting death, the red-haired old demon growled, his voice seething with malice. Have you sent word to Zhong Qing? Xinyuan Hong asked the elder behind him. Indeed, sect master. The message has been dispatched, the elder replied quietly. Good. Xinyuan Hong nodded, then raised his gaze to the towering red-haired old demon. Red-haired old demon, I, Xinyuan Hong, declare this. Your disciple Xue Huang acted first and perished at the hands of our Mufu Peak's master due to his own lack of skill. Our actions were merely self-defense, entirely justified. Therefore, you will not leave here with anyone today. Xinyuan Hong's voice resonated with authority as he declared, if you wish to lay a finger on Zhong Qing, feel free to come and challenge us. We shall see who fears whom. As Xinyuan Hong's words fell, the elders and peak masters behind him simultaneously released their auras, stepping forward in unison to align with Xinyuan Hong. Very well, if you seek death, I shall grant it. The furious red-haired old demon exuded a dense black mist, unleashing his formidable power as a blade descended from the heavens. Everyone, he has come to our doorstep. Let us face him together. In response to this onslaught, Xinyuan Hong stood resolute. Our Pingjiang Sect will not yield. Even if we fall today, Zhong Qing will surely avenge us in the future. Chapter 19. Just the Yuexian realm? As the red-haired old demon's blade descended, Xinyuan Hong and the others employed their techniques to meet the attack. However, to their astonishment, they had overestimated their combined strength and underestimated the might of the Yuexian realm. As their attacks collided with the red-haired old demon's strike, they felt an overwhelming force that rendered them powerless. Though it appeared that Xinyuan Hong and the red-haired old demon were merely one realm apart, the disparity was not something that could be bridged by sheer numbers. The blade shattered their combined attacks effortlessly. Fortunately, the impact of the strike was somewhat diminished, yet even so, Xinyuan Hong and the others were sent flying, spitting blood as they crashed against the peak's wall, creating numerous craters before collapsing to the ground. Humph! Even a speck of dust dares to compete with the bright moon. High above, the red-haired old demon's eyes gleamed with disdain as he regarded the group of Pingjiang Sect disciples. You pitiful waste dare to obstruct me? How utterly foolish! I will give you one last chance. Hand over Zhong Qing. Red-haired old demon, do not hold such delusions. Xinyuan Hong and the others struggled to their feet, spitting blood as they replied, we will not surrender him, nor will you find Zhong Qing. Very well, since you are so stubborn, I shall eliminate you first, then destroy the Pingjiang Sect, and finally hunt down Zhong Qing at my leisure. The red-haired old demon's eyes blazed with fury as he gathered his power, his long knife enveloped in dark energy, the black mist intensifying to its peak. Everyone, let us face his strike together. Xinyuan Hong's expression grew grave as he stared at the red-haired old demon in the sky, calling out, yes. The peak masters and elders stepped forward, their faces etched with determination, for they could see that this strike would be even stronger than the last. Just as they prepared to unleash their spells, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xinyuan Hong. Everyone, allow me to take this strike. Zhong Qing's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Hong turned in shock, realizing that Zhong Qing, clad in white, had appeared at his side. You, Zhong Qing, when did you arrive? Xinyuan Hong exclaimed. Astonished, I received the third elder's message and came immediately. Zhong Qing replied gently. You? Xinyuan Hong, filled with regret, scolded. Did I not instruct you to leave? This trouble is mine. I cannot bear to trouble you to clean up after me, Zhong Qing replied with a serene smile. This was also the reason he had not left Pingjiang Sect after activating his potential. Aside from Duan Feng's bullying, the other elders and peak masters had treated him kindly, especially Xinyuan Hong, who often showed concern for him. Though the sect may seem small, it was merely a second-rate sect in the eastern domain. Yet Zhong Qing felt a sense of attachment. Today's events had only solidified that bond. But he is of the Yuexian realm. How can you face him alone? Xinyuan Hong questioned, bewildered. The Yuexian realm is nothing to worry about. Zhong Qing assured him, stepping forward confidently. The Yuexian realm, merely? Xinyuan Hong and the others stared at Zhong Qing, astonished. With a faint smile, Zhong Qing took a step forward, gazing steadily at the arrogant red-haired old demon in the sky. I am Zhong Qing, the one who killed your disciple Shuequang. You wish to kill me? Then come at me with everything you have. Fixing his gaze on the red-haired old demon, Zhong Qing calmly declared, You are Zhong Qing? The red-haired old demon's eyes widened in disbelief as he locked onto the man who had slain his disciple, his face contorting with rage. I never expected you to dare show yourself. You shall pay for my disciple's death. As a tempest brewed in the sky, a violent storm surged around the red-haired old demon, swirling black mist and debris as if the end of the world had arrived. Everything in its path, from structures to rocks, was reduced to dust, and within the storm, grotesque faces and monstrous apparitions emerged, producing a cacophony of horror-inducing cries that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. How terrifying! Xinyuan Hong and the others felt their legs weaken. This was the true power of the Yuexian realm. Even Xinyuan Hong, caught in the storm, would surely perish. They turned their gaze toward Zhong Qing, questioning how he would withstand such a force. In the midst of their awe, the red-haired old demon sprang into action. He lifted his long knife high, the blade surrounded by vengeful spirits and monsters, and swung it toward Zhong Qing. The blade descended, accompanied by the storm, unleashing a barrage of chaos. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Zhong Qing merely raised his hand, extending a single finger toward the red-haired old demon amidst the tempest. Instantly, the storm dissipated, and the apparitions vanished into nothingness. Wah! What? The red-haired old demon's eyes widened in terror. The power contained within that single finger made him feel as if he were confronting the very heavens, rendering him utterly powerless, as even his long knife began to dissolve into vapor. No. Please, as Zhong Qing's finger descended in absolute dominance, accompanied by the red-haired old demon's final, disbelieving gasp, he and his weapon were utterly annihilated, reduced to nothingness. After what felt like an eternity, the turbulent energy in the sky gradually subsided. However, Xinyuan Hong and the others stood in shock, their mouths agape, their minds unable to process the scene before them. What had they just witnessed? The red-haired old demon of the Yuexian realm had been slain by Zhong Qing with a mere finger. Not even a hair had been left behind. In an instant, the way they looked at Zhong Qing was akin to gazing upon a ghost. You. Xinyuan Hong stammered, pointing at Zhong Qing, rendered speechless. The elders and peak masters behind him were equally astonished. They had thought they had sufficiently underestimated Zhong Qing, considering his age, yet he had continuously shattered their perceptions. Seeing their expressions, Zhong Qing could not help but touch his nose, offering an apologetic smile. You rascal, are you human or monster? Finally regaining his composure, Xinyuan Hong stared wide-eyed at Zhong Qing. You've hidden your abilities quite well, pretending to be a waste while clearly possessing such strength. You truly are. There was no other choice, Sect Master, Zhong Qing chuckled. Unable to reveal the truth of the system, in this world of cultivation, where deception reigns, it is prudent to remain low-key and conceal one's true capabilities. Chapter 20. You're sure you only concealed a little, not a billion? Zhong Qing could only deflect with such a vague response. However, Xinyuan Hong's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he elbowed Zhong Qing sharply, exclaiming, Is this what you call concealing a little? Are you certain it was just a little and not a billion? Zhong Qing could not help but touch his nose once more. He could hardly admit that he had only recently brought this up. So he hastily changed the subject, saying, All right, Sect Master, the red-haired old devil is dead. It's time for you all to clean up this mess. Indeed, with the slash from the red-haired old devil and the pointed finger of Zhong Qing, the main peak of Xinjiang had been utterly devastated. There was indeed a considerable amount of chaos to rectify. Thus, Xinyuan Hong had no choice but to gather his people to address the aftermath and assist some injured disciples. After helping to treat some of the wounded disciples, Zhong Qing returned to the Mufu Peak. Half a day later, once the mess was cleared, Xinyuan Hong sat in the main seat, his demeanor radiant. Below him, the other elders and peak masters were also present, each face betraying a lingering excitement. The thought that a formidable figure like the red-haired old devil, a transcendent master of the moon profound realm, had been so easily subdued still felt surreal. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xinyuan Hong could not contain his laughter. The others could not hide their smiles either. Why was Pingjiang Sect merely a second-tier force in the eastern region? Was it not because their sect lacked a master of the moon profound realm? Now, with Zhong Qing, Was it not a matter of moments before Pingjiang Sect ascended to the ranks of first-tier forces? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to discuss another matter. Xianyuan Hong spoke again. As you all know, the previous sect master obtained a one-time talisman in a secret realm. This talisman contains a royal-level cultivation technique. However, since it is a one-time talisman, it will self-destruct once activated. Therefore, the sect unanimously decided to bestow this royal-level technique upon a truly talented disciple when the time arose. Now that such a genius has appeared, I have decided to immediately grant this royal-level technique to Zhong Qing. Do any of you have objections? Xianyuan Hong looked at the crowd. I support the sect master's decision. Indeed, I agree as well. Given that Zhong Qing, at such a young age, can defeat the red-haired old devil in an instant, bestowing upon him the royal-level technique would be like adding wings to a tiger. One is more worthy of this technique than Zhong Qing. In an instant, everyone present voiced their agreement, with no one dissenting. Good. Xianyuan Hong nodded with satisfaction and then said, I will visit Mufu Peak shortly to present this royal-level technique to Zhong Qing. Meanwhile, Mufu Peak was filled with joy. Master, I have broken through to the Chen Xian realm. Lin Feng joyfully shared this good news with Zhong Qing. Looking at the excited Lin Feng, Zhong Qing, although already aware of it, smiled broadly, feeling genuinely happy for him. For it was during Lin Feng's breakthrough to the Chen Xian realm that Zhong Qing himself advanced to the mid-stage of the Moon Profound realm. Disciple, very well, keep up the good work. Zhong Qing encouraged, patting his head. Yes, Master, I sincerely thank you for your rebirth-like grace. Lin Feng, overwhelmed with joy, knelt respectfully on the ground. In just over a month, he had risen from nothing to the Chen Xian realm, and reflecting on it now still felt like a dream. Previously, he had not even dared to dream such a dream. Meanwhile, the Sword Elder in the Wasteland Ring was also nearly brought to tears, genuinely happy for Lin Feng. One could say what Lin Feng's fate would have been had he not taken Zhong Qing as his master. On another front, Sui also delivered good news, having directly broken through to the innate realm. Just as the few disciples were basking in the joy of their breakthroughs, a streak of light appeared from the distant horizon. Zhong Qing looked up to see Xianyuan Hong, who had just finished the sect meeting, arriving. Greetings, sect master. Zhong Qing stood up and cupped his hands from afar. Lin Feng, following behind him, also bowed respectfully. It has been a long time since I last visited Mufu Peak. Xianyuan Hong looked around in surprise and could not help but exclaim, why is the spiritual energy here so abundant? It is even more vigorous than that at Xinjiang's main peak. Perhaps it's due to the fewer disciples, leading to less absorption, which has allowed it to accumulate over time. Zhong Qing replied with a smile. Yes, that's so. Xianyuan Hong blinked, realizing that the spiritual energy seemed to be flourishing for reasons beyond that. However, recalling that he had come here for a more significant matter, he did not dwell on it and followed Zhong Qing into the courtyard. With spring returning to the earth, the stove had been stored away by Zhong Qing, replaced with a bamboo table and chairs. Sect Master, please take a seat, Zhong Qing said with a smile. Very well. Xianyuan Hong, not one to stand on ceremony, plopped down beside him and mysteriously began to manipulate his storage ring. Ahem. With a smile, he cleared his throat a few times and then said leisurely, Zhong Qing, I have come bearing monumental news. Oh? Zhong Qing, who was brewing tea, paused in his actions, evidently intrigued by Xianyuan Hong's words. Guess what this good fortune is? Xianyuan Hong could not help but tease Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing shook his head. It is as follows. Xianyuan Hong leaned closer to Zhong Qing, lowering his voice. 100 years ago, the previous sect master led several elders into a secret realm, paying a hefty price to retrieve an item. This item, being one-time use, led the sect to unanimously decide to bestow it upon a genius disciple when one emerged in the future. However, geniuses do not appear easily, and it has taken over 100 years to wait for such a talent to arise. Now, you have emerged as that genius, making you the chosen one for this opportunity. Xianyuan Hong spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qing's curiosity was piqued. Sect Master, may I ask what this good fortune is? Zhong Qing inquired with keen interest. Xianyuan Hong smiled mysteriously and, manipulating his storage ring, produced a talisman exuding an ancient aura. It is this talisman, which records a royal-level cultivation technique. How does that sound? Exciting, isn't it? A royal-level cultivation technique. Such techniques are rarely seen in the eastern region, even in the most sacred places. Though your talent is extraordinary, surely you still require a technique to match it. Now that you have this royal-level technique, It will indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. So tell me, is this gift of mine akin to providing timely help? However, just as Xin Yuanhong was enthusiastically elaborating, he noticed Zhong Qing did not exhibit the excitement he had anticipated. On the contrary, Zhong Qing seemed slightly displeased, which left Xin Yuanhong utterly bewildered. What? Are you not excited about this gift? Xin Yuanhong could not help but ask. Zhong Qing rubbed his nose, momentarily at a loss for words. The old man had built up the suspense for so long, leading him to anticipate something monumental, only to reveal it was merely a royal-level technique. It felt like an anticlimax. However, to be fair, a royal-level technique was indeed a good item, but given that he had just signed in to receive 8 of them today, he simply could not muster the enthusiasm. What on earth is going on with you? Xin Yuanhong, seeing Zhong Qing's lack of interest, could not help but scold him. This is a royal-level technique. Are you truly dismissing it? Kid, do not let your strength go to your head. While your power is undeniable, it is a good technique that can make your efforts yield twice the result with half the effort. All right, Zhong Qing had no choice but to accept the talisman. But since you insist on giving me this technique, I shall also gift you a few techniques in return. As he spoke, Zhong Qing began to manipulate his storage ring. You are giving me a few techniques as well? Xin Yuanhong asked, puzzled, before waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. We are not engaging in a give-and-take relationship. Besides, our sect's scripture pavilion is filled with techniques. However, before he could finish, he was left speechless, staring at Zhong Qing in disbelief. Zhong Qing had produced 8 royal-level techniques, which he had obtained from signing in, and had not yet stored away. Seeing these 8 royal-level techniques, Xin Yuanhong could hardly form coherent words. Do you not want them? Zhong Qing asked. I do. Almost instantaneously, Xin Yuanhong snatched the 8 royal-level techniques from Zhong Qing, examining them one by one. When he confirmed they were all genuine, his breath quickened. At that moment, he finally understood why Zhong Qing had seemed so disinterested in the royal-level technique. After all, he had just produced 8 of them. Reflecting on his earlier mysterious demeanor made him feel foolish, having said it was a timely gift. 8. This is 8 royal-level techniques? How did you come by them? Xin Yuanhong, unable to contain his excitement, could not help but inquire. If you want them, then they are yours. Zhong Qing shrugged, responding nonchalantly. Is this even a reasonable question? Xin Yuanhong's face was a sea of question marks. All right, sect master, let's not concern ourselves with where these 8 techniques came from. Just accept them. Zhong Qing quickly reassured Xin Yuanhong, settling back down. As for this talisman, I appreciate the sect's goodwill, but I truly have no use for it. You should take it back as well. Very well. At that moment, Xin Yuanhong found himself without words. Given that Zhong Qing could produce 8 royal-level techniques, his own royal-level technique seemed trivial in comparison. Seeing that Xin Yuanhong had nothing more to say, Zhong Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed brewing tea. In truth, based on their relationship, it would not be a big deal to offer a few imperial-level techniques to Xin Yuanhong. However, after careful consideration, Zhong Qing felt it was best to refrain from doing so. A man is innocent, but carries a jade pendant. He thought, if this news were to leak, Pingjiang Sect would face dire consequences. Thus, gifting a few royal-level techniques to the sect seemed more appropriate. You must tell me honestly, the techniques you are cultivating, are they not beyond royal level? After taking a seat, Xin Yuanhong tucked away the 8 royal-level techniques and could not help but ask Zhong Qing. While pouring tea, Zhong Qing nodded in response. Indeed, the techniques I cultivate are slightly above royal level. Slightly above? Is it at the respect level? Imperial level? What? Xin Yuanhong, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it out. Cursing loudly, he stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Are you kidding me? Just a bit above? Zhong Qing, wiping the tea off his face, could not help but complain. Sect master, you are the leader of a sect. Could you not be more composed in the face of such matters? Composed? How can I be composed? How on earth can I remain calm? Zhong Qing had no choice but to continue soothing him, and after some time, Xin Yuanhong finally calmed down and sat back down. Here, have some tea. Do not overthink it, Zhong Qing said with a gentle smile, shaking the copper kettle. Realizing there was not enough water, he instructed the ever-attentive Lin Feng, disciple, go to the mountain across the way and fetch a pot of spring water. Remember to be quick. Yes, master. Lin Feng respectfully took the copper kettle and soared into the air. In just a few breaths, he returned from the mountain shrouded in clouds, carrying the filled kettle. "Master, here is the water you requested," Lin Feng said respectfully. Set it aside to boil," Zhong Qing instructed softly. "Yes, master," Lin Feng replied. The spring water from the opposite mountain was rich in spiritual energy, refreshing and sweet, making it ideal for tea brewing. "Sect master, you have so many responsibilities. It is rare for you to visit. Drink a couple more cups of tea and relax a bit. In some ways, it is beneficial for your cultivation." Why has the sect master fallen silent? Zhong Qing chattered away, only to find Xinyuan Hong staring at Lin Feng behind him with eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Finally, after a long while, Xinyuan Hong pointed at Lin Feng and asked, "You cannot tell me that this disciple is the one you took from the Xinjiang main peak, that low-quality disciple?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Zhong Qing blinked in confusion. "What problem could there be?" Xinyuan Hong exclaimed loudly. Just over a month ago, he could not even cultivate his body, yet now he can traverse the air and return from the mountain in such a short time? "Quickly, tell me, what is his current cultivation level?" Lin Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands and replied, "Reporting to the sect master, I am unworthy and have only just broken through to the Changxian realm." "What?" Another curse escaped Xinyuan Hong's lips. He nearly spat out blood. "Unworthy? Unworthy my foot. In just over a month, you have risen from 0 to the Changxian realm, and you still call yourself unworthy. You must know that even the peak masters and elders of Pingjiang Sect, having cultivated for half their lives, have only reached the Changxian realm. Goodness, this master-disciple pair is truly a pair of prodigies. How on earth did you accomplish this?" After a long time, Xinyuan Hong took a deep breath and asked Zhong Qing. "It is primarily due to my disciple's intelligence and hard work," Zhong Qing replied with a smile. "Hard work? What a load of nonsense." Xinyuan Hong nearly erupted again. What kind of hard work could lead one to break through from nothing to the Changxian realm in just over a month? As for being intelligent, that was even more absurd. Had they not seen the results from the talent assessment? However, Zhong Qing clearly did not wish to elaborate, so he refrained from pressing further. Yet, today's visit to Mufu Peak would leave Xinyuan Hong unsettled for a long time and would further deepen the air of mystery surrounding Zhong Qing in his mind. "Sect master, why not stay for a meal?" Zhong Qing invited. No. Xinyuan Hong stood up, firmly refusing. "The longer I stay here, the more I feel like I have lived my life as a dog." Xinyuan Hong transformed into a streak of light and departed from Mufu Peak. Upon returning to Xinjiang Main Peak, he once again convened the peak masters and elders. Everyone took their seats. The Grand Elder spoke first. "Sect master, have you bestowed the royal level technique upon Zhong Qing?" Following his question, all eyes turned to Xinyuan Hong. "I have not," Xinyuan Hong replied. "Not?" The crowd exchanged worried glances, unable to suppress their anxiety. Could something have gone awry? Perhaps the talisman malfunctioned, and the royal level technique became ineffective? As the tension rose among the crowd, Xinyuan Hong suddenly smiled mysteriously and declared, "Fear not, everyone. I announce that our Xinjiang sect shall rise and reach the sacred lands." With that, he produced the 8 royal level techniques and shouted, "Not only did I not give away the technique, but that lad even gifted me 8 royal level techniques. Tell me, with these 8 royal level techniques, is the sacred land not just around the corner?" "What? 8 royal level techniques?" The crowd erupted into chaos. Each person stood with reddened eyes, staring at the 8 royal level techniques Xinyuan Hong had slammed onto the table, eager to pounce on them. "Sect master, is this true? You must not be deceiving us." The third elder trembled as he asked. "Indeed, sect master. I am too old to handle such shocks," the Grand Elder stammered. "Though you think I would joke with you?" Xinyuan Hong waved his hand, pushing the 8 techniques forward. That moment, the peak masters and elders surged forward like hungry wolves, vying to examine the 8 royal level techniques. Let me see. I want to see. Do not snatch. I am the Grand Elder. I should look first." They clamored to discern the authenticity of the techniques. Upon the realization that the 8 volumes of royal-level cultivation techniques were indeed authentic, several elderly men were overwhelmed with joy, their tears streaming down as they raised their arms and howled to the heavens. "Heaven, bless our Xinjiang sect," they exclaimed. Indeed, with these 8 royal-level techniques, how can our Xinjiang sect fail to thrive? The elders, with tears of happiness in their eyes, felt an immense pride. They had been part of the Pingjiang Sect for generations, having been born and raised within its confines. Witnessing the hope for the sect's future resurgence filled their hearts with unparalleled joy. Now, esteemed elders and peak masters, your unwavering loyalty to our Pingjiang Sect is greatly appreciated. You shall have the privilege to cultivate these royal-level techniques first, Xianyuan Hong declared generously. Thank you, Sect Master. The crowd responded in unison, their excitement reminiscent of children. With these royal-level techniques, their potential could elevate at least one significant realm in the future. You need not thank me, rather, extend your gratitude to Zhong Qing. Xianyuan Hong laughed heartily. Indeed, we must express our sincere thanks to Zhong Qing. The assembly nodded in agreement, though a question lingered in their minds. But Sect Master, how did Zhong Qing come to possess these 8 royal-level techniques? Yes, these are 8 royal-level techniques, not mere cabbages. I cannot say for certain, Xianyuan Hong mused, his own curiosity piqued, for he had seen much more than many of the elders in terms of talent, at just 18 or 19 years of age. Zhong Qing's strength could annihilate the Moon Profound realm. Regarding influence, he had effortlessly acquired 8 royal-level techniques, ASA mentor. He had transformed the white-gray disciple Lin Feng from 0 to the Moon Profound realm in merely a month. In every dimension, it seemed as though his capabilities defied any conventional understanding. Meanwhile, at Mufu Peak, Lin Feng had completed all his daily tasks and had even neatly folded Zhong Qing's bedding before seeking him out. Master, I previously requested permission to descend the mountain upon reaching the Moon Profound realm, so I kindly ask for your approval, Lin Feng said respectfully. Of course, you may go, Zhong Qing replied with a smile. He had sensed that this young disciple had something on his mind, and now that Lin Feng had attained sufficient strength, it was only natural for him to wish to descend the mountain to attend to matters. Thus, Zhong Qing would not refuse. Thank you, Master, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Just as he was about to leave, Zhong Qing called out to him again, Is there anything else you wish to convey? Master? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Since I have no pressing matters at the moment, I shall accompany you down the mountain, Zhong Qing decided after a moment's thought. In truth, he was still somewhat concerned about Lin Feng venturing down alone. Despite knowing that Lin Feng carried a ring with an old man, Lin Feng's own cultivation at the Moon Profound realm was still insufficient for complete safety. Upon hearing that Zhong Qing intended to accompany him, Lin Feng's expression reflected his astonishment. Disciple, regardless of what you intend to do on this journey, pursue it boldly and without fear. Your master shall always be your steadfast support, Zhong Qing reassured him, gently patting Lin Feng's head with a soft chuckle. Thank you, Master, Lin Feng replied dutifully. In the eastern region, beyond the various sects, several powerful nations stood tall. Tianlan Kingdom, Fengtian City, lay several thousand miles from the Pingjiang Sect. With Lin Feng and Zhong Qing flying at full speed, they soon arrived in Fengtian City. A small tavern on the second floor. The master and disciple sat by the window, ordering 2 portions of beef, a plate of peanuts, and 2 jugs of strong liquor. Look, isn't that Lin Feng from the Lin family? One patron exclaimed. Indeed, he was deeply affected when the Morong family broke off the engagement and ran away, presumed dead in the wilderness. Yet he has returned. Another remarked. Alas, he is indeed a pitiful child. However, lacking strength is his original sin. But who is that extraordinary individual accompanying him? What does it matter? If he were truly someone of significance, why would he sit with Lin Feng? Chapter 23. Check-in rewards, Moon Profound puppet in the tavern, whispers and discussions filled the air. Clearly, Lin Feng had become somewhat of a minor celebrity in Fengtian City. Faced with such gossip, the Lin Feng of the past might have felt flustered and shamed. But after following Zhong Qing, his perspective had evolved dramatically. He understood that as long as he demonstrated formidable strength, such idle chatter would cease. However, upon hearing disparagement towards his master, he found it difficult to restrain himself, slamming his palm on the table, ready to confront the speaker. Yet, Zhong Qing gently placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling that such individuals were not worth his attention. Engaging with them would only spoil his appetite. Remember, your future opponents are the stars and the sea, not the minnows in a small pond. Zhong Qing advised with a gentle smile. Yes, Master, Lin Feng replied, sitting down obediently once more. The two sat by the window, starting to drink. After a couple of cups, Zhong Qing's gaze drifted towards the horizon. In the distance, a figure was flying toward them. His system allowed him to check in daily, and though the thrill had long since faded, it had become a habit. Today, the item received from the check-in was this approaching figure, a Moon Profound puppet, which was quite commendable. A smile crept across Zhong Qing's lips. With this puppet, dealing with individuals like the red-haired old ghost would surely be a breeze. Moments later, the cloaked figure descended directly toward the tavern. The overwhelming aura emanating from him stifled the breath of everyone present, causing them to lower their heads in silence, too intimidated to even breathe. How could such a powerful expert appear in our Pingjiang city? Indeed, who is this formidable figure, and what brings him to our humble abode? Speak softly. We must not provoke him, however. To everyone's astonishment, the mysterious master, upon landing, suddenly knelt on one knee before Zhong Qing. Young one, I pay my respects to my master. This declaration sent shockwaves through the entire tavern. Good heavens, what have we just heard? An expert of such terrifying strength kneeling and calling someone else master? And he is seated with Lin Feng, the very person we were just discussing. What kind of terrifying identity must that young man in white possess to associate with Lin Feng? The patrons who had previously been gossiping now wished they could hide beneath the tables, fearing that Zhong Qing might overhear their earlier remarks and seek retribution. Yet, Zhong Qing seemed utterly disinterested in their concerns. For now, suppress your cultivation and follow behind, he instructed, appraising the puppet with keen interest. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being, even possessing a breath and fully responsive to his commands. Zhong Qing could not help but feel satisfied with this puppet. Yes, master, the cloaked man replied respectfully, falling silent as he positioned himself behind Zhong Qing. Master, who is this? Lin Feng inquired, clearly taken aback by the appearance of the cloaked figure. An underling I acquired, Zhong Qing replied, unable to divulge that the man was a product of his system's check-in. A subordinate, master? You truly are impressive, Lin Feng remarked, astonished that such a profound expert would call Zhong Qing master. Stay calm, stay calm. The voice of Jian Lao from the was notably more composed, saying, given your master's terrifying prowess, is it not normal to have a moon profound servant? Moon profound? Lin Feng was even more astonished, having never imagined that the cloaked figure was of such a high caliber. Even now, the moon profound realm seemed an unattainable height for him. Thus, after satisfying their hunger and thirst, the trio exited the tavern. Master, I need to return to the Lin family for a moment. The clan members have always treated me well, and I have some savings here. So I wish to visit Wanbao Pavilion to purchase some gifts for them, Lin Feng said respectfully as they left the tavern. Very well, I shall accompany you. By whatever you wish, if you lack funds. I have more, Zhong Qing replied with a smile. Thank you, master, Lin Feng said gratefully. The group made their way toward Wanbao Pavilion, and as they departed, the tavern erupted in a frenzy of discussion. Did you hear that? Lin Feng actually referred to that young man in white as master. Indeed, how did Lin Feng stumble upon such incredible fortune to have such a powerful master? Wasn't he considered a waste? Regardless, with this formidable ally, the Lin family is bound to rise. While the patrons buzzed with excitement, the news quickly spread in a nearby luxurious private room. A wealthy gentleman, who had witnessed the entire scene, swallowed hard, abandoning the company of the several women he had invited, and hurriedly gathered his subordinates to return home. Other guests in the various private rooms followed suit. In the southern part of Pingjiang City, the Lin family, considered a second-rate family amidst the many clans in the city, now gathered in their main hall. The family head, elders, and numerous high-ranking members all wore expressions of grave concern. Head of the family, the Feng family in the east is bullying us, having already devoured a significant portion of our Lin family shops. If we do not devise a plan soon, our family's assets will be completely devoured, the Grand Elder declared gravely. Indeed, head, it is not only the Feng family. The Gu family in the west is also eyeing us with malice. The mines we've been developing outside the city are now under their scrutiny, and they have threatened to force us to yield the mines, or they will attack our Lin family soon. Another elder added bitterly. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with despair. Lin Hani, the family head, furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the situation. It was as if misfortunes had come all at once. Ever since the incident with the Morong family, other families in Pingjiang City had turned their sights on the Lin family. However, just as the mood grew increasingly heavy, a family disciple rushed in with news. Head, the head of the Feng family requests an audience. The Feng family? What does he want? Lin Hani's expression darkened, his voice cold. After devouring our shops, does he intend to come here to cause trouble? Not at all, head. It seems the Feng family head has come to apologize, the disciple hurriedly clarified. Apologize? The members of the Lin family were taken aback. Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, Another disciple rushed in urgently to report. Reporting to the head, the Gu family has brought 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels to the door, claiming to resolve a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members were even more bewildered. Yet the reports did not cease. Several disciples came in succession. Reporting, the Zhao family requests an audience, saying they come to present gifts. Reporting, the Gu family has sent an invitation, requesting all members of the Lin family to dine at the first building in Fengtian. Reporting, the Feng family requests an audience, saying they come to propose marriage in an instant. The Lin family's main hall was bustling with activity as reports poured in. However, the high-ranking members of the Lin family were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 24. The pinnacle of absurdity. What is happening? Is the world becoming abnormal, or have our ears deceived us? The members exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Burdened with heavy doubts, Lin Hani and others hurried to the reception hall. Sure enough, they found the hall filled with individuals, heads of notable families from Fengtian City. Aside from these individuals, the entrance was piled high with various gold, silver, and jewels, forming a small mountain. Upon seeing Lin Hani and the family members emerge, the waiting individuals quickly approached. Lin brother, long time no see. The head of the Feng family was the first to step forward, as if they were old friends, clasping Lin Hani's hands tightly with a broad smile. Lin brother, do you remember that time 80 years ago outside Fengtian City when we dug for loach together? It is truly a fond memory. Today, besides reminiscing, I also wish to address a recent matter. I have heard that one of our reckless descendants coveted the shops of your Lin family, leading to some unpleasantness between our families. Alas, I was in closed-door cultivation and only learned of this matter upon my exit today, which led to this grave mistake. But rest assured, I have dealt with the errant descendant severely, removed him from his position, and hurried here with gifts to apologize to you, Lin brother. So please, do not hold this against our Feng family. As he spoke, the head of the Feng family presented several storage rings filled with invaluable resources. Before the head of the Feng family could finish, the head of the Gu family stepped forward. Lin brother, I must apologize. The head of the Gu family lamented, shaking his head as he spoke. My family members informed me of a previously undiscovered mine outside the city, so I led a team to exploit it. Who would have thought it belonged to your Lin family? Upon realizing this, I felt immense guilt for not verifying the ownership prior to mining, resulting in this significant misunderstanding. I am not a decent person. I truly apologize to the Lin family. Saying this, the head of the Gu family even slapped his own face in regret, sighing dramatically. Lin brother, I have come today to resolve this misunderstanding, so please do not take offense. To make amends, I am willing to offer your family the 2 finest mines my family has outside the city. My family has already withdrawn completely, and you can send people to take over at any time. As a result, in the Lin family's reception hall, heads of various families began to display their abysmal acting skills, going to great lengths to curry favor with the Lin family. Some came to propose marriages. Others sought to establish brotherhood with Lin Hani, and one family head, uncertain of how to ingratiate himself, even knelt before Lin Hani, begging to be taken as a godson. The entire scene was a spectacle of absurdity, yet it was strikingly realistic, a true reflection of the ages across different times and places. Lin Hani and the others stared in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring to attack the Lin family, and now they were bowing in apology, their humility leaving them utterly astonished. You all, Lin Hani gazed at the crowd with confusion. Just then, a servant rushed in with news. Head, the young master has returned. What? Fenger has returned. Upon hearing this, Lin Hani and the others disregarded the various family heads and hurried to the entrance. Is it Lin Feng? Come, let us hurry. The heads of the families followed suit. Eager to witness the return of the Lin family's prodigal son, at the entrance, Lin Feng appeared, laden with packages, followed closely by Zhong Qing and his puppet, Fenger. Lin Hani exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he enveloped Lin Feng in a warm embrace. Since Lin Feng had left Fengtian City after the Morong family's engagement was broken, he had become a phantom, with many speculating he had perished in the wilderness. Now, seeing his son return safely filled Lin Hani's heart with indescribable happiness. You have returned? Thank the heavens! The other elders of the Lin family gathered around Lin Feng, showering him with concern and checking on his well-being, their faces alight with excitement upon confirming his safety. Father, esteemed elders, these are the gifts I have brought for you, Lin Feng announced, distributing the packages. "You foolish child. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. How could you still think of us?" Lin Hani and the elders laughed heartily, their joy palpable, for while the gifts may not have been extravagant, the thought behind them brought immeasurable happiness. At this moment, Lin Hani finally noticed Zhong Qing and the man in black behind Lin Feng. "All right, father and esteemed elders, allow me to introduce you. This is my master, Zhong Qing, and the other gentleman's name is still unknown to me." "What? Fenger has actually taken a master." Upon hearing this, Lin Hani and the others were immensely excited. Finally, someone had taken Lin Feng as a disciple, disregarding his lack of talent. "We have the honor of meeting Master Fenger, and this gentleman beside him," Lin Hani and the others said in unison, bowing respectfully. "There is no need for such formality," Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile. "The one behind me is my attendant. You may call him Heibai." While speaking, Zhong Qing also conveyed a message to the black-clad puppet behind him, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Heibai." "Yes," the black-clad puppet nodded slightly. "So, it is Mr. Heibai," the crowd murmured. "Everyone, please do not linger here. Come inside, come inside." At this moment, the heads of various families retreated to the sides, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at Zhong Qing and Heibai, whispering among themselves. "That man in black is the one who revealed the aura of the moon profound realm at the tavern." Judging by his demeanor and the way he spoke earlier, it was clear that he was indeed the attendant of that man in white, who was Lin Feng's master. It seems the rumors are true. The Lin family has struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. Fortunately, we were wise and expressed our intentions quickly. At this moment, Lin Hani suddenly remembered that there were still many family heads waiting outside. Therefore, he first invited Zhong Qing to the most honored seat, then said, "Master Zhong, please sit for a moment. There are still some trivial matters here that I must attend and I will be right back. Esteemed elders, please make sure to entertain Master Zhong." After speaking, Lin Hani turned back to the heads of the families. However, upon hearing Lin Hani's words, the family heads quickly waved their hands and exclaimed, "Lin family head, please do not worry about us. Just attend to the immortal. We will simply stay here." Yes, we will just stay here. Do not mind us." In that moment, the attitude of the family heads was exceedingly low, each wearing a smile that sought to ingratiate themselves. Lin Hani looked at their postures, incredulous at how lowly they were bowing. "Father, you need not concern yourself with them," Lin Feng said from the side. The perceptive Lin Hani seemed to sense something amiss and quietly asked, "Fenger, why have they suddenly come to apologize and flatter us, displaying such attitudes? Do you know what is going on? If my guess is correct, it should be due to Uncle Heibai revealing his aura earlier," Lin Feng replied with a smile. He then recounted the events that had transpired at the tavern in detail to Lin Hani. Upon hearing this, Lin Hani and the others were astonished, standing up from their seats, their voices stuttering. "The moon profound realm, that Mr. Heibai is of the moon profound realm." In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards Heibai. They had not expected that this seemingly unremarkable attendant, who followed Zhong Qing silently, was actually of the moon profound realm. And if his attendant was of the moon profound realm, what level of cultivation did Lin Feng's master possess? The Lin family members could hardly believe it, feeling enveloped in overwhelming joy. Their seemingly talentless young man had actually taken such a powerful master. This was a dream they had never even dared to entertain before. Simultaneously, Lin Hani and the others finally understood why the Gu and Feng families had suddenly changed their demeanor so drastically. With Lin Feng having taken such a senior figure as his master, the Lin family would naturally benefit, and they would not dare to offend them again. "Senior Zhong, forgive us for any rudeness." Lin Hani quickly led everyone to bow respectfully to Zhong Qing, his expression filled with anxiety. With such a high-ranking figure visiting their Lin family, it felt as if their humble abode had been elevated. "Father, you need not feel so constrained upon learning of my master's strength. He is quite easygoing," Lin Feng hurriedly reassured him. "Indeed, everyone, please feel free," Zhong Qing said, enjoying a cup of tea brought by a servant, his voice warm and inviting. "Not at all. It is a blessing for my son to have caught the attention of such a venerable senior," Lin Hani said excitedly, his eyes reddening. His son had endured so many hardships throughout his life, and now, it seemed fortune was finally smiling upon them. Soon, the Lin family prepared a grand feast for Zhong Qing, inviting everyone of note within the family to gather. Naturally, Zhong Qing was seated at the head of the table. Those who were qualified took turns toasting him with utmost respect, and it had been decades since Lin Hani had felt such exhilaration. Before long, he found himself slightly intoxicated and could not help but lean closer to Lin Feng, softly asking, "Son, after becoming a disciple, did Senior Zhong resolve your talent issues?" "Of course," Lin Feng smiled in return. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Hani's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Does this mean you can cultivate now?" Lin Hani's exclamation drew the attention of the other Lin family members, who turned their expectant gazes toward him. "With my master's guidance, not only can I cultivate," Lin Feng said with a proud smile, and with a thought, his cultivation at the Chen Profound Realm was immediately revealed. "What? The Chen Profound Realm?" This scene left everyone in the room utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Lin Feng. Heaven bless our Lin family. Before long, Lin Feng was surrounded by the members of the Lin family, each face brimming with admiration, showering him with compliments, feeling an immense pride for him. After all, Lin Feng was merely 16 years old. To be at the Chen Profound Realm at such an age made him a prodigy anywhere. To hell with the Murong family. Just because they have a remarkable daughter, does that make them exceptional? My son is even more outstanding, Lin Hani exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. All of this is thanks to my master's guidance, Lin Feng said, scratching his head sheepishly. Yet, the feeling of being someone to be proud of for the Lin family filled him with exhilaration. The head of the table, Zhong Qing enjoyed his drink. Observing Lin Feng surrounded by the Lin family, a proud smile gracing his lips in that moment, he too felt a sense of pride for Lin Feng. In the days that followed, Zhong Qing stayed at the Lin family, neither in a hurry to depart nor urging Lin Feng to leave. After all, the boy had been away for so long. It was only right for him to spend time with his family. During this time, many sought to pay a visit to Zhong Qing in Fengtian City, but were all turned away by Lin Hani. On one particular day, the city lord of Fengtian City also came knocking. "Greetings, city lord." Lin Hani was quite courteous toward this city lord. "Lin family head, I trust you are well," city lord Bai Chan said with a slight smile. "Your Lin family is truly flourishing now. Please, do not jest with me, city lord," Lin Hani laughed. "May I ask why you have come today?" At this point, Bai Chen's expression turned solemn. After a pause, he spoke, "Lin family head, I have indeed come with a request today." "Please, go ahead," Lin Hani said earnestly. Half a year ago, a vicious beast appeared outside Fengtian City, wreaking havoc and claiming countless lives. My city lord's mansion, along with many experts, has tried to subdue it multiple times, yet with heavy casualties. Just yesterday, another 100 lives were lost to this beast, which is why I have come today at this point. Bai Chen rose and clasped his fists, bowing slightly. "I understand that the esteemed Zhong, who resides with the Lin family, is quite busy, and it should not be my place to disturb him. However, we are truly at our wits' end, so I hope the Lin family head can speak to him and see if he would be willing to eliminate this beast." Upon hearing this, Lin Hani furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, he would flatly refuse such a request. However, this matter was evidently different, and he was aware of the beast's presence outside the city. Not to mention, some of his own kin had fallen victim to it. "This is a matter I cannot decide for Senior Zhong. I can only inquire whether he would agree or not," Lin Hani said after careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's expression brightened. "Thank you, Lin family head. If that esteemed senior is unwilling, I shall not impose further and will seek alternative methods. That would be excellent." Lin Hani then made his way to the courtyard where Zhong Qing resided. "Greetings, Senior Zhong." Even from outside the courtyard, Lin Hani bowed respectfully. "Lin family head, there is no need for such formality." Zhong Qing, who was tending to his birds, smiled as he saw Lin Hani. "There's something you wish to discuss?" "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to seek the esteemed senior's assistance with," Lin Hani said, getting straight to the point as he explained Bai Chen's request in detail. "Oh, a beast?" Zhong Qing pondered whether he should agree. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Random task issued. Please eliminate the beast outside Fengtian City. A mysterious reward will be granted." A mysterious reward. Zhong Qing's curiosity was piqued. This intriguing reward immediately captured his interest, especially since the system had become increasingly reliable of late. "Lin family head, this beast has claimed many lives. Since we have encountered it, we must eliminate it for the sake of the people." Zhong Qing said with a smile at Lin Hani. "I shall make a trip tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Senior Zhong." Lin Hani was overjoyed upon hearing this. After taking his leave from Zhong Qing, he hurriedly conveyed the good news to Bai Chen. "Senior is willing to take action. This is truly wonderful. Bai Qin's face lit up with excitement, and he let out a sigh of relief. I will return to make preparations, and tomorrow morning I shall come to welcome Senior. After bidding farewell to Lin Hani, Bai Qian returned to the city lord's mansion to prepare. Early the next morning, under Bai Qin's lead, a large contingent from the city lord's mansion arrived at the Lin family. As the arrangements were being made, news of Zhong Qing's expedition to eliminate the beast spread throughout Fengtian City. Therefore, when Bai Qin arrived at the Lin family gates, various people from all walks of life had gathered outside. Not to mention, the heads of other families were no exception. Have you heard? A powerful figure from the Lin family is going out to eliminate the beast today. Indeed. Previously, we only sensed the aura emanating from his attendant at the tavern, but we have yet to witness him in action. Yes, while the aura of that attendant is undeniable, we have yet to see whether he himself is a dragon or a worm. We shall soon find out. When Zhong Qing finally arrived at the Lin family gate, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The street was packed with onlookers, unable to move an inch to at that moment. An elderly woman with a basket stepped forward and knelt before Zhong Qing. Immortal, please help us eliminate this scourge and avenge my son. The elderly woman was in tears, her voice trembling. Yes, Immortal, please help us rid ourselves of this menace. My daughter was also brutally killed by that beast. Following the elderly woman, more ordinary people knelt in unison, sincerely pleading for help as they bowed. They extended their hands, offering whatever they could. Some presented bags of silver coins wrapped in coarse cloth, while others offered baskets of eggs or handmade quilted shoes. Observing this group of ordinary, humble people, Zhong Qing, who had long since integrated into this world of cultivation, found himself momentarily entranced. For him, this was merely an opportunity to accompany his disciple down the mountain for some system rewards while casually eliminating a beast. Yet for these ordinary people, it represented either a chance for revenge or a return to peace. Indeed, the hardest aspect of life is always the plight of the ordinary. I shall not fail your expectations, Zhong Qing declared, extending a gentle hand to lift the ordinary people off the ground. Thank you, Immortal. The crowd erupted in excitement, their expressions filled with gratitude as they sought to offer him their possessions. Dear villagers, there is no need for such gifts. Please take them back, Zhong Qing declined. Immortal, please accept our offerings, they insisted. Yes, if you do not accept, we will feel uneasy. Seeing their fervent insistence, Zhong Qing could only smile awkwardly. He reached into the elderly woman's basket and pulled out a steamed bun. This bun will suffice. After taking a gentle bite, he smiled brightly, bidding farewell to the ordinary people before making his way to Bai Qian. I am Bai Qian, the city lord of Fengtian, and I have the honor of meeting Senior. Bai Qian hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. City Lord Bai, you are too kind, Zhong Qing replied with a light smile. Your willingness to help us eliminate the beast is truly commendable, Bai Qian said, lowering his head. Please, do board the carriage. With that, Bai Qian gestured for Zhong Qing to follow. When Zhong Qing saw the carriage prepared for him, he was slightly taken aback. Bai Qian had arranged for 8 horned dragon horses, each possessing innate cultivation, neatly lined up, pulling an extravagant palanquin. In the center of the palanquin was a soft couch embroidered with intricate patterns, surrounded by an array of delicious food and fruits. There were also beautiful women playing the qin and others playing the flute. At the rear of the palanquin stood a regiment of city guards. Clad in black armor, holding long spears, numbering over 200, Zhong Qing had not intended for such a grand display. He merely wished to eliminate the beast quietly, but seeing Bai Qin's anxious expression, he did not want to disappoint him. With a faint smile, he replied, very well. With Zhong Qing's agreement, the grand procession set off towards the city gates. Before long, the large contingent arrived at a distance of 50 miles from the city. At this point, Bai Qian, also clad in armor, approached Zhong Qing respectfully, clasping his fists. Senior, the beast has been sighted in this vicinity. Understood, Zhong Qing nodded, lightly leaping down from the carriage. As he stepped into the area, he sensed an immediate change in the environment. The trees appeared menacing, and bizarre stones jutted out. The air was thick with a violent aura. Do you know what realm this beast belongs to? Zhong Qing inquired. Apologies, Bai Qian replied, his expression troubled. Those who have seen the beast's true form are all dead. I have only caught a distant glimpse of it and cannot discern its aura. Very well. Zhong Qing nodded, realizing he would have to investigate personally. Just as he was about to instruct everyone to wait while he ventured forth alone, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby forest. Everyone instinctively looked up. A massive three-headed wolf, stretching dozens of feet long, soared into the sky, colliding with two dazzling beams of sword light. The mountains trembled as the sound of the impact reverberated like an earthquake. What a terrifying noise! Is someone already fighting the beast? Bai Qin exclaimed, astonished. Zhong Qing nodded, maintaining a calm gaze as he observed the battle from afar. The booming sounds continued, yet the radiant sword lights seemed to have little effect on the three-headed wolf, which pressed forward aggressively, forcing the attackers to retreat. Long last. Following a series of collisions, the wielders of the two sword lights transformed into fleeting silhouettes, soaring backwards before crashing down into the forest like cannonballs. Chapter 27. Is this lad a naive fool? Have those two been defeated? Bai Qin remarked, his expression darkened, his heart racing with anxiety. From his vantage point, it appeared that the strength of the beast was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. However, the wielders of the sword lights did not fall as a consequence. After crashing into the forest, they swiftly re-emerged as two streaks of light, ascending once more. Upon their ascent, it seemed they employed some sort of treasure, enveloping the entire area occupied by the three-headed wolf in thick smoke and mist. This smoke and mist appeared to not only obscure the vision of the three-headed wolf, but also hinder its unique senses, leaving it momentarily disoriented. Seizing this opportunity, the wielders of the sword lights made their escape, retreating in the direction where Zhong Qing and his companions remained. At that moment, Zhong Qing finally discerned the appearance of the two figures. They were two maidens clad in long dresses of white and blue. The maiden in white possessed a cold, ethereal beauty, radiating an air of unapproachable elegance. The maiden in blue appeared younger, her lovely visage adorably innocent and somewhat youthful. Although the two maidens appeared somewhat disheveled after the recent battle, their allure remained undiminished, their tattered garments accentuating a unique charm. Both were of exceptional caliber. Ladies, please wait. Zhong Qing could not help but transmit his thoughts. The two maidens, in their hasty retreat, naturally spotted Zhong Qing and the others. The maiden in white furrowed her brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" "To be frank, my lady, I came to exterminate this beast. But upon my arrival, I witnessed your battle with it," Zhong Qing replied candidly. However, upon hearing his words, the maiden's frowns deepened. "Sister, who is this pompous fool, coming here with a ragtag group to slay the wolf?" The maiden in blue remarked, her brows knitted. "There's a time and place for theatrics. Who among the skilled would make such a spectacle? If he wishes to show off, that's one thing, but he is merely leading others to their doom." The maiden in white cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Qing's entourage. The ostentatious sedan, the musicians playing instruments, and a motley crew of clan leaders were not much more than fragile ornaments that would shatter at the slightest touch, likely unable to withstand even a single strike from the beast. "You are no match for that wolf. While we have temporarily ensnared it with the soul mist, you should leave at once. Once the mist dissipates in a quarter of an hour, escape will be impossible," the maiden in white said expressionlessly. "How can one know they are no match for the wolf without engaging in battle?" Zhong Qing could not help but chuckle. "Pray tell, my lady, what is the wolf's exact realm of power? Your refusal to heed sound advice is truly unfortunate. You insist on leading this throng to their demise," the maiden in white retorted, her refined features betraying a hint of anger. "That wolf possesses mid-level cultivation within the moon profound realm. Does that not extinguish your hopes?" "What? Mid-level moon profound realm? Run, quickly." Upon hearing her words, the clan leaders who had come to observe the spectacle turned pale, trembling as they prepared to flee. Such cultivation was unimaginable to them. Even a mere fraction of its power could obliterate them. Bai Qin's expression also twisted in concern. Stealing a glance at Zhong Qing, he gravely inquired, "What should we do, Senior Zhong? Should we flee or fight? If we retreat now, we can escape. If we choose to fight, my city guards and I will fully cooperate to divert the wolf's attention, creating an opportunity for you to attack." Clearly, Bai Qin, who had previously expressed unwavering confidence in Zhong Qing, now harbored doubts. Though he had heard of the moon profound realm's might, he remained uncertain of the specifics, and Zhong Qing's strength was equally enigmatic. Furthermore, due to the unique nature and instincts of beasts, it was generally understood that humans of the same level were no match for beasts. In other words, to reliably eliminate this mid-level moon profound realm wolf, a human expert of late-stage moon profound realm cultivation would be necessary. Thus, his hesitation was not a slight against Zhong Qing, but rather a recognition of the wolf's overwhelming strength. As he anxiously awaited Zhong Qing's decision, he was surprised to find Zhong Qing smiling as he clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. By City Lord, there's no need to be so tense. Due to the limitations of his heavenly eyes range, Zhong Qing could not accurately assess the wolf's cultivation level based on aura or vision, as the wolf had fought at a distance. However, he had employed his heavenly eye on the two maidens and discerned that they were both at the pinnacle of the star profound realm. Thus, upon seeing them, he had surmised that the wolf was at the moon profound realm. His inquiry was merely to confirm his hypothesis, and the maiden's answer aligned perfectly with his expectations. That realm is manageable. I suspect it will be a mere finger's effort that, of course, should the wolf exceed his estimations, he had hidden cards to play as well. After so many years, he had kept a few surprises up his sleeve. Thank you, ladies. Zhong Qing first bowed slightly to the two maidens in midair before addressing Bai Chun. City Lord Bai, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Zhong Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back and slowly ascended into the air, heading straight for the wolf's location. This lad, ignoring our warnings, seeks to challenge the wolf alone? How foolish! The maiden in blue remarked, frowning. If the two of us together are no match, how could he possibly confront the wolf alone? Is he merely a naive fool offering himself up? The maiden in white, however, remained silent, her narrowed gaze fixed intently on Zhong Qing as he approached the wolf. Zhong Qing soared to the valley's heights, observing the lingering mist below. With a gentle wave of his hand, the mist dispersed, revealing the valley in all its clarity. The three-headed wolf, its 6 crimson eyes glimmering, reappeared in full view. Instantly, the three-headed wolf detected Zhong Qing's presence. Kikek, who would have thought that after 2 human women fled, another little human has delivered himself to us? Brothers, it seems we shall feast once more. One of the wolf's heads croaked ominously. Indeed, brothers, and this little human looks tender and juicy. He should be quite delectable. Another head chimed in. Pray tell, how does a moon profound realm beast end up in such a remote locale? Zhong Qing countered, ignoring their taunts. The Fengtian city was considered somewhat remote in the eastern region. Typically, beasts of this caliber would not be found here. Curious, are we? You'll find out once you are in our bellies. One of the wolf heads retorted mockingly, opening its gaping maw to envelop Zhong Qing. If you wish to remain silent, then let it be so forever. Zhong Qing responded, showing no reluctance to meet the wolf's assault. Disgusted by the grotesque creature, he plucked a leaf and casually flicked it towards the wolf. Chapter 28. The System's Reward. A reward that resonates deeply within one's heart. As the leaf floated through the air, the three-headed wolf, snarling, was instantly sliced in half, crashing heavily into the forest floor. This exemplified the terrifying efficacy of the same level suppression ability. Any being of equal or lesser cultivation could be effortlessly eradicated through any action. It was all about saving time and effort. Zhong Qing stood calmly, observing the now lifeless three-headed wolf with his hands behind his back. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of slaying the three-headed wolf. As a reward, the host receives a small world with a radius of 1 mile, capable of containing any objects, including living beings. The host may also enter this world, which can be indistinguishable from the real world. A small world. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhong Qing's expression brightened considerably. This system was indeed becoming increasingly reliable. While a portable small world might seem trivial, its practical applications were immense, especially since it could house living creatures and allow for free entry and exit. It was akin to having a personal backyard. Furthermore, should he encounter anything dangerous, even in the event of an apocalypse, he could simply retreat into the small world, unaffected by the chaos outside. What defensive tool could possibly surpass this small world in efficacy? In that moment, Zhong Qing had already envisioned countless possibilities. Not to mention the numerous techniques stored in his bags and the weapons that could not fit in his warehouse. All could be neatly placed into his small world. He could even construct small buildings within it, transforming it into his own private garden. What bliss! Meanwhile, as Zhong Qing reveled in the system's reward, Bai Qian and the others in the distance were gazing up at the unfolding battle. The two maidens, clad in white and blue, also remained, not immediately departing. They witnessed Zhong Qing disperse the mist and lock eyes with the three-headed wolf. just as they anticipated a fierce confrontation between Zhong Qing and the wolf. They were taken aback when the wolf was suddenly cleaved in two. All of this transpired within mere breaths, leaving them momentarily stunned as the three-headed wolf vanished. Seconds? It was slain in seconds? Everyone stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. It was too swift. Even the formidable mid-level moon profound realm three-headed wolf had been dispatched in an instant, a battle that ended before it even began. Was this the might of one who possessed a moon profound realm companion? The people of Pingjiang City gazed at the figure standing mid-air with profound reverence, especially those clan leaders who had previously clamored to flee, now drenched in cold sweat from witnessing such strength. The Lin family has truly struck it rich, whether luck was involved or not. One could only imagine the expression on the Morong family's faces upon discovering that Lin Feng had taken on such a master. Thank goodness my son was indulging himself in that tavern, allowing me to receive news in time to apologize to the Lin family. Otherwise, my family might not be here today. The clan leaders murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Hani and the Lin family's upper echelon were present, having accompanied Zhong Qing in his quest to exterminate the beast. Is this truly my son's mentor? His strength is astonishing. Lin Hani's pride was unmistakable, especially as he felt the gazes of the other clan leaders, realizing the Lin family was basking in reflected glory. Yet, it was not the clan leaders who felt the most tumultuous emotions upon witnessing the three-headed wolf's demise. It was the two maidens in midair. While Bai Qian and Lin Hani only knew that Zhong Qing had slain the three-headed wolf, they were unaware of how he had done so. However, the maidens, possessing significantly greater strength than Lin Hani and the others, could clearly perceive the battle. They had witnessed the leaf from Zhong Qing's hand slice the three-headed wolf in half. Given that they had just battled the wolf themselves, they had a profound understanding of its strength and defenses. Therefore, the impact of Zhong Qing's simple act of dispatching the three-headed wolf with a single leaf struck them with tremendous awe. Sister, it appears we have encountered a true master, the maiden in blue said, her mouth agape, her cheeks flushed with disbelief. The maiden in white remained silent, her previously calm demeanor now betraying her astonishment. Just then, Zhong Qing returned from his aerial endeavor. Senior Zhong, your strength is truly remarkable. Bai Chen, along with the city guards, bowed in unison upon Zhong Qing's return. On behalf of the million citizens of Pingjiang City, we express our gratitude to you for ridding us of this beast. If Bai Chen and the others had previously regarded Zhong Qing with respect, now it was a mix of awe and submission. There is no need for such formality, City Lord Bai. It was merely a trivial effort. Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile. Ling Ning, Qing Niao, greetings to you, esteemed senior. At that moment, the two maidens descended from the air, respectfully bowing to Zhong Qing while nervously speaking. We sincerely apologize for our earlier disrespect. We were unaware of your true strength. We ask for your forgiveness for our lack of discernment. The two maidens sincerely offered their apologies, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they recalled their previous underestimation of Zhong Qing. Ladies, there is no need for such formality. In fact, I owe you both my thanks for informing me of the wolf's strength. Zhong Qing replied with a calm smile, not angered by their earlier rudeness, as their intentions had been sincere. Thank you, esteemed senior. The two maidens expressed their gratitude for Zhong Qing's understanding. Now that the wolf has been slain, I shall take my leave. You may tend to the aftermath. Zhong Qing instructed Bai Qian and the others, having no interest in the spoils of the slain beast, despite the treasures it may possess. Yes, esteemed senior, Bai Qian quickly responded, preparing to lead the city guards to handle the three-headed wolf's remains. Although he had been powerless against the wolf while it lived, now that it was dead, Bai Qian yearned to kick it a few times and exact some revenge for the terror it had wrought upon Pingjiang City. Just as Zhong Qing prepared to depart with the Lin family, the two maidens, Ling Ning and Qing Niao, exchanged glances, hesitating as if they had something to say. Noticing their demeanor, Zhong Qing turned and inquired, "Do you ladies have something on your minds?" "Esteemed senior, we indeed have a request," Ling Ning said, cupping her fists. "We hail from the Wandao Mountain in the eastern region, renowned for our expertise in formations. Recently, our sect has been researching a new formation that requires the eyes of beasts for enlightenment. Thus, we were tasked with retrieving no fewer than 5 eyes from beasts of at least star profound realm strength. The sisters had been seeking such beasts and had heard of the one outside Pingjiang City, hoping to fulfill the task while also ridding the populace of a threat. However, They had not anticipated that it would be a mid-level moon profound realm beast. As you know, we failed to defeat the beast and nearly lost our lives in the process, I see. Zhong Qing nodded thoughtfully after hearing their explanation, then turned to the two maidens and asked, "So, you wish to obtain the eyes of this three-headed wolf?" "We would not dare to ask directly, but we could offer an exchange of goods," Ling Ning quickly added. "We hope you will grant us this favor." "An exchange is unnecessary, however, since you mentioned you hail from Wandao Mountain. I actually have a favor to ask of you," Zhong Qing said with a knowing smile. Chapter 29. The Small World of One's Own. Esteemed senior, please feel free to request anything. "We shall assist as best as we can," Ling Ning promptly replied. "I recall that Wandao Mountain is named for the myriad paths and arts mastered by its disciples. Each a path unto itself, is that not so?" Zhong Qing inquired with a smile. "You flatter us, but it is indeed true," Ling Ning humbly replied, her pride evident as she spoke of her sect's accomplishments. "And your greatest strength lies in formations. Aside from that, do you also dabble in feng shui, layout, construction, and other related arts?" Zhong Qing continued. "Indeed," the two maidens affirmed. "You may retrieve the 5 eyes now, on the condition that you assist me in constructing and arranging a certain place," Zhong Qing proposed with a serene smile, recalling the small world that the system had just awarded him. With the expertise of those skilled in such matters, the comfort and quality of the space would be elevated several notches. The construction and arrangement were undoubtedly the forte of the disciples of Wandao Mountain, and upon hearing Zhong Qing's request, the maidens eagerly agreed. "Very well, you may go and retrieve it now. I shall wait for you here. Once you have finished, we shall return together," instructed Zhong Qing. "Understood." The two women quickly flew towards the corpse of the three-headed demon wolf. Upon reaching the body, they hovered above it, gazing at the severed remains, their shock still palpable. Who could have imagined that the owner of this body had been an invincible being at the mid-stage of the moon profound realm just moments before? The two women swiftly employed a specific method to extract the eyeballs, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. Upon their departure from the mountain, the sect had instructed them to seek out higher-grade demon beast eyeballs whenever possible, as the success rate of activating the formation would increase with the quality. The eyeballs of a mid-stage moon profound realm demon beast were beyond their initial aspirations. They couldn't help but wonder what expressions the old fellows in the sect would wear upon their return to Wandao Mountain. "Senior, we have collected 6 in total. We only require 5, so we shall present the surplus to you," said Qing Niao, holding a glazed jade vial containing the wolf demon's eyeballs, addressing Zhong Qing. "Consider the extra one a gift to you." Zhong Qing waved his hand dismissively, showing little interest in the eyeballs. "Thank you, senior," the two women exclaimed, their faces glowing with joy. Although they only needed 5, the extra one held significant value for a sect like Wandao Mountain. Soon, Zhong Qing led Ling Ning and the two women back to the Lin family residence. The moment Zhong Qing returned, news of the demon wolf's extermination spread throughout the city, sparking celebrations among the populace. After all, this demon wolf had caused immense harm to the people of Pingjiang City since its emergence half a year prior. In a whirlwind, countless grateful citizens flocked to the Lin family. Fortunately, Zhong Qing had anticipated this and had already concealed himself, leaving Lin Hani to bear the brunt of the crowd's gratitude. Gifts poured in, with many unable to refuse, lest they remained kneeling indefinitely. Thus, within a mere day, the Lin family's storerooms overflowed with various offerings. Observing his bedroom filled with farm-fresh eggs and the courtyard teeming with hens, Lin Hani could hardly contain his exasperation. Nevertheless, due to Zhong Qing's influence, the Lin family swiftly ascended to an irreplaceable position in Pingjiang City. Their family businesses flourished beyond measured. As for the other families, they dared not voice complaints. Having witnessed Zhong Qing's instantaneous annihilation of the demon, they lamented not having flattered the Lin family enough from the start. Consequently, it wasn't long before some families expressed their willingness to become vassals of the Lin family. Naturally, they aspired to curry favor with Zhong Qing directly, but they were acutely aware of their own limitations and understood they were unworthy of such aspirations. In summary, the Lin family's dominance over the city was all but assured. In the last secluded corner of the Lin family estate, Zhong Qing sat leisurely at a tea table, savoring his drink. Opposite him sat Ling Ning and Qing Niao with utmost respect. The forthcoming construction and layout may require a considerable amount of materials. You may present the list directly to the head of the Lin family. I have already spoken to him about it. Zhong Qing instructed the two women. As for manpower, I will assign someone to assist you. The moment Zhong Qing finished speaking, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared. It was He Bai. The two women were taken aback, having failed to discern from where he had emerged. Although they couldn't sense He Bai's precise cultivation level, they could unmistakably feel an aura of unfathomable depth. Clearly, he was yet another moon profound realm being. He Bai, you are to obey the instructions of these two young ladies unconditionally, Zhong Qing commanded. Yes, master, He Bai replied with utmost reverence. The title startled the two women once more. A servant of the moon profound realm. What an extravagant display. Ladies, you have heard. Feel free to assign him any tasks you require. Zhong Qing encouraged, we cannot presume to give orders. We merely hope to enlist this esteemed senior's assistance if necessary, the two women quickly replied, rising to their feet. Despite He Bai being Zhong Qing's servant, they felt no courage to command a powerhouse of the moon profound realm. You need not be so formal, just act freely, Zhong Qing chuckled. Lung Ning nodded respectfully before inquiring, but, esteemed senior, may I ask what specific location you wish to construct and arrange? I will take you there shortly, Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile. Just as the two women were about to voice their curiosity regarding the location, Zhong Qing waved his hand, enveloping them in a mysterious force. Do not resist, he cautioned. The next moment, the two women felt a shift in their surroundings, and they found themselves in Zhong Qing's small world. What is this? They exclaimed in astonishment, surveying their desolate surroundings. This is my personal small world. It is here that I wish for you to conduct the layout and renovation, Zhong Qing explained softly as he appeared beside them. What? You got your own small world? The two women stared wide-eyed at Zhong Qing, feeling as though a thunderclap had struck their minds. Chapter 30. Layout of the small world. Despite the existence of many small worlds in the current grand world, such as those inhabited by hidden families or ancient clans on the continent, each of these families had toiled for generations to carve out their realms. The individuals involved in the creation of a small world had already grasped a portion of the laws of space. These beings were formidable figures whose mere presence could cause the continent to tremble. Yet here was Zhong Qing, who had independently opened a small world. What did this signify? For a moment, the two women gazed at Zhong Qing with disbelief, their expressions tinged with an air of mystery. They had never anticipated encountering such a being during their mundane task. It was an honor to assist him. Is this the place you wish to lay out? Lung Ning asked nervously. Indeed, this is the location. Given your capabilities, can you help me transform it? Zhong Qing inquired with a smile. Yes, we can absolutely do it, the two women responded in unison. At this point, how could they even entertain the notion of failure? To serve such an extraordinary being, even if they could not manage it alone, they would rally support from their sect to ensure success. Excellent. I will now share my general requirements with you, Zhong Qing said, producing a rough draft he had meticulously planned and outlining his desires for the space, which included mountains, water, and verdant shades. The two women, being professionals, quickly devised a planning diagram after considering Zhong Qing's requirements alongside principles of feng shui and the five elements. Very well. Upon reviewing the planning diagram, Zhong Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. From now on, this space is in your hands. You may enter and exit this small world freely. Should you require labor, simply summon He Bai, Zhong Qing instructed. Understood. The two women promptly began their preparations with utmost seriousness. After finalizing the handover with them, Zhong Qing exited the small world and reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, savoring his tea. This small world was exceedingly functional. It could be carried along wherever Zhong Qing went. He could also place it at a specific spatial point and set an entrance, allowing free access. Much like a house, of course, outsiders would need his permission to enter. However, he wished for a slightly larger range. If only I could fully master the laws of this small world, Zhong Qing sighed softly. He could control the entrance and exit of the small world and the lives within it, such as the two women currently present. But beyond that, he could not alter the weather or terrain. He wondered if the system would upgrade this function in the future. Yet, knowing he could control the lives within the small world, Zhong Qing contemplated another potential use, to employ it as a weapon. In the face of an enemy, he could simply confine them within the small space and wield absolute power over life and death. However, upon noticing the two women entering the space, he realized that it would not be easy to achieve. If the opponent resisted and their strength was comparable to his, it would be quite difficult. Thus, this particular exploit seemed unattainable. As it stood, the small world could only serve as a mobile garden and a secure retreat. Days passed swiftly as the two women diligently worked on transforming Zhong Qing's small world. He occasionally visited to observe their progress and was pleased to see a small lake taking shape at the center of the small world. On the opposite shore, a small mountain had been constructed, complete with a cascading waterfall. The lake was not stagnant. A stream connected the waterfall to the lake, encircling the entire small world. Within the flowing stream, a large water wheel turned, harnessing the current's force to transport water back up the mountain, creating a perpetual cycle. It was nothing short of a perpetual motion machine. The stream's course was also unusual, resembling a spirit-gathering array with the ability to accumulate wind and energy. The heart of the spirit-gathering area lay a cluster of buildings, storage, residential, and recreational areas, all meticulously organized. It was evident that these two women possessed considerable skill. Zhong Qing was thoroughly satisfied. One day, Lin Feng approached Zhong Qing respectfully. "Master, I must make a trip to Tianyun Sect." Lin Feng clenched his fists, declaring, "I aim to defeat Murong Shui in one fell swoop." "Disciple, I have said before that during this journey down the mountain, you may pursue whatever you desire, and I shall accompany you." Zhong Qing encouraged as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder solemnly. In his time spent with the Lin family, Zhong Qing had come to understand the complex history between the Lin and Murong families. Once, the Lin family was among the foremost clans in Pingjiang City, while the Murong family was merely a third-rate family. However, neither clan was indigenous to Pingjiang City. They had fled from other regions and, through generations of hard work, established themselves there. One day, Murong Shui's grandfather provoked a formidable entity, prompting a threat to obliterate the Murong family. Given the amicable ties between the Lin and Murong families, especially their ancestors' friendship, the Lin family mobilized to assist. The ensuing battle nearly annihilated the Murong clan, and the Lin family suffered significant losses but ultimately vanquished their foes. Though the Lin family was severely weakened, they remained a dominant force in Pingjiang City, and the Murong family, with the Lin family's support, gradually regained stability. This period marked the zenith of their relationship, culminating in an agreement that if both families produced male heirs, they would become brothers. If female, they would become sisters, and if a mix, they would unite through marriage for generations to come. Consequently, Lin Hani and Murong Hai, the head of the Murong family and Murong Shui's father, became sworn brothers. When Lin Feng and Murong Shui were born, the two families eagerly anticipated their union, believing it to be the beginning of a deepening bond. However, it turned out to be the onset of their rift. Chapter 31. Zhong Qing's preparedness. 1 year ago, an elder from Tianyun Sect passed through Pingjiang City and immediately recognized Murong Shui's talent, taking her as a disciple on the spot. When the Lin family received this news, they were elated, Lin Feng included. Having grown up alongside Murong Shui, he considered her his childhood sweetheart and future wife, naturally wishing her well. After all, Tianyun Sect was a top-tier power in the eastern region, with rumors suggesting it might become a sacred ground in a century's time. However, everything changed when Murong Shui joined Tianyun Sect. She was tested and found to possess a golden talent, instantly rising to the status of saintess. Half a year later, she descended the mountain and visited the Lin family, who welcomed her warmly, assuming she had come to share the good news of her newfound status. To their shock, she belittled the Lin family, implying they were no longer worthy of her. On that fateful day, Lin Feng's grandfather passed away from anger, and Lin Hani nearly spat blood in fury, demanding an explanation from Murong Hai, only to find him unresponsive. From that day forward, Lin Feng and his family became the laughingstock of Pingjiang City, targeted by others, and their family's status plummeted from a first-rate clan to a second-rate one. Deeply affected, Lin Feng declared, "Give me 3 years. In 3 years, I will defeat you and cleanse today's humiliation, making you regret your decision." Thus, the 3-year pact was born. Murong Shui merely scoffed. "What of 3 years? You, a mere speck of dust, dare to compete with the moon." With that, she and her entire family relocated to Tianyun Sect. Sighing, Zhong Qing couldn't help but feel the story was all too cliché. People are strange. If you are better off, then so be it. If you wish to break off the engagement, then do so. Lin Feng and the others are aware of the gap between them and Murong Shui, and they harbor no ill will. Yet, to trample on those who once stood by you to satisfy your vanity is beyond comprehension. Although Zhong Qing could not empathize completely, as a mentor, he felt a surge of indignation upon hearing such a tale. What does golden talent matter? My disciple possesses 100-fold enhancement and divine level techniques. Ultimately, who is unworthy of whom? So when do you plan to go to Tianyun Sect? Zhong Qing inquired. In a month. Lin Feng tightened his fists, stating, although I want to ascend the mountain now and believe I can defeat her to reclaim my honor, I still need to improve. I aim to break through within this month, so I can confront her before her proud sect and decisively defeat her, trampling her beneath my feet. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. I want to see what it feels like to turn the tables on someone who once made me feel worthless. I want to witness her astonishment, to see her repent for the pain she inflicted upon my family. Well said, my good disciple, Zhong Qing praised. Either do not go at all, or achieve a decisive victory. Feel free to follow your instincts. Remember, your master will always stand behind you. Thank you, master. This morning, I sent a letter informing them of my intention to visit Tianyun Sect in a month. Lin Feng replied, good, now, you must focus on your training, Zhong Qing advised. Rest assured, master, I will train diligently and not let you down, Lin Feng vowed earnestly before departing. After seeing Lin Feng off, Zhong Qing stood in place with his hands clasped behind his back. A top-tier sect like Tianyun was far more formidable than even Pingjiang Sect. However, if his disciple sought to avenge himself, as his mentor, he could not afford to lag behind. It was also predictable that if Morong Shui were indeed trampled by his disciple before the public, Tianyun Sect would not stand idly by, nor would they allow her to suffer disgrace. Clearly, he too needed to make some preparations. Hey Bai, Zhong Qing called. At your service. Hey Bai respectfully appeared beside Zhong Qing. How have the tasks assigned to you by Long Ning and the others progressed? Zhong Qing inquired. Master, I have completed all the tasks the young ladies entrusted to me, and there is nothing more at present. Hey Bai reported with deference. As there seems to be no pressing matters at hand, I would like you to make a trip back to Mufu Peak on my behalf. Zhong Qing furrowed his brows and instructed, first, bring over the more than 10,000 wooden sculptures from my warehouse. And also carry over the scarecrow at the entrance. Understood, I shall depart immediately. With a nod, Zhong Qing informed Heibai of the coordinates, and Heibai transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Mufu Peak. With Heibai's cultivation at the Moon Profound Realm, he hurried along, and within 2 days, he returned, having filled a storage ring with over 10,000 wooden sculptures. Additionally, he bore a scarecrow on his shoulder. After inspecting the goods, Zhong Qing let out a sigh of relief. All these items were rewards accumulated over the years. The wooden sculptures were one-time use. Once activated, they could maintain their form for half a day. However, upon activation, they would anthropomorphize and their cultivation levels range from Star Profound Realm to Sun Profound Realm. He prepared to carry these with him. As a precaution, should Tianyun Sect prove to be foolish, he intended to unleash these wooden sculptures upon them. As for the scarecrow before him, it was his ultimate trump card. Zhong Qing was uncertain of its actual effects, but he knew it was one of the few ultimate rewards he had secured. After making these ample preparations, Zhong Qing comfortably reclined back in his lounge chair. Tianyun Sect, within a lavish side hall. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache sat regally in a grand chair, clad in a luxurious brocade robe that radiated prestige and vitality. He was Morong Hai, the head of the Morong family. Although his cultivation was not particularly high within Tianyun Sect, his status was formidable due to his daughter. Even the elders of Tianyun Sect treated him with utmost respect, for his daughter was the sect's holy maiden, publicly a disciple of the Grand Elder, yet secretly receiving guidance from several esteemed elders, basking in adoration. At that moment, he was perusing a letter, and upon finishing, a look of disdain crossed his face. Just as he was about to burn it, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon, a woman dressed in white, with an aloof demeanor and a delicate visage that exuded an air of purity, appeared. Upon seeing her, Morong Hai's expression brightened, and he went to greet her. Daughter, why haven't you been cultivating today? Have you come to visit me? He asked with a warm smile. The visitor was none other than Morong Shui. Chapter 32. The ants struggle since there was nothing to attend to today. I decided to visit you, father, Morong Shui replied. Are you settling in well here? Quite well indeed, Morong Hai responded with a beaming smile. Living here is incomparable to that wretched place in Fengtian City. After spending some time here, I feel my long stagnant cultivation is finally beginning to loosen. That's splendid. I happen to have a few Tongxing pills here. Morong Shui raised her jade hand, placing a crystal-clear jade vial on the table. These Tongxing pills can enhance your success rate in breaking through to the Star Profound Realm. This. Morong Hai's eyes sparkled as he opened the vial, revealing 7 Tongxing pills within, the rich aroma of the pills wafting through the room. These Tongxing pills are indeed rare treasures. I could barely acquire one back in Fengtian City, and now here you present me with 7. They're merely Tongxing pills, father. Feel free to use them. If you need more, I can procure them, Morong Shui said with pride. With my current standing in Tianyan Sect, acquiring such pills is just a matter of asking. You truly are impressive, my daughter, Morong Hai said, filled with pride, before inquiring, by the way, I cannot discern your cultivation level. What realm are you currently at? Michin Profound Realm, Morong Shui replied with a slight smile. Michin Profound Realm already? Morong Hai gasped, excitement etched on his face. Your cultivation is nearly catching up to mine. I have spent decades to reach the Leichin Profound Realm, and you are only in your teens? Truly remarkable golden talent, Omi. Ascending in cultivation is merely a matter of time, Morong Shui said, her lips curling to ask for why you cannot see through my cultivation. It is because my progress has been exceedingly rapid. I have advanced from the innate realm to my current level in just a year. If this speed becomes public knowledge, it would surely incite envy, which is why the esteemed elders of the sect imparted to me a method to conceal my aura. That is quite prudent, Morong Hai agreed. Every sect has its enemies and rivals. If others were to learn of your rapid progression, it could prove detrimental. The sect's actions are for your benefit. Morong Shui nodded with a hint of pride. Suddenly, Morong Hai recalled something. Picking up the letter he held, I received a letter from Lin Feng of the Lin family, stating that he intends to come to challenge you a month from now. Ahead of the 3-year agreement, Lin Feng? The Lin Feng from Fengtian City? Morong Shui asked, tilting her head. Had Morong Hai not mentioned it, she would have forgotten about him entirely. Half a year ago, he had been clamoring about 3 years hence. Now, with 2.5 years remaining, what prompted him to challenge her? I am uncertain. This is a challenge letter he sent. Would you like to take a look? Morong Hai extended the letter. However, Morong Shui did not take it, not even casting it a glance. I truly do not understand where he found the courage to challenge me. She scoffed. I have heard rumors from Fengtian City that Lin Feng has encountered some fortuitous circumstance and found a master whose strength is not to be underestimated. It seems he even helped eliminate a Moon Profound Realm beast, so he likely possesses the strength of a late Moon Profound Realm practitioner, Morong Hai remarked. Thus, Lin Feng may have gained this person's assistance for his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's expression remained impassive. A Moon Profound Realm master is all. Such beings are 10 a penny in Tianyan Sect, and who among them has not begun at the Moon Profound Realm? Indeed, a mere Moon Profound Realm practitioner is nothing of concern. Morong Hai nodded, a hint of pride gracing his features. Once upon a time, a Moon Profound Realm practitioner was indeed an insurmountable existence. However, now, not to mention the elders who treated him with courtesy were all Moon Profound Realm practitioners, with whom he interacted daily. Perhaps I understand why he wishes to challenge me at this time, Morong Shui said playfully. What do you mean? Morong Hai asked, puzzled. Did you not say he has the backing of a Moon Profound Realm master for his cultivation? Morong Shui scoffed. So he merely wishes to prove to me that he is not a waste. But even so, what of it? Postnatal. Innate? In my eyes, he remains a waste, to her. Such proof was mere child's play. Did he think this would earn him a second glance from her? At this point, Morong Shui's expression turned icy. If he wishes to come, let him come. But once he arrives, he shall not leave. You intend to kill him? Morong Hai exclaimed, taken aback. Is it not the best outcome for him to perish on the arena during the challenge? Morong Shui retorted, daughter, perhaps you should spare his life. Morong Hai suggested. Regardless, the Lin family has once shown kindness to our Morong family, and setting aside the broken engagement, we grew up together, making him a sort of childhood acquaintance. Silence. Suddenly, Morong Shui's delicate features twisted in fury, her voice rising in hysteria. What engagement? What childhood acquaintance? Do you not know who I am? I am the holy maiden of Tianyun Sect. This so-called engagement is merely a stain upon me. A stain, a stain. Do you understand? If I do not erase this stain, I feel every gaze upon me is filled with mockery, as if ants are crawling over me at all times. Thus, he must die. Morong Shui's entire being radiated coldness, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Very well, Morong Hai replied, visibly shaken by Morong Shui's sudden rage. Hesitant to say more, I shall take my leave now. There is no need for further discussion. Let him come and meet his demise in a month. With a cold expression, Morong Shui stated before turning to leave. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's challenge letter arrived at Tianyun Sect. This was an official challenge. Tianyun Sect was naturally informed. The sect did not make any significant statements, merely acknowledging the challenge, but it was evident they did not take it to heart. After all, as a top-tier sect, they were inundated with various matters daily, and such an unremarkable event would hardly concern them. Merely the struggle of an ant. Chapter 33. The celestial catastrophe days passed once more. The Lin family residence. Zhong Qing lay leisurely in the courtyard. Ding. The host's disciple Lin Feng has broken through to the Midchen Profound Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Sun Profound Realm. Has he reached the Sun Profound Realm? Zhong Qing mused, unable to suppress a smile. The efforts of his two disciples, coupled with a myriad of rewards, had indeed yielded rapid results. One's cultivation level increased. The required resources also grew, and he had initially thought it would take some time to break through to the Sun Profound Realm. Yet it had come much sooner than expected. Host. Zhong Qing cultivation. Sun Profound Realm. Disciple. Lin Feng, Midchen Profound Realm, hundredfold amplification in progress. Disciple. Su Yi, innate realm, hundredfold amplification in progress. Activated bonds. Waste material bond 2-2. More bonds yet to be developed. Acquired physique. None. Acquired special skills. Old 6 halo, heavenly eye. Same level overwhelm, personal small world. Excellent. With a contented expression, Zhong Qing rose from his lounge chair and entered his personal small world. Over the course of these past few days, the small world had undergone a remarkable transformation. To describe it as a paradise would not be an exaggeration. Merely being within it brought a sense of tranquility. Furthermore, as the small world mirrored the outer realm, it was suffused with spiritual energy, and due to the careful layout, the spiritual energy within surpassed that of the outside world. Before long, Zhong Qing arrived at the lakeside pavilion, uniquely crafted for him by the two women. Standing on the pavilion, he took in the view of the lake and distant waterfall, with a gentle breeze caressing him, providing unparalleled comfort in his past life. How many billionaires could have enjoyed such luxury? Greetings, senior. At that moment, the two women, looking somewhat disheveled, flew in from afar to pay their respects to Zhong Qing. You have truly worked hard during this time, and your designs have left me thoroughly impressed. Zhong Qing generously praised them, having witnessed their unwavering dedication since the commencement of the renovations. It is our duty to serve the senior, the two women said, wiping the sweat from their brows, their faces adorned with smiles. However, senior, the main work is nearly complete. The remaining details will require your gentle touch to perfect. Thank you both immensely. Zhong Qing expressed his gratitude. After the two women conducted a final check within the small world, ensuring no oversights remained, they followed Zhong Qing out. Senior, since there are no pressing matters, we shall take our leave now, the two women said. Would you like to stay at the Lin family for a couple more days before returning? Zhong Qing suggested, unable to restrain his laughter. There are many delectable dishes in Fengtian City. Since there is nothing urgent, I could take you both out to explore and savor some culinary delights. The two women were taken aback by the unexpected invitation. It was indeed an honor for them to be offered such a chance by someone of Zhong Qing's stature. They exchanged hesitant glances, torn between their desire to join him and their sense of duty to their sect. Senior, we would love to accompany you to enjoy the food, but we received news from the sect yesterday indicating that significant matters have arisen. Regardless of our task completion, we must return swiftly as per the sect's orders, which we cannot defy, they explained. In that case, I shall not insist, Zhong Qing replied with a smile. But in light of your hard work during this time, I shall present you both with small gifts. Saying this, Zhong Qing retrieved 2 small wooden sculptures from his storage ring, offering one to each of the women. His invitation had not stemmed from ulterior motives. He simply wished to reward the two for their diligent efforts. Since he had ample wooden sculptures, having acquired over 100 more that day alone, he decided to gift them items for their protection. The wooden sculptures came in 2 varieties. One that anthropomorphized upon receiving a command, yet lasted only half a day before shattering, and another that did not anthropomorphize but offered automatic protection as long as its energy remained. The latter functioned more like a protective talisman, albeit a more advanced one, as it could actively defend rather than just passively shield. The 2 sculptures gifted to the women were of the latter type and of relatively high quality. Upon receiving the wooden sculptures, the 2 women found them adorable, without discerning their true nature, viewing them merely as a charming keepsake from Zhong Qing. However, they did not show any signs of disdain. Rather, they were genuinely pleased, for receiving a gift from such a remarkable being was a source of great satisfaction. Remember to keep them close. Do not misplace them, Zhong Qing gently reminded them. How could we dare? Since they are gifts from the senior, we will surely carry them with us every day. The lively Qing Miao replied, revealing her small tiger teeth. Afterward, the two women clasped their hands in farewell. Then, senior, we shall take our leave. With that, they soared into the sky, departing. For them, this journey had been incredibly rewarding, not only securing 6-moon profound realm beast eyes, but also establishing a relationship with someone of Zhong Qing's caliber. They made their way back towards Wandao Mountain eye in the air. Qing Miao could not help but ask, Sister, what exactly happened in the sect that necessitates our hasty return? Upon hearing this, Long Ning's expression darkened, her tone grave as she replied, Junior sister, have you heard of the legend surrounding Tiannan? Tiannan? Are you referring to the prodigy from 300 years ago, the one from Wandao Mountain? Indeed, that is him, Long Ning confirmed with a nod. He was the most talented disciple in the history of Wandao Mountain, possessing profound expertise in formations, geomancy, and various esoteric arts. However, he ultimately strayed from the righteous path, delving into the study of blood formations for sacrificial rituals, gradually descending into the demonic path. He became increasingly unhinged. Disregarding the sect's attempts to stop him in a final act of madness, he sacrificed an entire village to conduct his experiments, forcing the sect to dispatch powerful experts to eliminate him. That battle resulted in significant losses for Wandao Mountain, and Tiannan was cast into the abyss of perdition. We had believed Tiannan to be dead. Yet, unexpectedly, he has resurfaced today, 300 years later. During our recent mission, over 100 disciples' life tokens shattered, all perishing at the hands of Tiannan. This is why the sect has commanded us to return swiftly and avoid lingering outside. Lung Ning explained gravely. Upon hearing this, Qing Miao was incredulous. Tiannan has not perished. What should we do if we encounter him? She glanced around, unease settling in her heart. There is no need for concern, Lung Ning reassured her. We are situated in a remote area. Tiannan is unlikely to venture here. Once we near the sect, they will send personnel to escort us. That is reassuring, Qing Miao replied. Relieved, the azure bird patted her chest and then continued, Sister, since this is the case, why don't we linger a few more days in Fengtian City? It is much safer to stay before our senior. And I can see from your expression that you seem to wish to remain here a while longer, don't you? As she spoke, the azure bird leaned in, attempting to catch a glimpse of Long Ning's expression. Chapter 34. Accidentally causing the death of a bystander. Indeed, a faint blush crept across Long Ning's face. Upon noticing the azure bird leaning closer, she playfully glared at her and exclaimed, How dare you tease your senior? I shall strike you, you little scamp. Oh, but that is hardly teasing, the azure bird retorted, somewhat exasperated. Your face turned red just now. If you like him, then just admit it. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, Senior Zhong Qing is truly exceptional. Yes, Senior Zhong Qing is indeed remarkable. Long Ning suddenly sighed. But what good does it do to have feelings? Our status in Wandao Mountain is quite respectable, and even in the eastern region, we are regarded as geniuses. Yet in the eyes of our seniors, Wandao Mountain is hardly anything of note. Ultimately, we are not of the same world. As she spoke, Long Ning shook her head sadly. The azure bird pouted, unusually refraining from retorting. Clearly moved by Long Ning's words, at that moment, Long Ning glanced toward the distant mountains and said to the azure bird, Junior sister, there may be many demonic beasts lurking in these mountains. Just to be safe, let us find a place to rest for a while and recover before setting off again. All right, the azure bird nodded. The two then descended upon the peak of a mountain and sat down on the ground. Gazing at the magnificent scenery of the 10,000 great mountains in the distance, they were captivated by its beauty. After consuming a chi recovery pill and taking a brief moment to recuperate, the azure bird couldn't resist taking out the wooden sculpture in her hands, admiring it intently. Sister, you must admit, the craftsmanship of the wooden sculpture gifted by Senior Zhong is quite impressive. It appears almost lifelike. Indeed, the features are distinct and the proportions are perfect, Long Ning replied, also unable to resist examining her own wooden sculpture closely. She even tied a red string around the legs of her sculpture, so she could hang it at her waist. However, while the two were engrossed in examining the sculptures during their brief respite, a pair of crimson eyes watched them mockingly from the air not far away. Wandao Mountain's attire. Who would have thought that in such a remote place, I would encounter someone from Wandao Mountain? It seems fate is on my side, compelling me to take revenge on this despicable Wandao Mountain. I have developed a blood sacrifice array capable of dominating the world for you. And yet you are ungrateful enough to encircle me, leaving me to suffer in that damned sea of despair. Originally, I planned to directly assault Wandao Mountain in 7 days and cleanse it completely, but since I've encountered 2 of you first, I shall dispose of you first. Moreover, judging by the cultivation of these 2, their status is likely not low. They must be the precious darlings of some elders, which will only add to the suffering of those old fools. As he spoke, a pale and somewhat eerie visage revealed a sinister expression, licking his lips as he descended from the sky, reaching for the 2 girls. Faced with such a sudden and formidable attack, the 2 girls were completely oblivious, still engrossed in their wooden sculptures. Just then, the wooden sculpture in the azure bird's hands suddenly erupted with dazzling light, resembling a radiant little sun atop the mountain peak. "What is happening?" the azure bird exclaimed, startled by the illumination of her sculpture. Long Ning, equally incredulous, noted that her own sculpture had flickered for a brief moment, but it seemed to fade away upon witnessing the azure bird's sculpture shine. Could this wooden sculpture be more than just an ordinary trinket? As the 2 girls pondered, the dazzling wooden sculpture in the azure bird's hands unleashed a radiant shockwave that shot into the AI art, Ian Midair. The assailant, Tian Nan, also noticed the brilliant light emanating from the vicinity of the 2 girls, causing him to squint in discomfort. What kind of treasure is this? Have I been detected? But it matters little. In the face of absolute power, all other means are mere embellishments. Tiannan sneered. It was not until the shockwave struck that his expression changed dramatically, for the speed of the wave was so swift that he had no time to evade. When he looked down, he discovered a gaping hole the size of a bowl had pierced through his chest. Intense pain surged throughout his body, and he instinctively let out a scream. "Ah!" His cry echoed through the mountains as Tiannan, eyes wide open in shock, plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Crashing into the forest, the 2 girls, still dazed by the sudden change in their wooden sculptures, heard a scream in the distance. "Oh no! I accidentally killed someone!" the azure bird exclaimed in panic, clutching the wooden sculpture. Unsure of what to do, the wooden sculpture, having unleashed its shockwave, reverted to its original form, though upon closer inspection, its texture seemed diminished. "Let us hurry and see," Long Ning said, furrowing her brow as she led the azure bird toward the site where the man had fallen. Soon, they found the victim, who lay surrounded by a few low-level demonic wolves, sniffing the air as if preparing to feast on the unexpected delicacy. "Get away!" Long Ning shouted, driving the wolves away before kneeling beside the man to check his breath. "He has gone," she said, her brows knit in concern. "What do we do now, sister?" the azure bird lamented, standing frozen in place, her face a mask of regret. "Sister, I truly didn't mean to. I didn't even know what triggered the light. And then it attacked. I know you didn't intend for this." Long Ning sighed deeply, realizing that the wooden sculptures given to them by Zhong Qing were not ordinary trinkets, but rather powerful artifacts capable of unleashing tremendous force. Yet it seemed they still lacked the skill to wield them properly, and now, they had inadvertently caused a bystander's death. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Big brother, please don't die with your eyes open. I truly didn't mean it," the azure bird pleaded, her hands pressed together in remorse as she jumped anxiously. "Sister, what should we do?" she asked, looking at Long Ning, who was also at a loss. In truth, Long Ning found it absurd that the man had met such an unfortunate fate. It was more ludicrous than an ordinary person being struck dead by a meteorite falling from the sky. The 2 girls could have easily disposed of the body and fled, as no one was around to witness it in the mountains. Yet, being naive and inexperienced, their conscience would not allow them to do so. Besides, with their training in Wandao Mountain, they understood that such actions would lead to karmic consequences. After a long moment of contemplation, Long Ning finally spoke. "The man is already dead. He cannot be brought back to life. However, perhaps we can ascertain his identity and, upon finding his family, go to apologize and make amends." "But how do we find out who he is?" the azure bird asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "His attire doesn't belong to any sect, so there is no indication of his identity." Upon hearing this, Long Ning hesitated briefly before responding. "Then we shall have to bring his body back to Wandao Mountain and use our resources there to uncover his identity." Chapter 35. The Threat of Tiannan. Very well, it seems we have no other choice, the Azure Bird replied. The two girls soon found a small town inhabited by mortals 100 miles away, where they located a coffin shop. After purchasing a fine coffin, they returned to the forest and placed Tiannan's body inside it, subsequently storing the coffin in their spatial rings. Having completed these tasks, they dared not linger and continued their journey toward Wandao Mountain. Upon their arrival, they were indeed met by an elder who came to escort them. However, the elder wore a grave expression and, upon seeing them, said nothing, hastening back toward Wandao Mountain. The two girls sensed the tension in the air and refrained from speaking. Finally, they returned to Wandao Mountain, which was nestled amidst towering peaks. The mountains encircled Wandao Mountain, and a great river flowed 10 miles from its entrance, clearly a place of great spiritual energy. The scenery of Wandao Mountain was also breathtaking, with its buildings and sculptures seemingly infused with profound meaning. As they entered the premises, they could feel the abundant spiritual energy, much more so than in other places, indicating Wandao Mountain's remarkable expertise in this regard. Yet, the atmosphere at Wandao Mountain was heavy. With the gates tightly shut and many formations in a state of activation, the disciples passing through wore anxious expressions. "We have seen the master." Upon their return, the two girls first greeted their master. "You two have finally returned. Thank goodness you are safe. Come with me. The sect leader has summoned an urgent meeting." An elder clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an air of celestial grace, sighed in relief upon seeing the two girls safe. But he wasted no time in leading them to the sect meeting. "Yes, master," the two girls replied, not daring to delay or rest. They had intended to share their accomplishments, successfully completing their task and bringing back 6 mid-level Moon Realm demonic beast eyes, along with their encounter with the mysterious Zhong Qing. But the weight of the current situation overshadowed their excitement. Following their master, they entered the grand hall of the sect. Inside, all the elders, protectors, and direct disciples of Wandao Mountain had gathered. The atmosphere thick with tension. The head of the hall sat the sect leader, Zhong Qing, who surveyed the crowd before speaking slowly. "Everyone, now that we are all present, I will get straight to the point. Since Tiannan's return, over 100 of our disciples have been brutally slaughtered while on their travels and missions. This, however, is not the most pressing matter. We could, at worst, refrain from sending out our disciples and eliminate Tiannan to restore our freedom. But what I did not anticipate is that yesterday, Tiannan declared his intention to attack Wandao Mountain in retribution for the encirclement from 300 years ago. If this were anyone else making such claims, I would merely laugh it off. Even if a holy land were to attack us, I would not be overly concerned, for our greatest strength lies in our formations. In the face of the numerous formations laid by Wandao Mountain, even a holy land would suffer significant losses. But do not forget, Tiannan hails from Wandao Mountain, and his understanding of formations is the highest in our history. This means his comprehension of formations may surpass that of all of us here." As Zhong Qing's words fell, the entire assembly furrowed their brows, the weight of the situation settling heavily upon them. The recently returned Azure Bird and Long Ning finally understood the gravity of the sect's predicament. Subsequently, Zhong Qing revealed another shocking piece of information. "Moreover, we have received the latest news. Tiannan's cultivation has reached the Sun Realm. With his cultivation level, if formations have no effect on him, he will be unstoppable upon entering Wandao Mountain. Even if our ancestors were to emerge, they could at most achieve a stalemate, serving merely to restrain him. If he chooses not to engage our ancestors, but instead targets others, no one will be able to withstand his onslaught. In other words, he could kill everyone at the Sun Realm and escape unscathed." With these words, the crowd's expressions darkened further, their brows knitted tightly. The gap between each major realm is akin to a chasm, an insurmountable divide, and no matter how many Moon Realm cultivators one possesses, they cannot hope to match a Sun Realm opponent. Thus, even if Tiannan were to carelessly strike a few blows within Wandao Mountain, the losses would be unbearable. While Wandao Mountain had its own cultivators at the Sun Realm, they were not known for their combat prowess, making it highly likely that they would fall short against the now corrupted Tiannan. "What shall we do? Let us hear some suggestions," Zhong Qing said gravely. "I believe we must rely on our formations." One elder spoke up first. "After all, Tiannan has been absent from Wandao Mountain for 300 years. During this time, we have developed many new formations that he may not be familiar with." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," another elder concurred. "Our greatest strength lies in our formations. Surely the collective efforts of so many of us cannot be outdone by a single individual like Tiannan? While using formations, I also suggest we disperse a portion of our disciples, breaking them into smaller groups to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yet another elder added, agreed. Hearing the various proposals, Zhuge Qing's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Send my orders to discreetly disperse a portion of the disciples. We will bring them back once the crisis has passed. Secondly, we will activate all formations in Wandao Mountain and take advantage of the remaining days to set up additional new formations. Therefore, esteemed elders, in the face of this crisis, do not hold back. Unleash your ultimate techniques. Elder E, is your latest 5 Fiends formation ready to be deployed? Zhuge Qing turned his gaze to an elder who exuded an air of celestial grace, who happened to be the master of the Azure Bird and Lung Ning. Elder E sighed as he stood up. The formation still requires a few materials. What materials do you need? Zhuge Qing inquired eagerly. We need the eyes of demonic beasts to activate it, Elder E replied. And if we wish to affect someone at Tiannan's level, we cannot settle for ordinary demonic beast eyes. We need at least those from Moon Realm beasts. Moon Realm demonic beast eyes, you say? Zhuge Qing's brow furrowed. While Wandao Mountain had the resources to procure lower-tier demonic beasts, obtaining those at the Moon Realm was indeed challenging. After all, such creatures were apex predators within their realm, and acquiring their eyes was no simple task. Though I sent my 2 disciples out to hunt demonic beasts recently, intending for them to gain some experience, they have only been gone for a mere 10 days, and with their current strength, they are unlikely to have secured Moon Realm demonic beast eyes. Therefore, it seems unrealistic to expect the 5 Fiends formation to be ready before Tiannan arrives. Elder E lamented. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from the crowd. Master. Chapter 36. Moon Realm demonic beast eyes. My sister and I brought back 6. What do you wish to say? Elder E asked, turning to face the Azure Bird. The others in the room also turned their attention to her. Despite her relatively good standing among the younger generation, she could not help but feel nervous in such a setting. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she fiddled with her spatial ring before producing 6 jade vials. My sister and I brought back 6 Moon Realm demonic beast eyes. 6, and they are all from mid-tier Moon Realm beasts? The moment her words fell, an uproar erupted in the hall. What? One elder, particularly excited, rushed forward and seized a jade vial, examining it closely. Inside the translucent vial lay a perfectly preserved eye. What do you think? Elder E, is it truly a mid-tier Moon Realm eye? Zhuge Qing inquired urgently. With Elder Yi's experience, he could instantly confirm that the Azure Bird's claim was accurate. It was indeed a mid-tier Moon Realm demonic beast eye. Nodding solemnly, he acknowledged Zhuge Qing's inquiry. As he did so, the atmosphere in the hall shifted, with many displaying expressions of elation as they turned their gazes toward the 2 girls. Ha ha ha, you 2 have done a great service for Wandao Mountain. Zhuge Qing praised heartily, and the other elders echoed his sentiments, showering compliments upon the 2 girls. Due to the Eye of the Moon's profound realm beast this month, it has been a timely boon for them. After all, a certain elder holds a position of great prestige at Wandao Mountain, and the 5 Fiends formation he studies is undoubtedly capable of playing a significant role in combating the impending threat. The praises heaped upon them left both women feeling somewhat bashful. However, the prospect of contributing substantially to their sect brought them immense joy. Yet, the question lingered. How did the 2 of you acquire it? And 6 of them at that? At this moment, Zhuge Qing voiced the curiosity that had been gnawing at him. Others, too, turned their inquisitive gazes toward the pair. After all, such formidable beasts were beyond the grasp of most, and even those at the late stage of the moon's profound realm could sustain injuries from the dying struggles of such creatures. Reporting to the sect master, it was a gift from a senior. Lung Ning respectfully replied, A senior gifted you this? The crowd erupted in disbelief. What kind of senior would bestow such precious items upon them? It is worth noting that the eyes of beasts of this caliber not only hold potential applications in their formations, but also possess numerous other functions, making it no exaggeration to say that they are worth their weight in gold. Lung Ning and her companion nodded earnestly, subsequently recounting the entire story to the assembled individuals. Upon hearing their tale, the crowd was left astounded. A mere leaf could annihilate a mid-level moon's profound realm beast, and with the presence of a moon's profound realm attendant, it was clear that this individual must undoubtedly be at the sun's profound realm. Zhuge Qing concluded. Moreover, sect master, that elder Zhong Qing possesses a small world as well, Qing Niao added, unable to contain her excitement. a small world. At Qing Yao's words, the crowd was once again struck with astonishment. It seemed this individual either hailed from an extraordinary lineage or possessed an astonishing level of cultivation. Zhuge Qing supplemented, regardless, to have formed a favorable relationship with such an entity is indeed your fortune. You both have performed remarkably well this time, contributing significantly to the sect. Once we have dealt with the impending threat, I shall reward you appropriately. Thank you, Sect Master. The two women swiftly expressed their gratitude. Recalling something, Long Ning added, by the way, Sect Master, Master, and esteemed elders, when we departed, that senior gifted us 2 wooden carvings. We initially thought the carvings were mere souvenirs from the senior, but upon our return, we inadvertently touched something, and the carvings suddenly emitted a radiant glow, launching an attack into the sky, fortuitously striking down a passerby, an unexpected attack that killed a passerby? This dramatic turn of events left everyone present speechless. Such luck was truly unparalleled, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of mourning for that unfortunate soul. Show me those wooden carvings, Zhuge Qing urged promptly. The two women, not daring to delay, quickly produced the carvings. In an instant, the higher-ups of Wandao Mountain began to scrutinize the 2 wooden pieces closely. Despite Wandao Mountain's involvement in similar arts and the presence of numerous practitioners of such puppet techniques, after much contemplation, they failed to discern anything unusual about the carvings, and no matter how they examined them, the carvings appeared to be entirely ordinary. Are you certain you witnessed these carvings launch an attack? Zhuge Qing asked incredulously. Sect Master, we can assure you of its authenticity, Qing Yao replied hastily. We saw it unleash an attack with our own eyes. What level of attack was it? Zhuge Qing could not help but inquire further. The two women exchanged glances, shaking their heads. We cannot discern that. Apart from a wave of light, there was no discernible aura that it could have been from the Qin's profound realm, the Xing's profound realm, or perhaps even the Moon's profound realm. And we have no knowledge of the cultivation level of the individual who was struck down. It was only after his demise that we realized the attack had hit someone. All right, perhaps the wooden carving employed some unknown technique. After all, the world is full of wonders. You should keep these carvings for now, Zhuge Qing instructed. By the way, Sect Master, we also brought back the body. As we felt quite remorseful for the accidental killing, we intended to investigate his identity and then return his remains, along with an apology and compensation to his family, Long Ning added. Handle this matter after the threat has passed, Zhuge Qing replied, his mind preoccupied with more pressing concerns at the moment. Understood, Sect Master. The two women acknowledged the gravity of the situation and, after securing the wooden carvings, took their seats anew. As this sect meeting concluded, the entirety of Wandao Mountain sprang into action, with numerous disciples covertly dispatched. Following their departure, all formations at Wandao Mountain remained in a state of readiness, with no one permitted to enter or exit. Additionally, the elders brought forth their most profound skills, making final preparations for the impending confrontation. The Five Fiends formation, presided over by a certain elder, was hastily arranged with the cooperation of the others. Finally, on the eve of the assault by the impending threat, the Five Fiends formation was completed. Another day passed. The day of the threat's brazen declaration to assault Wandao Mountain had finally arrived. The entire Wandao Mountain was on high alert. All capable individuals were armed and awaiting within the sect's grand hall, while many others were stationed within the formation, ready to respond to any situation. Chapter 37. But why does this person seem so familiar? Yet, despite all these preparations, a heavy pall hung over every face. Even the slightest movement set their nerves on edge, for the threat posed by a single sun's profound realm cultivator was immense, especially considering that their prideful formations might prove ineffective against such an individual. As Wandao Mountain anxiously awaited, the sun shone brightly overhead. Zhuge Qing surveyed the surroundings, vigilant against any potential issues. The other elders remained alert as well, wary of any sudden assault from the impending threat. Soon, noon arrived. Although the threat had yet to make an appearance, it was conceivable that he had already arrived in the vicinity of Wandao Mountain. Everyone remained on guard. Zhuge Qing cautioned those around him. However, this wait extended into the afternoon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening light cast a crimson glow over Wandao Mountain. Was the threat planning a night attack? It is quite possible. After waiting all day without his arrival, he may believe we have let our guard down and strike unexpectedly when we are least prepared. A few elders engaged in hushed discussions. Under the tension of this prolonged wait, Even those with formidable cultivation felt the toll on their spirits. One by one, they each consumed a spirit-restoring pill to maintain their vigilance. As night descended upon the mountains, darkness enveloped the land. Aside from the illuminated area within Wandao Mountain, all else was shrouded in impenetrable blackness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. None could fathom what might be lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a clucking sound echoed from the forest beyond. The assembled individuals glanced upward, realizing they had unwittingly waited the entire night. The second sun began to rise on the eastern horizon. Yesterday, the threat did not come. Did we miscalculate the date? Zhong Qing and several elders convened. It cannot be. It was clearly yesterday. Oh, you think the threat might have deliberately released false information, intending to exhaust our mental fortitude, only to strike when we are most fatigued? Indeed, I concur with the elders' assessment. A person like the threat would possess no integrity or credit. It is highly plausible. Zhong Qing nodded gravely, then commanded, "Send word that all formations must remain active, and no one is to relax their vigilance." Yes. With this command, the entire Wandao Mountain remained on high alert. Yet, time slipped by, and another 7 days passed. Not only did the threat fail to attack Wandao Mountain, but there was also not a single trace of him. The various spies dispatched by Wandao Mountain reported no news regarding the threat, as if he had vanished from existence. Zhong Qing and the elders gathered in the sect's grand hall, utterly bewildered. This scenario is not unfolding as expected. This is completely unlike the threat's usual behavior. In light of these circumstances, Wandao Mountain attempted to resume partial operations, yet all remained peaceful on this day. Beside a flowing waterfall, Long Ning and Qing Yao stood by their pavilion, in front of which lay a coffin. Inside the coffin, a peculiar young man lay motionless. Since the bodies of cultivators do not easily decompose, even after several days, the corpse exhibited little change from the moment of death. "Sister, when do you think the threat will be entirely vanquished?" Gazing at the body before her, Qing Yao rubbed her temples and lamented, "This individual in the coffin feels like a thorn in my heart. I cannot find peace until I uncover his identity and lay him to rest properly. However, the threat still looms, and we cannot venture out to investigate." Sigh. "Let us wait a bit longer," Long Ning replied, furrowing her brow in consolation. "The threat poses an immense danger. Until he is dealt with, the risks of leaving the sect are far too great." "Very well." Qing Yao reluctantly nodded. "What are you two young ladies doing here?" At that moment, an elder with an ethereal presence approached, inquiring about the two women. "Greetings, master." The two women quickly bowed, then said, "Master, we are discussing what to do with this individual." The elder, noticing the coffin, couldn't help but lean closer for a better look. "Is this the one killed by the wooden carving? What a fine young lad, to perish so prematurely. It is truly a pity. Such is fate." The elder could not suppress a sigh of lamentation. "Master, what brings you here?" Qing Yao asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "Having expended considerable mental energy in recent days, I took a moment to recuperate and, finding myself with some free time, decided to check on you two sisters." No sooner had the elder spoken than the Wandao bell rang out. The elder's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward the distance. The Wandao bell sounds again. The sect master is convening another elders' meeting. "You may continue your conversation. I must attend," the elder said helplessly before stepping into the air and heading toward the sect's grand hall. When the elder arrived, most of the sect's higher-ups had already gathered. Everyone, the purpose of this gathering is still concerning the threat. The prolonged absence of the threat does not signify his abandonment of the idea of attacking us. Furthermore, this individual's methods are insidious and unpredictable. It is entirely possible he has already infiltrated Wandao Mountain, lurking somewhere and observing our movements. He may even be disguised as one of our disciples, blending in among us. While the likelihood of such a scenario is low, we cannot afford to be complacent. Zhong Qing stated from his position at the head. The assembly of higher-ups nodded solemnly, in agreement with Zhong Qing's words. The threat's bizarre and unpredictable nature made it difficult to ascertain what he might do in light of the fact that some elders had not been part of the sect 300 years ago and were unfamiliar with the threat. I have retrieved a segment of footage recorded on Wandao Stone from that time. This footage captures the threat while he was still in Wandao Mountain, during the formations arrangement. You may observe this footage to familiarize yourselves with the threat's aura and mannerisms. Once you are acquainted, please remain vigilant during your patrols around Wandao Mountain. Should you encounter anyone exhibiting similar behaviors, report it immediately. The higher-ups nodded in agreement. It was no wonder Zhuge Qing was so anxious. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. With Zhuge Qing's words, he waved his hand, and a scene materialized above the heads of the assembly. In the image, a young man clad in black was seated cross-legged on the ground, hands forming seals. His features were distinct. Triangular eyes, an aquiline nose, pronounced cheekbones, and an unnaturally pale complexion that bordered on sickly. One elder present was diligently observing the image above. Although he had been an elder of Wandao Mountain for 300 years, he had been in seclusion researching a high-level formation when the threat made his entrance. By the time he emerged from his seclusion, Wandao Mountain had already expelled the threat and united against him. Thus, he had never seen the threat until this moment, when he finally caught a glimpse of the legendary figure and his appearance. But why does this person seem so familiar? Chapter 38. Master, did you just carry off the coffin? This individual feels eerily reminiscent of someone I have encountered before. One elder pondered intensely, left and right, until suddenly, a realization struck him. He sprang up from his seat as if propelled by springs, emitting a shriek akin to that of a startled duck, which reverberated painfully in the ears of those present. The elder's sudden and peculiar behavior instantly captured everyone's attention. What's wrong with you? Zhuge Qing inquired hurriedly. Indeed, what has caused this sudden reaction? The others echoed, their concern palpable. This was the first time they had witnessed such a display from the elder in many years. Yet, the elder paid them no heed, bursting out of the grand hall and soaring into the air, leaving the gathered individuals utterly perplexed. Upon exiting the grand hall, the elder did not pause for a moment, heading straight toward the direction of Long Ning and Qing Miao. The two women were still in the pavilion, deliberating over what to do with the body, when they noticed the elder approaching at an unprecedented speed. Master, are you not in the elders' meeting? Why have you returned? The two women asked, their expressions filled with confusion. However, the elder disregarded their inquiries, shouting instead, Where is the coffin? Where is it? It's right here, the two women replied, startled by the urgency in his voice. Qing Miao hurriedly retrieved the coffin from her storage ring. With a resounding thud, the coffin hit the ground. The elder lifted the lid, his eyes fixated on the still figure of the young man inside. Indeed, it is as I thought, he murmured, staring at the coffin with intensity, before hoisting it onto his shoulder and soaring back toward the grand hall, as if fearing he was not swift enough. The sight of the elder's frantic actions left the two women utterly astonished. Their master had just run off with a coffin. What on earth has happened? Lung Ning remarked, sensing the strangeness of the situation. Let us follow him and see. Meanwhile, Zhuge Qing and the other higher-ups were still in a state of confusion, trying to grasp the elder's sudden outburst, when they beheld him returning, this time carrying a coffin on his shoulder. This spectacle left the assembled crowd staring in wide-eyed disbelief. Had the elder lost his mind under the pressure of the threat, or had he truly gone mad? Elder, could you please explain what is happening? Zhuge Qing asked, concern etched on his face. With a heavy thud, the elder dropped the coffin to the ground, took a deep breath, and then turned to Zhuge Qing with utmost seriousness, saying, Sect Master, you need only take a look inside. The person inside the coffin? Zhuge Qing was perplexed but understood that the elder would not speak lightly. He approached, lifting the lid of the coffin with a single motion, and when his gaze fell upon the corpse within, he let out a piercing scream. His voice was louder than the previous call of the elder. What, exactly, is the situation? The other elders, witnessing this, were instantly filled with curiosity. Who could possibly be lying within this coffin that would cause the sect leader to lose his composure? They all gathered around, peering into the coffin. Gah, what the hell? No way. Another round of shrill screams and expletives erupted throughout the Wandao Mountain Great Hall. Everyone present was utterly unsettled, their eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the quiet figure of Tiannan lying within the coffin. What on earth is going on? An elder stammered, completely unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Tiannan, he actually died like this. And he is lying in this coffin. How could this coffin even have appeared in Wandao Mountain? This is simply absurd and dreamlike. One elder took a deep breath, steadying his trembling heart, and spoke up. This coffin was brought back by my two disciples from outside. What? As soon as these words were uttered, it stirred up a storm of reactions. Zhuge Qing, as the sect leader, quickly grasped the implications and exclaimed, Are you saying that the person who was accidentally killed by Qing Miao and Lung Ning with that wooden sculpture is Tiannan? Yes, the elder nodded solemnly. Although this matter seemed so surreal that he could hardly believe it, the evidence lay right before their eyes. With the elder's confirmation, Zhuge Qing and the others were utterly astonished. This was beyond ridiculous, like opening the door to absurdity. It was absurd to the core. No wonder Tiannan had declared his intention to attack Wandao Mountain. After all this time, they hadn't seen a trace of him because he had long since perished. They had been on high alert for nothing, merely engaging in a battle of wits with thin AI or AT that moment. Long Ning and her companion, who had been pursuing the elder, arrived at the entrance of the hall and overheard the conversation within. The two women were instantly dumbfounded, standing frozen as if turned to stone, their eyes filled with disbelief. Sister, I'm not dreaming, am I? Qing Yao trembled, glancing at Long Ning and stammered. That unfortunate guy is actually Tiannan? Long Ning was similarly speechless, overwhelmed with shock. Who could have imagined such an extraordinary turn of events? Haha, at that moment, Zhuge Qing's excited laughter echoed throughout the hall. After thorough examination, he confirmed that the person in the coffin was indeed Tiannan. No matter how hard it was to believe, the truth was undeniable. Tiannan was dead, and his corpse lay before them. The crisis that had plagued Wandao Mountain had thus been resolved. Truly, heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. Convey my orders. Starting today, Wandao Mountain will celebrate for 3 days, and all disciples may enter the library to select one profound skill. Zhuge Qing laughed heartily, and the other elders wore smiles of relief. For these past few days, they had not felt at ease for a moment, but now, their anxieties finally began to dissipate. Qing Yao, Long Ning, you two great contributors, come in, come in. Zhuge Qing called out to the two women standing at the door. Yes, sect leader. The two women, sharing in the excitement, felt elated as well. Not only had the sect's crisis been averted, but they also no longer had to worry about identifying that person and offering apologies. Can you show me that wooden sculpture again? After entering, Zhuge Qing said with a beaming smile. It should be noted that this wooden sculpture was the instrument of Tiannan's demise. The concept of a being of the Sun profound realm being killed is truly terrifying. Chapter 39. This senior is our benefactor. The two women were unaware of the deeper connections involved. Initially, they thought that the person killed by the wooden sculpture was merely of comparable strength to themselves, if not weaker. However, upon learning that the deceased was Tiannan, they found it hard to comprehend the weight of the gift they had received from Zhong Qing. Zhuge Qing understood this principle as well, which is why he wanted to take a second look at the wooden sculpture. Cautiously, the two women retrieved the sculpture. Zhuge Qing and the others received it with the utmost care, treating it with the gravity it warranted. Unlike their previous casual handling, their eyes reflected seriousness, and they touched it gingerly, fearful of inadvertently triggering any mechanisms. With Tiannan of the Sun profound realm having been killed, if the sculpture were to unleash an attack, they would truly be defenseless. Elders, do you see any peculiarities upon further inspection? Zhuge Qing couldn't help but inquire. The elders shook their heads in unison. It appeared just as it had before. The wooden sculpture seemed like an ordinary object. However, now everyone understood that the sculpture was not truly mundane. Rather, its craftsmanship was so profound that they lacked the ability to discern its mysteries. It appears this senior is even more formidable than we imagined. Zhuge Qing concluded with a sense of wonder. Indeed, upon further reflection, I sense an even more chilling thought. An elder spoke with grave seriousness. What chilling thought? Zhuge Qing and the others turned their attention to the elder. I wonder, why did the wooden sculpture suddenly unleash an attack? The elder said meaningfully. Moreover, why was the target none other than Tiannan? Don't you think this is all too coincidental? Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhuge Qing was struck with realization, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, You mean to say? Precisely, the elder replied. I suspect that this senior may have foreseen the troubles facing Wandao Mountain, and because Qing Yao and Long Ning endeared themselves to him, he directly helped us eliminate Tiannan. This theory indeed seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary coincidence occur? Zhuge Qing took a deep breath, feeling that this possibility was exceedingly high, and he was astounded. However, sect leader, master, we didn't mention anything about Tiannan when we departed. Qing Yao interjected, unable to contain her confusion. We only mentioned that there were matters concerning the sect, nothing else. Hearing this, Zhuge Qing shook his head and laughed. You two young ladies are still too naive. At a certain level, it makes no difference whether you speak or remain silent. He can calculate the heavenly secrets with a mere gesture, let alone this trivial matter of Tian and An. Is there truly someone so powerful in this world? Lung Ning exclaimed in disbelief. Haven't you encountered such a person? Zhuge Qing chuckled. I cannot help but admire your good fortune. You two have crossed paths with such an existence, allowing Wandao Mountain to evade a great crisis. Thus, you two are the great benefactors of Wandao Mountain. Of course, that senior is also our savior. The two women felt bashful at Zhuge Qing's words. Yet, recalling that figure clad in white, they found their hearts stirred with a mix of awe and gratitude. He was even more powerful than they had imagined. As they marveled at the vast chasm between their abilities and his, they felt a profound sense of appreciation. They had merely assisted Zhong Qing in arranging a small world, and yet he had gifted them 6 eyeballs of mid-level moon profound realm demon beasts and resolved the crisis with Tian Nan. Such a monumental favor left them at a loss for how to repay it. Elder, prepare a grand gift immediately. We must pay a visit to this senior. Zhuge Qing commanded. Yes, sect leader. The elder promptly complied, but then remembered something and added. By the way, sect leader, Tianyun Sect has sent word requesting our assistance in repairing their formation. What do you think? Delaying the repair of Tianyun Sect's formation by a day or two won't be a significant issue. Visiting the senior is our priority, Zhuge Qing said decisively. Understood, the elder responded promptly. After the elder prepared the gift, Zhuge Qing set off with him, heading towards Fengtian City based on the address provided by Qing Miao and her companion. The next day, they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family in Fengtian City. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a closed door, and they did not see Zhong Qing in person. This was not the Lin family's fault. It was simply that the number of requests to meet Zhong Qing had skyrocketed recently. Why not introduce ourselves directly? After being turned away, the elder fumed. For their identities were respected even throughout the eastern region. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they arrived at the gates of a holy land, the sect leader would greet them with courtesy. Due to Wandao Mountain's expertise in formations, despite their overall strength not being top tier in the eastern region, no sect would turn down their assistance. Yet, here at the humble Lin family in Fengtian City, they couldn't even gain entry. Elder, this approach is inappropriate. Zhuge Qing interjected, quickly stopping him. Our esteemed identities likely hold no weight in the eyes of the senior. Since we cannot enter, it is likely that the senior does not wish to see us, so we must not act impulsively and offend him indeed. The elder quickly agreed, feeling somewhat ashamed. If we cannot meet him, then so be it. There will be other opportunities to express our gratitude. It is actually closer to go directly to Tianyun Sect from here. Let us proceed, Zhuge Qing instructed. I have heard that Tianyun Sect recently produced a golden talent saintess, and that old Wu Yun seems to have intentions of asking me to teach her some defensive formations. During this trip to assist them in repairing their formation, I might as well take the opportunity to observe this saintess. If she truly possesses potential, it would be worth teaching her. Yes, sect leader. The elder nodded in agreement. By the way, also inform the others to send someone to inquire about the relationship between the Lin family and that senior, as well as the purpose of the senior's visit to Fengtian City. To facilitate our next visit, Zhuge Qing instructed that I will arrange that immediately. The elder nodded and sent out a message. Subsequently, the two made their way directly to Tianyun Sect. Chapter 40. Leveling Tianyun Sect is merely a matter of minutes. A day later, they arrived at Tianyun Sect. As one of the most prominent forces in the eastern region in recent years, Tianyun Sect was indeed impressive. Beyond the mountain gate lay a staggering 999 steps, ascending directly into the sky and the clouds. The name Tianyun originated from the phrase reaching for the sky and exploring the clouds. Looking up, one could hardly see the full grandeur of Tianyun Sect. Only faint rays of light shimmered through the mist, revealing glimpses of its ethereal architecture. Upon their arrival, Zhuge Qing and the elder were warmly received by Wu Yun, the sect leader of Tianyun Sect. Within the grand hall, Wu Yun was chatting amiably with Zhuge Qing. Our sect has several formations in disrepair, and I hope you can assist us this time, Brother Zhuge. Wu Yun stroked his beard and chuckled. Certainly, it is no trouble at all, Zhuge Qing replied with a faint smile. After all, such assistance does not come without compensation. Each time I lend a hand, it is worth a considerable sum, akin to how alchemists charge for their services. While an alchemist may not possess overwhelming strength, they are respected wherever they go, and so it is with Wandao Mountain. By the way, I have another request for you, Brother Zhuge, Wu Yun continued, stroking his beard. You know our Tianyun Sect has recently produced a saintess, and I would like to ask you to provide her with some guidance. You are aware that in the world of cultivation, whether delving into secret realms or traveling abroad, one might encounter formations. Knowing some foundational knowledge of formations would greatly enhance her safety. That would depend on her talent, Zhuge Qing replied candidly. Excellent, then let us see how talented my disciple is. Saying this, Wu Yun called out, Schwerer, come in and greet Wandao Mountain's sect leader Zihuge. As Wu Yun's voice echoed. A figure clad in white, Morong Shui, glided into the hall, her long skirt trailing behind her. Morong Shui, I pay my respects to Senior Zhuge. She bowed respectfully. Indeed, she is a rare gem among people. Zhuge Qing nodded in appreciation, his discerning eyes quickly recognizing her exceptional nature. He then got straight to the point. In that case, let me test your abilities. I will set up a small gathering formation in your presence. If you can replicate it after I finish, I will agree to your master's request. Very well. Please proceed. Sect leader Zhuge. Morong Shui replied confidently. Zhuge Qing nodded, retrieving 3 gold coins from his storage ring, arranging them in a triangular formation, and swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Soon, a gathering formation was laid out before them. This test, seemingly casual, was actually the most practical method to assess a person's understanding of formations. Well then, young lady, can you manage it? Zhuge Qing inquired. What difficulty is there in that? Morong Shui responded with a confident smile, pulling out 3 coins and mimicking his actions. Although her execution was somewhat clumsy and the effect not quite as refined as Zhuge Qing's, she successfully set up a gathering formation. Ha ha ha, observing this. Wu Yun burst into laughter. How about it, brother Zhuge? Is my disciple satisfactory? Golden talent, indeed lives up to its name. Zhuge Qing was genuinely astonished. This level of talent was only slightly inferior to that of Tian from back then. He even felt a twinge of envy, contemplating the idea of recruiting Morong Shui to Wandao Mountain. Then, brother Zhuge, why not accept my disciple as a registered apprentice? Wu Yun suggested with a smile. Morong Shui looked at Zhuge Qing with eager anticipation. With her talent, her achievements on the path of cultivation would undoubtedly be remarkable. If she could receive the true teachings of Wandao Mountain step by step, would she not become a legend in the eastern region? In fact, could she not become the first of her kind in the eastern region? With this thought, she could not help but raise her chin proudly. Zhuge Qing was on the verge of agreeing without much hesitation. This would indeed benefit Wandao Mountain, as Morong Shui was a golden talent, destined for greatness. Moreover, he was quite covetous of her abilities, and in that moment, he even contemplated the possibility of passing on his true teachings to Morong Shui in the future. However, just as he was about to nod, the elder beside him glanced at the flickering jade tablet and furrowed his brows sharply. Ignoring Wu Yun's gaze, the elder leaned closer to Zhuge Qing's ear, urgently transmitting a message. What? Such a matter? Upon hearing the elder's transmission, Zhuge Qing's brow furrowed tightly. When he looked at Morong Shui again, his expression shifted dramatically, for the message from the elder contained news that Wandao Mountain had just learned from Fengtian City. The information detailed the enmity between the Morong and Lin families, as well as the impending marriage between Morong Shui and Lin Feng, and of course, it also revealed that Lin Feng was Zhong Qing's direct disciple, and that he would soon arrive at Tianyun Sect to challenge Morong Shui. With this chain of connections, it became evident that Zhong Qing's arrival in Fengtian City was likely related to the matter between his disciple and Morong Shui. Zhuge Qing could hardly believe that the very Morong Shui before him was entangled in a relationship with Zhong Qing, the one who had just rescued Wandao Mountain. Brother Zhuge, is something amiss with Wandao Mountain? Noticing Zhuge Qing's sudden change in demeanor, Wu Yun could not help but inquired, Wu brother, fret not. Wandao Mountain is fine, but as for this disciple, I fear I am not worthy. Zhuge Qing glanced at Morong Shui and replied. What do you mean by that? Hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Wu Yun frowned. Did you not just say that if Schwerer passes the test, you would be willing to teach her? Her talent is indeed remarkable, but character matters as well. Zhuge Qing did not finish his sentence but instead rose and walked toward the exit. Let us postpone the matter of repairing the formations for a while. With that, Zhuge Qing departed with the elder. Master, what does he mean by that? Morong Shui spoke with evident displeasure. What right does a mere Wandao Mountain have to put on airs in front of our Tianyun sect? Is it just because he knows a few formations? I wouldn't deign to learn from him. Sighing, she added, Schwerer, you should return first. I have a feeling that Zhuge Qing's words are laden with meaning. Standing in the hall, Wu Yun hesitated for a moment, contemplating before he decided to pursue the departing Zhuge Qing and his companion. At last, he caught up with them at the mountain gate. Brother Zhuge, could you enlighten me on what exactly has transpired? Wu Yun inquired, his expression solemn. Moreover, I sense that there is more to your words than meets the eye. Upon seeing Wu Yun chase after them, Zhuge Qing sighed and said, Brother Wu, while our friendship may not be profound, we have known each other for several centuries. For the sake of our acquaintance, I must caution you about one matter. What matter? Wu Yun prompted. As for your disciple, it would be wise to distance yourself from her, or even expel her from the Tianyun sect to avoid bringing calamity upon yourself, Zhuge Qing stated earnestly. What did you say? At Zhuge Qing's words, Wu Yun exclaimed in shock. Are you out of your mind, Zhuge Qing? You want me to expel Shuer from the sect? Do you have any idea of her golden talent? Do you realize the immense resources we have invested in nurturing her, and you dare suggest I cast her out? Are you serious? Wu Yun's gaze was fixed on Zhuge Qing, anger radiating from him. Was this some sort of jest? Yet, Zhuge Qing's expression remained grave. I am not jesting. I am utterly serious. In Zhuge Qing's view, his warning was not unwarranted. What of her golden talent? If her fortune were to wane, her peak would merely reach the sun profound realm, and among the elite, perhaps one might ascend to the earth profound realm. Yet, a mere wooden sculpture from Zhong Qing had already defeated a cultivator of the sun profound realm. Should such a formidable figure become angered over their disciple, it would be a trivial matter to raze your Tianyun sect to the ground in an instant. Chapter 41. Once on the arena, life and death are severed thus. While golden talent is indeed precious, it is contingent upon the individuals before whom one stands. In the presence of true peerless powerhouses, it holds little weight. You expect me to cast Shuer out of the Tianyun sect based on your mere word? Since you claim to be serious, I demand to know the reason behind your assertion. If you cannot provide a valid explanation, do not blame me for being impolite, Wu Yun retorted, still seething with rage. Morong Shui was his most esteemed disciple, and while others praised her, Zhuge Qing had the audacity to suggest severing ties with her. Tia Wu Yun. It seemed that Zhuge Qing was merely envious of the exceptional talent within the Tianyun sect. To speak plainly, she has offended someone she should not have. The consequences of the karma she carries may endanger your entire Tianyun sect, Zhuge Qing warned gravely. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Wu Yun erupted into laughter. Offended someone? Who could Shuer, at such a tender age, possibly offend? Besides, with our Tianyun sect standing strong, who could dare to harm her? I assure you, even those from the Holy Lands would not provoke us. Very well, remember what you have said today. Regardless of whether you choose to believe me, I have warned you. Any consequences that arise, you must bear the responsibility, Zhuge Qing remarked, his expression darkening. Given the long-standing ties between Wandao Mountain and Tianyun sect, he had only offered this warning out of goodwill. He felt no need to say any more. This matter was not his concern. With that, Zhuge Qing turned to leave with the elder. Wait! Wu Yun's voice called out from behind them. Zhuge Qing glanced back. The foundation of my Yun Tian sect is not something your mere Wandao Mountain can fathom. Regardless of your intentions, the affairs of my Tianyun sect are not for you to meddle in. As for the matter of restoring the formations, you need not concern yourself with it any longer. With a cold snort, Wu Yun waved his sleeve and strode away. Very well, very well. Zhuge Qing ground his teeth in frustration. Wu Yun's words were clear. He was severing all ties with Wandao Mountain over this incident. Zhuge Qing had only intended to offer a well-meaning warning, yet he was met with resentment instead. I shall see if, when the time comes, you truly offend that esteemed elder, you can still maintain your bravado, he thought angrily, also tossing his robe in a fit and leaving with the elder. Alas, sect master died in midair. The elder shook his head and sighed, clearly reluctant to witness this outcome. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, why not clarify the matter regarding Elder Zhong Qing to Wu Yun, to prove your words hold truth? Zhuge Qing found the elder's question amusing. Why should I explain myself to him, or feel the need to prove anything before him? This is not a matter concerning Wandao Mountain, and I stand to gain nothing. What does it matter to me, moreover? Speaking too much carries the risk of offending that esteemed elder, an endeavor that yields no reward. He continued, furthermore, we can gather information about the events in Fengtian City. It cannot be too difficult for Tianyun sect to learn of it is simply their own inflated self-importance that prevents them from taking notice. You truly have a comprehensive perspective, the elder nodded in agreement. Let us hope that when the time comes, Tianyun sect will exhibit some discernment. Zhuge Qing turned back to glance at the gradually fading Tianyun sect, shaking his head before quickening his pace back to Wandao Mountain. Fengtian City, Lin Clan. Zhong Qing reclined on a lounge chair, while Lin Feng practiced his profound techniques nearby. Profound techniques, as the name suggests, are the skills of cultivators, which vary in levels, much like the ranks of cultivations. In practical combat, possessing higher-level profound techniques often confers a significant advantage. Of course, there are thresholds for cultivating profound techniques. The higher the level, the greater the requirement. Currently, Lin Feng's strength at the Chun Profound realm barely met the threshold to cultivate the most basic profound technique in Zhong Qing's possession. In addition to profound techniques, Zhong Qing had also provided Lin Feng with numerous defensive items, such as wooden sculptures. Whether they were automatic protectors or combat activators, Zhong Qing had given him a whole sack. Setting aside their master-disciple bond, Lin Feng was also a precious asset in Zhong Qing's eyes. Thus, Zhong Qing could not tolerate any mistake on Lin Feng's part. Time flew by, and soon it was the day Lin Feng was to approach Tianyun Sect. Zhong Qing bid farewell to the members of the Lin clan and set off for Tianyun Sect. On the day designated for the challenge, the two arrived at the foot of Tianyun Sect. "You are Lin Feng, here to challenge the saintess today?" At the mountain gate, a Tianyun Sect steward awaited them, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Qing before sneering, "I didn't expect you to have the audacity to seek death." "What did you say?" Zhong Qing's brow furrowed as his icy gaze turned toward the steward. The steward, caught off guard by Zhong Qing's glare, instinctively took 2 steps back. However, he remained undaunted, retorting with a sneer. "What, do you intend to attack me? If I am not mistaken, you must be the master of that kid who vanquished a mid-level moon profound realm beast. While I do not deny that you possess some strength, do not forget that this is Tianyun Sect. Keep your posture in check, or else you won't know how you met your demise." But before he could finish, Zhong Qing wasted no time and struck him with a palm. "What? You actually dare to strike me? Here in Tianyun Sect? Are you courting death? Stop! As the steward's panicked and disbelieving cries echoed, Zhong Qing's palm obliterated him into a pulp. The resounding explosion reverberated throughout the entire mountain gate. "What? He actually killed Steward Feng at the entrance of my Tianyun Sect." This scene instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers, who gasped in astonishment. Never before had anyone dared to commit murder at the gates of Tianyun Sect. Was there truly no competent authority within Tianyun Sect to address this? Yet, undeterred by the hostile gazes of the crowd, Zhong Qing lifted his head and called out toward the interior of Tianyun Sect. Resonating with thunderous authority, "What audacity to cause a ruckus in my Tianyun Sect!" Within moments, Sect Master Wu Yun emerged from the sect along with several elders, surrounding Zhong Qing and Lin Feng. "I require an explanation," Wu Yun stated, casting a glance at the remains of the steward, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Zhong Qing. "Your Tianyun Sect has been remiss in hosting guests, and instead sent a mere star profound realm insect to prattle on in my presence. Thus, I had no choice but to help your sect clean up its doorstep." Zhong Qing replied coldly with a smile. "So, is there an issue? What a sharp tongue. You kill a man and yet speak so eloquently. It seems you are courting death." An elder beside Wu Yun scowled, raising his hand to strike Zhong Qing. However, at the last moment, Wu Yun intervened. "Sect Master, why are you stopping me?" the elder asked in confusion. "No one who dares to cause trouble in my Tianyun Sect has ever left alive. Since he is destined to die, why not hasten the process?" Wu Yun narrowed his eyes and continued. "I believe Shuer has been troubled by her past engagement, which she perceives as a stain upon her. If she cannot resolve this blemish, it may affect her future mindset. Therefore, let Shuer confront this issue herself, and we can deal with this boy afterward." "The sect master is wise," the elder replied, enlightened. "Murong Shui is currently their prized disciple, and they would not allow any hindrance in her path forward." "Let us return to the matter at hand," Wu Yun said, narrowing his eyes. "You have come to challenge Shuer regarding that engagement, have you not? I came to get straight to the point, yet you sent out a dog to waste my time." Zhong Qing retorted with a sneer. A flicker of concealed murderous intent flashed in Wu Yun's eyes before he turned away. "If that is the case, please follow me." Moments later, Zhong Qing and Lin Feng entered Tianyun Sect, arriving at a place known as the Life and Death Arena. Standing above, Wu Yun looked down upon Zhong Qing and Lin Feng. "I in my Tianyun Sect, we do not engage in friendly sparring. Since you seek a challenge, life and death shall be determined," Wu Yun declared coldly. Thus, once the battle commences, regardless of the circumstances, no one is permitted to intervene. "Do you agree?" "Yes," Zhong Qing responded without hesitation on Lin Feng's behalf. As he spoke, Zhong Qing turned to Lin Feng and whispered, "Disciple, have you understood? If you are to challenge, then life and death are at stake. They have made it clear that they do not intend for you to leave alive." "Yes, master, I understand," Lin Feng replied. A compassionate individual, Lin Feng had already severed ties with the Morong clan, yet he had not resorted to violence. He had been contemplating how to handle Morong Shui in the end. Yet, he never anticipated that they had already decided his fate through the rules. Given this, he saw no need to show mercy. Chapter 42. Are your fists not sufficiently large? Seeing Zhong Qing's agreement, Wu Yun let out a cold smile. Although he regarded this master-disciple pair as already dead, he feared Zhong Qing would not agree. His intention was for Lin Feng to perish at Morong Shui's hands, thus resolving this emotional scar. This way, Morong Shui's future path would be smooth and free of inner demons. "Disciple, prepare for battle," Wu Yun declared. As his voice echoed, Morong Shui, clad in black, gracefully descended onto the life and death arena. She did not cast Lin Feng, her former childhood companion, a single glance, her demeanor icy. "Look, senior sister Morong has appeared." At that moment, the arena was thronged with disciples, who erupted in cheers upon seeing Morong Shui. In their eyes, she was the epitome of admiration. "Senior sister Morong, slay him with a single sword strike." "Yes, senior sister Morong, kill him with one blow. Let him know what it means to covet senior sister Morong. Indeed, he should take a good look in the mirror and see what he truly resembles." The chorus of support resounded. Yet, to Morong Shui's ears, it was a harsh affront. To compare her to Lin Feng was an insult, a degradation of her current status. She longed to erase Lin Feng's name from this world, ensuring that no one would ever know that Morong Shui had once been wed to such a man. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the unarmed Lin Feng slowly ascended the life and death arena. Remember, only one may survive. Regardless of what transpires, no one is permitted to intervene, Wu Yun warned. Casting a glance at Zhong Qing, "No problem," Zhong Qing nodded again. "Very well, I hereby declare the battle commenced." With a loud declaration from Wu Yun, the duel between the two officially began. Wu Yun had little desire to watch a battle with a predetermined outcome. The final result would merely see his disciple eliminate this thorn in her heart. After stating this, he took a seat in a high position. However, just as he settled down, his eyes widened in shock, and he sprang to his feet, fixated on the life and death arena. Immediately after the declaration of the start, Morong Shui launched her attack. She did not wish to be entangled with Lin Feng for even a moment. Her only desire was to swiftly end his life and depart. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng effortlessly countered Morong Shui's assault, swiftly launching a counterattack that left her in peril. How is this possible? Wu Yun stared, disbelief etched across his face. Morong Shui was a product of their cultivation, her talent unmatched, and she could easily combat opponents of higher ranks. Yet, she was now being pushed back by Lin Feng. Isn't this Lin Feng supposed to be a waste who could not cultivate? Even if he had resolved his issues and was able to cultivate, it was impossible for him to progress so rapidly. The most incredulous reaction, however, came from Morong Shui herself. Faced with Lin Feng's relentless onslaught, her eyes widened in disbelief. "No, this can't be. Why is it like this?" She gazed at Lin Feng, her expression twisted in horror. In her mind, Lin Feng was certainly not capable of this. He should have been a waste. "You will die," she screamed. "Biluogen technique?" The sudden surge of power from Lin Feng threw Morong Shui into a panic. She refused to allow herself, the dignified saintess, to be bested by a waste. With a frantic shout, she unleashed a recently learned royal-level sword technique, a treasured technique of the Pingjiang Sect. Among the younger generation, only she qualified to practice it, and only she had succeeded. As this sword technique was executed, the heavens and earth transformed. Countless brilliant sword lights enveloped the air, surging toward Lin Feng. Has she truly unleashed the Biluogen technique? Wu Yun observed the scene above, exhaling in relief. Very well. Let us conclude this battle swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Under the Biluogen technique, Lin Feng had no chance of countering. For even against a profound realm opponent, Morong Shui would be a formidable force, let alone Lin Feng. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Yun realized his excitement had been premature. His entire body trembled in shock. In the face of Morong Shui's Biluogen technique, Lin Feng merely raised his fist with nonchalance. Tiangang fist, as he spoke, a massive golden phantom materialized behind Lin Feng, taking the shape of a fist that he propelled forward, effortlessly shattering the myriad sword lights. Morong Shui, struck by that single punch, was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. What? He also possesses a royal-level profound technique. Wu Yun and the others were filled with disbelief. They had spent years developing their sect to obtain a single royal-level sword technique, and with Morong Shui's extraordinary talent, she had only just managed to cultivate it successfully. Yet Lin Feng, a mere child from a small family in Fengtian City, somehow wielded a royal-level profound technique. The multitude of disciples watching in astonishment was thrown into disarray by the unforeseen events unfolding on the stage, their expressions filled with disbelief. They were witnessing their revered senior sister Morong being brutally assaulted. Amidst the chaos, only Zhong Qing remained calm and composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had sent Morong Shui flying, showed no mercy. The humiliations he had endured surged to the forefront of his mind. His grandfather's death from anger, the Lin family's subsequent decline. All the grievances he had suffered erupted within him at that moment, coalescing into a final, devastating punch aimed at Morong Xu. As she beheld this fist, Morong Shui's gaze became vacant, her entire being consumed by panic, her expression bordering on madness. Why? Why? How could this worthless fool possess such strength? Why did he also wield a king-level Xian technique? Yet, even with a torrent of questions swirling in her mind, she could not afford the luxury of contemplation. She only knew that the punch was drawing ever closer, the threat of death growing more palpable. She had to concede that she was being defeated by Lin Feng, this so-called waste, and that she might perish at his hands in that instant. All the pride that being a saintess had bestowed upon her shattered, leaving her to desperately cry out, "Master, save me, Wu Yun." Witnessing this scene was filled with murderous intent. This little brat dared to attempt to kill his disciple in front of him. "You stop right there," he thundered, leaping into the air and directing a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Observing this, Zhong Qing's expression darkened. He executed a swift teleportation to Lin Feng's side, blocking the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yun scooped up Morong Shui and retreated to the high platform, inspecting her injuries. Noticing she was not gravely harmed, his fiery gaze finally settled into a semblance of normalcy. What a shameless bunch this Tianyun sect is. Cradling Lin Feng protectively, Zhong Qing glared ominously at Wu Yun above, saying in a low voice before the battle commenced, "It was you who stated that once on the stage, life and death would be determined, and that no one else was to interfere," asked the leader of a sect. "Do your words mean nothing? Hemph? And what of it?" In response to Zhong Qing's challenge, Wu Yun's expression remained unperturbed as he coldly retorted, "The rules have always been dictated by the might of one's fist." Ha ha ha, what a grand rule it is, that the might of one's fist dictates the law. Wu Yun's words made Zhong Qing both furious and amused. "Then I am quite eager to see just how mighty the fists of your Tianyun sect truly are. You speak boldly, boy da." Wu Yun glowered at Zhong Qing with murderous intent, icy words escaping his lips. "Do you think you can run rampant in my Tianyun sect, killing my steward in public? Do you believe you can escape? Elder 3, Elder 4, Elder 5. Here, kill those two." "Yes." As Wu Yun's command resonated, 3 elders surged forward from behind him, closing in on Zhong Qing. Their powerful auras palpable. 3 of them were at the Sun Xian realm. "You dare to disrupt my Tianyun sect? Prepare to repent." Elder 3 bellowed, unleashing a formidable palm strike that bore down upon Zhong Qing. Elder 4 and Elder 5 were equally relentless, launching a torrent of attacks from their respective flanks, effectively sealing off Zhong Qing's escape route. However, undeterred by the trio's onslaught, Zhong Qing merely smirked. With a simple gesture of his right hand, he effortlessly shattered Elder 3's attack and seized him in his grip. "Is this what you call a mighty fist?" Merely an ant. A chilling smile graced Zhong Qing's face as he tightened his grasp, causing Elder 3 to explode in a gruesome spectacle. What? This shocking turn of events left both Wu Yun and the other 2 elders dumbfounded. The formidable Elder 3 had been obliterated in an instant. Retreat. "You are no match for him," Wu Yun shouted, at his command. Elder 4 and Elder 5 disregarded the backlash from their halted attacks and fled into the void. "Isn't your fist mighty? Why are you running? Come back." Zhong Qing's hand moved, and a spectral palm reached out towards Elder 4. In a state of sheer terror, Elder 4 cried out, "No, don't come any closer." But having reached this point, Zhong Qing showed no mercy. The hand that pierced through the void swiftly caught up to Elder 4, gripping him tightly. "Let him go, you little beast, or I will grind you to dust." Wu Yun threatened, seeing his Elder 4 ensnared once more, begging for mercy while still so defiant. Zhong Qing sneered, tightening his grip once more. Elder 4's body erupted into a sanguine mist, leaving no trace behind. Another elder of the Sun Xian realm had fallen. "Run!" Zhong Qing's ruthless methods terrified the onlooking disciples, who scrambled to escape, each fearing that even a stray attack could obliterate them. "You seek death. Today, I shall turn you into a mere human stick." Having witnessed the demise of 2 of his Sun Xian elders, Wu Yun's eyes burned with fury. The Sun Xian realm was regarded as a pinnacle of power even within sacred lands. Losing 2 of them in such a fashion was a blow he could hardly endure. "Why are you calling for help so early, Wu Zongzhu? There is still one left." Zhong Qing taunted, locking his gaze on the remaining Elder 5. "Master, save me." Elder 5, terrified by the loss of the previous 2 elders, felt his courage evaporate. In an attempt to cover the short distance to safety, he ignited his blood essence to hasten his escape. Yet Zhong Qing showed no signs of letting him go. With a mere flick of his finger, a blazing ray of light shot forth, piercing through Elder 5's body. Elder 5, still in flight, swiftly fell silent, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You will meet a dreadful end," Wu Yun roared upon witnessing yet another elder perished. Meet a dreadful end?" Zhong Qing chuckled coldly. "Didn't you say that whoever's fist is mightier has the final say? I am merely demonstrating whose fist is indeed mightier. Why the need for such anger, Wu Zongzhu?" Wu Yun was so enraged by Zhong Qing's words that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Zhong Qing. "Do not regard me with such hatred," Zhong Qing said dismissively. "I have no desire to escalate matters today, so I shall grant you an opportunity. Come here, kneel before my disciple, and apologize." His domineering declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Arrogant, utterly outrageous, to stand alone against the Tianyun sect and demand the sect's leader kneel and apologize. Only Lin Feng, standing behind Zhong Qing, felt his eyes welling with emotion, believing that as long as this figure stood before him, no one in the world could bully him. This was the absolute sense of security bestowed upon him by his white-clad master. Wu Yun's face twisted with rage as he glared icily at Zhong Qing. "You little beast, it is undeniable that you possess some strength, but do you think you can contend with my entire Tianyun sect? Do you think the might of my sect, comparable to that of sacred lands, is to be trifled with? How dare you demand I kneel and apologize? Such arrogance is beyond comprehension." As Wu Yun's words fell, an ominous aura filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosive sounds, 27 black coffins erupted from the back mountains of the Tianyun sect, transforming into streaks of light that shot towards Zhong Qing. Hovering ominously above his head, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, the 27 coffins erupted violently. 27 figures emerged from the shattered coffins, their eyes closed, their bodies radiating an aura of death, as if they were not truly alive. Yet each one of them distinctly emanated the power of the Sun Xian realm. 27 Sun Xian realm fighters. Terrifying indeed. However, this was not the entirety of Wu Yun's forces prepared to confront Zhong Qing. From all directions, more than a dozen elders descended, each one a prominent figure within the Tianyun sect. Alongside Wu Yun and his companions, there were over 50 Sun Xian realm warriors in total. Such an assembly could nearly dominate all but the most powerful sacred lands in the eastern region. Of course, this did not represent the full might of the Tianyun sect, which still possessed countless Moon Xian and Star Xian experts. Yet, against an opponent of Zhong Qing's caliber, those lower-tier experts would be of little assistance, so this is the true strength of my Tianyun sect. Murong Shui had retreated to a safe distance, her heart racing as she witnessed Zhong Qing effortlessly slay 3 of the Tianyun sect's elders. She was genuinely frightened. How could someone like Lin Feng, whom she deemed a waste, have such a powerful ally? Yet, upon seeing the formidable array of the Tianyun sect, her fear transformed into unbridled hatred. "Master, kill them. You must kill them. We cannot let them escape." "Rest assured, Shuer. They will not escape today." Wu Yun's expression was icy as he turned to Murong Shui. "Shuer, step back for now. This battle is beyond your current capabilities." "Understood, Mastered, I await your good news. With that, Murong Shui fled the scene. Watching from a distance in the arena, Wu Yun soared into the sky, aligning himself with the members of the Tianyun sect, their frigid gazes locking onto Zhong Qing. Little beast, at this juncture, do you have anything to say? This formation was indeed formidable. Zhong Qing slowly raised his head, taking in the surroundings with a hint of admiration. Yet when asked if he had anything to say, he could only reiterate, "Come here, kneel, and apologize to my disciple, and we shall consider this matter settled." Stubborn and foolish, Wu Yun roared coldly, "No matter how strong you are, can you truly withstand over 50 of my Sun Xian realm warriors? Everyone, heed my command. Strike together and eliminate this thief." At Wu Yun's order, over 50 Sun Xian warriors moved in unison. Various hand seals shifted, and an array of techniques were unleashed in an instant. The air filled with a dense barrage of attacks, transforming the space into a vacuum. At this moment, the very heavens seemed to darken. Wu Yun, leading the charge, propelled his technique towards Zhong Qing. "Little beast, to have my Tianyun sect mobilize so many to eliminate you, you can consider this quite an honor. Prepare to die." Yet, standing steadfast amidst the collective assault of over 50 Sun Xian warriors, Zhong Qing showed no sign of fear. Instead, he shook his head with a hint of regret. "Alas, you were given an opportunity, yet you did not cherish it. You believe that numbers alone will prevail? Let us see who has the greater numbers." As Zhong Qing's voice faded, the space before him shimmered, and a portal of space materialized. This portal was none other than the gateway to Zhong Qing's small world. In that instant, as the portal opened, the wooden sculptures he had placed on the shelves within his small world began to move. Chapter 44. A late repentance, worth less than grass though they were merely lifeless objects. At that moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes and began to move their limbs, appearing exceedingly uncanny. As they radiated beams of light, their forms grew larger. Moments later, these wooden sculptures transformed into beings indistinguishable from real humans, seemingly summoned by some unseen force. The instant they were transformed into human figures, they surged forth like a torrent towards the distant portal. The members of the Tianyun sect watched in shock as one after another. Figures burst forth from the space behind Zhong Qing. 1, 2.7, 8.30, 40.200, 300. The numbers continued to climb. Countless beings poured forth, akin to a swarm of locusts erupting from the portal, their sheer volume sending shivers down their spines. Yet, what truly instilled terror in them was that every single one of these mysterious figures was, without exception, at the Sun Xian realm. How could this be possible? This spectacle left Wu Yun utterly speechless. It was known that the Tianyun sect could gather over 50 Sun Xian warriors through secret techniques that preserved the remains of long-deceased elders, allowing them to manifest with nearly 80% of their former strength at critical moments. Yet now, surrounding Zhong Qing were countless mysterious figures, all of whom were at the Sun Xian realm. A rough count revealed that there were likely over 1,000 of them. Over 1,000 warriors at the Sun Xian realm. What kind of concept was that? Wu Yun could hardly fathom it. The newly emerged figures each hurled a fist skyward, dispersing the deadly attacks conjured by Wu Yun and his compatriots in an instant. The residual force from their strikes surged back towards Wu Yun and the others. Fortunately, Wu Yun and his allies recognized the peril immediately and fled for their lives. Even so, the remnants of that power sent over 50 of them hurtling away, with a dozen or so being obliterated on the spot, while another dozen sustained grievous injuries, losing 80% of their combat effectiveness. The remaining members fared slightly better, yet none appeared unscathed. Wu Yun, the most affected, had lost an arm during the confrontation, a fate that, had he not been so strong, might have claimed his life. Quickly swallowing a healing pill, he glanced at his companions, his eyes bloodshot with rage and pain. Gasping for breath, he glared at Zhong Qing, his expression a mixture of terror and hatred. Who are you? From what force do you hail?" Zhong Qing regarded him with disdain, coldly replying, "Do you truly think it worthwhile to inquire about such matters at this point? Very well, this time, Tianyun's sect concedes. I acknowledge that your fist is indeed mightier." Wu Yun, gritting his teeth against the pain of his severed arm, spoke with strained composure. "Therefore, I implore you to leave the Tianyun sect at once, and I shall guarantee that today's events will be erased from memory. From now on, we shall coexist peacefully, without interference." Zhong Qing stared at him in bemusement, momentarily bewildered. He almost wanted to laugh. Are you offering me forgiveness? You wish to pretend that today never happened. Have you not yet grasped the situation? Are you still living in your delusions of grandeur? What do you intend to do? Wu Yun's expression darkened as he finally began to realize that the Tianyun sect had indeed stepped into treacherous waters. I had no intention of doing anything, merely wishing to bring my disciple here for a challenge. Yet, from the moment we entered your mountain gate, you chose to provoke us. That aside, I had no desire to escalate matters. In fact, just moments ago, I even provided you with 2 opportunities. Yet, regrettably, you seem to disregard them. You must know an old adage. Once this village is gone, the shop is lost. And you are well aware that there is no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. Now that matters have reached this point, it has become a situation of life and death. Thus, I can only say one thing. I'm sorry, but from this moment onward, I will eliminate every last one of your sect, even if it means exterminating a mere cockroach. For I do not wish for a day to come when someone emerges seeking vengeance for the Tianyun sect. While I fear not, I find such troubles tiresome. Killing so many lives weighs heavily on my conscience. Yet the true blame lies with you, the ignorant sect leader who has doomed them all. Zhong Qing's tranquil voice drifted softly through the AI art. As he spoke, he retrieved a table and stools from his miniature world, seating himself upon them while simultaneously preparing tea. With just a few succinct statements, he pronounced the death sentence upon the entire Tianyun sect. Although his time in this world had been brief, he possessed an extraordinary familiarity with the laws governing the realm of cultivation. Were it not for his formidable strength and a plethora of hidden cards, both he and his disciple would be oblivious to the manner of their demise. Not a single soul within the Tianyun sect would utter a word in their defense. Rather, they would applaud with fervor, even if many innocents were caught in the crossfire. But what did that matter? From the moment one embarked on the path of cultivation and joined a sect, one must be prepared to confront all consequences. Moreover, he dared not gamble. Who could say whether a prodigy or a child of destiny might emerge from the chaos? Seeking vengeance in the future? He held no fear for himself, but he had a disciple, and potentially a family yet to come. The tea was delightful, Zhong Qing mused, shaking his head as he savored the brew. Just as the cup in his hand descended, over 1,000 experts of the Sun profound realm moved as one. This movement felt to the entire Tianyun sect as though the apocalypse had descended upon them. With a resounding boom, the countless edifices that embodied the sect's countless efforts crumbled to the ground. Several elders beside Wu Yun found themselves instantly besieged by a dozen or more experts of the Sun profound realm. Those with a modicum of skill struggled to hold on for a brief moment, while the weaker elders were reduced to a bloody mist in mere exchanges. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Wu Yun's eyes reddened, his body trembling. In that moment, he truly felt fear, a profound dread, for if things continued this way, the entire Tianyun sect would be utterly obliterated by his own hand. He understood deeply that Zhong Qing was an entity he could not contend with. Desperately, he shouted at Zhong Qing, "Did you not demand that I kneel and apologize before your disciple? I am willing to do so." Yet Zhong Qing appeared oblivious to his words, engrossed in his tea. His belated contrition was as worthless as chaff. Why had he not acted sooner? Seeing Zhong Qing remain unmoved, Wu Yun was consumed by anxiety as he watched expert after expert fall and building after building collapse. Helplessly, he could not fathom what to do. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Morong Shui, who was fleeing amidst the chaos. A surge of hatred filled his heart as if he had grasped a lifeline. He leaped forward, striking Morong Shui to the ground. "You wretched girl, all this trouble is due to you. Go, make him stop." "No, no, please, don't." At this moment, Morong Shui was paralyzed with terror, her mind in disarray. Hearing Wu Yun's words, she hastily knelt in supplication. She could not comprehend how matters had spiraled so dramatically. Why was it that the one she had once scorned had such powerful backing? Why was Zhong Qing interested in Lin Feng and not her? A girl of golden talent? But Wu Yun paid no heed to her pleas, seizing Morong Shui and hurling her towards Zhong Qing and Lin Feng, where she landed at their feet. "I leave her to you for disposal. Let this matter be resolved, shall we?" Wu Yun called out anxiously to Zhong Qing. "You may do as you wish with her. I have no objections." His eyes beseeched Zhong Qing that, at this juncture, he would willingly trade Morong Shui's life to save the Tianyun sect. Wu Yun's declaration plunged Morong Shui into despair. This was her proud sect, her esteemed identity. Yet her overwhelming desire to survive compelled her to crawl towards Lin Feng, grasping at his pant leg as she pleaded. Lin Feng, I was wrong, truly wrong. I have always loved you. And I believed you to be extraordinary. Why previous behavior was not my choice. It was the Tianyun sect that forced me. As she spoke, she pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Yun, exclaiming, "They are the ones who coerced me, claiming I was a saint. Do not disregard me. We are childhood friends. I am your swearer. Spare my life, and I will serve you faithfully." However, Lin Feng regarded her desperate entreaties with cold indifference. He had long seen through her true nature and would not be swayed by her fleeting words. As Lin Feng remained unmoved, Murong Shui suddenly erupted in fury. "Why do you ignore me, you worthless fool? How dare you triumph over me? I have lowered myself to plead. What more do you want?" With that, she drew a short blade and lunged at Lin Feng in a frenzy. "If you refuse to spare me, then die." Faced with Murong Shui's sudden assault, Lin Feng effortlessly dodged and disarmed her. "You truly are beyond redemption," he said, coldly observing her as he swiftly slashed her throat. Murong Shui collapsed, the once proud saintess, now fallen. "You wretched beast, you dare slay my daughter? I will kill you." In the chaos not far away, Murong Hai, upon witnessing his daughter's demise at Lin Feng's hand, charged forward, intent on tearing Lin Feng apart. Yet before he could reach him, a master disguised as a wooden figure dispatched him into oblivion. Zhong Qing did not even glance at the bodies of the Murong father and daughter. Instead, he slowly raised his teacup, savoring another sip, before turning to Lin Feng with a satisfied smile. At that moment, the previously silent system unexpectedly chimed in. "Ding, congratulations, host, for facilitating your disciple Lin Feng's growth. Reward for the host. Soul weapon, 0 seal. 0 seal description. 0 seal possesses no fixed rank. It grows alongside the host's strength. Furthermore, the host may alter its form at will and generate special effects as desired. Note: the power of 0 seal does not fluctuate with its effects or shape, only correlates to the host's strength. Oh, an unexpected reward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhong Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that helping his disciple resolve his inner turmoil would yield such an unforeseen boon. With a mere thought, a long sword radiating white light materialized in Zhong Qing's grasp. Was this 0 seal? Reflecting on the system's description, Zhong Qing could not resist delving into its intricacies. Meanwhile, the one-sided massacre continued unabated. Wu Yun, with bloodshot eyes, darted about in a frenzy, desperate for a means to compel Zhong Qing to relent, helplessly watching as the Tianyun sect crumbled before him. In that moment, he truly tasted the bitter fruit of his prior arrogance. "It could not continue like this. I must seek assistance. I must devise a way to find support. I cannot allow the Tianyun sect to be destroyed by my hand." Wu Yun's voice trembled as he scanned his surroundings, finding a gap through which he ignited his essence and fled outward. Just as he escaped the immediate conflict, a mysterious wave emanated from deep within the Tianyun sect. This wave was terrifying, akin to a slumbering ancient beast awakening at that moment. Then, a colossal hand appeared from the depths of the Tianyun sect, sweeping towards the battleground. This strike carried the force to shatter heaven and earth. Dozens of masters, manifested as wooden figures, were obliterated beneath this hand. "I have merely slumbered for a few centuries, yet I am besieged at the Tianyun sect. Do you all presume I am dead?" Accompanied by a voice that resonated like celestial music, an elder clad in simple robes emerged from the depths of the Tianyun sect, striding through the air with an air of superiority. Surveying the scene, the aura surrounding him was so overwhelming that many struggled to breathe. The appearance of this elder filled the Tianyun sect's members with hope, as if they had encountered a savior. The ancestor has returned. The ancestor is alive. What a relief. Ancestor, please, we implore you to vanquish our foes." The members of the Tianyun sect knelt in unison, paying homage to their ancestor. Meanwhile, Wu Yun, who had been contemplating escape and seeking aid to save the Tianyun sect, was overwhelmed with joy at the elder's arrival, tears of relief welling in his eyes. The ancestor. It truly is the ancestor, and he has not perished. His aura suggests he has reached the legendary Earth profound realm. Our Tianyun sect is saved. Wu Yun trembled with excitement. No one had anticipated such a rapid reversal in fortunes. The ancestor of the Tianyun sect was alive and had ascended to the Earth profound realm. It was no exaggeration to state that the Tianyun sect was now fully qualified to become one of the holy lands of the eastern region. For a sect to attain such status, it was imperative to have an earth-profound realm cultivator to oversee it. In summary, the elder's presence was like a beacon of light for the members of the Tianyun sect, dispelling their fears and illuminating their future. In the face of an earth-profound realm master, even the numerous sun-profound realm experts paled in comparison. The sheer terror of the earth-profound realm could be discerned from the fact that even without revealing himself, the elder's initial strike had already slain multiple sun-profound realm experts. Countless gazes were fixed upon the elder, whose presence was imbued with an aura of invincibility. Ultimately, victory would belong to the Tianyun sect. However, just then, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. A massive, 400-meter sword materialized from thin air, radiating a chilling aura. One side of the blade was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, while the other exuded an ominous aura of death. This colossal sword rose from the ground, directly poised at the throat of the robed elder. In an instant, the once dominant elder found his legs buckling beneath him. Dropping to his knees, "I beg for mercy. Esteemed one. Please, spare my life." The robed elder trembled, his voice quaking with fear. It was not mere cowardice. The 400-meter sword was an unfathomable terror in his eyes. Such a weapon, solidified and of this magnitude, was something he had never encountered in his thousands of years of life. But what truly instilled dread in him was the myriad of terrifying entities sealed within the sword. Demons on one side, spirits of the dead on the other. He felt like a small chick beneath the crushing weight of an elephant's leg. How could he not be terrified? Especially at his age, he understood all too well the value of life. After secluding himself in the Tianyun sect's rear mountains for hundreds of years, even leading others to believe he had perished, he sought to break through to the earth-profound realm before his lifespan expired. Finally, having fortuitously achieved that breakthrough, he had gained several thousand more years. He had no wish to emerge from seclusion only to be crushed. Thus, with the colossal sword poised at his neck, he swiftly made his decision, even lamenting that he was not swift enough or humble enough in his posture. As he knelt and begged for mercy, Zhong Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had been engrossed in exploring the Zero Seal as per the system's description when this elder appeared. Following the system's guidance, he had transformed the Zero Seal into a 400-meter sword, incorporating effects based on legendary beast. He had initially anticipated a fierce battle. After all, Zhong Qing was only at the sun-profound realm himself, and it would have taken all his hidden cards to contend with the elder. However, he had not expected to intimidate the elder into submission so effortlessly. This saved him considerable trouble. Yet the members of the Tianyun sect were left in shock. They had expected their ancestor to display an invincible might, effortlessly dispatching their enemies, only to witness him kneeling before the conflict even began. The disparity between their expectations and reality shattered their hopes. At that moment, the light in their eyes extinguished. Their future appeared bleak. Many sat limply on the ground, their spirits crushed by the emotional roller coaster they had endured. Ancestor, in the distance, Wu Yun's psyche also crumbled as he stood in stunned silence. He had been preparing to cheer for his ancestor, yet before he could utter a sound, the elder had surrendered. This only served to further illustrate the sheer horror of the adversary they faced. If not for this, how could their earth-profound realm ancestor kneel on command? Wu Yun found himself at a loss, uncertain of what to do next. He could temporarily flee to seek assistance, but where would he find it? The various holy lands of the eastern region. Setting aside whether they would be willing to help, what good would it do? Given that even his own ancestor had knelt, how could the arrival of the holy lands change anything? In that moment, Wu Yun was filled with regret. Had he known Zhong Qing was so powerful, he would never have dared to provoke him or push him into opposition. But as Zhong Qing had said, there is no remedy for regret. Suddenly, he recalled the warning from Zhuge Qing of Wandao Mountain a few days prior, advising him to sever ties with Morong Shui, for she had provoked an individual beyond their means, endangering the entire Tianyun sect. At the time, he had been skeptical, believing the Tianyun sect to be on par with the Holy Lands. Who could possibly threaten them? Now, reflecting on Zhuge Qing's words, he realized that the person he had been warned about was indeed Zhong Qing. The weight of his regrets intensified as he recalled the numerous opportunities he had to avert the calamity that now befell the Tianyun sect, all of which he had failed to seize. That at Wandao Mountain, I can seek their assistance. In the midst of his regret, Wu Yun clung to this newfound hope. Zhuge Qing from Wandao Mountain might have connections to Zhong Qing. Otherwise, how could Zhuge Qing have foreseen Zhong Qing's formidable strength? If he could enlist Wandao Mountain's support, perhaps he could persuade Zhong Qing to spare the Tianyun sect this once. For Wu Yun, any opportunity to amend his mistakes was one he would not let slip away. Glancing at the smoldering remains of the Tianyun sect, he wasted no time and hurried toward Wandao Mountain. The journey to Wandao Mountain would be long, so Wu Yun recklessly activated a long-distance teleportation talisman. Such talismans were incredibly valuable, often regarded as a cultivator's best means of survival. Typically, Wu Yun would be reluctant to use one. Yet at this moment, he sought only to reach Wandao Mountain as swiftly as possible. Along the way, he utilized 2 long-distance teleportation talismans, which propelled him through the confines of space, swiftly arriving at the entrance of Wandao Mountain. Within the main hall of Wandao Mountain, Zhuge Qing led several elders in examining the intricacies of the wooden figures when they suddenly heard Wu Yun's voice from outside the mountain. Wu Yun. What brings him here? Zhuge Qing was perplexed. Hadn't Wu Yun distanced himself from Wandao Mountain? Nevertheless, since he had arrived, Zhuge Qing decided to meet with him. As Wu Yun anxiously awaited, Zhuge Qing and the elders soon emerged. Upon seeing Wu Yun's disheveled appearance, they were taken aback. His clothes were tattered, his aura depleted, and most alarmingly, he was missing an arm. The elders gasped collectively. What kind of adversary could inflict such devastation on the sect leader of the Tianyun sect? Wu Yun, what happened to you? Zhuge Qing could not help but inquired. I beseech you, Zhuge Qing, save the Tianyun sect. Wu Yun rushed forward upon seeing Zhuge Qing, deeply bowing without hesitation. Save the Tianyun sect? Zhuge Qing was even more bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Upon hearing the words, Wu Yun could not help but smile bitterly, his expression grim as he said, Brother Zhuge, it is entirely my fault for not heeding your advice back then. And now. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing's countenance changed with alarm. Are you implying that Senior Zhong Qing intends to annihilate your Tianyun sect? Indeed, Wu Yun replied, his face darkened. But even if Senior Zhong Qing is enraged over his disciple's affair with Morong Shui, it shouldn't lead him to declare an extermination of your sect, should it? Zhuge Qing asked with a hint of confusion. Although he had never personally encountered Zhong Qing, the descriptions from Qingniao and Lengning suggested that Zhong Qing was not a senseless killer without cause. Zhuge Qing's inquiry only prompted Wu Yun to shake his head in bitter resignation. Alas, it is my impulsiveness that has led to this. Wu Yun then recounted the events that transpired since Zhong Qing ascended the mountain, detailing everything in full. Upon finishing, Zhuge Qing was taken aback, unable to refrain from chastising Wu Yun. You have brought this upon yourself? I had warned you, and though you chose to ignore me, you ended up offending him to such an extent that he now seeks to destroy your Tianyun sect. What use is it for you to come to me at Wandao Mountain now? Chapter 47. The unconventional maneuver of the ancestor of Tianyun sect Zhuge Qing and the others could only shake their heads and sigh. It is no exaggeration to say that this predicament was a direct result of Wu Yun's hubris, which has led the Tianyun sect to such dire straits. Simultaneously, Zhuge Qing was further astonished by Zhong Qing's formidable prowess and influence. Hundreds of individuals at the Sun Profound Realm and a 400-meter-long blade that could bring those in the Earth Profound Realm to their knees. Zhong Qing was far more powerful than they had previously imagined. Brother Zhuge, I implore you to rescue my Tianyun sect from this calamity and plead with that senior to relent, Wu Yun said with a face full of hope. You have brought this upon yourself? How can I possibly save you? Zhuge Qing replied, exasperated. However, I won't add insult to injury. I must be frank. While I may know that senior, I have never met him, so it is unrealistic to expect me to intercede on your behalf. Even if I did know him, what influence could a mere sect leader from Wandao Mountain have over such an entity? In this situation, no one can save you. Your Tianyun sect must rely on itself. Take care of yourself. With that, Zhuge Qing waved his hand and departed with the others, leaving Wu Yun standing there, as pale as a ghost, seemingly soulless, and no words could adequately express the regret he felt at that moment. Faced with certain death, he resolved that he would rather perish within the Tianyun sect. He tore through the skies, hastening back to the sect, his heart heavy with foreboding, for he feared that by the time he returned, the Tianyun sect would have already fallen. Having hurriedly set out and now racing back, Wu Yun utilized his last 2 long-distance teleportation talismans and finally arrived at the Tianyun sect. To his astonishment, he found that not only was the sect still standing, but the fighting had ceased as well. What is going on? Wu Yun asked in disbelief, fearing he was imagining things. Master, is the force adequate? At that moment, in the grand hall of the Tianyun sect, Zhong Qing reclined in the seat of honor, with the sect's ancestor standing behind him, fawningly kneading Zhong Qing's shoulders. In truth, Zhong Qing felt quite helpless. He had just drawn his 400-meter-long sword to behead the sect's ancestor, Guo Shiji, when unexpectedly, Guo Shiji dropped to his knees without hesitation. Almost instantly, he raised his hand and swore an oath to the heavens, pledging to become Zhong Qing's servant, declaring that the entire Tianyun sect would serve him henceforth. Should anyone show even the slightest disrespect or harbor ulterior motives against Zhong Qing, their souls would be extinguished. If fearing Zhong Qing might decline his offer, Guo Shiji swiftly executed a couple of the elders who had offended Zhong Qing. It was a clear case of familial treachery for the sake of righteousness. This series of smooth maneuvers left Zhong Qing utterly bewildered. However, upon weighing the pros and cons, he realized that accepting this individual might not be such a bad idea. After all, if he were to annihilate the Tianyun sect, he would gain nothing of value, and there might still be loose ends to deal with. Now, by accepting a servant from the Earth's profound realm and incorporating the entire Tianyun sect into his fold, he need not worry about betrayal or disloyalty. After all, the oath to the heavens is no trivial matter. Thus, it was an effortless acquisition of a power that would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. With this, Zhong Qing retracted all of his wooden carvings. The once life-and-death struggle had come to an unexpected halt. Heh, master, would you care for another cup of tea? Guo Shiji asked eagerly. Just then, his eyes flickered as if he had realized something. He abruptly reached out into the void, and Wu Yun, who had just returned from Wandao Mountain, was seized and tossed before Zhong Qing like a discarded rag. Master, I have captured this scoundrel Wu Yun. How shall we deal with him? Guo Shiji inquired with a fawning tone. On the ground, Wu Yun looked at his ancestor in disbelief. No wonder Zhong Qing had chosen not to annihilate the Tianyun sect. It turned out that the ancestor had become his servant. Noticing Wu Yun still in a daze, Guo Shiji seemed to understand his thoughts and quickly transmitted a message. What of being a servant? Being a servant is far better than being dead, far better than the destruction of the Tianyun sect. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly confess and show some humility. Hearing this, Wu Yun bitterly acquiesced. Indeed, in this situation, becoming a servant was certainly preferable to losing everything. Thus, he promptly knelt heavily on the ground. Senior, it is I, Wu Yun, who lacks vision. Please forgive my transgressions. Clearly, in light of Zhong Qing's overwhelming display of power, coupled with the various experiences and regrets he had encountered, Wu Yun had long since shed his pride. This outcome was not beyond his acceptance. At the very least, it meant the preservation of the Tianyun sect. Seeing Wu Yun's attitude as somewhat sincere, Guo Shiji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Wu Yun would be stubborn and refuse to yield. After all his efforts to persuade Zhong Qing to accept him as a servant, if Wu Yun had resisted, the consequences would have been dire. Observing that Zhong Qing seemed to be contemplating how to deal with Wu Yun, Guo Shiji quickly knelt again and said, Master, Wu Yun's offense is deserving of 1,000 deaths. Even killing him 100 times would not suffice to quell your wrath. However, I dare to implore you to allow him to become your servant, to serve you faithfully for a lifetime to atone for his transgressions today. Zhong Qing turned to Guo Shiji and could not help but admire the old man's sincere intentions. Indeed, he was one who could both seize opportunities and let go when necessary, understanding the situation well. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhong Qing finally nodded in agreement. Killing Wu Yun would be a mere flick of the wrist, but having him serve as his dog could prove to be quite an amusing endeavor. Noticing that Wu Yun was still in a stupor, Guo Shiji bellowed, What are you still standing there for? Quickly swear the oath to the heavens. Wu Yun finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly pledging the oath. I, Wu Yun, swear to the heavens that I shall honor Senior Zhong Qing as my master. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth condemn me. As soon as the oath was made, Zhong Qing understood that Wu Yun would no longer harbor any rebellious thoughts. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. What had begun as a mere resolution to settle matters concerning a disciple had unexpectedly led to the incorporation of the entire Tianyun sect, with both the ancestor and the sect leader becoming his servants. Rise, Zhong Qing said nonchalantly. Since they had already become his servants, they were essentially puppets. Thus, there was no need to dwell on past grievances. Yes, Wu Yun dared to stand up. You all take care of the aftermath of the Tianyun sect. At this moment, Zhong Qing also rose and said, I have been out for quite some time. It is time for me to return and rest for a few days. Yes, master, rest assured. We will handle the aftermath of the Tianyun sect diligently. Guo Shiji and the others replied in unison. Take this. If you need anything, I will notify you. Zhong Qing produced a storage ring and tossed it to Guo Shiji before departing the grand hall. We bid you farewell, master. The two respectfully saw him off until Zhong Qing and Lin Feng left the Tianyun sect, after which they returned. You nearly brought the entire Tianyun sect to ruin. Upon returning, Guo Shiji could not help but glare at Wu Yun. Wu Yun hung his head, not daring to respond. However, it seemed that perhaps this misfortune had turned into a blessing. Guo Shiji remarked pensively. A blessing from misfortune? Chapter 48. You cannot ensure my safety. Wu Yun looked utterly perplexed and could not help but ask, Ancestor. Although our Tianyun sect has ultimately escaped disaster, we have suffered such significant losses, and we have become servants to others. What blessing could possibly come from this? You do not understand, Guo Shiji replied, pacing thoughtfully. He then looked at Wu Yun and added, Open the storage ring left by the master and see what he has left for us. Yes, Wu Yun hastily opened the storage ring. When he beheld the contents, he was utterly dumbfounded. Ancestor, Wu Yun exclaimed. What are you shouting about? You are still the leader of a sect? Holy smokes, Guo Shiji could not help but exclaim upon seeing the contents of the storage ring. Within the storage ring lay not ordinary items, but rather, the profound techniques and skills left behind by Zhong Qing. There were 2 books each of techniques and skills, all of which were of the royal grade. Their status and position made it clear that these royal grade techniques and skills were not of the ordinary sort. They were among the pinnacle of royal grade techniques, comparable even to some imperial grade techniques. They had never anticipated that Zhong Qing's generosity would lead him to leave several royal grade techniques and skills for the 2 of them. His servants. It is worth noting that while their Holy Land also possessed royal grade techniques and skills, they were merely of the average tier within that grade, far inferior to what Zhong Qing had bestowed upon them. Moreover, those techniques were typically kept as treasured possessions of the sect. Do you now understand what I mean by a blessing from misfortune? This is the blessing from misfortune, Guo Shiji said, his face alight with excitement. Did you think I would recognize him as my master without reason? Do you understand the terror of that 400-meter blade? Do you know what fearsome being is sealed within that blade? At that moment, I surmised that this person's power was beyond our comprehension. If he wished, he could crush any holy land in the eastern region with ease. Guo Shiji grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Even though we have become his servants, this very identity may allow us to ascend to heights we could never have reached otherwise. Listening to Guo Shiji's analysis, Wu Yun also felt a surge of excitement. Likewise, he now recognized how absurd it had been to offend Zhong Qing so gravely over Morong Shui. Had it not been for Ancestor Guo Shiji's heroic intervention, the Tianyun sect would likely have ceased to exist by now, and Wu Yun would have met his end long ago. Ancestor, you truly are wise beyond your years, Guo Shiji could not help but praise. Humph, do you think the Tianyun sect has endured so many tribulations and yet remains unscathed? Do you know why? Guo Shiji admonished earnestly. The world of martial arts is not merely about fighting. It is more about human relationships and the subtleties of social interaction. Your journey is still long. Pay attention, learn well, and ensure the aftermath of the Tianyun sect is handled properly. Serve our master faithfully in the future. Yes, Ancestor. Wu Yun nodded vigorously, lifting his gaze to the desolate Tianyun sect, his heart heavy with emotion. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing and Lin Feng were on their way to Pingjiang Sect. For Zhong Qing, leaving behind the techniques and skills for the 2 servants was merely a casual gesture. Firstly, he possessed an abundance of such high-tier techniques, so giving away a few was no concern. Secondly, as they had become his servants, they were now considered his own, and under the oath to the heavens. Zhong Qing had no fear of them harboring any rebellious thought. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if Zhong Qing commanded them to take their own lives, they would not dare to disobey. On the journey back, Zhong Qing was not in a hurry. He took his time, pausing occasionally to admire the scenery. Despite possessing numerous hidden cards, he had rarely ventured outside the Pingjiang Sect due to a lack of foundational cultivation for self-defense. Now that he stepped outside, he could not help but appreciate the beauty of this otherworldly landscape, shaped by the exquisite craftsmanship of nature, revealing sights unseen in his past life. However, just as the master and disciple were enjoying the scenery while flying, they suddenly detected fluctuations of battle emanating from a nearby valley. The disturbance was not significant, involving a white tiger of the Qian profound realm engaged in combat with a young woman. The woman was outmatched and sent flying by the tiger's powerful strike. Zhong Qing observed the scene with indifference, having no intention of intervening. Perhaps in his previous life, he would have rushed to the rescue without hesitation. But in this world, rife with deceit and treachery, playing the role of a hero was undoubtedly foolish. Who could predict the trouble that might arise from such an act of gallantry? Ultimately, one must abide by the rules of the world they inhabit. However, just as Zhong Qing prepared to leave, the system suddenly interjected. It is recommended that the host save this girl. This girl will acquire a certain constitution in the future, and after she acquires this constitution, the host may take her as a disciple. Upon accepting her as a disciple, it may activate a new bond for the host. Oh, she will acquire a certain constitution in the future? Zhong Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise. This implies that she does not possess that constitution yet but will gain it later? The system seemed to possess foresight. Intrigued, Zhong Qing activated his heavenly eye to observe the girl. The heavenly eye could only discern her current information, but it could not predict what constitution she would acquire in the future. However, her origins were somewhat unexpected for Zhong Qing. She harbored the remnant soul of a witch from the northern demon abyss of the continent. Zhong Qing was unfamiliar with the term witch, but he was aware that the northern demon abyss was a territory of the demon clan, far more powerful than anything in the eastern region. What constitution would she ultimately acquire? Zhong Qing could not help but inquire. The system can only predict that this girl will acquire a certain constitution in the future, but the specifics of that constitution cannot be foreseen. It is advised that the host save this girl and wait until she acquires the constitution before taking her as a disciple, which will potentially activate a new bond. Zhong Qing nodded. It seemed that taking her as a disciple now would be futile. He would have to wait until she acquired the constitution for it to be beneficial. Saving her now would only serve to establish familiarity and goodwill. For a moment, Zhong Qing hesitated over whether to intervene. After a brief contemplation, he decided to take action. Having previously experienced the benefits of a bond with a waste, he understood how advantageous such connections could be. The prospect of a new bond was still uncertain, and she was likely the only clue available. At that moment, the girl was being cornered by the white tiger of the Qian profound realm. The exquisite yet slightly enchanting features of her face were now shadowed by a deep sense of gravity that I, Bai Ling, as a dignified witch, have barely managed to evade a disaster by parasitizing this remnant soul. I had hoped to recover slowly in this eastern region, but now I find myself bullied by a mere Qian profound realm beast. Am I truly destined to perish at the hands of this insignificant creature? Her expression flickered with profound unwillingness. Just as the white tiger launched its attack, leaving her with no escape, Zhong Qing made his move, effortlessly cleaving the beast in two before landing beside Bai Ling. "Miss, are you unharmed?" Zhong Qing inquired gently. Bai Ling eyed him warily but eventually nodded. "Thank you for your rescue. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay you in the future." With that, she attempted to leave. "Wait, miss," Zhong Qing called out. "You appear gravely injured. Why not accompany me for now? At the very least, I can ensure your safety." "Thank you, but you cannot ensure my safety," Bai Ling replied, casting a glance at Zhong Qing before shaking her head. She had been forced to use the power of her remnant soul due to the white tiger's assault. However, the leakage of this remnant soul's power is likely to be sensed by the formidable enemies of the North Demon Cave. From her recent display, Zhong Qing's strength is indeed commendable, yet in the face of the pursuers from the North Demon Cave, it is insufficient. Chapter 49. Before her former foes, she had no chance to resist, not even against Zhong Qing before her. Even the strongest in the eastern region would appear feeble before her past adversaries. "My dear, how can you be so certain that I will be unable to protect you?" Zhong Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Upon seeing the purity in Zhong Qing's gaze, Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback. Are all humans from the eastern region so kind-hearted? A sense of gratitude welled up within her. Yet, precisely because of this, she wished even more for Zhong Qing to refrain from intervening, fearing it would only bring trouble upon him. "I appreciate your goodwill, but my opponent is not this mere white tiger, but a far more formidable entity, one whose existence you cannot even fathom. If you aid me, it may inadvertently implicate you. In fact, you should not have helped me at all," Bai Ling solemnly cautioned. She was not merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric. That group would stop at nothing to track her down. If they truly followed the trail of the remnant soul's power, then Zhong Qing, who had been in contact with her, would undoubtedly be in danger. Seemingly sensing Zhong Qing's potential misunderstanding, She added, "In any case, I have enemies pursuing me, and those who hunt me are immensely powerful, far beyond your imagination. Whether you believe it or not, that is the reality." Bai Ling left it at that, withholding her identity, but she aimed to convey the gravity of the situation to Zhong Qing. Little did she know that her origins were already crystal clear to Zhong Qing under the scrutiny of his heavenly eye. As for the enemies she spoke of, Zhong Qing had already pieced together a significant portion of the puzzle through the information she provided. "And why, lady? I still advise you to leave with me," Zhong Qing stated calmly. "Given your current condition, regardless of your other foes, encountering even a single beast like the one from earlier could prove fatal." Zhong Qing's words instantly cast a shadow of bitterness across Bai Ling's face. Indeed, her situation was far from optimistic. Particularly after utilizing the power of the remnant soul, her injuries had worsened considerably. Even a common beast could threaten her life if she were to leave with Zhong Qing. At least she would have a chance to preserve her life for the time being. Thus, Bai Ling hesitated, unable to suppress her words. "But this could truly implicate you. Once you're entangled in this fate, there is no need to discuss it further," Zhong Qing replied with a faint smile. Seeing Zhong Qing's insistence, Bai Ling weighed the pros and cons and ultimately agreed, at least for the sake of her immediate safety. Zhong Qing smiled and motioned for Lin Feng to assist Bai Ling as they departed together. With an additional companion, Zhong Qing did not linger along the way, instead heading straight back to the Pingjiang Sect. Before long, the three of them returned to the Mufu Peak. Disciple pays respects to the master and to the senior brother. Upon seeing Zhong Qing and the others return, Su Yi, who was stationed at Mufu Peak, hurried to pay his respects. Seeing this beloved disciple, Zhong Qing could not help but ruffle his hair. "Master, I have been diligently training lately," Su Yi quickly reported, fearing Zhong Qing might think he was slacking off. I know, Zhong Qing chuckled. From the system's feedback, he was well aware of how hard Su Yi had been training. If all went as expected, he would soon break through to the Qianxian realm. "Lin Feng, take this young lady Bai Ling to settle in," Zhong Qing instructed. "Yes, master," Lin Feng promptly replied, and then leaned closer to Zhong Qing to discreetly transmit a message. "By the way, master, could this young lady Bai Ling be my future junior sister?" Smart lad, Zhong Qing couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng grinned, and upon learning that Bai Ling was to be his future junior sister, he became exceedingly enthusiastic, attending to her every need with meticulous care, ensuring she lacked for nothing in terms of food and drink. Days passed swiftly. Bai Ling stood at the entrance of her courtyard, gazing at the distant mountains, her brows furrowed tightly. Having fallen to such depths, she had truly experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions and various betrayals. Since arriving in the eastern region, she had endured countless hardships and brushes with danger. Only by following Zhong Qing to Mufu Peak did she feel a long-lost warmth. Whether it was Zhong Qing, Lin Feng, or Su Yi, they all treated her with great kindness. Yet, it was precisely this kindness that made her heart ache even more, regretting her decision to come to Mufu Peak. For she could not ascertain whether the individuals from the North Demon Cave could detect that trace of remnant soul power she had inadvertently leaked. If they truly came, her escape would be impossible. However, Mufu Peak would also suffer the consequences in the days that followed. She had naturally gleaned Zhong Qing's identity. While the peak master of the Pingjiang Sect was not someone she looked down upon, the power corresponding to such status could very well prove inadequate against her former enemies. Thus, she had been living in torment, fearing that one day, the enemies from the North Demon Cave would suddenly appear. She truly should not have come here. The mere thought of Zhong Qing and the others potentially being implicated by her presence filled her with sorrow. If they were indeed drawn into her troubles, she would likely die with regret. However, her injuries were more severe than she had anticipated. This injury was not merely physical but rather pertained to that trace of remnant soul. Given her already poor condition, this latest ordeal nearly caused her to collapse entirely. She could only nurture herself back to health. Under such circumstances, her physical strength could not be exerted in the slightest. Thus, though she longed to leave, the reality was that she might not even be able to descend the mountain. With this thought in mind, she resolved to seek out Zhong Qing once more. At that moment, Zhong Qing had moved all the items from the bitter sea and orchard in the back mountain, as well as the vegetable garden at the entrance, and other items gifted by the system, into his small world. Just as he sat down, Bai Ling arrived to find him. "Mr. Zhong," Bai Ling respectfully greeted him. Although Zhong Qing was merely a peak master of the Pingjiang Sect, and perhaps even less powerful than one of her former subordinates, She would forever remember his life-saving grace. Miss Bai, why are you here instead of resting? Zhong Qing asked with a smile that Mr. Zhong. I came to ask you to escort me down the mountain, Bai Ling replied directly. Why? Isn't it nice to stay here? Zhong Qing inquired, puzzled. Mr. Zhong, I truly have incredibly powerful enemies, whose strength is beyond your imagination. If they were to track me here, it would spell disaster for your Pingjiang Sect. I genuinely do not wish to implicate you. Bai Ling emphasized earnestly. Haven't you already mentioned this to me? All right, I understand. You should focus on healing and not dwell on these matters, Zhong Qing replied with a smile, as he began to boil water to brew tea. I am not jesting. Seeing Zhong Qing remain unfazed, Bai Ling's expression turned anxious. Realizing he still did not believe her, she hesitated for a moment before adding, in truth, my real identity is that of a demoness from the North Demon Cave. I know. Wait, where's my tea tongs? I distinctly remember placing them here. Where could they have gone? Zhong Qing rummaged through the tea utensils, bending down to search, troubled as he recalled where he had misplaced the tongs during his last tea brewing session. Meanwhile, Bai Ling's exquisite face darkened, involuntarily twitching slightly. She took a deep breath, about to continue speaking, but found Zhong Qing looking at her. Miss Bai, do you have anything else to discuss? Chapter 50. Zhong Qing elevated us to heights that did not belong to us. For reasons unknown, Bai Ling felt on the verge of losing her mind at that moment. She could not fathom how to convince Zhong Qing of the truth of her words, nor how to prove their veracity. Miss Bai, since you are here, you might as well settle in. Please take care of yourself and rest well. I have matters to attend to and must step out for a while, Zhong Qing gently reassured her. All right, fine. Recognizing that Zhong Qing seemed utterly unconvinced and unaware of the gravity of the situation, she realized that further discourse was futile and, with a heavy heart, returned temporarily. Watching Bai Ling depart, Zhong Qing shook his head with a smile. He was well aware of her thoughts, but now that she was at Mufu Peak, pondering would serve no purpose. As for the significant trouble lurking behind her, they would deal with it when it arrived. After savoring the tea for a while, he retreated into his small world. Although Qing Yao and Long Ning had arranged the grand plans within the small world, many details still required his attention. Particularly, he needed to organize the numerous items gifted by the system over the years, ensuring everything was properly categorized and stored. Each of these items would prove useful in the future. The reason he moved everything into the small world was twofold. Firstly, it allowed him to carry it with him for easy access. Secondly, the small world represented the safest haven for Zhong Qing. Each item he possessed could potentially lead to great trouble if leaked, making the small world the best choice for storage. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Pingjiang Sect, Sect Master Xian Yuanhong sat at the head, surrounded by several elders and peak masters. Sect Master, we just received the latest news that our Mufu Peak Master has eliminated a mid-stage moon, Xian Realm Beast in the eastern region's Fengtian City, seemingly with greater ease than when he dispatched the red-haired old ghost. One elder remarked. Moreover, it appears he also visited the Tianyun sect due to his disciple Lin Feng. Another elder added that it seems a tremendous battle erupted within the Tianyun sect, likely instigated by the master of Mufu Peak. Although the final outcome remains unclear, he has returned safely to Mufu Peak a few days ago. As this information spread, gasps of astonishment filled the grand hall. It was well known that the Tianyun sect was an absolute behemoth for the Pingjiang sect, akin to a holy land. If the conflict within the Tianyun sect truly involved Zhong Qing, it implied that he managed to engage in a battle there and emerge unscathed. Such strength. It seems Zhong Qing might be even more terrifying than we had imagined. Xian Yuanhong couldn't help but exclaim, his heart filled with both surprise and delight. However, Sect Master, let us not discuss Zhong Qing's strength for the moment. If he has indeed clashed with the Tianyun sect, even if he managed to escape unscathed, our Pingjiang sect must remain vigilant, one elder cautioned gravely. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanhong's brow furrowed in concern, for the elder's worries were well-founded. If Zhong Qing had truly formed animosity with the Tianyun sect, it would not merely be a conflict between him and the Tianyun sect, but one involving the Pingjiang sect as well. Should the Tianyun sect find themselves temporarily unable to deal with Zhong Qing, they might resort to taking action against the Pingjiang sect. Send orders to recall all Pingjiang sect disciples currently scattered outside. Second, immediately dispatch scouts to closely monitor the movements of the Tianyun sect. Within moments, Xian Yuanhong clapped his hands, decisively issuing commands. In this world of treachery and deception, it was essential to prepare for the worst. Otherwise, one might perish without understanding how After issuing his commands, Xian Yuanhong continued, "Everyone, it should be apparent by now that the master of Mufu Peak has gradually elevated us to heights that do not belong to us. Therefore, the opponents we face in the future may not be of the same caliber as before, but rather ascend to a higher echelon. However, if we seek development and aspire to rise, these experiences are necessary. Hence, we cannot remain idle. We must enhance our strength." The elder peak masters nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xian Yuanhong's words. "By the way, Sect Master, in addition to improving in various aspects, our sect's facilities also require significant upgrades," one elder interjected. "For instance, our mountain protection array is nearly useless. It couldn't even fend off a single red-haired old ghost. Now that our opponents have risen to the level of the Tianyun sect, it is imperative that we strengthen our protective measures." "I concur with your point," Xian Yuanhong replied. "However, we lack the expertise within our sect. If we are to seek assistance, it must come from Wandao Mountain." "But what kind of entity is Wandao Mountain?" "They are frequently approached by holy lands for assistance and may not pay attention to our humble second-tier sect." Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals furrowed their brows in concern. Xian Yuanhong's words held merit. Even if they wished to solicit Wandao Mountain's help, it would require a considerable fee. The only thing that might attract Wandao Mountain's interest would be the king-level cultivation methods provided by Zhong Qing. However, they could not possibly offer such a treasure. Just as they were pondering solutions, a disciple suddenly arrived to report, "Sect Master, the master of Wandao Mountain requests an audience." "What?" Upon hearing this announcement, Xian Yuanhong was momentarily dumbfounded, while the other elders exchanged bewildered glances. This was akin to saying that Cao Cao had arrived just as they were discussing him. Yet, why had Wandao Mountain suddenly come to the Pingjiang Sect? "Quick, follow me to welcome them." Without hesitation, Xian Yuanhong led the senior members to greet the visitors, for to them, Wandao Mountain was a formidable entity. At that moment, Zhuge Qing was waiting at the entrance of the Pingjiang Sect with several elders. They had been intending to express their gratitude to Zhong Qing for saving Wandao Mountain, originally wishing to thank him in person. However, upon learning about the Tianyun sect situation, they abandoned that idea. Given Zhong Qing's seemingly effortless annihilation of the Tianyun sect, it appeared to be a trivial matter for him, and they feared he might not even value their thanks. Approaching him without invitation would only be an intrusion. Furthermore, after being rebuffed by the Lin family in Fengtian City, Zhuge Qing was even more convinced of this notion. Suddenly, recalling the intelligence from Fengtian City, Zhuge Qing remembered a crucial clue. Zhong Qing was the master of Mufu Peak in the Pingjiang Sect. Although Zhuge Qing did not comprehend why such a prominent figure would lower himself to a mere second-tier sect, he realized that cultivating a good relationship with the Pingjiang Sect had become a necessity. While he might not be worthy of direct contact with Zhong Qing, engaging with the Pingjiang Sect would suffice. Establishing a good rapport with the Pingjiang Sect would essentially mean fostering a connection with Zhong Qing. Thus, after making this decision, Zhuge Qing hurriedly brought his senior members to the Pingjiang Sect to forge a connection. Chapter 51. Minds in Different Places. Soon, Xian Yuanhong and the members of the Pingjiang Sect hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing the actual master of Wandao Mountain approach, they were utterly astonished. The group respectfully and courteously stepped forward to greet them. "We sincerely apologize for not having anticipated the arrival of Wandao Mountain's esteemed members. It is indeed a failure in our hospitality," Xian Yuanhong quickly expressed. However, to their surprise, the representatives from Wandao Mountain were even more courteous than they were. "Not at all, it is we who have intruded without prior notice," Zhuge Qing replied, bowing deeply, his demeanor exceedingly humble. "What?" The sight of Zhuge Qing's behavior left Xian Yuanhong and the others perplexed, their minds racing with questions. If it were not for Xian Yuanhong having encountered Zhuge Qing on previous occasions, he might have doubted the authenticity of the individual before him. After all, how could a powerful entity like Wandao Mountain be so courteous to a mere second-tier sect? Yet, Zhuge Qing was equally astonished. He did not genuinely believe that the Pingjiang Sect was merely a second-tier sect. With someone as formidable as Zhong Qing at the helm, he regarded the Pingjiang Sect as even more prestigious than many of the Holy Lands in the eastern region. He had not anticipated that such a significant sect would be so low-key and welcoming, treating him, a mere master of Wandao Mountain, with such respect, and that moment, both parties, caught in their astonishment, became increasingly polite, lowering their postures even further. "Master Zhuge, you are too courteous." Xian Yuanhong involuntarily lowered himself a few notches. No, please, you are too kind," Zhuge Qing quickly waved his hands, naturally lowering his posture further. It is only proper. Only proper. Upon encountering Zhuge Qing, he found himself diminished in stature, prompting Zhuge Qing to instinctively lower himself further. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, until they were both nearly prostrate on the ground, almost bowing to one another. The elders trailing behind each party mirrored this absurdity, their posteriors raised in a comical display. After an extreme display of politeness, the members of both sects finally made their way toward the main peak of Xinjiang, where they sat down together, joyfully engaging in casual conversation. The atmosphere was lively and warm, with smiles stretching across their faces. Zhuge Qing had initially anticipated a challenging endeavor to establish a good rapport with Pingjiang Sect, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the interaction. He gazed at Xin Yuanhong with a beaming smile, contemplating how he had just remarked on the difficulties of forging ties with Wandao Mountain, only to find it so effortlessly achieved. Xin Yuanhong returned the smile, mirroring Zhuge Qing's thoughts. Their gazes met, filled with mutual warmth, and they exchanged courteous smiles. Zhuge Sect Leader, I have a matter I wish to request of you. Xin Yuan Sect Leader, I too have an unpleasing request. At that moment, both spoke simultaneously, followed by a shared smile. Ha ha ha, you go first? No, you go first? Very well, I shall proceed. Zhuge Qing stroked his beard and said, upon my arrival at Pingjiang Sect, I noticed that your sect lacks a well-established protective array. Since we find ourselves with some free time, why not allow us to assist in setting up a protective formation for your sect? Upon hearing this, Xin Yuanhong and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They had anticipated Wandao Mountain's visit and, given the courteousness displayed, surmised it might involve a request for assistance. However, they had not expected such a request to be made. Xin Yuanhong scratched his head in confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Is there truly such a fortuitous opportunity? He had originally intended to ask Zhuge Qing for help in establishing the protective array for Pingjiang Sect. So Zhuge Qing's proposal struck a chord with him. Zhuge Sect Leader, what I intended to say was that I was hoping for the assistance of Wandao Mountain in arranging a protective formation for us, but I hadn't anticipated you would suggest it first. Xin Yuanhong finally responded. Oh? Zhuge Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been pondering how to further cement a relationship with Pingjiang Sect and had thought of their vulnerable protective array, thus proposing it. Initially, he had felt nervous about whether it was too presumptuous to offer assistance to a sect of such standing as Xinjiang, which had a powerful figure like Zhong Qing. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised that Xin Yuanhong would respond in such a manner. The sensation was simply indescribable. It seemed plausible that Pingjiang Sect was aware of Zhong Qing's rescue of Wandao Mountain and had guessed their intentions. Perhaps they recognized Wandao Mountain's willingness to cooperate. Or maybe they had received Zhong Qing's tacit approval, thus providing Zhuge Qing with this opportunity for reciprocation. Gratefulness welled up in Zhuge Qing's heart. Soon, the arrangement for the protective formation was agreed upon, and after some time, Zhuge Qing indicated it was time for them to depart. Xin Yuan Sect Leader, we shall return for a while. Setting up the formation requires considerable preparation, so we will return promptly once we are ready. With that, Zhuge Qing and his companions rose with determination, resolved to expedite the matter. After a brief farewell, they departed. Are they truly leaving just like that? Xin Yuanhong and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend Wandao Mountain's unexpectedly courteous demeanor towards Pingjiang Sect, nor could they fathom why they would so readily offer to establish a formation. They were certain Wandao Mountain had some significant matter they wished to discuss with Pingjiang Sect, and not a trivial one at that. Thus, they had mentally prepared themselves for whatever conditions Wandao Mountain might propose. Yet, they simply walked away, leaving them utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Within the grand hall of Xinjiang, from the sect leader Xin Yuanhong to the various peak masters and elders, everyone collectively scratched their heads in confusion. Don't look at me. I can't make sense of it either. Xin Yuanhong was both elated and astonished. He was thrilled that the concern regarding the protective array had been resolved with such ease, yet he was astonished that he had yet to grasp the true nature of Wandao Mountain's intentions. I've figured it out. Just as everyone was grappling with their confusion, the third elder suddenly exclaimed, What is it? The crowd turned their attention to him. It must be Zhong Qing. It can only be attributed to his presence, the third elder declared excitedly. Only because of Zhong Qing's existence can Wandao Mountain's actions be explained. Upon this revelation, the others quickly came to realize the implications. Indeed, they were acutely aware of their own strength and standing. It was inconceivable that Wandao Mountain would act in such a manner without a compelling reason. Only Zhong Qing, in his current guise, could warrant such treatment from Wandao Mountain. As they recalled the intelligence from Pingjiang City, which indicated that when Zhong Qing had vanquished the demonic beasts, there had been members of Wandao Mountain present. Everything began to click into place. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Zhong Qing had become an even more enigmatic figure in their eyes. Notably, Wandao Mountain, unlike other factions, might not be particularly formidable in overall strength. Yet due to their unique status, they would not typically adopt such a stance in front of a sacred ground. However, Zhong Qing's influence over Wandao Mountain suggested that he was far more complex than they had initially perceived. Chapter 52. The Rebirth of the Celestial Emperor, casually pulling out 8 volumes of royal-level techniques in just 1 month, transforming a white-grade quality to the Qian realm, causing Wandao Mountain to adopt such a demeanor, eradicating the red-haired old ghost with a mere finger, instantly dispatching 3 mid-moon Qian wolves, engaging in battle within the elite Pingjiang Sect, and ultimately retreating unscathed. Xinyuan Hong reflected on all that had transpired with Zhong Qing recently, deep in thought with his hands clasped behind his back. Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware that Zhong Qing's bones were merely 18 years old. When he ascended the mountain years ago, he was just a young lad, and Xinyuan Hong had essentially witnessed Zhong Qing's growth. Each remarkable event surrounding Zhong Qing was astonishing, particularly when one considered it was happening to someone so young. Such feats would typically be extraordinary for a seasoned veteran. Yet, the reality was that these seemingly impossible accomplishments were unfolding before their very eyes. Who exactly was he? What secrets lay hidden within him? Xinyuan Hong's bewilderment was shared by all present. Suddenly, the third elder gasped, his breath hitching as he trembled on the spot, as if he had stumbled upon a stunning realization. What is it? The crowd's gaze shifted to him. Have you all ever come across something in ancient texts? The third elder excitedly began to recount. 100,000 years ago, a prodigious figure emerged from the southern wasteland, rumored to have reached the Qian realm in half a month, the Moon Qian realm in 3 months, and the Tiandi realm in a year. By merely being in his teens, he had mastered various formations, alchemy, and an array of advanced techniques. Hearing this, Xinyuan Hong instantly remembered, exclaiming, "Are you referring to the one who later unified the southern wasteland and ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor?" "Indeed, that is precisely who I speak of," the third elder affirmed. "Do you know why he was so extraordinarily talented? It was because this individual was not a typical cultivator. He was originally a celestial emperor, merely reincarnated." Xinyuan Hong recalled the ancient texts and recounted the details. However, as soon as he finished, he realized something, letting out a sharp gasp. His body instinctively jumped with excitement. "Wait, are you implying that Zhong Qing is also a celestial emperor reincarnated?" "Exactly," the third elder affirmed solemnly. The weight of this revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of the crowd. A celestial emperor. Reborn? It was utterly explosive news. Xinyuan Hong and the others felt their breaths quicken, nearly overwhelmed by the realization. Moreover, Xinyuan Hong recalled a crucial piece of information. Zhong Qing had once mentioned that the technique he cultivated was of imperial level. Which individual could possess an imperial level technique? Surely, only a celestial emperor could possess such a thing. With this line of thought, everything fell into place. Zhong Qing was indeed a celestial emperor reborn. Given this revelation, all the remarkable feats he had displayed now seemed reasonable. In an instant, the excitement among Xinyuan Hong and the others was indescribable. Their humble Pingjiang Sect had a celestial emperor reborn among them. With time, he could surely reclaim his former peak. What kind of transformation would Pingjiang Sect, as a sect that had birthed a celestial emperor, undergo? The sacred grounds of the eastern region would pale in comparison. Ha! Old Nai, I can only wonder what expression you would wear if you knew that the disciple you brought back was a celestial emperor reborn. Unbeknownst to him, Xinyuan Hong stood tall, grinning ear to ear with glee. The other elders shared in the exhilaration, bouncing with excitement. It was no wonder they were so elated. A celestial emperor reborn was enough to send them into a frenzy. However, while the members of Pingjiang Sect were engulfed in elation, at the entrance of the hall, one of Xinyuan Hong's trusted aides narrowed his eyes. "A celestial emperor, reborn, you say? My soul has drifted to this place, and in a moment of crisis, I was left with no choice but to seize a worthless vessel to temporarily inhabit. Yet this wretched body cannot contain my spirit, and in the absence of a vessel, my survival is limited. Thus, I have been desperately seeking a new host. However, each possession drains my spiritual power, meaning the final vessel must meet my criteria. Unfortunately, over the course of 2 months, I have found nothing but rubbish, unable to find even a single suitable body. Yet, who would have thought that the one they speak of, the master of Mufu Peak, is a celestial emperor reborn? This truly is divine providence. The aide could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Given his status, even when Zhong Qing had effortlessly dispatched the red-haired old ghost, he had deemed it beneath him to consider seizing Zhong Qing's body. After all, with a possession, he would be bound to that body due to spiritual constraints. The innate qualities and background of the body would greatly influence his future and restoration. Thus, Zhong Qing's feats of slaying a Moon Xian realm beast and revealing a few royal-level techniques seemed impressive, but in his eyes, they hardly warranted consideration. Yet now, upon hearing the new information about Zhong Qing and the deductions made by Xinyuan Hong and the others, he was filled with exhilaration. He had to acknowledge that their reasoning held significant weight. Though there was a considerable gap between his own full strength and that of a celestial emperor, rebirth was still rebirth. Regardless of how powerful one was, they were merely in a phase of recovery. Meanwhile, though he existed in a state of spirit, he would be more than capable of dealing with this weakened version of Zhong Qing. If he could seize the body of a celestial emperor reborn and acquire his memories and abilities, could he not also ascend to the realm of the celestial emperor in the future? The mere thought of it sent waves of excitement coursing through him. As he contemplated this, the excitement he felt was even more intense than that of Xinyuan Hong and the others. This opportunity lay before him like a treasure, one that could drive him to madness. Chapter 53. No, you do not understand. In the stillness of night, the occasional roar of beasts echoed through the vast sky, adding a touch of vitality to the emptiness. Mufu Peak. A bonfire blazed brightly, with sizzling pieces of meat releasing mouth-watering aromas that stirred the appetite. Zhong Qing savored the meat and drank wine. Basking in the moonlight as he reminisced about the past and contemplated the future, he found a unique pleasure in such moments. Cultivation was a pursuit of longevity, a quest for freedom, and an enjoyment of the present. In that moment, he felt exceptionally at ease. Having grasped one of the 3 profound truths of cultivation, he thought to himself, "Master, I have returned." Just then, Lin Feng arrived, stepping into the moonlight, carrying an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and meat, with a pig in tow. "You rascal, I merely asked you to procure some food. Why did you bring back a pig?" Zhong Qing laughed, chiding him. "Does master enjoy pork?" Lin Feng replied as he approached, laying the food on the wooden rack beside the bonfire. He immediately turned to prepare the pig for slaughter. Zhong Qing called out, "This is more than enough. Let's spare the pig for now. We can fatten it up before slaughtering it. Come, sit." By the modest bonfire, Zhong Qing took a seat, with Lin Feng and Su Yi on either side. Bai Ling, as a guest, also joined them. What was once a transcendent sect of cultivation now exuded a hint of earthly warmth. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Yet, Bai Ling appeared troubled, feeling out of place amidst the joviality. "Bai Ling, let us drink and sing. Life is fleeting. Happiness is but a day, and sadness is also a day. Might as well seize the moment and enjoy life, lest we waste our precious youth," Zhong Qing urged, taking a swig of wine. Bai Ling smiled faintly. How she wished to cast off her shackles, to soar freely and face life with a smile. Yet, being in this world, there were too many burdens to bear. A great enemy could strike at any moment, especially when thinking of the kind-hearted individuals at Mufu Peak, who represented a refreshing stream in the cultivation world. Her heart felt heavy at the thought of them suffering due to her presence. At that moment, Lin Feng, his mouth smeared with grease, chimed in, "Bai Ling, you really need not worry about these so-called enemies. With my master's abilities, safeguarding you is more than sufficient. Indeed, Bai Ling, before meeting master, I also faced the wrath of evildoers," Su Yi added. "That blood-crazed fiend was particularly fearsome, intent on digging out my heart and using my blood as a catalyst for his elixir. But what happened? Faced with master, he stood no chance and was dispatched with a mere finger. Rest assured, Bai Ling had heard of the blood-crazed fiend, a mere Chan Xian realm demon cultivator. Such a figure might appear formidable to the average person, yet in comparison to her true enemies, he was insignificant. You do not understand. Bai Ling's voice was both a response and a whisper. My enemies are terrifying, far beyond your comprehension. Unfortunately, no matter how I explain, you will not believe me. Lin Feng and Sui fell silent, particularly the latter, who yearned to reply, no, it is you who do not understand. You cannot fathom Master S' true strength. Ultimately, he held his tongue, for Master S' greatness needed no explanation. When the time came for her to witness it, she would come to understand. The atmosphere grew somber, and Bai Ling forced a smile, saying, I apologize for disrupting your enjoyment. The night is deep. I must take my leave. With that, she bid farewell and walked away with heavy steps. The moonlight flowed like water, and stars adorned the sky. The three disciples continued their feast, undeterred by her departure. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his imposing presence unmistakable. He was ethereal, clearly not of flesh and blood, but rather a spiritual entity. Clearly, in his quest for a new corporeal form, he has forsaken his previous body. However, the aura he emanates is profoundly terrifying, disturbing the winds and clouds, shaking the very void itself, and enveloping a radius of 100 zhong. Such commotion naturally startled Zhong Qing and his companions at the first instance. Observing the fierce demeanor of the intruder, Lin Feng rose and bellowed, Who dares to trespass upon my Mufu peak? The figure cloaked in black cackled menacingly, completely disregarding Lin Feng, and instead fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhong Qing. This individual was none other than the enigmatic presence who had infiltrated the Pingjiang Sect, posing as the trusted confidant of the sect's leader, Xinyuan Hong. His name was Zhang Yu, a formidable being who transcended the Tianqian realm. It is widely acknowledged that the hierarchy of cultivation in this world comprises the body refinement, postnatal, innate, Qianxian, Xingxuan, Yuexian, Rishuan, Dishuan, and Tianqian realms. Yet, many are unaware that beyond the Tianqian realm lies the realms of the 3 yin and 3 yang, each divided into 3 layers. Although Zhang Yu's physical form was no longer present, he had reluctantly seized the body of a minor disciple of the Pingjiang Sect, yet he remained a genuine second-layer 3 yin realm powerhouse. Such a being, even in a sacred land, would not be trifled with. Indeed, no entity of this caliber existed in the eastern domain. Zhang Yu's arrival even roused Jian Lao, who lay dormant within Lin Feng's ring. Lin lad, this person's strength is exceedingly terrifying, far beyond what you can currently contend with. Exercise caution. Go this. Lin Feng remained utterly unconcerned. With his master present, what was there to fear? This statement left Jian Lao, who had earnestly attempted to advise him, momentarily stunned. Indeed, Lin lad's master was an overwhelmingly powerful figure, capable of collecting the grand texts of emperors in a sack, a being capable of defying the heavens to alter fate, transforming waste into extraordinary talents. With such a person at his side, it was understandable that no adversary would warrant alarm. But what has happened to me? My temperament seems to be regressing. How could I, who should comprehend such matters, be so flustered? Jian Lao reflected upon this, deciding to adopt a more measured demeanor in the future. Otherwise, his rashness might lead to being underestimated. Meanwhile, in the void, Zhang Yu scrutinized Zhong Qing, incredulous that a dignified immortal emperor could exhibit such grounded behavior. Zhong Qing. Are you speaking to me? Could this fellow have mistaken me for someone else? The brevity of their exchange left Jian Lao, who had just urged himself to remain calm, utterly unhinged. What is happening? Zhong Qing is an immortal emperor. Of course. He should have realized this sooner. What level of being could casually produce the grand texts of emperors? What level could carelessly wield divine weapons of the revered, sacred, and even imperial tiers? In this world, who else possesses such capabilities? In that moment, Jian Lao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, akin to a fan encountering their idol. What a status the immortal emperor holds. They are figures who have suppressed an era, creating unparalleled legends. It could be said that even at his peak, Jian Lao would not have had the privilege to meet an immortal emperor. Now, one stands before him alive. How could he not be ecstatic? Lin Feng observed Jian Lao, who was quaking within the ring as if possessed. He expressed concern. Jian Lao, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine, old man. Jian Lao replied. I have never felt better. Lin lad, I must say, your fortune leaves me envious and mad with jealousy. To have an immortal emperor as a master is a dream pursued by countless extraordinary talents. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jian Lao's eyes glistened with emotion. This sentiment stirred Lin Feng's heart. He genuinely felt that being able to have Zhong Qing as a master was an immense stroke of luck, as if he had exhausted all his fortune in this lifetime. Chapter 54. The role of the scarecrow. The long night loomed overhead. Song Yu resided in the void, gazing down at Zhong Qing from a position of superiority. This sensation was peculiar, so much so that it ignited a long-buried fervor within him. What status does an immortal emperor hold? Even he had to concede that, at their zenith, Zhong Qing could crush him with a mere finger. Yet, fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to encounter the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Though he was no longer at his peak, should he unleash his secret techniques, even a third layer 3 realm would meet its end at his hands. While the repercussions of such techniques were significant, they paled in comparison to the threat posed by the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. With Song Yu's keen insight, he could see through Zhong Qing's mere 18 years of age. 18. A tender age, just stepping from innocence into the realm of maturity. Compared to the millennia-long lifespan of cultivators, 18 years is but a fleeting moment. So brief that Song Yu was confident that even if the immortal emperor were to reincarnate and cultivate anew, he would never reach the heights he currently occupied, let alone contend with him. Currently, he had sealed the surrounding void with his aura. Under such confinement, seeking aid from the outside world was utterly impossible. In Song Yu's eyes, Zhong Qing had already become his possession. Thus, he observed with a leisurely, haughty demeanor, "Immortal Emperor, savor this final feast of life. After today, such opportunities will no longer be afforded to you." A smirk played upon his lips, as the saying goes. When one is in high spirits, the atmosphere brims with joy. Song Yu felt as though the air itself was suffused with a jubilant essence. If, in these final moments, he could behold Zhong Qing kneeling in supplication, it would be even more delightful. This display of arrogance was enough to infuriate anyone, especially Lin Feng. How could he bear to witness his master being insulted? He immediately shouted, "What gives you the audacity to speak to my master in such a manner?" Song Yu's gaze shifted, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a demeanor of condescension. "A disciple of the immortal emperor. I see. Your cultivation is commendable. Being a student of the immortal emperor, you should have a resplendent life and future. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. Torturing geniuses has always been my delight. Once I seize the immortal emperor's body, you will learn the true meaning of suffering." As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to Zhong Qing. "Immortal emperor, do you have any final words to convey? In light of your contribution of an exceptional body to me, should you have any lingering concerns regarding your loved ones, I shall surely take care of them, to alleviate their emptiness and loneliness." Zhong Qing. This fellow is incessantly rambling. Does he not know that antagonists perish due to their loquacity? Moreover, he is not merely fixated on my corporeal form, but also wishes to lay claim to my women. This is utterly intolerable, although I currently possess no women. Very well, since there is naught to discuss, I bid you farewell. Noticing Zhong Qing's impassive expression, neither alarmed nor begging for mercy, Song Yu found the encounter increasingly tedious. He was eager to claim this body as his own. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual power manifested into a colossal hand, exuding the terrifying aura of a second layer 3 realm powerhouse. The overwhelming pressure shook the heavens. That power felt akin to divine wrath. Zhong Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to employ some hidden cards or, for safety's sake, retreat into the small world to avoid the immediate danger. This individual indeed possesses some formidable capabilities. Most importantly, his two disciples are present. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A cackling laughter seemed to transcend time and space, echoing from beyond the void. "Who is laughing?" Song Yu, enraged, began searching for the source of the sound, when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. A scythe had been placed at his throat. In that moment, his expression froze, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The massive hand of condensed spiritual power dissipated in an instant. Following the direction of the scythe, he beheld a scarecrow standing a mere 3 feet away. In that instant, Song Yu saw what he perceived to be the greatest terror in the world. The scarecrow radiated an aura of ferocity, reminiscent of an ancient demon or a chaotic true spirit. A single strand of its energy seemed capable of crushing the very heavens and earth. How could such a horrifying existence exist in this realm? In that moment, Song Yu was paralyzed with fear. Trembling, he inquired, Who might you be? I seem to have no grievances with you. Zhong Qing was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the scarecrow would manifest. He had long been unaware of its capabilities, only recognizing it as something extraordinary. Now it appeared to possess genuine strength. It was also his first time witnessing the scarecrow display its ability to move. At that moment, he heard the scarecrow draw closer to Tsangyu, its voice dripping with malice. I am the demon god of hell. The shrill laughter echoed like that of a hellish specter, sending shivers down one's spine. Following this, it turned its gaze to Zhong Qing and asked, Hee, Master, how shall we deal with this fellow? Upon hearing this, Tsang-Yu's scalp prickled, and he was utterly horrified. Such a terrifying entity was, in fact, a servant of Zhong Qing that, of course, as an immortal emperor reincarnated and cultivating anew, how could he lack a protector? They say a starved camel is still larger than a horse. How could he have harbored thoughts of targeting such a being? Regret surged within him in a flash. His desire to survive took precedence. Immortal Emperor, I was blinded by greed. Please, grant me a chance to live. I am willing to serve you, to be your slave and servant. Zhong Qing scoffed. What do you think? You sought to usurp my body. You wished to slaughter my disciples. You even wanted to claim my women? Though his tone was light, each word weighed heavily upon Tsang-Yu's ears, akin to a death sentence. Yet, he had committed all three offenses. Indeed, the saying holds true. When the heavens rage, disasters befall the arrogant. Kill him. Zhong Qing gestured lightly to the scarecrow, a nonchalant tone pronouncing Tsang-Yu's death sentence. Hee, I can add another soul to my lantern. The scarecrow licked its crimson tongue. With a swift motion of the scythe, Tsang-Yu's desperate plea of no echoed amidst his profound fear of death as his head was severed. Following this, the scarecrow illuminated the remnants of his soul within its lantern. After completing this task, the scarecrow returned to its original position, once again becoming an immobile figure. Lin Feng stood agape, unable to comprehend that a mere scarecrow possessed such terrifying strength. His master was indeed the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. As for Jian Lao within the ring, though shaken, he felt enlightened. This was the dignity an immortal emperor should possess. An immortal emperor cannot be insulted. To insult one is to invite death. In that moment, his reverence for Zhong Qing elevated to new heights. Chapter 55. One becomes an emperor, not alone, but together with brothers. A night passed. A ray of dawn pierced the horizon, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the world. A new day had arrived. In the small courtyard, Bai Ling languidly stretched her limbs. After a sleepless night of cultivation, her strength had finally seen some restoration, and her complexion had improved significantly. Now, she possessed a measure of self-defense. It was time to leave. Bai Ling murmured to herself, casting a reluctant glance around the courtyard. She had grown up in a world rife with deceit and treachery, witnessing the darker sides of humanity. Yet, in this place, she had felt an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. However, the more she experienced this, the stronger her resolve to depart became. The people of Mufu Peak were so kind. How could she burden them? With this thought, she rapped on Zhong Qing's door. Please wait. After a moment of rustling as he dressed, Zhong Qing opened the door, yawning. Miss Bai Ling, is there something you need? Although he had long surpassed the Rishuan realm and could go years without sleep, Zhong Qing still maintained the habit of being active during the day and resting at night. Bai Ling bit her pristine lip, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Sir, I have come to bid farewell. Why not stay a little longer? Or is it that Miss Bai Ling feels uncomfortable here? The latter shook her head repeatedly. Sir, here, I feel an unprecedented sense of peace and security. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, and it is truly inappropriate to linger. Furthermore, I have regained some strength. As long as I do not encounter opponents that are excessively powerful, I can protect myself. I will never forget your kindness. And if fate allows, I shall repay this immense grace one day. Zhong Qing was indifferent to the notion of repayment. Seeing her resolve, he refrained from pressing her to stay. He understood that she had her own path to follow, a unique constitution to discover, but to simply let her go left him somewhat uneasy. After all, she was to be his future disciple, the key to activating new bonds with disciples. His current disciples? Lin Feng and Su Yi had unlocked a tenfold increase. What effect would the new disciple bond have? He was filled with anticipation. Should an unexpected misfortune befall her, he feared he would forever regret it. Thus, Zhong Qing candidly stated, "Miss Bai Ling, as you venture forth, you may encounter peril. Allow me to have the scarecrow accompany you for protection." As he spoke, Zhong Qing summoned the scarecrow. "You will accompany this young lady and ensure she suffers no harm." "At your command, master." The scarecrow's hollow eyes glimmered with a red hue, which surprised Bai Ling. However, she did not take it to heart. In this vast world, exceptional individuals were abundant. Some artifact masters could forge diverse puppets with various styles. To her, the scarecrow merely appeared unique in design. If she were truly pursued by formidable foes, it would likely provide little substantial assistance. Nevertheless, given Zhong Qing's good intentions, she had no reason to refuse. In this era, the world was vast, and parting could mean eternal separation. Even having a reminder nearby was comforting. "Thank you, sir," she said earnestly, bowing to Zhong Qing. Since ancient times, parting has often been filled with melancholy. Deep within her heart, she felt an inkling of reluctance. However, she quickly suppressed this feeling. "Bai Ling, you must not let your personal desires endanger the life of someone who has shown you such kindness." With this in mind, Bai Ling addressed Zhong Qing, "Sir, I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell, she wasted no time, striding away. The scarecrow followed closely behind with its peculiar gait. Zhong Qing watched her retreating figure. Feeling relatively undisturbed, he believed that the scarecrow's strength was quite formidable. The fool from last night was no weakling, yet against the scarecrow, he would be no match. Protecting Bai Ling would be more than sufficient. Life at Mufu Peak returned to a state of tranquility. Lin Feng and little Su Yi, perhaps motivated by some stimulus, increased their diligence in cultivation. Within a few days, they each achieved significant breakthroughs. Ding. Host disciple Lin Feng has broken through to the late stage of the Changxian realm. Ding. Host disciple Su Yi has broken through to the early stage of the Changxian realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Dixuan realm. One day, as Zhong Qing lay beneath a tree, enjoying the cool shade, the system's notifications jolted him awake from his slumber. Goodness, has it only been a short while? And they have all made breakthroughs? If memory serves, little Su Yi is merely 10 years old. Correct. What does it mean to reach the Changxian realm at such an age? Even among the most extraordinary prodigies, she would be hard to surpass. Their simultaneous breakthroughs, multiplied by the tenfold return, propelled him directly into the Dixuan realm. The sensation of growing stronger while reclining was simply exhilarating. Opening his personal attributes panel. Host, Zhong Qing, cultivation, Dixuan realm. Disciples, Lin Feng, late stage of the Changxian realm, 100-fold increase activated. Disciples, Su Yi, early stage of the Changxian realm, 100-fold increase activated. Activated bonds. Waste material bond 2-2. More bonds await development. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills. Old 6 halo, heavenly eye, same level suppression, personal small world. Gazing at his personal data, Zhong Qing felt as though the gates to the path of immortality were slowly beckoning him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could ascend to immortality. The thought of soon becoming an immortal filled him with excitement. Even with Zhong Qing's temperament, it is impossible not to feel waves of excitement. The future is indeed promising. Among those equally exhilarated are Lin Feng and Su Yi. Speaking of Lin Feng, there was a time when he was merely a talentless individual unable to cultivate, subjected to relentless humiliation by his fiancée Idat. However, upon encountering Zhong Qing, he embarked on an extraordinary journey, in the late stages of the Changxian realm. Even the elders of second-rate sects pale in comparison. Yet, how long has it been since he joined the sect? He has already ascended to this level. It can be said that with every incremental improvement in his strength, his admiration for Zhong Qing deepens. Without Zhong Qing's guidance, his current achievements would be unattainable. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that the Changxian realm is far from his endpoint. One day, I shall follow in my master's footsteps and ascend to the imperial throne. On that day, amidst the tranquil woods, a young man proclaimed an ambitious vow. Senior brother, I too shall become an emperor. Little Su Yi was unaware of the true significance of becoming an emperor, but she felt that whatever her senior brother desired was undoubtedly splendid. This declaration prompted a hearty laugh from Lin Feng. Very well, let us, as brothers, both attain the imperial rank, creating a legendary tale that will echo through the ages. Within the ring, Sword Elder observed the spirited youth. Originally, he constantly reminded himself to remain composed. Yet he could not help but unleash a torrent of incredulous remarks. Goodness, you truly dare to speak such words. Do you comprehend what it means to be an emperor? That is an existence of supreme authority. Throughout history, how many emperors have there been? One person becoming an emperor is not enough. You wish for brothers to achieve it together. If such grandiose claims were overheard, one might laugh until their teeth fall out. However, upon contemplating Zhong Qing's identity, coupled with the astonishingly rapid progress of these two, it seemed that the myth of three emperors emerging from one sect was not entirely unattainable. The mere thought of this possibility rendered the once vocal sword elder utterly silent. Chapter 56. A crisis looms. Chaoxia Valley. It is a renowned sacred ground in the eastern region, with a legacy that stretches back into the mists of time. Each of these sacred sects can be likened to an ancient tome, having weathered the vicissitudes of life while observing the tides of the mundane world. They stand resolute, unfazed by the rise and fall of the world around them. This is the essence of a sacred sect. In the eyes of the populace, it is an exalted existence, worthy of reverence. Countless individuals strive relentlessly to gain entry. Yet, at this moment, a heavy pall of melancholy pervades Chaoxia Valley. In the main hall, nearly half of the senior members of the valley have gathered. Sect Master Lu Qingxia occupies the highest seat, surrounded by numerous elders, each of formidable presence commanding respect. Fellow disciples, the three ancestors are trapped in a secret realm, and their situation is dire. Do any of you have a means to rescue them? As Lu Qingxia spoke, a furrow of concern crossed the brows of those present. The three ancestors she referred to, namely Zhong Qing, are the younger brother of the valley's founding ancestor and hold significant sway within the sacred ground. Despite his advanced age, he possesses an adventurous spirit, relishing in traversing the world and exploring secret realms. Not long ago, Zhong Qing sent a distress signal, indicating he was trapped within a chasm's secret realm. Lu Qingxia, upon receiving the news, did not dare to delay and personally led a rescue team. However, the entrance to this chasm's secret realm is guarded by an ancient formation, and no matter how they exerted their efforts, they could not make the slightest dent in the formation. Thus, this meeting was convened. Sect Master, that formation is quite peculiar. The sixth elder spoke, a master of formations with years of experience. I have studied it. This ancient formation must be destroyed with sheer brute force, and it must be a one-time destruction. Otherwise, if it receives any stimulation, it will activate fully, and the killing formation will autonomously eliminate all living beings within. His words sent a chill through the hearts of the assembly. They considered themselves formidable fighters, yet none had the confidence to obliterate the grand formation in one fell swoop. Sect Master Lu Qingxia had attempted to intervene, but her vigorous assault had only caused a portion of the ancient formation to awaken, continuously siphoning vitality from the already precarious situation of Zhong Qing. Should another misstep occur, leading to the demise of the three ancestors due to her actions, she would indeed become a historical pariah. No one was willing to shoulder such a grave responsibility. Perhaps the valley's founding ancestor could breach the formation, but that venerable figure was elusive, making contact impossible. At this juncture, someone suggested, Sect Master, perhaps we could seek external assistance. This immediately provoked a wave of dissent. Our Chaoxia Valley is already a top-tier force in the eastern region. Who could we possibly ask for help? Undeniably, there are sects beyond the eastern region with greater strength. Setting aside whether they could persuade such beings to lend a hand, even if they could, how much time would it take to traverse to other regions and back? Could the three ancestors hold on that long? The room fell into silence, a palpable weight pressing upon everyone. Although the three ancestors may not be exceptionally powerful, they are deeply cherished by the founding ancestor. Should they perish, the wrath of the ancestor would rain down upon everyone present. As despair settled in, Su Wanjiu, who had been seated in the corner, stood and spoke. I know someone who might be able to rescue the three ancestors. Her words instantly turned her into the focal point of attention. Little Su, who is this person? Sect Master Lu Qingxia inquired, astonished. Their seemingly insurmountable problem, could Su Wanjiu truly resolve it? Doubts flickered in the hearts of the assembly. Su Wanjiu bowed respectfully to the sect master and, after a moment of hesitation, replied, Master, this person is the peak master of Pingjiang Sect, Zhong Qing. What nonsense is this? An elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Su Wanjiu, his gaze shifting dramatically. While Pingjiang Sect may have some local renown, to them, it was merely a second-rate sect, entirely incomparable to Chaoxia Valley. Many elders had never even heard of its name. Theo claimed that a second-rate sect could resolve the dilemma that had stumped the entire Chaoxia Valley was preposterous. It was absurd beyond measure. Wonjio, I understand your desire to contribute to the sect and your intentions to save the three ancestors. However, this is not the time for folly. Please, step back. Sect Master Lu Qingxia's expression darkened as she reproached her. Her discontent palpable. As a holy maiden, it was understandable for her to wish to showcase her capabilities and enhance her standing within the sect, but to toy with the lives of the three ancestors was utterly inappropriate. Seeing this, Su Wonjio became anxious. Master, I assure you, I am not speaking recklessly. Zhong Qing exudes an extraordinary aura. She proceeded to recount her experiences at Mufu Peak. After finishing, she concluded, I suspect that pond is none other than the legendary Bitter Sea. Impossible, absolutely impossible. An elder immediately refuted without giving it a second thought. The Bitter Sea is a treasure of the Buddhist sect. It is known that the Buddhist sect is a formidable presence throughout the continent. The significance of the Bitter Sea to the Buddhist sect is self-evident. There is no way it could have been circulated. However, if what you say is true, then Zhong Qing is indeed extraordinary, unlike ordinary individuals. The reputation of the Bitter Sea is monumental. They pondered that Zhong Qing's possession was merely an imitation. Yet, even if it were a counterfeit, the ability to replicate the characteristics of the Bitter Sea would warrant their respect. Of course, that respect would only be superficial in their minds. They remained unconvinced that Zhong Qing could solve the problem that had left them all at a loss. Master, the three ancestors are in grave danger. We have no other options. Why not adopt an attitude of trial and error? This place is merely 1,000 miles from Pingjiang Sect. With our speed, we could make the round trip in just 2 or 3 days. Perhaps he truly can assist us. Seeing her speak with such earnestness, Lu Qingxia could not help but be swayed. After a long moment of contemplation, she glanced at Su Wonjio's hopeful gaze and nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you on this endeavor. Chapter 57. The black and white of the Earth Xian realm. Recently, Zhong Qing's life could be described as exceedingly pleasant. Each day he indulges in wine, slumbers, and enjoys a leisurely ascent in cultivation. However, idleness can be a double-edged sword, necessitating some engagement. Coincidentally, he recently signed in for a manual on the myriad source elixir. Thus, Zhong Qing began to delve into the art of alchemy. Puffs of smoke spiraled upwards, accompanied by fierce flames. A large cauldron stood resolutely in his courtyard. Zhong Qing, with a serious demeanor, meticulously examined and prepared the spiritual herbs. Blood spirit flower, 1. Bodhi fruit, half. Ancient spirit wood, 3 ounces. Following the instructions from the myriad source elixir manual, Zhong Qing added various spiritual herbs in the correct order and quantities into the cauldron. These materials were provided by Pingjiang Sect. As a member of Mufu Peak. They received substantial resources for cultivation each year. Sadly, these resources had lain unused in storage until now, finally finding their purpose. It seems one ingredient is missing. Zhong Qing stroked his chin, attempting to find a substitute among the pile of herbs. But after searching for a while, he found nothing. This time, he was concocting a beauty-enhancing elixir. He considered himself already quite handsome, but who could resist the allure of further enhancing one's appearance? Thus, he placed great importance on this particular elixir. Any reduction in its effectiveness would not be to his liking. Black and white, where are you? With Zhong Qing's words, the black and white puppet materialized, respectfully bowing to him. Master, I require one main ingredient for the elixir, mountain treasure. Please go and fetch it for me, Zhong Qing commanded directly. The so-called mountain treasure is a rare and precious creation of the earth and sky, often referred to as the spirit of the mountains. It embodies the essence of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the sun and moon. If a being were to consume it, the mountain treasure could even evolve into a divine entity, also known as a divine embryo. Zhong Qing meticulously shared the characteristics of the mountain treasure, including the locations most likely to yield it and the methods for identification and selection, with black and white. Afterward, he suddenly remembered that he had recently signed in for a puppet cultivation upgrade card. This upgrade card was a true gem from the system. Simply using it on the puppet would elevate its realm to match his own, enabling it to serve him more effectively. Initially, Zhong Qing intended to wait until his own realm increased before using the card on black and white. However, considering that he had just broken through to the Earth Xian realm and that reaching a higher realm, even with a 10,000-fold boost, would still take some time, he decided to use it now. After all, having a puppet with autonomous intelligence, indistinguishable from a human, and completely obedient to his commands would prove immensely beneficial. He could delegate many tasks to it, making life simpler and more efficient. Should its strength remain weak and it were to be harmed while out and about, that would be a significant loss. Hence, raising its level swiftly seemed prudent, as for future advancements, since he could sign in for an upgrade card once. He figured he would be able to do so again in the future. Before long, with a gentle touch to Black and White's forehead, the latter's cultivation began to surge dramatically, almost without pause. It escalated from the Moon Xian realm straight to the Sun Xian realm and ultimately reached the Earth Xian realm before stopping. Indeed, Black and White's cultivation now matched Zhong Qing's level. Such is the monotony of a life with a cheat. Zhong Qing felt quite satisfied and indulged himself in a moment of enjoyment. He then dispatched Black and White to search for the mountain treasure while he himself focused on controlling the temperature of the cauldron. In the cultivation world, it is not uncommon for a single batch of elixirs to take 3.5 years to refine. However, Zhong Qing found this particular batch to be rather simple. In a few days, it should be ready. Once Black and White returns with the mountain treasure and incorporates it into the mixture, the elixir should be complete in the vast wilderness of the Beast Mountain. Occasional roars of beasts echoed through the air. This is the Wan Beast Mountain, a paradise for beastly creatures, inhabited by many formidable beasts. For ordinary individuals, entering this place is akin to courting death. The villagers living nearby regard it as a forbidden zone. Yet, on this day, two unexpected guests arrived at Wan Beast Mountain. They were two women of extraordinary grace and ethereal charm. The younger one, clad in white, resembled a white lotus or a blooming lotus flower, standing tall and poised, exuding an aura of transcendence. The slightly older one, with hair as white as snow, radiated an exquisite coldness, akin to a blue lotus in the world. These two are none other than Lu Qingxia, the sect master of Chaoxia Valley, and Su Wanjiu, the holy maiden. They had set out from Chaoxia Valley, traversing mountains and rivers, and paused for a moment in Wan Beast Mountain. Master, if we proceed westward from here for another 1,000 miles, we will reach Pingjiang Sect. Su Wanjiu pointed toward the west. Speaking respectfully, Lu Qingxia stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the drifting white clouds, feeling that her decision had been rather hasty. How could someone from such a humble background possibly solve a problem that even she, the master of a sacred sect, could not? Rather than placing hope in Zhong Qing, it would be more reliable to anticipate a chance encounter with the founding ancestor of Chaoxia Valley and request her assistance. However, given the situation, dwelling on it was futile. They had come this far. Turning back now was not an option, as her thoughts wandered. An unusual phenomenon suddenly erupted among the mountains, shaking the very void. A beam of divine light flickered and vanished, with radiant treasures filling the skies. A shadow darted past her. What is this? Lu Qingxia squinted, catching a glimpse of the object in question. It was the size of a fist, resembling a stone yet akin to a fleshy orb. Entirely red, a remarkable spiritual light emanated from it, and merely inhaling its essence left one feeling refreshed, calming even the most restless of hearts. Mountain treasure, Lu Qingxia exclaimed in astonishment. The mountain treasure not only serves as an ingredient for elixirs, enhancing their potency exponentially, but consuming it can also refine the body, increase cultivation, and strengthen the soul. It is an exceedingly rare treasure, almost impossible to come by even for sacred sects. Lu Qingxia's heart raced with excitement. She never anticipated that a simple outing would lead to such an opportunity. Since they had encountered it, it would be a folly to let it slip away. Without hesitation, she extended her hand to grasp the mountain treasure. However, another hand moved quicker, snatching the treasure into its palm. The owner of this hand was none other than Black and White. This treasure belongs to me, Black and White proclaimed its claim over the mountain treasure. In the realm of treasures, those with the ability shall possess them. Lu Qingxia's gaze darkened. The powerful aura of a peak Sun Xian realm cultivator erupted forth, disturbing the void and causing nearby beasts to flee in panic. A peak Sun Xian realm presence is among the most formidable in the entire eastern region. Lu Qingxia brimmed with confidence, convinced that the mountain treasure was already within her grasp. As she spoke, her elegant hand reached forward to contend for the treasure. Yet, in the next instant, a massive hand, akin to a mountain, came crashing down. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens and earth. With a sweep of Black and White's hand, The overwhelming might of an Earth Xian realm expert was unleashed, sending Lu Qingxia flying back for dozens of feet. An Earth Xian realm expert? The latter gasped, her heart racing. Had she not sensed an imminent threat to her life and summoned the treasured artifact of Chaoxia Valley to defend against the attack? The consequences would have been far graver than merely being knocked back. The collision alone could have resulted in serious injury or worse. Lu Qingxia could hardly fathom encountering such a terrifying powerhouse in this remote location. It is important to note that beings of this caliber are akin to ancestral figures within her sacred sect. In the entire eastern region, they are truly top-tier individuals. Senior, I apologize for my intrusion. She quickly suppressed her astonishment and offered a sincere apology to Black and White. The puppet merely cast a cold glance her way, remaining silent. After claiming the mountain treasure, it transformed into a streak of light. Vanishing into the void, Lu Qingxia watched its retreating figure. A wave of trepidation washed over her. She was relieved that the entity did not hold a grudge against her. Had it been a temperamental powerhouse, the outcome could have been far more severe. Today's events serve as an unforgettable lesson for her. Indeed, I have underestimated the heroes of the world. In this realm, there are certainly some hidden strong individuals. Chapter 58. The extraordinary predecessor. When Su Wanjiao and Lu Qingxia arrived at Pingjiang Sect, it was already the following day. The two soared through the sky, taking in the breathtaking mountain scenery below. The landscape here is lush and picturesque. Were it not for the grave calamity befalling the three ancestors, spending some time here to admire the mountains and enjoy the views would indeed be delightful. Lu Qingxia mused. Master, ahead lies the Mufu peak of predecessor Zhong Qing. Su Wanjiao pointed the way, her voice tinged with excitement. Throughout their journey, she had been acutely aware of her master's sentiments. Clearly, there was little hope regarding whether Zhong Qing could rescue the three ancestors. However, others were unaware. Did she not understand? Zhong Qing exuded the aura of a reclusive master, a transcendent being from another realm. She was confident that upon witnessing the extraordinary nature of that venerable predecessor, her master would inevitably alter her perspective. A moment later, the master and disciple found themselves hovering above Mufu Peak. Predecessor. Su Wanjiao comes to pay her respects. Her demeanor was notably humble, piquing Lu Qingxia's curiosity. Her disciple was known for her prideful nature. She had never witnessed such respect from her. Intrigued, she longed to see what qualities could inspire such reverence in her pupil. Before long, the doors of Mufu Peak opened, revealing a figure clad in a blue robe, his long hair cascading casually to his waist. Despite its disarray, it held a certain untamed elegance. His features were striking, exuding both handsomeness and resolve. The overall impression he left was one of extraordinary composure and poise. Of course, in the realm of cultivation, appearance and demeanor are secondary. True strength is what underpins one's existence. Lu Qingxia scrutinized Zhong Qing closely, sensing no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. She cast a puzzled glance at her disciple, as if to inquire, "Is this truly the reclusive master you spoke of?" Su Wanjiao understood her master's meaning and discreetly communicated, "Master, please remain calm. The reason someone is deemed a high individual is precisely because they do not reveal their capabilities. If they can be easily discerned, can they truly be considered a high individual?" Lu Qingxia refrained from contesting this and resolved to observe further at that moment. Zhong Qing gazed at Su Wanjiao in the sky and inquired, "What brings you here?" In his recollection, this girl had a rather thick skin and often spoke fancifully, leading him to find her rather unimpressive. His words left Su Wanjiao momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, she was a girl with a somewhat fragile pride. Having previously encountered some misunderstandings with him, she could not simply state her desire for assistance. Lu Qingxia, noticing her disciple's awkwardness, interjected, "I have heard that you once saved my junior disciple's life. Today, as we pass through your esteemed abode, we wish to pay a visit to express our gratitude." Zhong Qing stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, "Guests are welcome to enter. Let us descend for a cup of tea." "Thank you, predecessor." Zhong Qing's invitation lifted a significant weight from Su Wanjiao's heart. She had worried that he might disdain her presence. If the esteemed master of a holy land and a saintess were to be rejected, she would indeed become a laughingstock. Fortunately, such a scenario did not transpire. The two women gracefully descended to the ground and followed Zhong Qing into a quaint courtyard in the living room. Zhong Qing poured tea for both. Su Wanjiao solemnly introduced, "Master, This is the Zhong Qing predecessor I have mentioned to you multiple times. Predecessor, this is my master, Lu Qingxia, the current sect master of Chaoxia Valley. After the introductions, Lu Qingxia took a slow sip of the fragrant tea and remarked, "Your abode is nestled in a scenic locale. Rich in beauty. It is said that one's choice of mountains and waters reflects their character. It is evident that you must be a person of refinement." Zhong Qing smiled and replied, "I follow my own path. Whether refined or mundane, it matters not. Life is about seeking tranquility and freedom." His words caused Lu Qingxia to regard him with newfound respect. Setting aside other considerations, such an open-minded disposition was indeed not something everyone could possess. The atmosphere grew congenial as they exchanged pleasantries. As noon approached, Lu Qingxia proposed, "Predecessor, I find the scenery of Mufu Peak exquisite. Might we take a stroll around the mountain?" She had come seeking a reclusive master, and whether Zhong Qing truly fit that description remained uncertain. If she returned with a false master, her status as sect master would become a source of ridicule. Verifying Zhong Qing's identity would be straightforward. A visit to the so-called Sea of Suffering would suffice to determine whether it was as extraordinary as Su Wanjiao claimed. "Please, lead the way." Mufu Peak indeed boasted splendid views, devoid of any concealed areas. Zhong Qing had no objections, as they exited the courtyard. Su Wanjiao eagerly asked, "Master, do you sense the extraordinary nature of the predecessor yet? Take me to see this so-called Sea of Suffering. I shall be able to draw a conclusion." This sentiment resonated with Su Wanjiao, for in her eyes, that place was the epitome of worldly dread and the most compelling evidence of Zhong Qing's exceptionalism. She promptly guided Lu Qingxia toward the back mountain. However, the Sea of Suffering had long been absorbed into Zhong Qing's miniature world. Upon reaching their destination, they were met with nothing more than an ordinary pond. "Where is it?" Su Wanjiao grew anxious. "I distinctly remember it being right here." She searched the surrounding mountains but found no trace of the Sea of Suffering. "Enough, Wanjiao. Let this matter rest." Lu Qingxia's expression soured. She shouldn't have harbored such expectations. After all, how could a second-rate sect produce someone stronger than a holy landmaster? Such thoughts were utterly fanciful. Let us return. The rescue of the three ancestors requires careful deliberation. She had entirely dismissed the possibility of Zhong Qing being a reclusive strongman and prepared to return to the courtyard to bid farewell. Just as the two returned, a figure soared through the sky. He was robust and clad in black robes, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss. Could it be him? Lu Qingxia's heart sank. This man was none other than Heibai. She was acutely aware of Heibai's formidable strength. Even she, as the sect master of a holy land, could not contend with him in a single exchange. But what was his purpose in coming here? Chapter 59. The body immune to formation Heibai's speed was remarkable, and soon he arrived at the courtyard of Mufu Peak. Lu Qingxia's confusion deepened. A powerful being of the earth's profound realm, on par with the ancestors of Chaoxia Valley. What could he possibly want from a second-rate sect? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Qingxia and Su Wanjiao re-entered the courtyard at that moment. Heibai stood tall in the courtyard, his posture as straight as a peak, resembling an ancient pine, seemingly awaiting a summons. I must have miscalculated. A powerful being of the earth's profound realm should be a guest of honor anywhere. How could one describe it as awaiting a summons? Lu Qingxia slapped her face in self-mockery while cautiously observing this terrifying figure, her thoughts racing. Her greatest curiosity lay in his purpose for being here. Did Zhong Qing have any connection with him? Just then, Zhong Qing stepped out from within the courtyard. Heibai advanced a step and knelt on one knee, stating, "Master, I have retrieved the mountain treasure." This scene, this single utterance, sent shockwaves through Lu Qingxia's mind, stirring tumultuous waves within her thoughts. Her brain buzzed as if 1,000 thunderclaps reverberated. Her pupils dilated, seemingly on the verge of popping from her eye sockets. After a long moment, she repeated incredulously, "A master?" A being of the earth's profound realm was a servant? A being of the earth's profound realm addressed a master from a second-rate sect? The realization that Zhong Qing was the master and Heibai the servant shattered her expectations. In that instant, even the ever-composed Lu Qingxia, who had faced countless storms, could no longer maintain her poise and stark contrast. Su Wanjiao was flushed with excitement, her fists clenched, nearly ready to leap into the air. "Master, I told you so. This Zhong Qing predecessor is indeed a hidden, unparalleled strongman. His level of strength surpasses even my wildest imagination." To have a being of the earth profound realm as a servant means his power must be above that level. If he is willing to assist, the three ancestors will surely be saved. Meanwhile, perched upon a tree crown outside the courtyard, Lin Feng, who was absorbing spiritual energy, slowly opened his eyes and scoffed. How could the master be merely above the earth profound realm? He is a reincarnated immortal emperor, a being capable of shaking the ancient and modern worlds. The so-called holy sects are utterly blind to his true nature. If the holy sects had once been an unattainable dream for him, they now plummeted in stature within his heart. The sword elder within his ring echoed in agreement. Indeed, the holy lands of the eastern region may be colossal entities in the minds of many. But before your master in his prime, they wouldn't even qualify for a meeting in the courtyard. Zhong Qing accepted the mountain treasure presented by Heibai and generously praised. Well done. Now, you may withdraw. Heibai, hearing this, respectfully retreated. This manner of commanding presence, akin to a tempest, left Lu Qingxia and her disciple in utter astonishment. They remained oblivious to the fact that they had just been subtly belittled. Yet even if they had known, they would have had no time to ponder it, for their focus was wholly on Zhong Qing, their hearts racing in shock. Zhong Qing, seeing the mixture of excitement and astonishment on the faces of the two women, wore a look of mild confusion. However, with the mountain treasure in hand and an alchemical concoction on the horizon, he had little time to spare for them. I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Would you mind if my disciple received you in my stead? Please, predecessor, do not mind us. If you have urgent matters, feel free to attend to them. We shall simply wait here. Lu Qingxia quickly replied with a broad smile, even changing her address for Zhong Qing. To have a being of the earth profound realm as a servant warranted her respect. Zhong Qing smiled, nodded, and then turned to leave. Time passed unknowingly, and before long, several hours had elapsed. The two waited until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the moon hung high in the sky, before Zhong Qing finally emerged from his alchemical endeavors. Whether by coincidence or not, Lu Qingxia and Su Wanjiao felt that Zhong Qing seemed to exude an even more refined aura than before, appearing more ethereal and transcendent. Without time for compliments, Zhong Qing spoke. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lu Qingxia responded with a beaming smile. Predecessor, it was no trouble at all. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are not merely passing through Mufu Peak. Zhong Qing raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What brings you here? Seeing that Zhong Qing saw through her intentions, Lu Qingxia could no longer conceal the truth and respectfully explained, Predecessor, I must confess that my disciple and I have come specifically to seek your assistance. Our three ancestors of Chaoxia Valley are trapped in a perilous abyssal secret realm, their lives hanging by a thread. We urgently require a powerful expert to rescue them. If you are willing to help, Chaoxia Valley is prepared to offer a royal-level fragment of a cultivation technique as a reward. Go persuade Zhong Qing. She was willing to go all out. Even a fragment of a royal-level technique was an exceptionally precious asset for Chaoxia Valley, one that could be passed down through generations. If offered externally, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among countless powerful cultivators. She reasoned that although Zhong Qing was impressive, the more powerful a being was, the greater their desire and obsession with such high-level techniques. However, upon hearing her proposal, Zhong Qing prepared to decline, feeling somewhat speechless. He genuinely had no need for a royal-level technique, especially a fragment. Moreover, he had no ties to Chaoxia Valley. He barely knew Su Wanjiao, and their relationship could hardly be termed friendship. He truly had little interest in the troublesome task of rescuing someone. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. System has issued a new mission. Detecting that the ancestor of Chaoxia Valley, Zhong Qing, is on the brink of death, saving his life will grant the host immunity to formations. Zhong Qing was taken aback. He had unexpectedly triggered a mission. Moreover, the reward was immunity to formations, a truly extraordinary ability. In this fantastical world, formations were everywhere, and many powerful cultivators had met their demise within them. If he obtained immunity to formations, would he not regard formations as inconsequential in the future? With this thought, Zhong Qing, who had been ready to refuse, immediately changed his mind. He addressed Lu Qingxia and Su Wanjiao. I suppose we are fated to meet. I shall accompany you on this journey. As for the reward, let us forego it. Chapter 60. I suspected you were not a true disciple of any peak. Thank you, predecessor. Lu Qingxia and Su Wanjiao were overjoyed at his response. They had never anticipated that Zhong Qing would so readily agree to their request, and moreover, without any desire for compensation. Upon hearing of the royal-level technique, he had treated it as a trivial matter, as if such a precious item was nothing in his eyes. As the two expressed their gratitude profusely, Zhong Qing did not linger and set off with them that very night. The system indicated that the person was on the verge of death, and any delay might mean arriving only to find that the person had already passed away. The trio traveled swiftly, reaching Chaoxia Valley in just one day. "Predecessor, you must be weary from the journey. Please rest well for a day, and we will prepare to rescue our three ancestors tomorrow," Lu Qingxia offered, arranging a charming courtyard for Zhong Qing. It was not that she did not wish to proceed immediately, but the abyssal secret realm lay a considerable distance from Chaoxia Valley. Moreover, its terrain was complex, shrouded in thick fog, making it challenging to discern directions. Without a knowledgeable guide, it was easy to become lost within. Taking a day to prepare was indeed necessary. Zhong Qing had no objections and settled into Chaoxia Valley. It must be said that as a holy land of the eastern region, Chaoxia Valley was rather impressive. The bed was large, soft, and comfortable, and the food was delightful. There were delicacies from the sky, land, and sea, each a rare and exquisite dish rich in spiritual energy and exceptional in flavor. After a good rest and a satisfying meal, Zhong Qing strolled around Chaoxia Valley, eager to see the scenery of the Holy Land sect. From a distance, the mountains loomed like a roaring white tiger, grand and ancient up close. The waters surged and flowed as if an enraged dragon were rampaging. The land was dotted with spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs, showcasing a depth and scale beyond that of Pingjiang Sect. Zhong Qing traversed a high mountain and leaped over several ridges until he arrived at a cascading waterfall. The torrent crashed down, sending up sprays of mist. A serene pond formed below, its surface rich in spiritual energy, wafting like smoke and bestowing a sense of ethereal beauty. Zhong Qing was captivated by the sight. Pausing to admire it in this moment, he felt an urge to compose poetry. Yet, after a prolonged silence, all he could muster were the words "awesome." After 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of college preparation, and 4 years of university life, he found that he had nearly forgotten all he had learned. Was this what one would call a wasted education? Zhong Qing felt a twinge of frustration, deciding to abandon any thoughts of composing poetry. From beginning to end, he had never considered himself a true intellectual. At that moment, amidst the ethereal mist, a young woman approached. She was in her prime, adorned in an exquisite gown, with a jade pendant at her waist and wielding a long purple-blue sword. Her beauty was striking, and her demeanor was impressive, making her a captivating sight. The woman was named Lin Yuexia, a direct disciple of Chaoyang Valley. Within this sacred sect, disciples were categorized into several ranks: outer sect, entry-level, inner sect, direct disciples, and saintesses. The direct disciples were regarded as the elite, the pillars of the future. Upon spotting Zhong Qing, Lin Yuexia frowned and questioned, "Who are you affiliated with?" "This Faxian pond is a sacred ground of the sect, and only those of direct disciple rank or above, or those holding the sect leader's token, are permitted entry. I have not seen you before, so I presume you are not a direct disciple of any peak. Do you possess a token?" Her stance was lofty, and her words carried an air of interrogation, as well as the inherent pride of a direct disciple. Zhong Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten that this place was unlike his own territory, where rules and taboos were prevalent. "My apologies, young lady. I am not from Chaoyang Valley and was unaware of such regulations. I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness, and I shall take my leave. It is often said that one should adapt to local customs. It is prudent to adhere to the rules of one's host." This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a reflection of the etiquette and upbringing that a sensible person should possess. However, as he turned to depart, the young woman would not relent. Hearing that Zhong Qing was not a disciple of Chaoyang Valley ignited her like a prickly hedgehog, and she exclaimed, "You audacious thief! Not only are you not of Chaoyang Valley, but you dare to intrude upon this sacred ground without a token. You have offended the dignity of our holy site. If you are wise, you will bind your own hands and seal your cultivation, and accompany me to the law enforcement hall to confess your crimes. Otherwise, my sword shows no mercy." Although Lin Yuexia could not discern Zhong Qing's level of cultivation, it was apparent to her that such a young individual could not possess significant power. Capturing a trespasser in a sacred area would surely earn her considerable merit. In her eyes, Zhong Qing had become a trophy of achievement. Observing her demeanor, Zhong Qing furrowed his brow. Miss, I am not a thief. I was invited here by your sect leader. However, this statement only prompted mockery and scorn from Lin Yuexia. Who is our sect leader? You ask? A figure of extraordinary prowess, unrivaled in the region, held in the highest esteem by thousands. Look at yourself. With your shifty eyes and unremarkable presence, you are clearly not a person of good character. How dare you claim to be invited by our sect leader? It is utterly ridiculous. This provocation ignited a fire within Zhong Qing. Undeniably, he was in the wrong initially, yet the other party's aggressive demeanor and relentless attacks on his character were excessive. Miss, it is wise to leave a way out for future encounters. I advise you to temper your words. A mere petty thief dares to question my integrity. You seek death. With a sharp cry, Lin Yuexia drew her sword and lunged at him. The blazing swordlight, imbued with an indomitable force, seemed capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Clearly, she intended to engage him in earnest, without any intention of holding back. Zhong Qing's brow slightly furrowed as he aimed to teach her a lesson. Unleashing a palm strike in an instant. The gust of his palm surged like thunder, carrying terrifying might, shattering her sword in the process. Lin Yuexia was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing into 3 ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. A mouthful of blood erupted from her, and at that moment, she appeared as a bloodied figure, with at least 3 ribs broken, presenting a truly pitiful sight. What had transpired? The commotion soon alerted others from Chaoyang Valley. Within moments, several figures soared over. Chapter 61. Leaving a line for future encounters among the group were both men and women, the men handsome and the women possessing extraordinary grace, all direct disciples of Chaoyang Valley, each with considerable strength. Junior sister, what has happened here? An older male disciple stepped forward, hastily tending to Lin Yuexia's injuries and inquiring. It was evident that the sacred ground lived up to its reputation. After consuming a healing pill, Lin Yuexia quickly regained her ability to move. She pointed at Zhong Qing with indignation. Senior brother, this thief is not a disciple of Chaoyang Valley. He trespassed into our sacred ground, and I caught him in the act. He intended to kill me to silence me. You must stand up for me. She presented herself as the victim, neglecting her initial aggression and arrogance. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding disciples erupted in fury. Brazen thief. How dare you invade Chaoyang Valley and injure our direct disciple? Do you think we are without protectors? A chorus of voices raised swords towards Zhong Qing, their expressions hostile. Zhong Qing, however, was disinclined to engage in their petty squabbles. Truth and justice are forever in the hands of the strong. The weak resort to humble postures in pursuit of fleeting notions of fairness. Come at me together, he declared, hands clasped behind his back, his expression unyielding and calm. The disciples were incensed by his audacity. You dare run rampant in Chaoyang Valley and still speak so arrogantly. Do you think we are without means to deal with you? The atmosphere grew tense, as if a great battle was about to erupt. Stop! Just then, a voice rang out, clear and resonant as a bell, echoing through the valley. Following this, a figure descended from the sky in a streak of light. The sect leader. The direct disciples of Chaoyang Valley rejoiced upon seeing the newcomer. Although Zhong Qing had not displayed any fluctuations in his cultivation, the calm and powerful aura he exuded had instilled great pressure upon them. Moreover, Lin Yuexia was no weakling. She was among the top ranks of disciples. Yet she had been severely injured in mere moments. Though they had not witnessed the battle, the perceptive among them could discern the truth from the aftermath. Even if they banded together, they lacked confidence in prevailing against such a formidable opponent. Now that the sect leader had arrived, they felt assured that under her overwhelming strength, any foe would be vanquished, especially Lin Yuexia, whose gaze towards Zhong Qing was now filled with hatred and glee. As if to say, you are doomed. However, the next scene left everyone astounded. Liu Qingxia approached Zhong Qing, her face full of trepidation. Senior, my disciple has been disrespectful and has offended you. I apologize for the transgressions on her part. What was happening? Who was this person that warranted an apology from the sect leader herself? The direct disciples of Chaoyang Valley were left dumbfounded, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Who was their sect leader? She was the ruler of the eastern region's sacred ground, one of the most powerful figures in the entire domain, revered by thousands and worshipped by all. Yet, here was this illustrious being, appearing fearful before a young man. exhibiting a level of humility never before witnessed. Even an ancestral figure would not have commanded such a posture from their sect leader. If Lu Qingxia were to know their thoughts, she might have chuckled bitterly. After all, Zhong Qing's servant possessed a cultivation level beyond that of the Earth realm, while their own ancestor barely matched the at this moment. Lin Yuexia was utterly dumbfounded. Zhong Qing had previously claimed to be invited by the sect leader, but she had taken it lightly. Now it appeared to be true, and judging by the sect leader's demeanor, he was clearly a figure more powerful than her own leader, as she reflected on her earlier actions. Having been disrespectful to such a formidable being and nearly harboring murderous intentions, a wave of panic washed over her. What was happening? Lu Qingxia, fuming, turned to the gathered disciples with a stern expression. The disciples exchanged glances, trembling under her stern gaze, and ultimately directed their attention towards Lin Yuexia. The latter's face turned ashen in her eyes. The weight of their gazes felt like mountains, suffocating her. Yet she knew that some matters could not be resolved through avoidance. As thoughts raced, she immediately knelt before Lu Qingxia, weeping profusely. Sect leader, the fault lies entirely with me. I mistook this esteemed senior for an intruder, and in my concern for the safety of the sacred ground, I sought to subdue him first. All the blame rests with me, and I ask that you consider my intentions for the sect and grant me leniency. She portrayed herself as a pitiful figure, her innate beauty evoking a desire to comfort her. At this moment, Lin Yuexia recognized that debating who was right and wrong was a foolish endeavor. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Offending someone beyond her means to confront was a grave sin. Thus, she chose to admit fault and feign innocence, hoping that her status as a direct disciple might sway the sect leader to show mercy. She had employed this tactic numerous times before, always with success. However, she underestimated Zhong Qing standing in Lu Qingxia's eyes. Upon hearing that Lin Yuexia had dared to attack Zhong Qing, Lu Qingxia's expression darkened to an ominous degree. Zhong Qing was invited to rescue the three ancestors of Chaoyang Valley. Now, a mere direct disciple had dared to provoke him. The matter had not yet been resolved, and she was on the verge of offending him. If Zhong Qing were to become enraged, it was uncertain whether Chaoyang Valley could even continue to exist. With these thoughts in mind, her anger intensified. She immediately turned to Lin Yuexia, coldly declaring, "From this day forth, your status as a direct disciple is revoked, and you shall be sentenced to 100 years of solitary confinement for reflection." Typically, when a sect leader punished a disciple, they adhered to established protocols and sought to ensure that the punishment was justified and accepted. However, Lu Qingxia was beyond reason in her fury, swiftly delivering a sentence. Upon hearing this decree, the direct disciples collectively gasped in shock. Lin Yuexia felt as though her spine had been shattered, collapsing to the ground. Her identity as a direct disciple had afforded her a lofty position and countless privileges, but it had also made her numerous enemies. Once stripped of this status, those she had offended would swarm like sharks sensing blood. Though she believed she could defend herself, she had only antagonized those she deemed weaker. Yet solitary confinement was a place where many lost their strength, and the longer one remained, the more detrimental it became. A century of solitary reflection could render her cultivation utterly wasted. The combination of these two punishments was far more cruel than outright death. At this moment, Zhong Qing's earlier words echoed in her mind. Leave a way out for future encounters. Regrettably, she had not heeded his advice. A wave of unending remorse engulfed her, filling her with regret. Had she only listened to a single word of his counsel, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament. Chapter 62. The abyssal secret realm. Lin Yuexia's affair was but a minor interlude in Zhong Qing's life. On the path of existence, one inevitably encounters a myriad of individuals. Her entrance and exit were akin to the ripples stirred upon a lake by the wind. Once the breeze subsided, nothing remained. Therefore, Zhong Qing had no intention of dwelling on such matters. Time swiftly passed, and a day had elapsed. The rising sun heralded new beginnings and vitality. Lu Qingxia was in good spirits. Although there had been a slight unpleasantness the previous day, Zhong Qing bore no ill will regarding the matter. She saw in him the glimmer of hope for rescuing the three ancestors. Thus, early in the morning, she gathered several high-ranking disciples to warmly welcome Zhong Qing, setting forth to rescue the three ancestors of Chaoyang Valley. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group set off in a grand procession. An elder led the way, while Zhong Qing stood among them, accompanied by Lu Qingxia and Su Wenjiu. The senior disciples of Chaoyang Valley, unaware of Zhong Qing's identity, exchanged glances and communicated quietly among themselves. This is the external aide summoned by our sect leader. He looks rather youthful. Has he even turned 18? Can someone like him truly rescue the three ancestors? One elder questioned. I heard that because of him, our sect leader punished a direct disciple yesterday. If he has earned such favor, he must possess extraordinary abilities. Another speculated. Let us hope so. If anything were to befall the three ancestors, we would incur the wrath of our founder, which none could bear. They traveled swiftly, covering vast distances by the day. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at the abyssal secret realm. In this world dominated by cultivation, countless opportunities and fortuitous encounters awaited. Secret realms were one such phenomenon. They could arise from the endeavors of those before or emerge naturally over time. Within them lay various chances, whether they be alternate paradises, miraculous elixirs, secret techniques, or divine weapons. Each secret realm was a treasure trove of opportunities. However, fortune and danger were intertwined. The potential for both increased in tandem. Where there were secret realms left by predecessors, there were also corresponding trials and tribulations. Those who passed the trials could inherit their legacies and enjoy the rewards, while those who failed would meet their demise. This was a common occurrence in the realm of cultivation. The abyssal secret realm held a unique distinction. The term secret realm here did not refer to a singular location, but rather a broader classification. To understand the origins of this secret realm, one must delve deeper. At the junction of the eastern and southern regions, there exists a vast abyss. This abyss stretches infinitely, its depths obscured from view. The cause of its formation remains a mystery. Some say it was created by the clash of divine beings, tearing a hole in the continent, giving rise to this unique landscape. Others claim that an emperor once hurled a spear, piercing a celestial being from the heavens, causing its fall and cursing the land in its dying moments, thus creating the abyss. Consequently, this place has come to be known as the Land of Curses. Numerous versions of the tale exist, each steeped in myth and legend, rendering the true nature of the abyss unfathomable. It is shrouded in mystery, grandeur, and unfathomable depth. It is precisely this uncertainty that imbues it with endless possibilities, drawing countless adventurers to explore its depths. Among them are dreamers seeking to ascend to greatness and terrifying powerhouses facing the end of their lifespans. As a result, while the abyss remains unchanged, the number of secret realms continues to proliferate. Many are naturally formed, while others are the remnants left by explorers of secret realms. When the quantity reaches a certain threshold, the abyss is then referred to as the abyssal secret realm. On a desolate mountain range, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything a vast expanse of gray. At the mountain's end stood a sheer cliff. Seemingly cleaved by some unseen force, its surface smooth and unyielding, disappearing into the depths below. The abyss on the opposite side was as dark as ink, the entire expanse appearing as if submerged in a shroud of night. The darkness was unsettling, as though some terrifying creature might emerge from its depths at any moment, akin to the perpetual night. The mountain range was a stark contrast, its whiteness creating a clear demarcation between black and white, leaving only a narrow band of land illuminated by the setting sun. This was truly a rare spectacle. At this moment, a secret realm stood before the crowd, perched atop the mountains near the abyss. It appeared as a translucent sphere of light, akin to a small house, connected to the void. Surrounding it were flickering lights, remnants of ancient formations. Senior, this secret realm is where our three ancestors are trapped. Do you think you can break this formation? Lu Qingxia cautiously inquired amidst the crowd. Zhong Qing offered no response, instead pausing to observe. He had little understanding of formations, feeling as though he grasped only a fraction of their complexities. Along the way, he had gained insight into the unique characteristics of this formation. It is said that one must rely solely on their own strength to shatter the grand formation. Now, with his cultivation at the Earth's profound realm, he wonders if he can forcibly break through it. Though be prudent, Zhong Qing decides to consult the system first. If he fails to break it, the embarrassment is minor, but if he inadvertently causes harm to the individuals within, the hard-earned task would be doomed. System, with my current strength, is it possible to breach this grand formation? Detected that this ancient formation can only be forcibly broken by those at the celestial profound realm. The system quickly responded. This statement caused Zhong Qing to furrow his brow slightly. The celestial profound realm is a level above him. He ponders whether, with all his hidden cards, he might still breach this formation. A look of contemplation graces Zhong Qing's face. This thought is indeed quite risky. If he cannot break through, the people inside are likely doomed. Just as Zhong Qing hesitates, a sudden thought strikes him. The system mentioned that the individuals within the secret realm are on the brink of death. If he saves the target's life, he will receive a reward. It seems he has found a solution. At this moment, Lu Qingxia steps forward and inquires, "Senior, how is the formation? Do you have any insights?" Zhong Qing pulls himself from his thoughts and replies, "This formation requires at least a celestial profound realm expert to have any hope of breaking it through brute force." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd change dramatically. For them, an earth profound realm expert is akin to a revered ancestor. The celestial profound realm, however, is a legendary level. "Senior, can you..." Lu Qingxia's gaze turns toward Zhong Qing, unsure if he possesses such strength. Zhong Qing does not respond but instead walks toward the formation. Their expressions brighten, but instead of using brute force to break the formation, he walks directly into it. What is he doing? This action leaves everyone dumbfounded. Is he not here to break the formation? What is this madness of entering the formation directly? An elder is perplexed. The crowd has studied this great formation. Breaking it from the outside is relatively easier, but attempting to dismantle it from within increases the difficulty tenfold. Sect Master, I can't shake the feeling that this person is somewhat unreliable. What if something goes wrong? If this formation is fully activated and they cannot rescue the three ancestors, the consequences would be dire. An elder sighs with concern. Lu Qingxia, too, feels bewildered. Nevertheless, she understands that Zhong Qing is extraordinary. Since he dares to enter the grand formation alone, he must have some confidence. After all, no one would jest with their own life. Let us wait patiently, she tells the others. There must be a reason for the senior's actions. Despite her words, each person is filled with trepidation, doubting Zhong Qing's ability to rescue their three ancestors. However, at this moment, all they can do is wait. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing steps into the secret realm. He immediately feels the overwhelming power of the formation. A dark aura envelopes the surroundings, slowly draining the vitality and life force from the secret realm. Zhong Qing quickens his pace, searching for Zhong Changfeng's figure. He entered the secret realm because he lacked confidence in breaking the formation from the outside. The system had stated that as long as he saved Zhong Changfeng, he would receive the immunity from the formation. This saving does not imply he must lead Zhong Changfeng out. He merely needs to pull him from the brink of death. Therefore, Zhong Qing considers placing him into his small world, allowing him to escape danger, then obtaining the reward for immunity from the formation before rescuing him from this place. The secret realm is vast. It has mountains, deep valleys, and cold ponds, stretching endlessly. Yet, due to its ancient existence, the air is thick with an aura of decay and ruin. The essence of the world is permeated with the stench of rot. The once resplendent palaces have crumbled into dust, with only remnants of their former glory remaining. Though it is called a secret realm, it resembles a desolate ruin. After enduring the ravages of time, any potential or fortune the secret realm may have possessed has likely turned to dust. Only this grand formation is remarkable, still functioning after countless ages, and its power is formidable. It requires a celestial profound realm expert to breach it. Zhong Qing follows the mountain path and eventually spots a figure beneath a high platform. Clad in a gray robe, with white hair and a haggard countenance, his eyes sunken and body filthy, he trembles with a spirit that appears dazed. This individual is none other than Zhong Changfeng, one of the three ancestors of Chaoyang Valley. Hearing the commotion, Zhong Changfeng struggles to lift his head, forcing his eyes wide open. Upon recognizing Zhong Qing, he exclaims in surprise, "I never expected that in my final moments, someone would come to keep me company. Even descending into the Yellow Springs is so lonely." "You are Zhong Changfeng?" Zhong Qing assesses him and inquires. "Indeed, young friend, do you know me?" Zhong Changfeng is even more astonished. "Not quite acquainted, but you were summoned by the people of Chaoyang Valley to be rescued." Zhong Qing approaches to assess his condition. He is gravely injured, his life force continuously waning, and he has lost the majority of his lifespan, facing imminent peril. Hearing that Zhong Qing was sent by Chaoyang Valley, Zhong Changfeng's eyes brighten, revealing a yearning for life. Yet, this glimmer quickly dims. "You have entered here yourself. How can you save me?" He is well aware of the terrifying nature of this grand formation. To him, entering here makes it seem impossible to exit. Zhong Qing does not explain but instead opens the door to his small world. The moment Zhong Qingfeng, who had felt all hope was lost, sees the small world, his eyes nearly bulge out in astonishment. A small world. Although he lacks exceptional cultivation talent, as one of the three ancestors of Chaoyang Valley, he possesses considerable knowledge. He understands the gravity of a small world. Typically, only the most elite powers might possess one, such as hidden families or ancient clans. Moreover, a small world can serve as the foundation for a force, a cornerstone of an indomitable power. Now, Zhong Qing carries a small world with him, which leaves Zhong Qingfeng utterly astonished and moved. Who is this person? As Zhong Qingfeng's mind reels, Zhong Qing has already brought him into the small world. Your condition is dire. Rest here for a while, and I will take you out shortly. Had Zhong Qing said this earlier, Zhong Qingfeng would have never believed it. After all, the Grand Formation is terrifying, leaving everyone in Chaoyang Valley helpless. However, Zhong Qing's current stature in Zhong Qingfeng's mind is incomparable. A person who can carry a small world is no ordinary individual. He feels a strong instinct that this person can indeed lead him out of this place. For a moment, Zhong Qingfeng's heart swells with emotion. Nearly moved to tears, he has been trapped here for several years. Each day feels like a prison sentence, enduring endless torment. Now, he finally sees a glimmer of hope for escape. Thank you, benefactor. Zhong Qingfeng's voice quivers with gratitude. Enough, focus on recovering. Zhong Qing reassures him, fearing that if Zhong Qingfeng becomes too excited, he might perish. After all, Zhong Qingfeng appears on the brink of death, as if he could vanish at any moment. Hearing this, Zhong Qingfeng promptly begins to meditate and recuperate. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing finds a table and leisurely sips tea. Before long, a smile graces his lips. His conjecture was correct. As long as he saves Zhong Qingfeng, this task will be marked as complete. Now, the system's reward has arrived. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing Zhong Qingfeng. You have received the immunity from the formation. Host, Zhong Qing, cultivation. Earth profound, disciple. Lin Feng, late stage of the Qian realm, 100-fold enhancement activated, disciple. Suyi, early stage of the Qian realm, 100-fold enhancement pending activation. Bonds activated. Waste material bond 2-2, more bonds awaiting development. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills. Old 6 aura, heavenly eye, same level crushing, formation immunity. Chapter 64. The character of a reborn saint outside the secret realm. Whether it be Lu Qingxia, Su Wenjiu, or the high-ranking members of Chaoyang Valley, they are anxiously awaiting. Could something have gone awry? It has been so long without any sign. An elder's face is filled with anxiety, his demeanor restless. Sect Master. It appears that the person you invited lacks the ability to break this formation. He might even be trapped inside himself. Someone proposes this speculation. If he doesn't have the capability, he should not have taken on such a task. Now, look at the situation. He has not only endangered himself but has also cut down our time to rescue the three ancestors. Various voices of doubt fill the air. Enough, Lu Qingxia exclaims angrily. Everything requires a gradual approach. As the saying goes, ice does not freeze 3 feet in a day. This formation is profound and mysterious. Does breaking it not require time? The senior came to assist without expecting remuneration to save our three ancestors. Even if he fails, it is still a tremendous grace for Chaoyang Valley. Now, you are all impatient after being asked to wait. Everyone is silent, each feeling the weight of their own words. Yet, they all secretly believe it is unnecessary to wait any longer. The outcome seems predetermined. Unless a miracle occurs, further waiting is futile. However, the next moment, a figure steps out from the Grand Formation. It is none other than Zhong Qing. His appearance nearly blinds the high-ranking members of Chaoyang Valley, evoking sheer astonishment. Upon learning that the three ancestors were trapped in the secret realm, many within the Holy Ground had conducted thorough research on this formation. The conclusion was that once the formation is activated, one can only enter, not exit to escape. One must completely dismantle the formation. Yet now, Zhong Qing's emergence is reshaping their understanding. This is akin to a staunch materialist witnessing Newton's coffin lid fail to contain the truth. Senior, are you unharmed? Lu Qingxia, who understands the implications, finds her words faltering. What could possibly happen to me? Zhong Qing waves his hand dismissively. To be honest, this immunity from the formation is indeed formidable. through myriad formations and countless barriers. I traverse as if on level ground. I trust you have seen our three ancestors? Lu Qingxia inquires cautiously. That of course, I have. With these words, all eyes are fixed on him. Rest assured, I have safely brought them back. Brought them back? Where are they? Why do we not see them? The crowd searches around, but aside from Zhong Qing, there is no sign of anyone else. Zhong Qing has no intention of keeping them in suspense. He opens the door to the small world, and in the next moment, Zhong Changfeng emerges. He truly has returned. At this moment, the high-ranking members of Chaoyang Valley are swept up in a wave of shock and elation. To be frank, aside from Sect Master Lu Qingxia and Su Wenjiu, most of the higher-ups had little hope that Zhong Qing could rescue the three ancestors, especially after he had directly entered the Grand Formation, which seemed akin to courting death. However, who could have imagined that he would emerge unscathed and even bring back their ancestor? What kind of skill is this? If I am not mistaken, that seems to be a small world. Heavens! Where did the sect master find such a formidable expert? He possesses a small world. Previously, the saintess mentioned a hidden powerhouse residing in Pingjiang Sect, claiming he was the peak master of Pingjiang Sect. It seems the saintess was not mistaken. This truly is an unimaginable existence. How foolish were we to have doubted him before. In the presence of such a high being, we were utterly oblivious. Truly ignorant. The high-ranking members of Chaoyang Valley communicate discreetly among themselves, their expressions rich with emotion. Overwhelmed with joy at the rescue of their ancestor, they are also astonished by Zhong Qing's profound capabilities. Feeling a tinge of shame and guilt that in contrast to the crowd's varied expressions, Su Wenjiu holds her head high, resembling a proud swan. She knew all along that Zhong Qing, being enigmatic, would surely rescue the three ancestors. Now, all the evidence affirms her belief. This is an incredible achievement. As for Lu Qingxia, although she strives to maintain her authority as sect master, the corners of her mouth betray her delight. Initially, when she invited Zhong Qing, intending for him to be the key to rescuing their ancestor, she faced considerable opposition. However, she stood firm, decisively concluding the matter. From the outcome, it is evident that her authority has been significantly bolstered. Henceforth, her voice as sect master will undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Amidst the crowd's myriad thoughts, the one most delighted is undoubtedly Zhong Changfeng. He had prepared himself to face death, yet unexpectedly, through Zhong Qing's appearance, he has been granted a second chance at life. At this moment, Zhong Changfeng's complexion has improved considerably since Zhong Qing first encountered him. He gazes at Zhong Qing with profound gratitude. Benefactor, please allow me to host you in Chaoyang Valley for a few days, so I may express my hospitality. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxia interjects earnestly, Senior, we are grateful for your assistance during this time. Today marks the day of our ancestors' liberation. Chaoyang Valley wishes to hold a grand banquet to celebrate. Would you do us the honor of attending? The high-ranking members eagerly await Zhong Qing's response, hoping he will accept their invitation. Though they were initially unaware of Zhong Qing's strength, now that they understand his extraordinary nature, they are eager to establish a good rapport with him. However, Zhong Qing declines. I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I shall not be attending the banquet. Now that the mundane matters are settled, I must take my leave. May we meet again. As he speaks, Zhong Qing transforms into a stream of light, soaring gracefully into the sky. Truly, a senior of high merit, living freely and at ease, Lu Qingxia reflects, a hint of admiration glinting in her eyes. She had intended to present the royal-level cultivation technique to him. Although Zhong Qing expressed his disinterest, she felt compelled to offer it. Little did she expect that he would remain entirely unmoved by such a treasure. His character, steadfast and noble, truly embodies the traits of a reborn saint. Chapter 65. The specialty of the holy ground. As everyone watches Zhong Qing depart, a long while passes before someone finally reacts. Ancestor, are you unharmed? Someone cautiously assists Zhong Changfeng, concern evident in their gaze. I am well. Had it not been for the arrival of such a formidable expert, I would have likely perished here, Zhong Changfeng reflects, his words tinged with relief. By the way, who is this extraordinary individual? Such a remarkable person exists in the eastern region. Though he has been rescued, Zhong Changfeng still feels as though he is in a dreamlike state. This is an ancient grand formation. How could the individual come and go with such ease? The techniques he displayed, recalled in a fleeting moment, leave him in awe of his true strength and depth. Ancestor, This person is the peak master of Pingjiang Sect. Lu Qingxia replies, her gaze steady. Pingjiang Sect? Which extraordinary power is that? Clearly, Zhong Qing is not well acquainted with the powers of the eastern region, having never even heard of Pingjiang Sect's name. Ancestor, Pingjiang Sect is not an extraordinary power, at most. It is a second-rate sect. An elder's expression is peculiar. Second-rate? Are you certain you are not mistaken? A second-rate sect capable of nurturing such an extraordinary being? The three ancestors, without a doubt. This esteemed elder indeed hails from the Pingjiang Sect. In this regard, Su Wanjiu holds the most authoritative voice, for among those present, she was the first to recognize Zhong Qing, and she has had the longest interaction with him, if that is the case. Zhong Qing stroked his chin and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, in the future, we must engage more with the Pingjiang Sect. By the way, dear benefactor, did you provide adequate compensation for this intervention? One cannot afford to leave any kindness of such magnitude unpaid. Lu Qingxia forced a smile. I previously offered a royal-grade incomplete scroll of techniques, yet this esteemed elder declined it. Is that so? After pondering briefly, Zhong Qing replied, a royal-grade technique, even in its incomplete form, is indeed a treasure for us. However, at the level of the recipient, it may not even catch his eye. For someone of such stature, it is likely that he has encountered countless exceptional items. Even if we were to empty our sacred treasury, he might not find anything to his liking. You could select some everyday supplies or even some unique specialties from our sect to present as gifts. Does our sect not possess the treasure tea? You could gather a few pounds to send over. Additionally, did we not bury a batch of peach blossom brew? It should have aged for a millennium by now. Upon returning to the sect, I shall unearth them, and you can send them all together. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the sect could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. The treasure tea is the pride of Chaoshi Valley. A premier spiritual root. It takes a century to mature. A single harvest yields but 3 to 5 taels. Its spiritual efficacy is extraordinary, capable of enhancing one's aptitude and cleansing the physical body. Elevating one's innate abilities. It is a treasure that is nearly impossible to find in the world. Even the most talented disciples of the sect receive only a portion as rewards for their significant contributions. The value of this item is evident. Yet now, they are discussing sending it by the pound. To be frank, the elders were quite pained by this. As for the peach blossom brew, it is a remarkable concoction meticulously brewed over hundreds of years by the ancestors of Chaoshi Valley using rare spirits, also known as the drunken immortal brew. Some high-ranking members have had the fortune to taste it, and its flavor is truly unparalleled. For those who cherish fine wine, it is akin to a lifeline. One can only imagine how heartbroken the ancestor would be to know that his precious brew is being gifted away. Some elders were already feeling sympathy for their ancestor. However, nobody dared voice their concerns. An act of life-saving grace warrants boundless gratitude. Moreover, forming good relations with such powerful beings would undoubtedly benefit them as well on this side. After the congregation returned to the sect, Chaoshi Valley held grand feasts for several days, after which Zhong Qing urged sect leader Lu Qingxia to promptly deliver the gifts. The act of gifting is indeed a delicate matter. It is better to be timely than tardy. Were it not for Zhong Qing's physical condition still in recovery and his urgent need for rest, he would have personally paid a visit to express his gratitude. Lu Qingxia did not decline. If it were anyone else, one could simply dispatch a disciple to handle the gifting. However, Zhong Qing is no ordinary individual. For someone of his caliber, sending anyone below the rank of sect leader would be a disrespectful gesture towards a revered elder. On the other hand, just a few days after Zhong Qing's return to Mufu Peak, sect leader Lu Qingxia arrived in person, bearing an abundance of gifts. Sect leader Lu, what brings you here? Zhong Qing asked, observing the items spilling forth from her storage bag, which were nearly forming a small mountain. Esteemed elder, I am aware of your noble character and would not dare to present anything so base as an incomplete royal-grade technique that might tarnish your vision. However, these items represent some specialties from our sect. It is a token of our respect for you, and I sincerely hope you will not refuse them. With such words spoken, Zhong Qing understood that to refuse further would be akin to slapping her face. Are you certain this is merely a token of appreciation, rather than an exorbitant offering? Very well, I shall accept it. By the way, esteemed elder, this is my sect leader's token. The bearer of this token is akin to meeting the sect leader in person and possesses the authority to command all disciples of Chaoshi Valley. While you are transcendent and unperturbed by petty individuals, one cannot escape the presence of some unseeing rascals who might tarnish your reputation. Our Chaoshi Valley, I assure you, holds some influence throughout the eastern region. This token will suffice to intimidate any such ruffians, ensuring your serenity remains undisturbed. At this moment, Lu Qingxia presented a colorful token, palm-sized, inscribed with the 3 characters of Chaoshi Valley on the back, along with the sacred map of the valley. The front bore the 2 characters for sect leader. It appeared neither entirely gold nor wood, yet shimmered with an ethereal light, exuding an extraordinary aura. Having accepted the preceding specialties, Zhong Qing was not averse to this token. Furthermore, Lu Qingxia's demeanor instilled within him a newfound appreciation for Chaoshi Valley. This person is truly amiable. She genuinely offers gifts. Having accepted the gifts, he added, in the future, should Chaoshi Valley encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me that I will lend a hand whenever possible. Zhong Qing did not overstate his pledge, yet this promise delighted Lu Qingxia immensely. In her view, Zhong Qing's formidable prowess ranks among the elite of the continent. Having such a formidable ally makes Chaoshi Valley nearly equivalent to possessing a golden ticket to survival. This gift is indeed invaluable. Thank you, esteemed elder. Her face radiated joy as she respectfully bowed to Zhong Qing. No need for such formality. Zhong Qing waved his hand, then invited, as the evening is upon us and dinner time approaches, why not stay for a meal? Lu Qingxia clasped her hands and replied, there are many matters awaiting my attention in Chaoshi Valley, so I shall not trouble you further. However, should you have the leisure in the future, you are most welcome to visit Chaoshi Valley. We shall undoubtedly extend a warm welcome. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qingxia took her leave, departing as swiftly as she had arrived, yet with a smile gracing her lips. She could hardly wait to witness the expressions of the senior members of her sect upon learning of Zhong Qing's promise. Who would not praise her for her wisdom and leadership? Chapter 66. Sect Leader, are you feeling a bit overconfident? Lu Qingxia's arrival did not create any ripples at Mufu Peak. However, an elder from the Pingjiang Sect, observing the frequent visits of this sacred sect leader to Mufu Peak, was taken aback. When he conveyed this news to Xinyuan Hong, the latter remained unperturbed, stating, what of it? Isn't she just a sect leader? What's the big deal? In his mind, Zhong Qing was a reincarnation of an immortal emperor. What does it mean to be an immortal emperor? It signifies an invincible existence, suppressing all adversaries across the heavens and the earth. An immortal emperor is synonymous with invincibility. He firmly believed that under Zhong Qing's leadership, the Pingjiang Sect would soar to unprecedented heights. Perhaps in the future, his name could even be immortalized alongside the rise of the Pingjiang Sect. With such a mindset, the presence of an Eastern region sacred sect leader no longer stirred any significant emotions within him. The third elder observed his sect leader's demeanor and felt compelled to speak. Sensing that his leader was becoming somewhat overconfident, sect leader, have you noticed that you seem a bit too lofty lately? After a prolonged silence, the third elder could no longer contain himself, as the steward of the entire Pingjiang Sect. Any misstep in his leader's attitude could have repercussions for the entire sect. The third elder felt it necessary to remind him. When one becomes overly confident, misfortune often follows. It would be a grave misfortune if such arrogance led to calamity. Is that so? Xinyuan Hong raised an eyebrow in surprise. The third elder nodded firmly. Sect leader, think of it. How extraordinary is the leader of the Eastern region's sacred sect? If this had been in the past, upon learning of her visit, your disposition would have been to make grand preparations and welcome her with the entire sect. Yet now, you seem to regard her with indifference. True, she is a reincarnation of an immortal emperor. But her ascent requires time. Xinyuan Hong began to reflect on whether he had been overly ostentatious recently. However, such a change in attitude was hardly his fault. Who wouldn't want to boast a bit when a reincarnated immortal emperor was among them? He felt he had been sufficiently discreet by not revealing Zhong Qing's identity. Nevertheless, he realized that his demeanor had indeed become problematic. The more one is in such a position, the more one should act modestly. If he carelessly revealed Zhong Qing's identity, leading to unforeseen calamities, he would be left with no face to meet his ancestors, especially given that Zhong Qing's master is a Taoist. Yet, unbeknownst to Xinyuan Hong, their actions had already attracted the attention of a formidable foe, Zhong Yu, who sought to confront Zhong Qing. If Zhong Yu were to learn that his life was put in jeopardy due to Xinyuan Hong's misjudgment, leading to his demise, even his soul would find no peace point. One could only imagine the rage he would feel. perhaps emerging from the straw man lantern to seek vengeance against Xianyuan Hong. However, he would never escape. Once a soul is ensnared within a straw man, no matter if it is a demonic spirit or a divine essence, there has been no precedent for escape. At this moment, Zhong Qing was in the courtyard, focused on refining pills. Since concocting the beauty pill, his appearance had improved day by day. If he previously stood out in terms of looks, he now rivaled the pinnacle of his past life. It seems that surpassing these two figures is merely a matter of time. This burgeoning interest in alchemy had taken root in him. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and the pursuit of immortality can be solitary. For Zhong Qing, the trials of cultivation would not be his fate due to the constraints of the waste material system. His cultivation relies solely on the disciples' efforts. However, the solitude of immortality was beginning to rear its head. To enrich his life, he decided to cultivate more hobbies, with alchemy now being one of them. It remains uncertain whether it is his own inadequate aptitude or a lack of talent for alchemy. But nearly every batch he refined ended in failure. Zhong Qing began to question whether his initial success in crafting the beauty pill was due to a beginner's luck or some mystical protective aura. Nevertheless, he did not let the failures dishearten him. As the adage goes, failure is the mother of success. Lacking talent can be compensated for with persistence. He refused to believe that by embodying the spirit of a research fanatic and meticulously recording data, he could not improve his success rate in alchemy. Through his relentless study, he achieved a modest success rate of 10, which he successfully elevated to 20. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves and strive for a 30 success rate, Su Yi arrived in the courtyard. "Master." He reverently bowed to Zhong Qing, though his expression bore a hint of gloom, as if troubled by something. Sensing this, Zhong Qing gently inquired, "Is there something you wish for me to assist you with?" Su Yi stood rooted in place, attempting to find the right words, yet hesitating. Zhong Qing did not rush him, patiently waiting for him to articulate his intentions. This child, too, bore a heavy fate. Orphaned at a young age, he had hoped that by leveraging the flying knife token left by the previous generation, he could join the Flying Knife Sect and rewrite his destiny, thus escaping the drudgery of life. Who could have anticipated the decline of morals and the treachery of humanity? He had thought he was on the path to paradise, only to find himself nearly plunged into the depths of despair. Were it not for meeting Zhong Qing, Su Ye's life would have surely ended in tragedy. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yi gathered his courage and declared, "Master, I beseech you to assist me in slaying the Grand Elder of the Flying Knife Sect." Upon mentioning the Grand Elder, a flicker of intense hatred crossed Su Ye's eyes. After all, it was this individual who had caused the death of his parents, who perished while protecting the Grand Elder from his enemies, refusing to divulge his whereabouts. How could one have anticipated that this person, lacking any sense of gratitude, would refuse to acknowledge him when he sought to enter the sect with the token bestowed upon him? Such actions mirrored the very essence of betrayal, becoming a thorn in Su Ye's heart in many ways. The Grand Elder was far more detestable than the one who had killed his parents, especially when he thought of the senseless loss of his father and mother. Zhong Qing, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and replied, "I am quite pleased with your suggestion. After all, if I can help you avenge your grievances today, why wait until tomorrow?" Previously, he had thought Su Yi wished to confront the matter himself, seeking closure, which is why he had refrained from offering assistance. Now that Su Yi had expressed his desires, Zhong Qing resolved to accompany him on this journey. Chapter 67. Just passing by. Zhong Qing was a man of action. Having promised to assist his disciple in avenging his grievances, he set off with him early the next morning. In the skies above, the master and disciple transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the Flying Knife Sect. As they traversed mountains and rivers, it was evident that Su Yi was both anxious and excited. His nerves taut. Zhong Qing understood his feelings and sought to distract him, asking, "You have already made some progress in your cultivation. I wonder how your combat abilities fare?" Reporting to Master, "My senior brother often ventures into the mountains to practice against demonic beasts. I frequently accompany him to hunt these beasts. Would you like me to demonstrate my skills by fighting one for you?" Su Yi proposed eagerly. Zhong Qing smiled and replied, "Very well. Once we reach the mountain ahead, I shall find you a suitable opponent." Shortly thereafter, the duo landed in a mountainous region, surrounded by lush ancient trees and rugged rocks. Here, Zhong Qing sensed the presence of demonic beasts. Meanwhile, not far away, a man and a woman were wandering the mountains, visibly sweating. The man was somewhat rotund, dressed in vibrant colors, with gray streaks in his hair, appearing to be in his 40s. The woman, in her late teens, possessed striking features, though her beautiful visage was currently overshadowed by a look of concern. They were father and daughter. Gu Wan and Gu Linger. Linger, it is I who have brought this misfortune upon you. Gu Wan despaired, surveying their surroundings with a look of utter defeat. It is said that our family's treasured artifact has fallen here. I believe that finding it would elevate your cultivation. Yet who could have imagined that this place would be so perilous? They had been trapped here for half a year, unable to escape, constantly besieged by demonic beasts, living in a state of perpetual danger. During these 6 months, the father and daughter had not dared to enjoy a good night's sleep, always searching for a way out. Yet their countless attempts had yielded nothing but futility, leaving them to wander aimlessly in this mountain range. Father, fortune and misfortune often coexist. Such matters are beyond our control. You need not blame yourself. Perhaps this is simply fate. Gu Linger consoled her father, though the despair in her eyes tore at Gu Wan's heart. She had once been a prodigy in their clan, destined for a bright future. Yet fate was cruel, confining her to this mundane mountain forest. Just as Gu Wan and his daughter wallowed in despair, they suddenly heard cheerful chatter nearby, voices light and carefree, reminiscent of a spring outing. They looked up to find Zhong Qing and Suyi casually strolling toward them. Yuan's expression turned strange as he asked, "Have you two also strayed into this place?" Zhong Qing was taken aback. "Strayed? What do you mean?" Gu Linger interjected. "We mean to say that you have entered this maze." Only then did Zhong Qing realize that he had inadvertently wandered into a formation designed to ensnare individuals. However, he was unconcerned, as he possessed immunity to formations. What formation could pose a threat to him? He replied nonchalantly, "I did not stray. I merely passed through this area." This statement left Gu Wan and Gu Linger utterly dumbfounded, their minds in disarray. Just passing by, however, seeing Zhong Qing's calm demeanor, it appeared he had every confidence in finding a way out. In an instant, Gu Wan and Gu Linger, who had been trapped in this place for half a year and were on the verge of despair, seemed to catch a glimmer of hope for escape. The former immediately inquired, "Fellow cultivator, could you possibly take us with you?" To speak of the complexities of human nature, such sentiments are vividly displayed within the realm of cultivation. Generally, when two unfamiliar cultivators first meet, they are bound to be cautious, wary, and distrustful of one another. However, Gu Wan and Gu Linger could no longer afford such preoccupations. Their singular thought was to escape. Regarding their plea, Zhong Qing hesitated slightly before acquiescing. Firstly, the two had low cultivation levels, and secondly, it would not inconvenience him. "Then follow me." Suyi trailed behind him, completely unaffected by the grand formation, indicating that he not only had immunity to the array but could also lead others through it. In other words, even when Zhong Changfeng was ensnared, he could have safely brought the other out without employing his miniature world. It remained uncertain whether this could be considered a minor buff from the system or if the rewards themselves were simply extraordinary. Zhong Qing had always been indifferent to matters that puzzled him, as the outcome was favorable for him. "Thank you, senior." Upon receiving Zhong Qing's consent, Gu Wan and Gu Linger hurriedly expressed their gratitude and followed suit. "No need for such formality. It's merely a trivial effort." Zhong Qing waved his hand, stating, "I shall remain here for a while longer. You two may have to wait a bit, fellow cultivator. Please take your time." Gu Wan replied repeatedly. After waiting for half a year, they could hardly complain about a bit more time. Yet, he was curious about what Zhong Qing intended to do. Soon, his curiosity was satiated. After walking a short distance, Zhong Qing swept his gaze around and smiled, "Found you." As his voice fell, a beastly roar erupted, resonating like thunder and shaking the mountains and forests. The expressions of the father and daughter changed instantly. A two-headed demon ape. The two-headed demon ape was a mid-stage beast of the Qian realm, possessing immense strength capable of overwhelming 99% of its human counterparts of the same level. Since Gu Wan and Gu Linger had inadvertently entered this formation, this two-headed demon ape had been a source of dread for them. They had encountered it several times, each encounter placing them in life-or-death situations. They had expended countless trump cards and resources to barely escape with their lives. This beast had become a harbinger of misfortune for them. "Disciple, I leave this to you." Zhong Qing entrusted the battlefield to Suyi. "Got it, master. Watch me." Young Suyi stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the two-headed demon ape. "Fellow cultivator, this beast is exceptionally formidable. being of mid-stage Qian realm. They say strength in numbers is crucial. Why don't we join forces? Gu Wan, sweating nervously, remarked that in his view, Su Yi was too small, hardly larger than a grasshopper. Even if he had been cultivating since birth, how could he possibly defeat such a terrifying beast? Zhong Qing dismissed his concerns, saying, "No worries. We will simply watch from the sidelines." Chapter 68. The true purpose is to kill. The two-headed demon ape stood tall, its massive body boasting heads the size of grinding wheels, covered in thick, black fur. Its imposing physique appeared as if forged from steel. Its might was awe-inspiring and exceedingly fearsome. In stark contrast, Su Yi, having come from a humble background, was malnourished throughout his childhood. Although he had spent some time at Mufu Peak, he still appeared small, barely exceeding 4 feet in height. This stark difference in stature led Gu Wan and Gu Linger to feel that Su Yi would hardly be able to withstand a single bite from the two-headed demon ape. Yet, Zhong Qing had chosen to let this small child face such a formidable beast alone. For a moment, both father and daughter felt a surge of anxiety for Su Yi. The two-headed ape, sensing the provocation from Su Yi, let out a furious roar and lunged forward with its massive form, exuding a force that seemed capable of shattering mountains. The terrifying aura emanated from it, causing the very air to tremble. Not only was its strength ferocious, but its speed was also astonishing, akin to a tempest or a flash of lightning. In response to the oncoming threat, Su Yi bent his body and charged forward like a cheetah. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. Boom! The earth shook, and towering ancient trees collapsed. Ji Yuan and Gu Linger were left in shock, having prepared themselves to assist at any moment. However, the seemingly childish Su Yi turned out to be a formidable force in the Qian realm. The Qian realm. This was a level many could only aspire to achieve in their lifetimes. Ji Yuan, after decades of cultivation, had just barely reached this stage. Ji Linger, at the tender age of 18, had attained the innate level, already hailed as a rare talent in their family for a century. Yet, here was Su Yi, whose apparent age suggested he was merely 10 years old. A 10-year-old in the Qian realm was nothing short of a prodigy. Even more astonishing was that Su Yi was at the initial stage of Qian, while the two-headed demon ape was at the mid-stage. Generally speaking, beasts possess physical strength far exceeding that of their human counterparts. Yet, the result was that Su Yi was overpowering the two-headed demon ape with sheer force. As Su Ye's blood energy surged, he emitted a sound akin to a roaring river, akin to a blood-red sun radiating forth. He resembled a juvenile ancient beast, exhibiting an extraordinary degree of prowess, his strength astonishing. The two-headed demon ape, initially able to engage in a few exchanges, soon found its body bursting open in various places, akin to blood blossoms. Its breath faltered, and ultimately, it was defeated in a brutal fashion. How ruthless! How savage! This was the genuine sentiment of the father and daughter at that moment. They beheld boundless potential in Su Yi. "Master, how did I perform?" Su Yi withdrew his fists, reverting to an innocent demeanor, almost bashful, resembling a child awaiting feedback on an assignment. "Not bad," Zhong Qing remarked, showing little surprise at the outcome. After all, Su Yi was practicing the techniques of an emperor. Although such techniques held little significance for him and were merely gathering dust in the warehouse, it did not imply they were weak. If an imperial technique were to emerge in the world, it would surely incite envy and conflict among countless individuals and factions. Yet, the emergence of an emperor's scripture would be enough to stir the winds and clouds across the continent, in essence. An emperor's scripture represented the path forged by a great emperor. To cultivate while standing on the shoulders of giants, to fight against adversity and crush the same level of opponents was merely a basic operation. On the other hand, Su Ye's performance left Gu Wan and Gu Linger in awe. Zhong Qing's evaluation, however, left them feeling utterly despondent. Tio reversed the odds and defeat a mid-stage beast of the Qian realm as an initial stage cultivator was merely not bad? What did that make them? Waste. In that moment, both father and daughter felt as if they had been struck by a revelation. Especially Gu Linger, who, at her age, had achieved the innate level and was celebrated as a rare talent in her family. Yet, in comparison to Su Yi, she felt utterly inadequate. Ironically, Su Ye's acceptance of Zhong Qing's evaluation, projecting an attitude of seeing vast potential for improvement, struck a crushing blow to Gu Linger's self-esteem. Nevertheless, amid their frustration, the father and daughter found a glimmer of hope in their desire to escape. Xu Ye's extraordinary performance suggested that his master, Zhong Qing, must be formidable as well. Theo trained such a disciple implied that Zhong Qing's identity was self-evident. He was undoubtedly a terrifying powerhouse. As their thoughts swirled, Zhong Qing beckoned the three to continue on their journey. Ji Yuan and Gu Linger had traversed this place countless times, attempting various directions, yet had never succeeded in escaping. This time, under Zhong Qing's guidance, they advanced merely 100 paces before emerging from the maze. Out. Gazing at a small stream flowing nearby, both father and daughter were overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes shining with disbelief. This stream was all too familiar to them. It was the very place they had entered the Grand Formation. They had hoped that following Zhong Qing would lead to their escape. Yet they had never anticipated that the formation which had ensnared them for half a year could be so easily traversed. It was as if the formation had simply malfunctioned in Zhong Qing's presence. What kind of technique is this? Gu Wan and Gu Linger gazed at Zhong Qing in astonishment. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. The two hurriedly bowed deeply. Previously, unaware of Zhong Qing's true stature, addressing him as fellow cultivator had been understandable. Now that they recognized his extraordinary nature, they naturally addressed him with respect. Zhong Qing was indifferent to such formalities. It was merely a trivial effort. No need for gratitude. For the two of them, what was a simple act of kindness to a senior was a life-saving grace. Ji Yuan replied earnestly, "This debt of gratitude is beyond what we can repay. Senior, I have a celestial spirit herb here. I hope you will accept it." The celestial spirit herb was a treasured item passed down through their family, reputed to be an essential ingredient for alchemical concoctions, and it held great significance for them, being the most valuable possession they had. Yet, no matter how precious it was, it paled in comparison to the life-saving grace they had received. Seeing Gu Wan's insistence, Zhong Qing did not decline. "Since that is the case, I shall accept it." After a round of polite exchanges, they bid farewell to one another. For Zhong Qing, this episode was merely a minor interlude during his travels, soon to be cast aside. His true purpose for this journey was to kill. Chapter 69. I come here to kill a man. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. The moonlight cascaded down upon the earth, intertwining with the glow of flickering candle flames, illuminating the entire Flying Knife sect with a vibrant radiance. As a premier force in the eastern region, the strength and foundation of the Flying Knife sect were not to be underestimated. Elders from the Law Enforcement Hall could be seen patrolling the area, while peak masters taught their disciples in the dense forests of the back mountain. Within the secret chambers, powerful cultivators were in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of their abilities. The entire Flying Knife sect radiated an aura of prosperity and strength. However, in the next moment, whether it was the patrolling elders, the peak masters instructing their disciples, or the high-ranking members of the Flying Knife sect in seclusion, they seemed to sense something. They all turned their gazes toward the main hall of the Flying Knife sect, where, unbeknownst to them, two figures, one large and one small, had appeared. The larger figure, barely 18 years of age, was clad in green, with long black hair cascading casually down to his waist, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Yet, his presence was extraordinarily transcendent. The smaller figure, though modest in stature, was brimming with potent blood energy and vitality, resembling an ancient beast's cub, truly exceptional. These two individuals were none other than Zhong Qing and Su Y. Swish. As the sounds of rushing air echoed, numerous elders and peak masters of the Flying Knife sect swiftly arrived. "You two dare to intrude upon my Flying Knife sect at night. What is your purpose?" An elder inquired with a voice booming like thunder. If it were an ordinary individual, they would have been apprehended without hesitation. However, the Flying Knife sect was no ordinary sect. The entire sect was protected by a grand formation that recorded the information of all its members. If an external enemy intruded, the formation would either annihilate them or trigger an alarm. Yet, these two had managed to appear in the main hall of the Flying Knife sect without a sound, boldly confronting the gathered high-ranking members while maintaining their calm demeanor. Their extraordinary aura made it clear to everyone that they were not to be trifled with, which is why they did not immediately act but instead sought to ascertain their intentions. Under the moonlight, Zhong Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the scrutinizing and serious expressions of the Flying Knife sect's high-ranking members. He calmly stated, "Tonight's moonlight is splendid. I have come to kill someone." "What audacity! Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Flying Knife Sect were filled with indignation. "You are so brazen. Is it that you believe my Flying Knife Sect has no one capable of standing against you?" One individual, with a darkened face, retorted. The Flying Knife Sect was a colossal entity in the entire eastern region, and now, someone had the gall to declare their intent to commit murder before them. It was utterly audacious. They felt humiliated, and if word of this spread, how could they maintain their standing in the eastern region? Thus, some were nearly provoked to act violently on the spot. However, at this critical moment, they were halted by the sudden appearance of the current sect master, Dugufeng. Dugufeng approached with a commanding presence, directly standing before Zhong Qing. With a stern expression, he inquired, "My disciples are not known for seeking trouble. If you have any grievances, please enlighten us, and we shall investigate if there is any misunderstanding. Should it be our disciples' fault, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. However, if you come seeking trouble, my Flying Knife Sect is not to be trifled with." Zhong Qing glanced at him in surprise, not expecting to encounter someone who valued reason in these times. Such encounters were rare. He had anticipated a path of relentless confrontation. "Very well, since you wish to engage in discourse, let us discuss. Is the Grand Elder of the Flying Knife Sect present?" He scanned the crowd. Finally, a white-haired elder stepped forward, pride evident on his face. "I am the Grand Elder of the Flying Knife Sect. What do you wish to discuss? Do you remember this child?" Zhong Qing pulled Suyi forward, fixing a disdainful gaze upon the Grand Elder. At first, the Grand Elder regarded Suyi with a sense of familiarity. Upon deeper reflection, he grasped the identity of the boy. "You are the offspring of those commoners," he exclaimed, his tone laced with contempt. "You are here to seek justice for this worthless creature?" As he spoke, his gaze turned to Zhong Qing, his expression darkening as if it could drip with malice. Hearing the terms worthless and commoners repeated, Zhong Qing's murderous intent surged to its zenith. Yet, he did not immediately react. Instead, he laughed in anger. "What a Grand Elder you are! You were grievously injured and on the brink of death. It was Su Ye's parents who saved you, providing you refuge and a chance to breathe. Yet when your enemies came seeking you, they chose to remain silent to protect your whereabouts and were cruelly slaughtered, leaving behind their only child, who, holding the flying knife token you bestowed upon him, sought to join the Flying Knife Sect. Yet you treated him like refuse, handing him over to the blood madman, endangering his life. I ask this how you repay your saviors." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled coldly. "Those commoners lived within the jurisdiction of my Flying Knife Sect. They were under our protection and should have been prepared to sacrifice themselves for our sect at any time. 2 worthless lives traded for my safety were their good fortune in 3 lifetimes." Zhong Qing was incredulous, realizing that a person's shamelessness could indeed have its limits. Yet the Grand Elder's ignorance shattered his understanding of decency. He could scarcely comprehend how someone could be so brazen. Just then, the Grand Elder smacked his forehead as if coming to a revelation. "I remember now. You were the one who appeared at our Flying Knife Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, snatching away our disciples and disrupting our affairs." In that moment, the Grand Elder, who had previously held a degree of caution toward Zhong Qing, turned confrontational, stating, "I had not sought you out, yet you come knocking at my door. Truly, you have entered a realm you should not have. I know the red-haired old man you killed is formidable. Yet, the current generation is impressive. You dare to intrude upon my Flying Knife Sect? Do you believe there are no Moon Xian realm experts here? Unfortunately for you, I am indeed at the Moon Xian realm," he declared, his presence suddenly surging. The overwhelming aura unique to Moon Xian realm experts erupted forth, enveloping the area in terrifying pressure that shook the heavens. Yet, in the next moment, a hand moved, directly gripping the Grand Elder's throat, sealing his fate. The momentum of the latter, which had been rising continuously, came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 70. "What, do you have any objections?" In an instant, the previously arrogant and defiant Grand Elder's expression changed dramatically, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. "I am in shock," he exclaimed. "Your strength?" He never anticipated that Zhong Qing's power could be so terrifying. Just as his own momentum peaked, he was caught off guard and subdued before he could react. "You audacious thief, daring to act against the Grand Elder, seeking death." The sudden turn of events was so shocking that they had not even registered what had happened when Zhong Qing had already subdued the Grand Elder. Instantly, the higher-ups sprang into action. Zhong Qing's gaze fell upon the master of the Flying Knife Sect, who appeared visibly unsettled but did not intervene. A cold smile crept into Zhong Qing's heart as he began to perceive the true nature of the Flying Knife Sect. Initially, they had spoken so eloquently, promising that if the fault lay with the Flying Knife Sect, he would provide a satisfactory explanation. Yet now, when it came to the Grand Elder of the sect, they feigned ignorance, as if the words spoken before were mere nonsense. Indeed, strength is the foundation of all things. The hearts of these authorities are tainted. Relying on them to uphold their promises is as unrealistic as expecting a sow to climb a tree. Fortunately, Zhong Qing never placed his hopes on others. He preferred to seek justice in his own way. Thunder rumbled high in the void. An overwhelming killing intent descended. At least a dozen high-ranking members of the Flying Knife Sect unleashed their full power without holding back. Their terrifying might shook the void. With so many experts joining forces, they were confident they could shatter a mountain. However, with a single press of Zhong Qing's hand, as if it were the hand of a deity, he instantly dismantled their numerous attacks, sending dozens of figures flying. Blood sprayed forth, staining the sky in a shocking crimson, a sight that was particularly alarming. How is this possible? In that moment, countless individuals felt their scalps tingle, gaining a new understanding of Zhong Qing's formidable power. They realized that Zhong Qing was extraordinary. He had been able to disregard the grand formation of the Flying Knife Sect and storm into their main hall. Yet, they never anticipated he would be extraordinary to this extent. With just one move, he had defeated over a dozen high-ranking members of the Flying Knife Sect. It should be noted that these individuals were either elders of a faction or peak masters, each capable of commanding great authority in their own right. Yet before Zhong Qing, they were utterly defeated, without even a chance to retaliate. The Grand Elder's brow throbbed, as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart, rendering him completely frozen. Zhong Qing grasped the Grand Elder's neck with one hand, surveying the crowd with a piercing gaze. Now, I demand justice for my disciple. Who is in favor? Who is against? His words, though not loud, reverberated in the hearts of the crowd like thunder. The high-ranking members were filled with a mix of anger and extreme frustration. Although the Grand Elder had countless faults, he was still a high-ranking member of the Flying Knife Sect, a representative of their image. Yet now, Zhong Qing's stance was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face to the entire sect. When had the Flying Knife Sect ever endured such a humiliation? Despite this, no one dared to voice dissent at that moment. The strength displayed by Zhong Qing was sufficient to suppress any opposition. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Just then, Zhong Qing's gaze shifted to a spot in the void. Have you been hiding all this time? Are you not going to show yourself? In the next moment, the void trembled, and a figure stepped forward. This person was none other than the founding ancestor of the Flying Knife Sect, Bai Chong. Speaking of Bai Chong, he was indeed a legendary figure. Rising from humble beginnings, he established a formidable force. Under his leadership, the Flying Knife Sect rapidly developed, ascending from a low-tier sect to a top-tier one. He had created numerous legends and left behind many tales. Hundreds of years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Moon Profound Realm. Subsequently, he entered a life-and-death seclusion, claiming he would not emerge until he reached the Sun Profound Realm. Now that the ancestor had appeared, did this not signify that he had successfully become a Sun Profound powerhouse? The Sun Profound Realm was regarded as a pinnacle of strength across the entire Eastern region. Even the so-called top sects in the Eastern region were merely at the peak of the Sun Profound Realm. If the ancestor had become a Sun Profound powerhouse, did this not mean the Grand Elder was saved? The high-ranking members bowed deeply to Bai Chong, their heavy hearts lightening. Especially the Grand Elder, who was overjoyed. The ancestor has arrived. I am saved? Ancestor, this child is brazen and arrogant. Having stormed into our Flying Knife Sect in the night, injuring many of our high-ranking members, and is now threatening the Grand Elder, I hope the ancestor will take action to subdue this villain and restore the dignity of our Flying Knife Sect. As one elder spoke, the high-ranking members of the Flying Knife Sect collectively implored Bai Chong to take action. Silence, however, Bai Chong's response was beyond everyone's expectations. He addressed Zhong Qing respectfully. Senior, they say to spare those who deserve mercy. Could you, for the sake of this old man, let this matter rest and spare the Grand Elder this once? Zhong Qing smiled. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve my mercy? This statement caused Bai Chong's expression to darken immediately. What was his identity? The ancestor of the Flying Knife Sect, a figure of high status, respected and revered everywhere. Yet now, he was being humiliated in such a manner. That moment, Zhong Qing released his oppressive aura. The terrifying pressure felt like the wrath of a deity, causing by Li Changkong's complexion to change drastically, his scalp tingling. "What, do you have any objections?" Zhong Qing spoke. By Li Changkong was left speechless and dared not utter a word. This scene rendered the high-ranking members of the Flying Knife sect collectively silent. By Li Changkong was the pillar of their sect, their anchor. Yet now, such a formidable presence dared not confront Zhong Qing directly, nor did he even dare to make a move. What extraordinary level had this person's strength reached? The Grand Elder, as the direct party involved, naturally grasped this point as well. The ancestor's attitude plunged him into an ice-cold abyss, filling him with immense fear. Chapter 71. What does it mean to kill the heart? The Grand Elder never expected that a mere offspring of commoners could possess such a heavenly opportunity to summon a powerhouse to stand up for him. That moment, Zhong Qing's gaze fell upon the Grand Elder. The latter, feeling the emotionless glare, trembled like a quail, shaking uncontrollably in the face of a life-and-death crisis. His instinct for survival compelled him to plead for mercy. "Please, Senior, do not kill me. I did not wish for the death of Su Ye's parents. Had I accepted Su Ye back then, how could he have had this opportunity to become your disciple? In truth, I have a debt of gratitude to him." Zhong Qing was utterly disgusted by this display. Such a person, living even a second longer, was an affront to existence itself. He immediately struck with his palm, shattering the Grand Elder's dantian and rendering him powerless, casting him to the ground like a discarded dog. "Disciple, this person is now in your hands. Thank you, Master." Su Ye stepped forward, approaching the Grand Elder. His eyes flickered with ferocity. Even though the Grand Elder had been crippled, he still clung to the desire to live. Like a maggot, he crawled over to Su Ye's feet, weeping and pleading, "Su Ye, I know I was wrong. The deaths of your parents have nothing to do with me. You cannot kill me. I have a debt of gratitude to you. Without me, you would never have had the chance to become a disciple of such a powerful master. I have a debt of gratitude." At that moment, he was utterly deranged, repeating that he had a debt of gratitude to Su Ye. A pool of liquid had formed beneath him, as he had been scared to the point of losing control. It is said that no one can remain calm in the face of death. However, encountering someone so terrified of life is indeed rare. Faced with the Grand Elder's desperate pleas, Su Ye felt not an ounce of compassion. The images of his parents flashed in his mind. Had he known the Grand Elder to be such an ungrateful person, how could his parents have met their end? His killing intent surged even more. Boom. With a heavy stomp, Su Ye crushed the Grand Elder's skull beneath his foot, killing him instantly. "Father, Mother, today I have avenged you." He assured them, "Rest assured, I will not let go of anyone who has wronged you." After doing this, Su Ye bowed 3 times towards the west, his long-suppressed hatred finally finding release. As his vengeance was fulfilled, he experienced an inexplicable sense of emptiness, and his heart felt as if it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Seeing this, Zhong Qing addressed the high-ranking members of the Flying Knife sect. "Did you not see my disciple is about to break through? Why do you not hurry and prepare a spirit-rich chamber for him to facilitate his breakthrough?" The crowd. That is this even human language? Just a moment ago, he had executed their Grand Elder before their eyes, and now he was asking them to prepare a chamber for a breakthrough. Did he think this place was his own home? Zhong Qing raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you have any objections?" Under his gaze, everyone trembled in unison. No, I will arrange it right away." The sect master, Du Gufeng, felt utterly frustrated. What does it mean to kill the heart? This was the true essence of killing the heart. Yet, the situation was beyond their control. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how much they resented it, all they could do was submit. "By the way, also arrange a place for me to stay." Zhong Qing added, "I traveled thousands of miles to kill your Grand Elder. Now that I'm tired, it would be ideal to rest here for a night until my disciple has completed his breakthrough." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd turned red. Did he truly consider this place his home? Yet, the situation was beyond their control. Du Gufeng could only grit his teeth and agree. As for why Zhong Qing behaved in such a manner, it was partly due to the disgust he felt from the members of the Flying Knife sect. He did not mind returning the favor in kind. Moreover, Su Ye genuinely required a place rich in spiritual energy to facilitate his breakthrough. While he could place him in his own small world for cultivation, the small world rewarded by the system was in a primitive and nascent stage. Although it possessed various wonders, the total amount of spiritual energy within was insufficient to support Su Ye's breakthrough. That night was destined to be an unsettled one for the Flying Knife Sect. Numerous high-ranking members guarded the door of the chamber, protecting Su Yi as he cultivated. Since the establishment of the Flying Knife Sect, who had ever broken through with such treatment? Yet now, an enemy had achieved it. Not only that, but the high-ranking members were exceptionally attentive, fearing any unexpected occurrences that might provoke Zhong Qing's wrath. The feeling was utterly maddening. The following morning, Zhong Qing stretched lazily as he rose from the sect master's chamber. He had slept particularly well. Little Su Yi had been waiting outside the door. Now, he had successfully utilized the resources of the Flying Knife Sect to break through a minor realm, advancing from the initial stage of the Chen profound realm to the mid-stage. With little Su Ye's breakthrough, Zhong Qing's strength was naturally greatly enhanced as well. Notably, the chamber where Su Yi had broken through originally belonged to the Grand Elder of the Flying Knife Sect. The sensation of utilizing resources that originally belonged to the enemy to bolster one's own strength felt incredibly exhilarating. The master and disciple met, followed by a group of high-ranking members of the Flying Knife Sect. The sect master, Du Gufeng, wore an unpleasant expression as he said, "Senior, you have killed the man, and your disciple has successfully broken through. You mentioned you would stay with us for a night, and we have made arrangements. Now, can you leave?" He was practically shouting "not welcome" across his forehead. Zhong Qing, however, was unhurried and replied, "What's the rush? Does your sect not prepare food for its guests? It's morning already." This action was minimally harmful but highly insulting. The high-ranking member's eyes turned bloodshot. You dare to call yourself a guest?" They were filled with pent-up rage but did not dare to express it. "Come here, serve the senior a lavish feast." Du Gufeng closed his eyes in resignation. He only hoped to quickly send off this calamity. Soon, a table filled with exquisite delicacies was presented before Zhong Qing. He was in no hurry, treating it as if he were in his own abode, leisurely washing up before beckoning Su Yi to sit down and enjoy a meal together. An exclusive breakfast for the master and disciple. Under the watchful eyes of the members of the Flying Knife Sect, who were turning green with envy, the two took their time to eat their fill. They initially thought Zhong Qing would leave right after the meal. Who knew that after finishing breakfast, he would take out tea utensils, boil a pot of tea, and savor it leisurely. Once the greasy taste in his mouth dissipated, he finally rose, leisurely strolling away with Su Yi. Watching the two leave so leisurely, an elder gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "This is too much. This is truly too much. This person has humiliated our sect so, how can we let this go?" His heart was filled with indignation. Such humiliation, even if one were to drain the waters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas, could never be cleansed. "What then?" another elder asked, his voice low. "If we don't let this go, what do you propose we do?" A peak master spoke softly, silencing the previously furious elder with a single question. Finally, he sighed heavily and lamented in the main hall. "In terms of strength, we are simply outmatched. What can we do?" Upon hearing this, a sense of sorrow suddenly filled the hall. Chapter 72. How dare he intercept my spiritual medicine? The sun hung high in the sky. The clear skies stretched endlessly. A gentle breeze swayed the trees and grass of the mountains. Amidst the vast mountain range, a grand hall rose from the ground, built against the mountains, exuding a magnificent and ancient atmosphere. This was the Wuji sect, in the eastern region, where powerhouses abound and forces are numerous. Only 5 sects could truly be considered top-tier. Chaoxiang Valley was one, and Wuji sect was another. Inside a courtyard, 2 elders, one clad in black and the other in white, were discussing tea. These 2 had striking characteristics. The elder in black, named Shi Shaotian, had black hair and a white beard. The elder in white, known as Wu Yu, had a black beard and white hair. They were respectively the 8th and 7th elders of the Wuji sect, commonly referred to as the Black and White Elders. "Old White, the 2 of us are among the foremost in the art of alchemy across the eastern region," Shi Shaotian stated with ambition. "I plan to refine a batch of heaven-mending pills. It will help me break through and achieve the rank of Pill King. Would you be willing to lend me a hand?" Shi Shaotian's eyes sparkled with ambition. In the realm of alchemy, the title of Pill King is awarded to those whose mastery reaches a certain level. It is a coveted honor pursued by countless alchemists throughout their lives. In the entire eastern region, no Pill King had emerged in a millennium. The most significant hallmark of achieving Pill King status is refining a heaven-mending pill. How would you have me assist you? Wu Yu asked, his expression somewhat peculiar. He knew his old friend was proud and always unwilling to be overshadowed. However, the ambition to refine a heaven-mending pill still deeply shocked him. Though refined pills, one must have the right ingredients. I have already gathered nearly all the necessary materials for the heaven-mending pill, but I am still missing the main ingredient, the celestial spirit herb, Shi Xiaotian replied. Wu Yu's expression turned strange upon hearing this. After taking a sip of tea, he slowly said, if you were speaking of other rare herbs, I may have no means to help. However, I do know some information regarding the celestial spirit herb. Quickly tell me, Shi Xiaotian exclaimed, his expression shifting with excitement. Wu Yu appeared pensive, as if recalling something. After a long while, he finally spoke. 300 years ago, I traveled to a place called Ancient Family Town. There was a family there, the Gu family, said to possess a celestial spirit herb, which was a treasure passed down by their ancestors. Unfortunately, I had urgent matters at the time and did not have the opportunity to verify its authenticity, and afterward, I forgot all about it. Where is Ancient Family Town located? Shi Xiaotian pressed. Old Black, you must understand that times have changed. The existence of the celestial spirit herb has not been verified. Even considering the most generous scenario, even if the Gu family truly possesses a legendary herb, it has been several centuries. Whether it still exists remains an enigma. It would be prudent for you to temper your expectations. Shi Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively, declaring, this matter pertains to my ambition to attain the title of Dan Wang. Regardless of its authenticity, I must venture forth. Old Bai, spare me the pleasantries and promptly disclose its exact location. Observing his impatience, Wu Yu shook his head but ultimately relented and provided him with the precise coordinates. Upon receiving the address, Shi Xiaotian felt an urgency that compelled him to depart without delay. Old Bai, you may enjoy your drink at your leisure. I shall take my leave. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and sped towards Gujia Town. The Gujia Town that Wu Yu referred to has undergone 3 centuries of transformation and has now evolved into a bustling city, boasting a population exceeding 1 million. Within this ancient city lies a formidable faction known as the Gu family, which holds a position of great prominence and power. The family head, Gu Wan, is a master of the Qian realm, renowned as the foremost expert in the ancient city. This esteemed Qian master is none other than Gu Wan, who was fortuitously rescued by Zhong Qing. At this moment, the Gu family's grand estate is hosting a lavish banquet that is to last 3 days. The miraculous escape of Gu Wan and his daughter is hardly a cause for celebration. Amidst the revelry and joviality, as wine flows and laughter rings out, a streak of light suddenly descends from the sky, transforming into a figure that halts abruptly above the grand hall of the Gu family. This individual is none other than Shi Xiaotian, who has hurriedly arrived from the Wuzong in the eyes of those associated with the sect. Their status is transcendent compared to the mundane world of cities. Not to mention, as an elder of a sacred sect, Shi Xiaotian's presence exudes an overwhelming aura that silences the previously boisterous atmosphere. Standing aloft, with arms crossed behind him, he gazes down upon the assembly with an enigmatic light in his eyes. I am Shi Xiaotian, the 8th elder of the Wuzong. I have heard whispers of a legendary herb known as the Tianling grass within the Gu family. Is this truth or mere myth? His voice booms throughout the hall, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. Ji Yuan, fighting to suppress his shock, cautiously responds, esteemed elder, your visit from afar is a great honor. Might I invite you to descend and share a cup of wine, allowing us to extend our humble hospitality? To the Gu family, the Wuzong represents a colossal entity, and the 8th elder is known for his formidable reputation. It is said that he possesses a capricious temperament, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing Gu Wan's invitation, Shi Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively, arrogantly asserting, no need for wine. I seek only to ascertain whether your family possesses the Tianling grass. Seeing the elder's resolute demeanor regarding the Tianling grass, Gu Wan inwardly lamented. He forced himself to maintain composure and replied, respected elder, our ancestors did indeed pass down a legendary herb of that nature. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement in Shi Xiaotian's eyes, causing his breath to quicken. Would you be so kind as to lend me the Tianling grass for my use? This request was met with incredulity. The notion of borrowing a legendary herb seemed absurd. Such a precious item was not merely a trifle to be exchanged lightly. The elder's demeanor, devoid of even the slightest inclination to negotiate or offer any form of reciprocity, was nothing short of appalling. After all, his position and power could elevate a family like the Gu's to new heights simply by revealing a fraction of his capabilities. Despite the indignation bubbling within him, Gu Wan dared not show it. Instead, he spoke with trepidation. "Elder, not long ago, I found myself ensnared in a perilous situation and was fortunate enough to be rescued by a remarkable individual. In gratitude, I bestowed the Tianling grass upon him." "What?" This declaration sent Shi Shaotian into a furious rage. He descended from his lofty perch, seizing Gu Wan by the throat with a grip akin to iron. "How could you so carelessly bestow such a precious item? Who did you give it to?" His eyes blazed crimson, as if Gu Wan had surrendered his own belongings. The atmosphere grew tense, with all present feeling the weight of the moment. Gu Wan's face turned ashen, and his eyes bulged in panic. Ji Yulinger, witnessing the distressing scene, cried out in desperation, "Elder, the recipient of the Tianling grass is an individual named Zhong Qing." "Who is Zhong Qing? Where does he reside? What is his standing that he dares to intercept my legendary herb?" Shi Shaotian's piercing gaze fixed upon Gu Linger, who felt as though she were standing before a fearsome beast. Overwhelmed with dread for her father's safety, she gritted her teeth and replied, "I know not the identity of Zhong Qing, only that he has a disciple named Su Yi. That is all I can disclose. I beseech you to spare my father's life." With a disdainful snort, Shi Shaotian flung Gu Wan aside as if discarding refuse. Having obtained the information he sought, he wasted no time, transforming into a streak of light and departing. In his eyes, the Gu family was nothing more than insignificant insects, unworthy of even a fleeting glance beyond the Tianling grass. The once vibrant banquet was rendered lifeless by Shi Shaotian's intrusion, and with the guests dispersing, Gu Wan's demeanor relaxed somewhat. He turned to Gu Linger, his face etched with sorrow. "Linger, Zhong Qing is our savior. How could you so recklessly disclose his identity? Are we not then ungrateful villains?" "Father," the eighth elder of the Wuzhizong approached with ferocity, intent on achieving his goal at any cost. "If we do not divert his attention, the annihilation of our family could be but a thought away. How could I stand idly by while your life is in peril?" Gu Wan's expression was a mixture of concern and resignation. "While your reasoning holds merit, should this lead to calamity for the elder, we would bear the weight of grave consequences." Ji Yulinger's heart ached with the knowledge that her actions might bring misfortune to Zhong Qing. Yet she could not stand by and watch her father be harmed. Now, she could only hope that Zhong Qing would be safeguarded by fate. Should the elder seek retribution, she would willingly sacrifice herself to quell his wrath. At the same time, a flicker of hope sparked within her. With Zhong Qing's extraordinary capabilities, perhaps he might emerge victorious against any adversity. Chapter 73. Where did this old man come from? The Wuzhizong wields formidable power, its influence stretching across vast regions and encompassing much of the eastern domain. As the eighth elder of the Wuzhizong, Shi Shaotian enjoys considerable authority within the sect, and shortly after issuing his commands, pertinent information regarding Zhong Qing was presented to him. In the world, many bear the name Zhong Qing, but only one possesses a disciple named Su Yi. This could only refer to the Pingjiang Sect. Within the Grand Hall, Shi Shaotian examined the information regarding Zhong Qing's affiliation with the Pingjiang Sect and scoffed disdainfully. "A mere peak master of a second-rate sect dares to intercept my opportunities. How foolish!" Due to time constraints, the data presented only outlined Zhong Qing's background and his notable achievement of vanquishing Bloodmad with a single gesture. Eighth Elder, according to our investigation, this individual is not to be underestimated. Many of his exploits remain undisclosed. Shall we continue our inquiries? One of the shadowy figures at Shi Shaotian's side inquired, the leader of the Wuzhizong's intelligence division. "That won't be necessary," Shi Shaotian waved his hand dismissively. "A mere peak master of the Pingjiang Sect. As long as we ascertain his identity, that will suffice. Even if he possesses some remarkable qualities, how formidable can he truly be? You may withdraw." "Yes, eighth elder." The shadowy figure sensed Zhong Qing's potential and hesitated to depart, wishing to provide a cautionary note. However, upon witnessing Shi Shaotian's indifference, he swallowed his words and retreated. With the intelligence officer gone, Shi Shaotian set forth once more. This time with a clear target in mind, the Pingjiang Sect's Mufu Peak. In his estimation, the peak master of a second-rate sect was no match for his authority. At Mufu Peak. A thunderous crash echoed through the inner courtyard, shrouding the air in thick, black smoke. Coughing, Zhong Qing waved his hand to disperse the acrid fumes. Feeling perplexed, I followed the procedure meticulously. How could the furnace explode? In a corner, a pile of discarded alchemical furnaces lay in ruins, while the furnace in the center of the courtyard was split in half. Others may waste precious materials in their alchemical pursuits, but Zhong Qing seemed to expend both resources and furnaces in equal measure. Could it be the quality of the furnace is inadequate? As he pondered, Zhong Qing called out to his disciple Lin Feng outside. "Disciple, please go to the alchemical peak and fetch a higher quality furnace for me." Zhong Qing diligently recorded the reasons for his failures in his notes, continually seeking insights into the mishaps. Outside, Lin Feng, engaged in his training, sighed and rose to his feet. "Just a moment, master," he replied before heading to the alchemical peak. Before long, he arrived at the residence of Qing, the peak master of the alchemical peak. "Lin Feng, welcome. Come in." Qing greeted him warmly, a broad smile on his face. "I recently acquired a batch of fine tea. Do give it a taste and let me know your thoughts. If you find it to your liking, take some back for your master." Peak Master Lin Feng bowed respectfully. "Today, I did not come for tea. Rather, I seek to exchange for a higher quality alchemical furnace on behalf of my master. Might you facilitate this request?" "Facilitate? What difficulty is there in that?" Qing gestured casually, summoning a disciple. "Bring the Zhong spirit furnace for Lin Feng to take back." The disciple appeared astonished. "Master, the Zhong spirit furnace is your prized possession, the treasure of the alchemical peak. Are you truly willing to part with it? Enough of this nonsense. Go fetch it," Qing replied. "No matter how precious or heavy a treasure, it is but a lifeless object that it cannot compare to the bond of brotherhood with the peak master of Mufu Peak." Turning back to Lin Feng, he added, "We are all family here. There is no need for formality. If your master desires a furnace, simply let me know." The exchange is trivial. Before long, two disciples appeared, struggling to carry a furnace that stood half a person tall and weighed over 10,000 pounds. Its surface adorned with a purple-blue hue. Qing pointed at the furnace and declared, "Consider this a congratulatory gift for your and Su Ye's achievements at Mufu Peak." This gesture left the disciples of the alchemical peak in a state of shock. The peak master's generosity left Lin Feng feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Not only was he receiving a priceless item for free, but Qing also seemed to subtly imply a desire to forge connections for him. Lin Feng understood the underlying reasons. By becoming Zhong Qing's disciple, he had indeed embarked on the path to his true pinnacle in life. After Lin Feng departed, the remaining disciples looked at Qing. Bewildered, "Master, that Zhong spirit furnace is the pinnacle treasure of our alchemical peak. Is it not too hasty to give it away?" Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs?" Qing retorted. The disciples bowed their heads, their expressions sheepish. Qing paid no mind to their thoughts, his spirit invigorated. While ordinary disciples were unaware of Zhong Qing's true identity, Qing, as the peak master, was well aware. Zhong Qing was a reincarnated celestial emperor, a figure standing atop the clouds. Now, while Zhong Qing's fame remained obscure, presenting him with a treasure of the alchemical peak would leave a favorable impression. In the future, should Zhong Qing rise to prominence, even a fraction of goodwill would yield countless rewards. Qing felt satisfied with his maneuvering. While the disciples remained at the lower rungs, he had already positioned himself 2 tiers above them. His ascension to peak master was no stroke of luck. It stemmed from his broader perspective, strategic vision, and elevated reasoning. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng returned to Mufu Peak with the Zhong spirit furnace, Zhong Qing's spirits lifted upon seeing the exquisite alchemical furnace. It was both opulent and elegant, radiating an air of antiquity and depth. "Excellent. You may return to your training. I am eager to begin my alchemical endeavors." "Yes, master," Lin Feng replied respectfully before excusing himself. Zhong Qing placed the Zhong spirit furnace upon the campfire, expertly igniting it, raising the temperature, and sorting the spiritual herbs. Perhaps luck was on his side, or perhaps the new furnace was simply exceptional. But this time, the furnace did not explode, and the elixir was successfully refined. However, when Zhong Qing extracted the finished product from the Zhong spirit furnace, he found himself questioning reality. Is this truly an elixir? Having never seen a pig run, he had certainly not tasted pork either. He had heard tales of many alchemists producing potions that were fragrant, smooth, and irresistibly alluring. But what he had before him was a lumpy, mottled concoction of an unappealing yellow hue. Forget the enticing aroma. It even bore a burnt scent. Zhong Qing stared at the creation for several moments, tempted to discard it as mere refuse. Yet, he hesitated. After all, he had labored to create it, and to cast it aside without understanding its potential seemed both wasteful and regretful. Perhaps his alchemical methods diverged fundamentally from the mainstream. He might just be on the verge of pioneering an entirely new path in alchemy. With this thought in mind, Zhong Qing carefully stored the creation away, bestowing upon it a most unique name that aptly reflected its appearance, Tuidin, lump pill. Yet, the uncertainty surrounding the efficacy of this concoction left Zhong Qing feeling restless. Just then, a streak of light shot through the clouds, radiating an imposing aura exclusive to those of the Dayuan realm. The brilliance descended rapidly, arriving above Zhong Qing's courtyard, materializing into a figure. This individual was none other than Shi Xiaotian. He scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Zhong Qing. "You are Zhong Qing, the peak master of Mufu Peak." Standing with his arms folded, he exuded an air of authority akin to a deity surveying mere mortals. Zhong Qing felt distinctly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. "Who are you?" Zhong Qing inquired, meeting Shi Xiaotian's gaze with a furrowed brow. "I am inquiring whether you are Zhong Qing, the peak master of Mufu Peak." Shi Xiaotian's voice grew thunderous, reverberating throughout the courtyard. Zhong Qing's expression darkened. "What insolence! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am a sacred elder. Surrender the Tianling grass at once, and I may show you leniency. Otherwise, you shall learn what it means to incur the wrath of a sacred domain." As he spoke, his aura swelled, intent on overwhelming Zhong Qing. This display of power, however, only served to ignite Zhong Qing's fury. Without further ado, he unleashed a palm strike. Shi Xiaotian was caught off guard, swiftly losing consciousness. As darkness enveloped him, he faintly heard a mumbled remark. "I was just lamenting the difficulty in finding a test subject for my elixir. You have conveniently presented yourself." Chapter 74. Zhong Qing's little test subject. Upon regaining consciousness, Shi Xiaotian was besieged by a throbbing headache, as though his head had been struck by a meteor. After a prolonged moment of disorientation, he found himself grappling with an existential question. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Another brief moment has passed. At last, he has clarified his thoughts. "I am the 8th elder of the sacred land. I have come to the Pingjiang Sect in search of the celestial spirit herb. Yet, it appears that I have fallen victim to a nefarious plot." Clearly, Zhong Qing's strike was too swift. It was so rapid that Shi Xiaotian didn't even have time to comprehend what had transpired before being rendered unconscious. He lifted his head to survey his surroundings. This is a quaint courtyard. The yard is rather exquisite. At its center stands an imposing alchemical furnace. In front of the furnace, there is a well, and to its right, 2 trees stand. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. Beside the courtyard, there is a pen, within which a pig is kept. It appears exceedingly rustic, reminiscent of a farmer's abode. "Ah, you are awake." At that moment, Zhong Qing emerged from the inner courtyard, cradling a pile of spiritual herbs. Upon seeing Shi Xiaotian, bound tightly to a tree, he chuckled. Even as a captive, Shi Xiaotian exuded an air of boundless pride. "You would do well to release me quickly. I am an elder of the sacred land. The wrath of the Wuzhizong is not something a mere sect like the Pingjiang Sect can withstand. Do not invite calamity upon your sect." He glared defiantly, his tone haughty, as if he were untouchable. Zhong Qing's smile remained unchanged. "Come, take this pill." He produced a lump of the elixir he had concocted and, without hesitation, forced it into Shi Xiaotian's mouth. The latter's pupils constricted. Gazing at the object in Zhong Qing's hand, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You dare call this a pill?" As a powerful alchemist, he had encountered numerous formulas and pills, some of exquisite purity, others of abysmal quality. Yet, he had never seen a pill shaped so irregularly. The fact that it was lumpish was one thing. Its unique form, speckled and mottled, appeared rather unappealing, resembling excrement. They say that when alchemy goes awry, it can resemble a lump of excrement. But Zhong Qing had truly produced such a thing. A man may be killed, but never humiliated. "You insolent wretch, how dare you insult me so?" Shi Xiaotian struggled fiercely, vowing to resist at all costs. However, when Zhong Qing's fist struck his stomach, he found himself gaping like a fish, utterly defeated. "Why must you make this difficult? Would it not suffice for you to cooperate? Zhong Qing swiftly forced the pill into Shi Xiaoyan's mouth. The effects of the pill were explosive. As soon as it was swallowed, Shi Xiaoyan's body began to convulse. He foamed at the mouth. His eyes rolled back as his stomach churned violently, and a rash erupted across his face. It was both numbing and itchy. This cannot be right. Zhong Qing frowned. All the herbs were supposed to be beneficial to the human body. Combined, they should have produced a positive effect, yet the results were counterproductive. Tell me honestly, are you allergic to this pill? In Zhong Qing's understanding, only an allergic reaction could explain such symptoms. I curse you, at that moment. Shi Xiaoyan was so enraged that he nearly swore. He, a seasoned alchemist, had skills that, while not unparalleled in the world, were certainly noteworthy throughout the Eastern domain. Now, someone was asking him if he was allergic to pills. This question was as absurd as asking a fish if it could swim. Noticing his lack of cooperation, Zhong Qing could not help but say, "You would do well to articulate your reactions so that I may refine the formula. Otherwise, I shall have to experiment step by step." In response, Shi Xiaoyan unleashed a hoarse roar of protest. "You best not let me escape. Otherwise, I shall ensure your entire clan meets a grim fate, and chaos shall ensue." His eyes glowed red with fury, a murderous intent bubbling forth like a volcano, building in intensity. Shi Xiaoyan, he was an elder of the sacred land, extraordinary in skill, powerful in strength, and backed by a formidable lineage. Such a man was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Never had he endured such a profound humiliation or suffered such a significant loss. Each increment of discomfort he experienced only deepened his hatred for Zhong Qing. Yet, Zhong Qing paid no heed to Shi Xiaoyan's threats. The sacred land was hardly an impressive sect in his eyes. It was merely an expression of impotent rage. He was focused on alchemy and experimentation, meticulously recording data. He noted the quantities of spiritual herbs used in each batch, the differences in proportions, the effects of temperature on the pills, and the variations in the same type of pill produced by different alchemical techniques. The clinical responses after consumption, what needed improvement, and what required caution, all were meticulously documented in his notebook. The presence of the Ziqing spirit furnace had significantly enhanced Zhong Qing's success rate in alchemy. Previously, his success rate was around 20%. Now it was nearly 30%, and of course, much of what he produced was in that peculiar lumpish form, unique in shape and far from aesthetically pleasing. The colors ranged from a dark hue reminiscent of burnt sesame to a dull yellow, often emitting a burnt or acrid aroma. All these pills were ultimately forced down Shi Xiaoyan's throat, and the clinical reactions were as vigorous as ever. They either caused his stomach to churn violently or left him in a state of numbness, with partial paralysis afflicting half of his body. Eventually, he became covered in pus-filled boils, resembling a toad. At this moment, Shi Xiaoyan had long lost his earlier arrogance, reduced to a pitiful heap on the ground. He could no longer muster any threats. His vitality, spirit, and energy were utterly depleted, as if he had traversed through a purgatory of torment. Zhong Qing stroked his chin, deep in thought. Where had things gone awry? Logically, he had concocted a pill designed to enhance physical constitution, heal injuries, and foster concentration. A panacea of sorts. Yet the results were leagues away from his expectations. He scrutinized the data he had recorded, analyzing it carefully to identify the shortcomings. Finally, he smacked his forehead in realization. The concept of excessive pursuit leading to decline, and extremes resulting in reversals, had dawned on him. Thus, I must find a toxic herb to counterbalance the properties of the spiritual herbs. Convinced he had pinpointed the issue, Zhong Qing eagerly immersed himself in the alchemical process once more. I beg you, do not continue. Beside him, Shi Xiaoyan's face turned ashen upon hearing Zhong Qing's intention to incorporate a toxic herb. Chapter 75. Brother, I implore you, do not continue. You truly lack the talent for this. All these spiritual herbs have resulted in this ghastly outcome. If he adds a toxic herb, who knows if it will produce a concoction that could send him soaring to the heavens or result in his immediate demise. Shi Xiaoyan never expected that, having lived a life of independence, his first plea would be to ask someone to refrain from alchemy. Yet Zhong Qing paid no mind to his request. He meticulously handled the spiritual materials, measuring the quantities with precision. Everything was executed to the highest standards. The focused expression and intent gaze, coupled with his fluid motions, left Shi Xiaoyan trembling with fear. Past experiences indicated that the more focused Zhong Qing appeared, the more potent the toxicity of the pills he produced. You possessed no talent for alchemy. Not to mention, your method of extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs contains 37 errors. He was on the brink of collapse, his voice hoarse, tone urgent, eyes bloodshot. Ultimately, he transformed into a guiding master, instructing Zhong Qing on the intricacies of alchemy. The blood spirit flower possesses a dominant essence, infused with the power of the blazing sun, while the winter grass harbors an extreme coldness. Each, in isolation, is effective in refining the body and spirit. However, due to their differing attributes, their fusion would yield potent toxins. You must incorporate the 5 elemental herbs: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Achieving balance among the 5 elements will activate the properties of these spiritual herbs. It must be said that Shi Xiaotian, as an elder of the sacred land and a renowned alchemist in the eastern domain, spoke with eloquence and clarity, addressing the core of the problem. This revelation opened Zhong Qing's mind, granting him newfound understanding. He listened attentively to Shi Xiaotian's guidance and proceeded to craft his unique panacea in an orderly manner. However, the final product remained less than ideal, at least. Its appearance bore little distinction from the previous concoctions. Nonetheless, having been refined under the tutelage of a master alchemist, the properties of this product were still worth anticipating. After all, one should not judge a book by its cover, and the same applies to pills. Here, take it. I trust you can feed yourself? Zhong Qing placed the pill before Shi Xiaotian. The latter's expression fluctuated between hope and trepidation. Although he had guided the entire process, he could not deny that Zhong Qing's talent was shockingly deficient. Despite his constant assistance, the latter had committed hundreds of alchemical blunders. It was no exaggeration to say that even a dog could outperform him in this regard. In alchemy, even a minor mistake could drastically diminish the efficacy of the pill, or worse, render it entirely counterproductive. Shi Xiaotian could hardly bring himself to consume this pill, as he faced imminent forced ingestion. His resolve crumbled. I was wrong. I should not have troubled you. Whatever pill you desire, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. I will assist you in refining pills. 100 furnaces, 1,000 furnaces, a myriad of furnaces, if need be. Clearly, the potency of the pills Zhong Qing produced was terrifying, instilling in Shi Xiaotian a palpable dread. Zhong Qing shook his head. You fail to comprehend. I am not crafting pills. I am cultivating a passion for alchemy, a cursed passion. Why speak of passion in alchemy? Shi Xiaotian mentally scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils dilated in horror as Zhong Qing once again forcefully fed him the concoction. This time, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within him. Waves of dizziness and blurred vision assailing him. He felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his insides, while his spirit was engulfed in flames. The properties of this pill were utterly terrifying. Shi Xiaotian felt as if he were enduring the most excruciating torture imaginable, his spirit and body simultaneously under siege. The searing, gnawing pain caused him to convulse uncontrollably, his veins bulging. At this moment, Zhong Qing was diligently recording the changes occurring within him. The pill had not achieved the anticipated effects, causing him minor discomfort. Yet he firmly believed that perseverance would yield success. A failure or two was inconsequential. As long as he persisted, success would inevitably follow. Zhong Qing's passion for alchemy was undeniable. The enchanting sparks generated from the collision of varying properties of herbs entranced him. Moreover, the moment a pill took shape in his hands instilled a sense of inexplicable accomplishment. Though the final results were unsatisfactory, hard work would bear fruit. With this belief, Zhong Qing embarked on yet another round of alchemical endeavors. Shi Xiaotian, writhing in agony, watched this unfold with tears of regret in his eyes. How foolish I am! Truly! What compelled me to provoke this harbinger of doom? His once proud strength had become utterly irrelevant. His formidable identity and background held no weight here. He felt like a pitiful little wife, mercilessly subjected to torment. Despair flooded his heart, and he envisioned a future shrouded in darkness. No, I cannot simply give up. Just as the pain threatened to shatter his sanity and despair began to consume him, a glimmer of insight sparked in Shi Xiaotian's mind. He suddenly recalled a treasure he had won from a friend during a game of chess years ago. The breakthrough transmission talisman. This talisman was unlike ordinary transmission talismans. It could pierce through any barrier to convey messages silently. If I can relay my predicament here, with my bond to Old Bai, he will undoubtedly find a way to rescue me. It is even possible he may bring the higher-ups of the sect to aid in my rescue. Once the higher-ups arrive, not only will I be saved, but I shall also have the chance to vindicate myself. As this thought crossed his mind, Shi Xiaoyan's eyes glistened with a fierce determination. The seeds of revenge took root and flourished within his heart like wild grass. Under the bright moon, with stars embedded in the sky like jewels, Shi Xiaotian, who had been subjected to poisoning all day, finally found a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he retrieved the transmission talisman from his storage bag and inscribed a plea for help upon it. Ensuring no one was watching, he activated the talisman with the faint spiritual energy within him. A stream of light soared into the sky, and as he observed the message being transmitted, disappearing into the horizon, a manic, frenzied laugh escaped Shi Xiaoyan's lips. "You shall await my wrath. The humiliation and torment you have inflicted upon me today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future," he muttered to himself, his expression twisted with malevolence, his laughter akin to that of a vengeful specter. "What good fortune has befallen you, to be laughing so joyously? Come, first consume this pill." However, a voice interrupted Shi Xiaoyan's laughter, causing it to abruptly cease. Zhong Qing approached him step by step, holding the pill. Despite his seemingly ethereal demeanor, in Shi Xiaoyan's eyes, he appeared utterly terrifying. His face turned a ghastly shade of green. Is this man a devil? As if tormenting him by day was not enough, he would not relent even at night. In the night sky, a heart-wrenching scream soon echoed. Chapter 76. I shall level this Mufu Peak. The Wuzhizong, the Baicheng Hall. This is the residence of the seventh elder, Wu Yu. Within the Grand Hall, Wu Yu scrutinized the letter in his hand. It was the message sent by Shi Xiaotian through the transmission talisman, which read simply, Pingjiang Sect, Mufu Peak, save me, signed, Old He. Wu Yu furrowed his brow deeply. Given Old Eight's strength, he could easily dominate the entire eastern domain, save for a few major sacred lands. Yet now, he was sending out a distress signal, and the blood-red ink suggested he was in grave danger. The Pingjiang Sect? What sort of place is that? While the Pingjiang Sect may hold some local prestige, it hardly commands respect beyond its immediate sphere of influence. Many people had little to no impression or understanding of this sect. Wu Yu immediately summoned the leader of his shadow guards. Do you know of the Pingjiang Sect? The shadow guard leader was somewhat taken aback. After all, not long ago, the 8th elder had requested information about the Pingjiang Sect from him. Now, the 7th elder was also inquiring about it. How could such a minor second-rate sect warrant the attention of 2 elders from a sacred land? While pondering this, he dared not be negligent and quickly replied with respect. In response to the 7th elder, the Pingjiang Sect is a second-rate sect in the eastern domain. A second-rate sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's frown deepened. Given Old Eight's strength, a mere second-rate sect should be easily overpowered. How could he find himself in a position to seek help? The shadow guard leader, sensing Wu Yu's unease, cautiously asked, 7th elder, did this sect offend you or Old Eight? Shall I send someone to eliminate it? No need. Wu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Old Eight is a man of pride. If word were to spread that he had fallen to a second-rate sect, even if he were rescued, he would become a laughingstock within the Wuzhizong, which would be more unbearable than death itself. Provide me with a map of the Pingjiang Sect's location, and then you may leave. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yu ultimately resolved to venture forth alone to rescue him. The shadow guard leader, seeing this, said nothing further, respectfully handing over the map before bowing and exiting. For the leader of the Sacred Lands Intelligence Organization, carrying a map of the Eastern Domain's power distribution was a reasonable precaution. After obtaining the map, Wu Yu began devising a plan to rescue Shi Xiaotian. While Old Eight flaunted his position as an elder of the Sacred Land, adopting a brash and domineering demeanor, Wu Yu's approach was far more cautious. Although the Pingjiang Sect was a second-rate sect, the fact that it had prompted Old Eight to send a distress signal indicated that it was no ordinary establishment. He must be thoroughly prepared. Otherwise, if both elders from the Sacred Land were to fall in the same place, it would undoubtedly become a monumental joke. In the Grand Hall, Wu Yu paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Eventually, his gaze settled upon his private treasury. Within the treasury lay 2 guardian puppets, each possessing strength at the Sun profound realm level, treasured trump cards he rarely displayed in public. However, in order to rescue Elder Ba, he resolved to keep these 2 puppets by his side as a precaution. Thus, 3 figures set forth from the Wuji sect, their presence formidable and commanding. Elder Qi, being a powerful figure in the Sun profound realm, was now accompanied by two Sun profound puppets. He confidently believed that even if the Pingjiang Sect were extraordinary, the combined might of three Sun profound experts would be sufficient to suppress all. Pingjiang Sect, Mufu Peak. For Shi Xiaotian, today marked yet another day of unimaginable torment as a test subject. His gaze, blank and hollow, turned towards the horizon, tears unwept. No one knew the extent of the bullying and suffering he had endured during this time. He had long since run out of words to criticize Zhong Qing's alchemical skills. Were it not for his firm belief that someone from the sect would come to rescue him after sending out a message, he might have already lost the will to live. Calculating the time, he figured that it should only be a matter of days before someone from the sect responded and dispatched powerful reinforcements to save him. "Old Bai, you must hurry. If you don't come soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer," Shi Xiaotian silently prayed. The mere thought of Zhong Qing's pills, his body and mind trembled uncontrollably. Just then, several figures soared through the sky. That is, Shi Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback before being overwhelmed with joy. Old Bai has come. In that instant, he was so excited he nearly burst into tears. What is a brother? This is what it means to be a brother, a true brother at that. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, accompanied by the two puppets, made his way from the Wuji sect to Mufu Peak after traversing mountains and rivers at a brisk pace. When it comes to experts of the Sun Profound realm, their eyesight is truly exceptional. Even an ant 1,000 meters away could be seen clearly. Even from a distance, Wu Yu immediately spotted Shi Xiaotian. However, at that moment, Shi Xiaotian appeared exceptionally wretched. Covered in festering sores, his hair disheveled, he looked disheveled and gaunt, little more than skin and bones. If not for their long acquaintance, Wu Yu might not have recognized him at all. "Old Hey, what has happened to you? Why do you look like this?" He rushed into the courtyard to free Shi Xiaotian from his bonds, inquiring about the situation. "Old Bai, my brother, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing his old comrade, Shi Xiaotian felt as if he had reunited with a long-lost friend, as if decades had passed. His heart was heavy with despair. He promptly recounted all the trials he had endured during this time. Upon hearing that his good brother had been treated as a mere test subject and had suffered to the brink of death, Wu Yu was utterly enraged. What a disgraceful act by Zhong Qing, the master of Mufu Peak. How dare he humiliate you like this, brother? Today, let me help you settle the score with Mufu Peak and destroy the Pingjiang Sect, to avenge this grievance fiercely. His heart surged with murderous intent, flames of wrath blazing in his eyes. Members of the Wuji sect had never before endured such humiliation. At that very moment, Zhong Qing strode out of the inner courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Advancing directly into the courtyard, his gaze locking onto Wu Yu in a detached tone, he declared, "You wish to destroy my Mufu Peak and annihilate my Pingjiang Sect?" "Indeed," Wu Yu responded with a resounding affirmation. "Today, I shall wash this place in blood, letting the world know that the sacred land shall not be insulted. Boy, should there be a next life, make sure to be more discerning. There are some individuals you can never afford to offend." With a low growl, Wu Yu launched his attack. "Old Bai, be cautious. This fellow is quite strange and sinister," Shi Xiaotian cautioned from behind. "A mere clown, hardly worth my concern. Let me show you how to crush him." Wu Yu carried himself with a lofty demeanor, every movement exuding the grace of a grandmaster. Chapter 77. Regretful of past decisions, Wu Yu took the rescue of Shi Xiaotian very seriously, deploying two Sun profound puppets for the task. However, upon witnessing Zhong Qing's youth, he felt he had perhaps been overly cautious. Old Hey had also been too careless, falling victim to the scheming of this young upstart, leading to his current predicament. Considering Zhong Qing's age of 18, he believed that a direct confrontation would not pose a challenge for Old Hey at all. Crushing him would merely require a flick of a finger. Thus, he immediately extended a finger, poised to crush Zhong Qing with an air of superiority. A single finger from a Sun profound expert could pierce mountains and rend rivers, an immensely terrifying force. In the face of this overwhelming strike, Zhong Qing nonchalantly raised a palm in an instant. The previously imposing Wu Yu, who had radiated the aura of a grandmaster, was sent crashing to the ground. This scene stirred a tempest within Shi Xiaotian's heart. How could he be this strong? The last time he faced Zhong Qing, he had been knocked unconscious before he could comprehend what had transpired. Now, he was able to witness everything clearly. Even Old Bai, who held greater power than him as a fellow expert in the Sun Profound realm, was utterly powerless against Zhong Qing, who dispatched him in a single move. With a spurt of blood, Wu Yu fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. I am a Sun profound expert. In the entire eastern region, I rank among the strongest. Yet, in Zhong Qing's hands, I could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, Wu Yu was engulfed in sorrow and rage. This rage stemmed from the Wuji sect's dark guards. What were these dark guards doing? How could a sect with such a terrifying powerhouse at its helm be considered merely a second-rate sect in their intelligence reports? This was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, the leader of the dark guards, who was processing intelligence at Wuji sect, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Who was talking about me? He muttered to himself, confusion evident in his expression. As the leader of the dark guards, his identity was shrouded in secrecy, and only a handful of people truly knew him. Recently, he had only interacted with Elder Qi and Elder Ba. Could it be that Elder Qi successfully reached the Pingjiang Sect, completed his tasks, and was returning to reward me for my contributions? The dark guard leader pondered, realizing that Elder Qi was the only one who might mention him. He could not help but feel that his intuition was remarkably accurate, even if the reality diverged greatly from his expectations. Elder Qi did not intend to reward him. Rather, he sought to eliminate him, at Mufu Peak. In the small courtyard, Zhong Qing's single strike had thoroughly stripped Wu Yu of his combat capability, shattering his pride and arrogance. Although Wu Yu was taken aback, he had not entirely relinquished hope of resistance. He still had his trump cards. The two Sun profound puppets. At this point, he had completely abandoned the idea of annihilating the Pingjiang Sect or settling the score with Mufu Peak. He merely hoped that the two puppets could stall Zhong Qing for a moment, providing him and Shi Xiaotian a chance to escape. With a thought, he commanded the two puppets to attack Zhong Qing, and they sprang into action. However, before they could unleash their Sun profound might, Zhong Qing casually waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, reducing the two puppets to mere dust. This turn of events left Wu Yu utterly speechless. These were two Sun profound puppets. Even killing pigs would take some time, wouldn't it? His perception of Zhong Qing's power had escalated once more. Under the setting sun, Zhong Qing strolled up to Wu Yu, lifting him as effortlessly as one would a chick. Just as I was pondering where to find another test subject, you arrived at the perfect time. As he spoke, he turned to Shi Xiaotian and said, Xiaotian, well done. If you have any other friends or family, feel free to call them over. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's eyes widened in shock. This statement could not help but evoke the notion that Shi Xiaotian had conspired with Zhong Qing to lure him here. As for Shi Xiaotian, he felt as if he might shatter into pieces. The savior he had called upon was merely viewed by Zhong Qing as another test subject, akin to himself. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to express his current feelings. Thus, Wu Yu became Zhong Qing's second test subject at Mufu Peak. To determine whether it was his alchemical creations that were flawed or if Shi Xiaotian had an adverse reaction to the pills. Zhong Qing even stayed up late that night to concoct a batch of pills. Unsurprisingly, the pills he produced still ended up in a lumpy form. Reality often fell short of expectations, as the pills he crafted not only affected Shi Xiaotian but also had remarkable effects on Wu Yu. That night was destined to be anything but peaceful. What once echoed as a singular wail of despair transformed into a chorus of tude. The piercing cries resonated as if they were the anguished howls of vengeful spirits emerging from the underworld. At this moment, Wu Yu finally understood why Shi Xiaotian had become so emaciated in such a short period. The toxicity of the pills was so potent that even a single attempt left him reeling. The fact that his friend had survived until now was nothing short of a miracle. As dawn approached and the effects of the pills began to wane, the two lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. Shi Xiaotian cast a resentful glance at Wu Yu and lamented, Old Bai, I've already ended up like this. Couldn't you have brought a few more experts with you? Wu Yu retorted, Goodness, I never sought an explanation from you. Yet you are the first to complain. Why didn't you mention how terrifying this fellow was in your message? He believed he had been cautious enough, deploying two Sun profound puppets to confront a minor second-rate sect. Yet, the enemy's strength had not been mentioned in the distress signal. Had it not been for the inhumane torture they endured together last night, he might have suspected he had been set up. Had he known Zhong Qing was this formidable, he would never have acted so rashly. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaotian felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was not that he had failed to warn Wu Yu, but rather that he had no idea just how terrifying Zhong Qing truly was. He had been knocked out before he could comprehend the situation. Furthermore, when he had written the distress signal, time was of the essence, and he had kept it brief, never considering the details. He had assumed that upon learning of his peril, Wu Yu would take it seriously. Little did he expect that it would lead to both of them suffering such inhumane torment. Looking at his friend's haggard face and pale complexion, Shi Xiaotian felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Regret for past decisions, regret for past decisions. Why couldn't he have simply remained an elder at the Wuji sect? Why did he have to chase after the title of Dan Wang? Had he not been blinded by fame and fortune, he would never have sought the celestial spirit grass, leading to his current predicament. Chapter 78. Seeking external assistance. Time flew swiftly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. For Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, this period was undoubtedly the darkest time of their lives. Heaven have mercy. Two esteemed masters of alchemy were being tormented to the brink of death by a few pills, suffering unimaginable agony. The pills crafted by Zhong Qing, while made from the same materials, produced wildly varying effects each time. One day they would be plagued by vomiting and diarrhea. The next they would develop festering sores. Each time, Zhong Qing diligently crafted the pills, hoping to create a truly beneficial elixir. If one were to argue that he lacked talent, he could still shape the pills, and the side effects were akin to poison, capable of incapacitating even a profound expert. Conversely, if he were deemed talented, the bizarre and unique nature of each pill he crafted was undeniably exceptional. What new disaster would this harbinger of calamity concoct today? Under the scorching sun, in the tranquil courtyard, Wu Yu expressed his lingering dread, hoping that today's pill would not induce vomiting and diarrhea. Shi Xiaotian, in apparent distress, lamented, a dignified elder of the sacred land, a profound expert, reduced to carrying such items in his pocket, is several hundred years of age. If this were to leak, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Just as the two were filled with anxiety, Zhong Qing's figure remained conspicuously absent. Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian exchanged glances. Since their arrival at Mufu Peak, Zhong Qing had been unrelenting in forcing several high-quality poison pills upon them. Was today the day the sun rose from the west? Or had he finally experienced a pang of conscience? Meanwhile, Zhong Qing was engrossed in reading in the inner courtyard, perusing the Wan Yuan Dan Jing, a reward from the system. This was a text of imperial significance, encompassing vast knowledge and profound insights, elucidating the origins of alchemy. It documented numerous secret formulas for divine pills, various alchemical methods, and the path to pill creation. The Wan Ling Dan he had crafted evidently held no potential for success in the near future. Rather than blindly pursue this path to no avail, it was better to consider an alternative approach. Through his research, he discovered an extraordinary pill formula that required the elemental forces of the 5 elements as fuel, harnessing the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, gathering the energies of mountains and rivers, and employing the secret methods of heaven to replenish the earth, to create the perfect foundation-building pill. Those who consumed this pill before the age of 16 could establish a flawless Tao foundation. Once a perfect Tao foundation was formed, their cultivation speed would be astonishing, rivaling even the ancient sacred bodies. This formula ignited a fervor within Zhong Qing. His 2 disciples had undergone 100-fold enhancement in their cultivation, returning the favor 1,000-fold. Their cultivation speed was indeed commendable. However, if, on top of that foundation, their speed could increase significantly, he would be positioned to leap forward in cultivation like never before. In matters of cultivation, the faster, the bettered, one would despise rapid progress in their cultivation. They could only wish to accelerate their growth even further. Yet, it seemed time was not on his side. Zhong Qing's gaze darkened as he muttered to himself. The formula indicated that only individuals under the age of 16 could consume it to establish a perfect Tao foundation. Otherwise, the effect would be significantly diminished, and Lin Feng, if he recalled correctly, was nearing his 16th birthday. Time is of the essence. Zhong Qing tossed the foundational text aside, his mind racing to devise a plan to concoct the pill before Lin Feng turned 16. Yet, he quickly realized that relying solely on his own abilities was insufficient to achieve this task within the limited time. Not to mention the vast knowledge required for the secret method of replenishing heaven and earth. Without a solid foundation in alchemy, it would be impossible to fully grasp its intricacies within such a short span. Although Zhong Qing had shown great enthusiasm for alchemy during this time, he was still a novice at heart. With his disciples' futures at stake, he could not afford to squander time on trial and error in alchemy. seemed he would have to seek external assistance. His gaze shifted to the window, and upon seeing Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, he was momentarily taken aback. Were they not the perfect candidates? He promptly rose and headed outside in the inner courtyard. Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian were bound tightly beneath a jujube tree. Upon seeing Zhong Qing's figure, their expressions immediately soured. Today, it seemed they could not escape a dire fate. Well, whether we extend our necks or retract them, it's the same outcome. Might as well be brave about it. The two instinctively straightened their backs, resembling soldiers preparing for battle, awaiting the arrival of the brutal battlefield. At that moment, Zhong Qing approached them directly and, getting straight to the point, asked, "I remember you too. Aren't you both alchemists?" The two were momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what scheme Zhong Qing was concocting. Did he wish to see alchemists struggling under the weight of the poison pills they had created, gaining some twisted satisfaction from it? Their faces reflected a hint of terror, as if envisioning some perverse scene. Zhong Qing, oblivious to their thoughts, continued, "Could you assist me in refining a couple of pills? If successful, I will release you, and I shall no longer hold past grievances against you. Take your time to consider, and respond only once you have made a decision." As soon as Zhong Qing finished speaking, the two replied in unison, "No need to think it over. We agree, heaven and earth." They had finally received the treatment befitting alchemists. Given their status, they were always the center of attention, with countless people vying for their favor. How many have wept and pleaded for assistance in concocting a single elixir, only to be met with despair? Yet here, in this moment, Zhong Qing has ensnared them, not granting any special privileges due to their esteemed identities, but rather treating them as mere alchemical subjects. Finally, the time has come for them to showcase their true abilities. They are prepared to demonstrate to Zhong Qing what it truly means to be a master alchemist. Seeing the two agree so readily, Zhong Qing felt a twinge of unease. After all, this matter pertains to the future path of his disciple. Are you certain you can refine it? Would you like to review the recipe first? If these words had come from any other lips, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian would have found it laughable in the entire eastern region. Their expertise in the art of alchemy is unparalleled. If even the combined efforts of the two could not yield the elixir, then no one in the eastern region could claim to possess such capability. This is the confidence and pride of being top-tier alchemists in the eastern region. However, in the presence of Zhong Qing, the situation is different. After all, their very lives are currently at his mercy. Therefore, despite their inner discontent, Wu Yu managed to suppress his feelings and declared, "Rest assured. Allow us to peruse the recipe. We shall demonstrate to you the prowess of the finest alchemists in the eastern region." At this moment, they felt as if they had returned to their rightful arena, reclaiming the glory that belongs solely to alchemists. They resolved to teach Zhong Qing a lesson, to enlighten him on the true nature of alchemy, and to expose the mediocrity of his previous attempts. Chapter 79. What terrifying recipe is this? In the courtyard, upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of the two, Zhong Qing chose not to speak further. He lifted the restrictions placed upon them and returned to his chamber, presenting them with the Dan Yuan Dao Jing. First, examine the recipe for the perfect foundation pill. Once you have reviewed it, come back to me. After saying this, he strolled back to his room and brewed himself a cup of tea. The tea leaves were a gift from the Chaoshi Valley, and indeed, the flavor was exquisite. Its lingering aroma and taste were remarkable, invigorating both body and mind with each sip. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian initially regarded the situation with indifference. After all, in their eyes, Zhong Qing's alchemical techniques were far too rudimentary. Even their most novice disciples surpassed him in skill by leaps and bounds. Undeniably, Zhong Qing was powerful, but in the realm of alchemy, they were the leaders. While he was merely a novice, to label him as a rookie in the field of alchemy would be an insult to true rookies. The recipe he presented, treated so casually, could hardly possess significant value. Yet, upon a mere glance, they were utterly astounded by the contents of the recipe. Utilizing the 5 elements of fire, harnessing the power of the sun, moon, and stars as fuel, gathering the essence of mountains and rivers as the furnace, and employing the secret techniques to draw from the heavens and replenish the earth, one could create the perfect foundation pill. What a heaven-defying recipe is this! The initial outline alone caused their hearts to tremble. This recipe was unlike anything they had ever encountered, both in its unprecedented medicinal properties and in the distinctive methods of alchemy it described. Many alchemists favored using earthly fire to extract the essence of spiritual herbs, a technique that is indeed the most common and widely practiced. Mastery over the heat is crucial for successful alchemy. Yet, aside from the fire-based methods, only seasoned alchemists are aware of another technique, the water-based method. As elders of the sacred land, they prided themselves on being among the most powerful alchemists in the eastern region. In addition to mastering both fire and water methods, they could even integrate the two. This was the source of their arrogance and the foundation of their superiority. Now, however, this recipe introduced a method that incorporated metal, wood, and earth into the alchemical process, collectively known as the five-element alchemy. Each method holds immeasurable value, serving as a foundation for alchemists to ascend to greater heights. It is a treasure worthy of being passed down through generations. Regarding the five-element alchemy, they had only heard whispers of it in ancient texts. It was said that this method had long been lost to the annals of history. Never did they imagine they would witness it in person. Indeed, the mere existence of this five-element alchemy, should it be disseminated, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless alchemists. Yet, this was not the most precious aspect of the recipe. The secret techniques to draw from the heavens and replenish the earth, along with the path to refining elixirs, are the true treasures contained within this recipe. It can be said that should they fully comprehend and assimilate the knowledge recorded here, their achievements in alchemy would soar to unprecedented heights. Initially, they believed that being imprisoned by Zhong Qing and enduring daily torment constituted the darkest period of their lives. Yet now they understood the meaning of the saying. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will, harden their bones, starve their body, and disrupt their actions, thus sharpening their resolve and enhancing their capabilities. After the storm comes the rainbow. This was clearly a fortuitous opportunity that defied the heavens. Old Bai, this book is so thick. Surely the latter sections are not all recipes. Shi Xiaoyan's hands trembled, perhaps too excited, causing his beard to quiver as well. Hearing this, Wu Yu's entire being jolted. This book was nearly a foot thick. If the latter sections were indeed all recipes, how valuable would the entire tome be? A wave of curiosity clawed at him like a restless kitten. He glanced around and saw Zhong Qing leisurely enjoying his tea in the courtyard. Seemingly oblivious to their presence, he then whispered, "Shall we take a peek at the latter sections? Just a quick look?" This suggestion resonated with Shi Xiaotian, and the two eagerly began to flip through the subsequent chapters. Rejuvenation Pill, Vitality Creation Pill, Ascension Pill. They had barely perused 3 recipes when their eyes turned red with excitement. The 3 recipes detailed ancient formulas long thought lost, each possessing unique and miraculous effects. In terms of value, they rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the perfect foundation pill. The two were hesitant to continue their search. Each recipe held immeasurable worth, and even glancing at a few had already crossed a line. If they were to read through all of them, they feared for their safety. With great difficulty, they turned their gaze away from the Dan Yuan Dao Jing and exchanged glances, cementing a silent agreement before making their way to Zhong Qing. Shortly after, they stood before him. Zhong Qing took a gentle sip of his fragrant tea and inquired, "So, how did it go? Could you refine it?" Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian inhaled deeply at this moment. As they regarded Zhong Qing, they were in awe of his stature. Not only was his strength beyond their reach, but the recipes he possessed were so exquisite that they left them in utter admiration. Such recipes would undoubtedly incite envy among countless top-tier alchemists, even beyond the eastern region. Initially, the two had intended to display their skills before Zhong Qing, to showcase the elegance of the finest alchemists in the eastern region. Yet now they realized that the true fool was themselves. "Senior, this recipe is profound and intricate, presenting a significant challenge for us. Yet we humbly request your permission to give it a try." Wu Yu implored softly. For alchemists, witnessing such an extraordinary recipe without the opportunity to attempt its refinement would be an unbearable torment. Their previous confidence had evaporated, replaced by an attitude of profound respect as they addressed him as senior. Bowing their heads in deference, Zhong Qing noticed the sudden shift in their demeanor. "Be honest with me. How confident are you that you can produce this elixir within 10 days? 10 days? The time constraint weighed heavily upon Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian. Nonetheless, they grit their teeth and provided an answer. 70%. This was the result of their repeated calculations. 70%? Zhong Qing furrowed his brow, visibly dissatisfied. He desired a guarantee of 100%. However, he understood that the more precious the elixir, the more it relied on favorable timing, location, and cooperation. Moreover, he did not know many alchemists. While the Xinjiang sect had a few, he had to concede that there was a stark difference in skill level between those from second-rate sects and those from sacred lands. With the time being short and the task demanding, he found it challenging to seek out suitable candidates aside from these 2.70% will have to suffice. If the refinement fails, I shall simply find other ways to enhance Lin Feng's aptitude. With this in mind, Zhong Qing addressed the two. I entrust you with the task of refining the perfect foundation pill. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian did not hesitate to make numerous requests for resources. While the recipe for the perfect foundation pill did not specify any rare spiritual materials, most of the ingredients were derived from the natural world: the sun, moon, earth, mountains, and stars. However, harnessing these powers was no simple feat and required extensive preparation. Of course, while the resources were plentiful, they were all common items, and the Pingjiang Sect could easily provide them. Zhong Qing dispatched a young disciple to visit sect master Xinyuan Hong to procure the necessary materials. The latter readily complied, waving his hand in agreement. Once the materials were gathered, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian embarked on their fervent journey of alchemical refinement. Chapter 80. Breaking Through Boundaries. From this day forth, activity on Mufu Peak surged. Each night brought either a cascade of starlight or tremors shaking the earth. Amidst the commotion, flashes of brilliance illuminated the surroundings, and spiritual energy erupted from the ground. In their quest to refine the perfect foundation pill, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian exerted every ounce of strength they possessed. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Pingjiang Sect members. However, Sect Master Xinyuan Hong issued an unusual decree. Disciples were forbidden from approaching Mufu Peak. Consequently, the peak took on an air of mystery, inspiring boundless speculation. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Within the void, elixirs began to coalesce slowly. Each of these elixirs, the size of soybeans, was round and lustrous, emanating a radiant spiritual light. The fragrance of the elixirs permeated the air, showcasing their extraordinary quality. After a considerable time, once all phenomena subsided, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian carefully placed the 4 elixirs into prepared jade boxes. In that moment, they couldn't help but feel a mix of nostalgia and excitement. This was undoubtedly the highest quality elixir they had ever refined, a pinnacle achievement in their lives. Without delay, they sought out Zhong Qing. Senior, we have fulfilled our promise. The elixirs have been successfully refined. In the courtyard, the two approached with jade boxes in hand, their demeanor respectful as they presented the elixirs. Zhong Qing, resting in the courtyard, felt a surge of delight upon hearing their words. Excellent. He accepted one of the jade boxes and scrutinized the 2 elixirs contained within. He could not deny that the two had indeed demonstrated considerable skill. The radiance and quality of these elixirs surpassed those he had previously produced by a significant margin. However, to ensure there were no hidden dangers, he instructed the two to consume the remaining elixirs to test their properties. Without hesitation, both Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian swallowed their elixirs. Unlike the toxic elixirs Zhong Qing had once concocted, which bore dreadful side effects, they held unwavering confidence in the quality of their own creations. The elixir melted upon entering their mouths, infusing them with a surge of potent energy that coursed through their bodies. Although the effects of this elixir would be significantly diminished for those over 16 years of age, at this moment, both felt as though their physiques were undergoing a remarkable transformation. What a terrifying elixir! Wu Yu murmured, savoring the extraordinary sensations brought by the elixir. Shi Xiaotian shared a similar experience. While the boost in their cultivation speed was exhilarating, the pride in having created such an elixir filled them with even greater exhilaration. Eventually, once they had fully absorbed the elixir's potency, the two rose in unison, bowing deeply to Zhong Qing. Thank you, Senior, for the elixirs. Regardless of Zhong Qing's intentions, they had indeed been granted an immense opportunity and fortune. Their gratitude was heartfelt and genuine. Why thank me? I merely needed you to test the elixirs to ensure they were safe. Observing that the two showed no adverse reactions after consuming the elixirs, Zhong Qing waved his hand. You may leave now. Remember, do not provoke me again in the future. Leaving Mufu Peak had once been a dream for Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian. However, when Zhong Qing finally expressed his willingness to let them go, they hesitated. Senior, is it possible for us to stay? They implored in unison, reluctant to depart. Zhong Qing chuckled. What, are you addicted to being lab rats now? You are not part of Mufu Peak. There's no reason for you to linger here. Now, be off with you. Thus, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian were scolded and ushered away. As they left, they turned back repeatedly, their eyes filled with deep reluctance, as if bidding farewell to beloved friends. This display left Zhong Qing speechless. He paid it no mind and instead called forth his two disciples. "Master, how may we serve you?" Lin Feng and Xiao Sui bowed respectfully to Zhong Qing. "It's nothing of great importance. I've had a pill refined for each of you," Zhong Qing said, flicking his fingers to present the perfect foundation pills into their hands. "These pills will enhance your potential. Make haste and refine them." Lin Feng and Xiao Sui gazed at the perfect foundation pills in their hands, the rich aroma causing them to swallow involuntarily. It was evident that these were exceptional pills. "Thank you, Master, for the gift," they expressed earnestly. Only a parent and this esteemed master would constantly consider their well-being. "Very well, find a place to refine them." Noticing that his master was yawning, clearly fatigued, Lin Feng and Xiao Sui did not wish to overstay their welcome. They bowed and exited the courtyard, each seeking a quiet spot to begin refining their perfect foundation pills. While it was known that this elixir was particularly effective for those under 16, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, having lived for centuries, managed to enhance their cultivation speed significantly. However, when Lin Feng and Xiao Sui consumed the elixirs, the true miraculous nature of the pills became apparent. Their cultivation speed surged by at least tenfold. Previously at the late stage of the Qian realm, Lin Feng advanced directly to the great perfection of the Qian realm after just a few days of cultivation, now merely a step away from breaking into the Xian realm. Clearly, it would not be long before he became a powerful Xian expert. Xiao Sui similarly made remarkable progress, moving from the early stage of the Qian realm to the mid-stage. If news of their cultivation speed were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock many. The acceleration of their cultivation speed ultimately benefited Zhong Qing, as the effects of their advancements multiplied exponentially when returned to him. What would have taken him considerable time to achieve was now accomplished in a single moment, propelling him into the Qian realm. Open the attribute panel. Host: Zhong Qing. Cultivation: Qian realm. Disciples: Lin Feng. Great perfection of the Qian realm. 100-fold enhancement activated. Disciples: Su Yi. Mid-stage of the Qian realm. 100-fold enhancement activated. Activated bonds: Waste material bond 2-2. More bonds await development. Acquired physique: None. Acquired special skills: Old 6 aura, heavenly eye, peerless in the same realm, self-contained microcosm. In the realm of Tianqian, nestled within the eastern domain, figures of legendary repute are born. Even the venerable ancestors of sacred sects possess merely the cultivation of the earthly profound realm. It can be said that, in this moment, Zhong Qing has finally attained the qualifications to transcend the mundane and gaze down upon a domain with an air of superiority. The breakthrough in his cultivation has stirred his spirit profoundly. Indeed, a life with such advantages requires no justification. Upon unlocking the proper utilization of his extraordinary capabilities, his cultivation has ascended swiftly and relentlessly. At this rate, within a few years, the heights of his achievements are beyond even Zhong Qing's own predictions. Chapter 81. The simultaneous resignation of two elders at the height of Zhong Qing's exhilaration. In a distant place, someone is in great distress. Let us speak of Wu Yu, the seventh elder of the Wuzhizong. Ever since his return to the sect, he has found no joy in food or purpose in his tasks. He wanders about in a daze, resembling a mere shell of a man. His thoughts are consumed by a few precious alchemical formulas. For an alchemist, a superior formula possesses an irresistible allure. A tome an inch thick records an incalculable number of such formulas. The sensation of yearning for something elusive, something one cannot grasp tightly, is profoundly distressing. On this particular day, within the Bai Chong Hall, Wu Yu abruptly springs from his bed, raking his disheveled white hair with his fingers. With reddened eyes, he gazes out the window, and it seems he has made a firm resolution. He strides directly out of his room, heading toward the grand palace of the Wuzhizong, the Wujidian. The Grand Master of Wujidian, named Ouyang Hao, is a stout and imposing middle-aged man, currently attending to sect affairs from his throne in the main hall. In such sacred sects, the Grand Master, while enjoying elevated authority, must also bear corresponding responsibilities and obligations. Ouyang Hao is undoubtedly a paragon of diligence. Having held his position for over 500 years, the sect has flourished under his leadership, with disciples, elders, and guest scholars all exhibiting remarkable talents and vitality. Grandmaster, the seventh elder has come to visit. At that moment, a guard reports, causing Ouyang Hao to pause in his duties. What could he want? Though puzzled, Ouyang Hao quickly responds, "Please, admit him." The seventh elder enjoys a high status at the door, and his cultivation in the day profound realm is not only a pillar of the sacred sect, but also an alchemical skill that has reached an extraordinary level, unmatched throughout the Eastern domain. Even as the Grand Master of Wuzhizong, he must treat such talent with respect. Soon after, Wu Yu's figure appears in the Grand Hall. Seventh Elder, what brings you here? Ouyang Hao inquires, observing Wu Yu's bloodshot eyes and disheveled appearance. Clearly in a poor state, Wu Yu remains silent for a moment. He has come to resign. The thought of that soul-stirring ancient alchemical formula atop the Mufu Peak leaves him unable to remain for even a moment longer. Yet, when it comes time to resign, he hesitates. Within Wuzhizong, his status is undoubtedly exalted, but of course, if it were merely about his elevated status, he would not hesitate. The more critical reason lies in the Grand Master's exceptional treatment of him, a kindness he cannot dismiss lightly. If he departs in such a manner, would it not seem excessively ungrateful? However, this hesitation quickly transforms into determination. People aspire to rise, while water flows downward. This is an eternal truth. The allure of the Daoyuan Dao Sutra in Zhong Qing's hands is irresistibly compelling, even concerning his future path. The path of Dao is not about human sentiments or social niceties. It is not about banquets and feasting. Many forsake their humanity and sever desires in pursuit of the Dao. He seeks only to pursue his own path. With this in mind, he speaks earnestly, "Grand Master, I wish to resign." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hao is taken aback. Seventh Elder, what is the reason for this? Wu Yu stumbles over his words. He cannot simply state that he wishes to resign to join a second-rate sect, the Pingjiang Sect. Such a rationale would surely be met with disbelief. If the Grand Master were unaware, he might think Wu Yu is insulting his intelligence. Thus, he fabricates a reason. "It is nothing. I merely feel exhausted and wish to retreat to the mountains. I hope the Grand Master will grant me this request." Ouyang Hao is perplexed. The eighth elder recently came to resign for the same reason. Is it truly so exhausting to remain in Wuzhizong? A deep confusion fills his eyes, and he begins to question whether his sect's policies are flawed. The resignation of two elders is no small loss for Wuzhizong, particularly as both are alchemists. Upon hearing Ouyang Hao's words, Wu Yu's temper flares. "What? The eighth elder has already left?" "Yes. You two have always shared a close bond. Did he not inform you?" Wu Yu's heart seethes with resentment. "This scoundrel. I considered him a brother, a dear friend. Yet he secretly sought refuge with that elder without even a word to meet I in this moment. Any lingering guilt regarding his departure from Wuzhizong vanishes. Indeed, such opportunities must be seized swiftly. Delay, and one may miss the chance entirely. Grand Master, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He presents the elder's token. "This is the elder's insignia, which I now return to you. But rest assured, I shall return to visit when time permits." With that, he places the insignia representing his status as Wuzhizong's elder upon the table and hastily departs, leaving Ouyang Hao in a state of utter confusion. Since when did a prestigious sacred sect allow for such casual departures? Even resignations are conducted with such nonchalance. He considers sending someone to stop Wu Yu, but ultimately refrains. After all, both the seventh and eighth elders are rare talents. When it comes to exceptional individuals, they must be treated differently from ordinary folk. Rather than forcibly retaining them, it is better to graciously let them go, thereby preserving goodwill and fostering a positive relationship. Should he require their assistance in the future, the bond of goodwill may yield favorable results. With this thought, Ouyang Hao's spirits lift somewhat, and he begins to ponder whether the treatment of high-ranking members in the sect needs to be improved. If two elders depart in a day, who among the sacred sects can withstand such a loss of talent? Let us set aside the impact and changes wrought upon Wuzhizong by Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian's resignations. Both individuals, having severed ties with Wuzhizong, hasten toward the Pingjiang Sect. As they approach the Pingjiang Sect, both prepare to present themselves in the best possible light. They come bearing sincerity and know that to successfully join the sect, they must improve their first impressions. Be a clear, flowing river, Shi Xiaotian gazes at his reflection while adjusting his attire, exuding an air of ethereal grace, when suddenly, he spots Wu Yu descending from the heavens. "Is that you?" His eyes widen in astonishment. He never expected to encounter his old friend in this place. "You scoundrel! Here I thought you were my brother, my dear friend. Yet you leave Wuzhizong to join Pingjiang Sect without even a word. How cunning, Wu Yu retorts, mocking him directly. Shi Xiaotian flushes with shame. Indeed, he feels guilty for such a breach of camaraderie. Yet, he quickly regains his composure. Upon leaving the sect, I rushed straight here. Your arrival right after mine indicates we were thinking along the same lines. In an instant, his embarrassment evaporates, and he retorts in kind. You think I believe you even considered calling out to me when you left? Thus, the two who were once as close as brothers now engage in a spirited exchange of barbs. Eventually, Wu Yu proposes a truce. Enough. We both wish to join the Elder S ranks. Whether one more or one less makes no difference. Why not travel together? So we can look out for one another? Excellent suggestion. The two outwardly reconcile as amicable brothers, yet inwardly scheme. Having a companion could serve them well. If the elder only accepts one, they may leverage each other's weaknesses to highlight their own merits. After all, what is the greatest utility of brotherhood if not to serve such purposes? Chapter 82. The over 700-year-old outer sect disciples thus, the seemingly amicable pair, having meticulously prepared, set forth on their journey. They arrive once more at Mufu Peak, where they encounter Zhong Qing. Elder. The two perform a respectful bow. What brings you here again? Zhong Qing, reclining in a swing beneath a jujube tree in the courtyard, inquires with surprise. Wu Yu speaks first. Elder, after returning, I found myself deeply nostalgic for life upon Mufu Peak. I became so consumed by it that I could hardly eat or think. Thus, I severed ties with Wuzhizong, wishing to join you here at Mufu Peak. I hope you will take me in. I would gladly serve as your test subject, contributing to your alchemical endeavors in any way possible. For the sake of the formulas within the Daiyuan Dao Sutra, Wu Yu is fully committed, even willing to endure the torment of a life that once haunted his nightmares. Hearing this, Zhong Qing is somewhat moved. He indeed requires assistance in his alchemical pursuits. Observing this, Shi Xiaotian grows anxious. Wu Yu has seized the initiative. If he does not present himself, he might end up with nothing. Elder, I must admit my previous lack of understanding led to my offense. Yet you not only forgave me but allowed me to leave, granting me a chance to redeem myself. Such generosity commands respect and humbles me. My admiration for you flows like the ceaseless waters of a river. Akin to the relentless surge of the Yellow River, I wish to follow you, learning from your selflessness. From this day forth, I, Shi Xiaotian, shall be your devoted disciple. You direct me east, and I shall not veer west. You command me to chase dogs, and I shall not pursue chickens. I shall serve as your test subject for any alchemical concoction, even those you dare not attempt. My utmost devotion is at your service. And I ask you to take me in. Wu Yu's pupils widen in shock, pointing at Shi Xiaotian, rendered speechless. After years of camaraderie, he never realized Shi Xiaotian's talent for flattery had reached such unparalleled heights. In comparison, his own arguments seem rather pedestrian, lacking finesse. Faced with their displays, Zhong Qing struggles to contain his amusement. He had not previously recognized Shi Xiaotian's potential. Keeping such a talent at Mufu Peak might bring much joy. With this in mind, Zhong Qing responds, "It is not out of the question to keep you at Mufu Peak. However, compared to your former exalted positions as elders in the sacred sect, what I can offer you is merely the status of outer sect disciples. I suggest you consider this. For two cultivators of the day profound realm to be reduced to outer sect disciples seems rather beneath them. Yet, becoming inner disciples would mean being his direct disciples, which is not appropriate. Moreover, a single peak can only assign elder roles once a certain number of disciples is reached, a customary tradition within the sect. Hence, the only designation Zhong Qing can offer is that of outer sect disciples." However, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian speak in unison, promptly declaring their stance. If they were truly so concerned with status, they would not have resigned from their esteemed roles. To remain at Mufu Peak, even as servants or slaves, would be a welcome fate. In comparison, being recognized as outer sect disciples far exceeds their expectations. Since that is the case, please proceed to the disciple registration hall to sign in. Zhong Qing acknowledges their true intentions. Yet, he remains indifferent. It is merely a grandmaster-level Daiyuan Dao Sutra. He possesses a warehouse full of such tomes. Should they prove satisfactory in their future conduct, he may allow them to peruse a mere book. At the Pingjiang Sect, the registration hall serves as the repository for the sect's disciple records. This place is arguably the most leisurely position within the entire sect. Apart from the busy periods of recruiting disciples every 5 years, It remains remarkably idle, making it a favored position among many. The overseer of the registration hall is not fixed but is rotated among the elders of various peaks, serving a tenure of 10 years before being replaced. This time, the overseer is the alchemical peak elder, Tong Yue. Within the tranquil pavilion, Tong Yue lounges at the counter, taking a brief rest. The entrance of two figures disrupts his slumber. These two are none other than Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, who have arrived in search of directions. Tong Yue yawns widely, forcing himself to rise, his sleepy eyes barely open. Name? Age? Which peak do you wish to join? What disciple status? As he speaks, he swiftly flips through the registration scrolls. Clearly well practiced in this procedure, Wu Yu, 743 years old, joining Mufu Peak. Outer Sect disciple, Shi Xiaotian, 721 years old, joining Mufu Peak. Outer Sect disciple. The two state their basic information, yet Tong Yue, still in a daze, finds himself momentarily bewildered. Initially, he pays little attention. After all, Outer Sect disciples are not particularly remarkable. He has overseen thousands of Outer Sect disciples in his tenure. However, these two are exceptionally aged. Being over 700 years old, an unprecedented occurrence in the Pingjiang Sect it is well known that the older one is upon joining a sect, the more limited their potential achievements. Wait a moment. A sudden realization strikes Tong Yue like a bolt of lightning. Normal individuals cannot live past 700 years. Even for the sect master, achieving such an age without breaking through to a higher realm is improbable. He suddenly opens his eyes wide, now clear and focused, eager to see who dares to come here and seek his amusement. Yet that single glance sends a jolt through Tong Yue's heart, stirring up a torrent of emotions within him. 50 years ago, an alchemical convention was held across the eastern domain, and Mufu Peak had the honor of being invited to AT that time. He had accompanied the alchemical peak's master as a participating alchemist. It was during that event that he caught a glimpse of Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian. That moment remains etched in his memory. Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian were the titans of the alchemical world, the brightest stars of the entire convention. Their mere presence elicited cheers from thousands, drawing crowds of admirers. That scene is indelibly imprinted in Tong Yue's mind. He even once set the pursuit of surpassing Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian as his lifelong ambition. Yet now, these two titans stand before him, seeking to join the Pingjiang Sect as Outer Sect disciples. What a farce! Chapter 83. Light as a feather, leading by example. Tong Yue's expression freezes, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, joy at seeing his idols, shock at their presence, and profound confusion regarding their intentions. At this moment, he even questions whether he is deaf or blind, doubting his own perceptions. He rubs his eyes repeatedly, ultimately confirming that he has not erred. These are truly his former idols, sacred sect elders, towering figures at the pinnacle of the alchemical realm in the eastern domain. After what feels like an eternity, he suppresses his astonishment, adopting an incredulous expression as he inquires. Esteemed elders, what did you just say? I did not catch that. Could you please repeat yourselves? He had expected the two to erupt in anger. After all, what were their statuses compared to his? Moreover, the temper of Shi Xiaotian is notoriously irritable, marked by unpredictable mood swings. Tong Yue has even mentally prepared himself for a tempestuous reception. However, both Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian present themselves with a demeanor that is surprisingly amiable. Elder, I am Wu Yu, aged 743 years. My companion and I have formally joined Mufu Peak as outer disciples, and we humbly request your registration. Elder, I am Shi Xiaotian, aged 721 years. We have officially become outer disciples of Mufu Peak, and we kindly ask for your registration. The two spoke in unison. Tong Yue, upon receiving this confirmation, felt as though his mind had gone blank. He had not misheard. Their appearances matched, their names coincided. Yet, the esteemed elders of the sacred lands, titans within the alchemical realm, had chosen to join the ranks of outer disciples at Pingjiang Sect. Why? Amidst his astonishment, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. Furthermore, the conduct of these two was far from the tempestuous nature depicted in rumors. They appeared remarkably genial. Pardon me, esteemed sirs. This situation is beyond absurd, akin to a tale from the heavens. Tong Yue thought, realizing that such illustrious figures were clearly beyond his capacity to host. It was imperative to report this matter immediately, even to the sect leader. Elder, please feel free, he said with utmost courtesy. Yet, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian exhibited even greater politeness. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian patiently awaited in the registration pavilion. On the other hand, Tong Yue had sprinted towards the Xinjiang Grand Hall with unprecedented speed, a stark contrast to his usual stooped and limping demeanor. Within the mountain gates, several disciples who had been cultivating suddenly felt a blur rush past them. What was that? The speed was extraordinary, leaving afterimages in its wake, accompanied by sparks caused by fierce friction with the void. The disciples were left dumbfounded. Could it be a person? Which esteemed master from our sect possesses such astonishing speed? They wondered. What extraordinary technique is this? Could it be Elder Tong Yue from the Alchemy Peak? One exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This statement triggered a cascade of denials. They were well aware that Elder Tong suffered from a leg ailment, rendering him incapable of such swiftness. How could someone with a disability possess such breathtaking speed? The reactions of the disciples caused those who recognized Tong Yue to doubt their own eyes. Perhaps I was mistaken. What do you mean? Perhaps you were mistaken. You were definitely mistaken. As they dismissed the possibility, they speculated about which master of the sect it could possibly be. However, despite their conjectures, they could not ascertain the identity of the individual. They could only suppress their curiosity and prepare to inquire with their respective masters. Not long after, an unusual scene unfolded within Pingjiang Sect, occurring simultaneously in multiple locations. Master, does our sect possess a technique so swift that it generates sparks? This left their masters utterly bewildered. How was I unaware of such an impressive technique within our sect? This was merely a trivial episode in the daily lives of the disciples of Pingjiang Sect. At this moment, within the Xinjiang Grand Hall, sect leader Xianyuan Hong and the senior officials were engaged in deliberations. The topic at hand was the upcoming grand competition among the 7 peaks of the sect. Just as the discussions reached a fervent pitch, Tong Yue burst into the grand hall. Sect leader. Elder Tong, why this sudden urgency? Is there a matter of concern? Xianyuan Hong admonished, furrowing his brow. You are a peak elder, a figure of considerable authority. I in the face of calamity. One must maintain composure and set an example. Such rashness is unbecoming. Sect leader, 2 esteemed elders from the Wuzhizong, renowned titans within the Eastern Domain's alchemical community, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, wish to join Mufu Peak as outer disciples. They are currently awaiting registration. Xianyuan Hong's eyes widened in shock, rising abruptly from his seat. The once boisterous hall fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber, and many questioned their own hearing. What did you say? Could you repeat that? Someone stammered, trembling. Tong Yue understood their astonishment, for he had reacted similarly upon first hearing the news. He repeated himself, and the hall erupted into a chorus of gasps. At this moment, Xianyuan Hong realized his lapse in composure. Straightening his robe, he admonished the gathered officials. Look at your lack of composure. What if they are merely 2 elders from the sacred lands? Their joining Mufu Peak reflects their discernment. What is so extraordinary about this? His words elicited a chorus of eye rolls from the others. Who, just moments ago, was the first to exclaim in shock? It seemed he wanted to astonish himself while denying others the same privilege. At this juncture, Xianyuan Hong turned to Tong Yue and asked, You say they are currently waiting in the registration pavilion? Tong Yue nodded, as if in a daze. What are we waiting for? Let us go greet them at once, Xianyuan Hong exclaimed, leading the charge, with the senior officials trailing behind. Tong Yue remained rooted in place. Appearing somewhat bewildered at his own thoughts, he pondered Xianyuan Hong's earlier admonition. As a high-ranking official, one must be mindful of one's image. To act rashly is unbecoming. To maintain composure and set a proper example so. This is the image of the sect leader leading the charge. He felt no different from himself. Chapter 84. I shall merely select 2 outer disciples to participate this day was indeed bustling for Pingjiang Sect. Many disciples observed sect leader Xianyuan Hong accompanied by the senior officials heading to the registration pavilion, remaining there for quite some time, and speculated about the unfolding events. Had the sect recruited disciples of extraordinary talent? Could it be that our sect has enlisted disciples with unparalleled potential? Someone wondered aloud. Then, a particularly well-informed individual spoke mysteriously, It's merely 2 outer disciples. But these 2 disciples are rather special. This only heightened the curiosity of the crowd. What makes them so special? They are somewhat older, with considerable experience. Some were left speechless at this. Since when did age and experience become criteria for recruiting disciples? How could this possibly cause such upheaval among the sect's higher-ups? As the disciples exchanged puzzled and curious glances, the well-informed individual revealed a shocking piece of information. These two are elders from the sacred lands, renowned titans within the Eastern Domain's alchemical community. Boom, what does it mean when a single stone creates ripples in a pond? This news struck like a thunderclap, leaving the disciples stunned, their minds racing. Are you mistaken? Esteemed elders from the sacred lands wish to join our Pingjiang Sect as outer disciples. When did our sect become so formidable? One stammered, disbelief etched on their face. Do you know which peak they will join? After the initial shock, some disciples became invigorated. If they were to join the same peak, would they not be able to refer to one another as brothers? With such a connection, they felt their postures would straighten in their future cultivation journeys. Mufu Peak. This revelation further astounded the crowd. Many disciples held a rather bleak and desolate impression of Mufu Peak, considering it a place that could be easily replaced or merged with another. How could they have joined Mufu Peak? Many were left bewildered, their minds filled with questions. The events of the day were simply too surreal, fundamentally challenging their worldviews. The news of Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian joining the sect sent shockwaves throughout Pingjiang Sect, shattering numerous records. The oldest outer disciples in the history of Pingjiang Sect. The most powerful outer disciples since the sect's founding. The most distinguished outer disciples in the annals of Pingjiang Sect. These became hot topics of discussion, akin to trending search terms in another world. The excitement belonged to them, while Mufu Peak remained largely unaffected. Zhong Qing continued his leisurely life, enjoying meals, occasionally practicing alchemy, and reveling in the joys of life. As for Lin Feng and Su Yi, ever since taking the perfect foundation establishment pill, they had been immersed in their rapidly advancing cultivation, spending nearly all their time either cultivating or on the path to cultivation. The fervor surrounding Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian persisted for several days, but soon, the focus of the entire sect shifted to another matter: the impending grand competition among the 7 peaks. Such competitions were not uncommon among various sections. Those who excelled and stood out would receive focused cultivation and resource allocation from the sect. Many legendary figures began their illustrious journeys through these competitions. This event was a grand occasion for the entire sect, and this time, the stakes were particularly high. Those who achieved commendable results would represent the sect at the forthcoming Taoist convention held across the Eastern Domain. The Taoist convention was the true stage for the powerful, a paradise for the gifted, a gathering of countless extraordinary individuals, a grand celebration for the entire Eastern Domain. On this day, a disciple came to invite Zhong Qing to the Pingjiang Grand Hall for a meeting with the senior officials. Zhong Qing had little interest in such meetings. Nevertheless, as Mufu Peak was part of Pingjiang Sect, he felt it unwise to stand out too much or act too differently. Thus, he hesitated briefly before deciding to comply with the summons. The atmosphere within the Pingjiang Grand Hall was lively. Sect leader Xianyuan Hong occupied the high seat, while numerous elders and peak masters gathered below. Peak Master Zhong Qing has arrived. With Zhong Qing's entrance, the previously vibrant atmosphere reached a new height. Everyone greeted him warmly, their enthusiasm making him slightly uncomfortable. At this moment, sect leader Xianyuan Hong looked toward Zhong Qing, smiling as he said, "The grand competition among the 7 peaks is about to commence. I wonder who Mufu Peak will send to compete." Zhong Qing pondered for a moment before replying, "Sect leader, you are aware that Mufu Peak is sparsely populated, and there are few who can partake. Therefore, I shall simply send 2 outer disciples to participate. After all, it is the spirit of participation that counts." Upon hearing this, countless senior officials of Pingjiang Sect rolled their eyes, their lips twitching. "What do you mean by casually sending 2 outer disciples? Are they even ordinary outer disciples? Participation matters? Isn't that what we do? Sect leader, surely you won't agree to such an outrageous request?" Someone turned to Xianyuan Hong, feeling that the participation of those 2 would be unfair to the other disciples. To everyone's surprise, Xianyuan Hong did not hesitate to agree. "If Mufu Peak can send representatives, that would be splendid. I plan to hold the competition 3 days from now. Please remember to attend punctually." Following that, Zhong Qing lost interest in the proceedings. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had always despised meetings. Seizing the opportunity, he found a corner and promptly fell asleep, dreaming until the meeting concluded. When he returned to Mufu Peak from the Pingjiang Grand Hall, the sun was already setting. Zhong Qing felt indifferent about the upcoming competition. It was merely a procedural formality. After a while, he summoned Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian to his courtyard. "Peak Master," the 2 bowed respectfully. There's no need for such formalities. Zhong Qing waved his hand. You two are now disciples of Mufu Peak. In 3 days, our sect will host a grand competition among the 7 peaks. You shall represent Mufu Peak in this event. The news filled the two with excitement. They were eager to find something to do to gain Zhong Qing's favor, and this opportunity was precisely what they had hoped for. Peak Master, we will surely give it our all. The two rubbed their fists together, brimming with anticipation. This was the first task Zhong Qing had entrusted to them, and they could hardly wait to showcase their abilities. They were determined to display the prowess of Mufu Peak. Chapter 85. The subtlety of fate. This grand competition unfolded without any suspense. Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, with an overwhelming display of strength, effortlessly dominated their opponents, achieving first place amidst the astonishment, dread, and admiration of the Pingjiang Sect. Zhong Qing was not surprised by the outcome. If 2 practitioners of the sun-profound realm were to falter midway, it would indeed be a strange occurrence. What followed was the lengthy and tedious closing ceremony. Zhong Qing felt no interest in such affairs. After learning the final results, he departed, believing that spending time waiting idly was far less enjoyable than going down the mountain for a drink. As the wind swept across the land, clouds billowed and dust swirled. Zhong Qing descended the mountain, traversing an ancient path, and arrived at a bustling human city. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of people, wayfarers, merchants, and various tradesmen mingling together. Despite this world being one where strength reigned supreme and cultivation was paramount, those with such talents remained a minority among the masses. Most people continued to toil for their daily sustenance. There was a tavern. Within the modest establishment, business thrived, with nearly every seat occupied. "Welcome, sir. Please, come inside." As Zhong Qing approached the tavern's entrance, the young attendant greeted him with a professional smile. "I'll have 2 jin of zui huadiao, 3 jin of soy sauce beef, a plate of peanuts, and 2 jin of braised pig trotters." This tavern was an old establishment, and Zhong Qing could be considered a regular patron. Before long, his requested food and drink were served in full. Sipping his wine, relishing the meat, and listening to the tales shared by traveling merchants about extraordinary events from distant lands, Zhong Qing found this lifestyle to possess a unique charm. At that moment, an old beggar appeared at the entrance. "Get out. We don't want a beggar dirtying our tavern or offending our guests." Before the old beggar could step inside, he was met with a swift dismissal from the attendant. The old beggar, baring his teeth in a grin, retorted, "Why can others enter, but I cannot?" The attendant, hands on hips, shot back, "Do you have any money?" That single question felt like a soul-searching inquiry, rendering the old beggar momentarily speechless. In this world, many heart-wrenching truths often emerge in the most unremarkable settings. After a brief pause, the old beggar rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Young man, I have no money, but I possess some treasures that are worth more than gold. You want to find them with money." As he spoke, he produced several tomes from his cloak. "I see you possess remarkable bone structure, and a glimmer of spiritual light emanates from your crown. You are a promising candidate for the path of cultivation. Since our meeting is fated, choose any one of these manuals, and I assure you it will guide you on your journey of cultivation. Price, 2 jars of wine. How about that?" Inside the tavern, Zhong Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This old beggar was quite the character. The scenario and the approach struck him as oddly familiar. Outside, the attendant's expression darkened instantly. Any cultivation manual holds immense value in the secular world, often beyond estimation. Each tome is a closely guarded secret of various sects and clans, and even fragments that occasionally circulate are fiercely coveted by the powerful and wealthy. Such treasures were not for common folk to possess. Yet here was this old beggar casually offering cultivation techniques. Is this a wholesale department for cultivation techniques? There's no need to think. This must be a hoax. Old beggar, you're clearly insulting his intelligence with a pile of worthless books. I advise you one last time. Leave quickly, and if you don't, I shall have no mercy." His tone turned unfriendly. Oh, everything can be negotiated. Why are you in such a rush? These are genuine treasures. You must consider carefully. Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another," the old beggar said meaningfully. Within the bustling tavern, a harsh and booming voice rang out. "Gui Sanner, can't you see how many customers there are? Why waste so many words on a beggar? If you don't want to work, then just scram." Gui Sanner protested with great grievance. "Shopkeeper, I assure you, it's not me being lazy. This old beggar insisted on trading cultivation techniques for wine. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. Truly, strange occurrences abound every year, but this year seems particularly rife. I've heard of exchanging antiques and items for wine, but this is the first time I've seen someone attempt to trade cultivation techniques for it. Today, I've truly witnessed something novel. The shopkeeper, clearly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. A mere beggar can be dealt with swiftly. Don't let him disturb the patron's enjoyment. As his words fell, 4 or 5 fierce-looking ruffians charged out. Stop! Zhong Qing could no longer bear it. I'll cover his wine costs. As Zhong Qing's words fell, the shopkeeper's demeanor instantly shifted. Ah, esteemed guest, please come inside. Hearing this, the old beggar walked into the tavern with his head held high. He then casually approached Zhong Qing with a beaming smile and said, Young brother, thank you. Seeing your warm-heartedness, I shan't take advantage of you. I possess 9 volumes of cultivation techniques, all of which are high-quality methods. How about you select one, and we'll call it even for 2 jugs of wine. Zhong Qing could immediately tell that the techniques in the old man's hands were authentic, and each one was a masterpiece, classified as 9th-grade techniques. This surprised him slightly. 9th-grade techniques are sufficient to serve as the foundational methods of a second-rate sect. Anyone who can casually produce such techniques is certainly not an ordinary individual. He immediately used his divine eye to assess the old beggar, and in an instant, the man's information and secrets became clear to him. This revelation left him somewhat astonished. He had not expected the old beggar to possess such an identity. However, he paid it little mind. After a brief contemplation, he said, Our encounter is indeed fateful, but there's no need for the techniques. Allow me to cover your wine expenses today. Drink to your heart's content. The old beggar, upon hearing this, did not appear particularly pleased. Rather, he seemed anxious, scratching his head. Oh dear, young brother, do not fall into the same folly as those common folk who believe these techniques are false. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Zhong Qing smiled and said, Drinking is about the mood. If one cannot even enjoy the mood, what meaning is there in discussing anything else? Come, let's drink this toast. This stance left the old beggar momentarily taken aback. He smacked his lips and remarked, That sentiment is rather profound. Young brother, with such words, you are worthy of being a friend to an old beggar like me. Come, let me toast to you. The connections between people often unfold in the most marvelous ways. Some individuals may know each other for decades yet remain like strangers, while others can forge friendships over a single cup of wine. The concept of fate is truly ineffable. Chapter 86. I thought we were playing Gamoku within the tavern. The old beggar and Zhong Qing engaged in lively conversation. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are too few for a dear friend, while a single sentence can be too many for a stranger. Although they had just met, the two found an immediate rapport. Young brother, do you play chess? How can one enjoy wine without a game? Would you care to join me in a round? The old beggar, clearly in high spirits, was eager to entertain. Zhong Qing had heard of fine wine paired with exquisite cuisine, but he had never encountered the combination of fine wine and chess. However, seeing the old man's enthusiasm, he did not wish to dampen his spirits. Moreover, it was rare to find a kindred spirit in conversation, so he readily agreed. The two exited the tavern and traversed several alleys until they arrived by a riverbank lined with willows. The stream flowed briskly, and the banks were adorned with graceful willows. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a refreshing coolness to the somewhat warm day. Come, let this old beggar show you a treasure. The old beggar led Zhong Qing to a willow tree with a trunk approximately 10 feet in diameter, and he began to dig beneath it before long. He unearthed an object wrapped in oilcloth. Unwrapping it revealed a finely crafted chessboard in pieces. The old beggar reverently placed the chessboard atop a smooth stone beside the willow and invited Zhong Qing to sit. Young brother, how skilled are you at chess? He held a white piece and made the first move. After a few turns, when Zhong Qing connected 5 pieces in a row, he exclaimed, I win. The old beggar began to question his understanding of life. How is it that you won? Where do you see your victory? Zhong Qing replied, I thought we were playing Gamoku. It seems you were playing Go.as for Go. He genuinely did not comprehend it. An idea struck Zhong Qing. How about I teach you a new game? A new game? The old beggar's interest was piqued. Come, let me first gather some materials. Zhong Qing recalled the game of Xiangqi from his past life. In terms of playability, Xiangqi is much simpler and easier to grasp than Go. Moreover, its unique rules often make it even more captivating. They arrived at the city gate, where Zhong Qing selected various stones of different shapes and good quality. He then produced a carving knife, beginning to craft the stones into pieces. The knife was a reward from the system for signing in, of decent quality, capable of cutting through gold and jade with ease. With his skill level, sculpting the stones was no challenge at all. Soon, the irregular stones were transformed into uniform, smooth pieces under his skilled hands. Zhong Qing then noticed a large stone beneath an old locust tree. Suitable for crafting a chessboard, he set to work on it, and before long, a complete Shangqi board was ready. Zhong Qing explained the rules to the old beggar, and they played a couple of rounds. The old beggar quickly became enchanted by the charm of Shangqi. "Young brother, this game is quite fascinating," he exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on the board. Shangqi embodies the essence of ancient wisdom. In terms of influence, it is by no means inferior to Go in parks and by riverbanks in the past life. One often saw older gentlemen playing a few rounds. In terms of audience reach, it far surpassed that of Go. The old beggar's reaction did not surprise Zhong Qing. They played multiple rounds, all ending in Zhong Qing's decisive victories. Yet, the old beggar remained undeterred, instead becoming more determined with each defeat, exhibiting a tenacious spirit of perseverance. Under the locust tree, the contrasting figures of the old man and the young boy blended harmoniously into the natural world, creating a picturesque scene. Time quietly slipped away, and before they knew it, dusk had fallen. "All right, let's call it a day." Zhong Qing glanced at the sky, sensing it was time to return. The old beggar displayed a look of deep reluctance. However, he understood the principle of knowing when to stop. "Truly, meeting a young friend today has been a significant stroke of fortune in my life. The old beggar resides nearby. Next time, if you have leisure, do come seek me out. Let us compete once more and see who prevails." "No problem," Zhong Qing replied, smiling. "Until we meet again." Upon Zhong Qing's return to Pingjiang Sect, there was an unexpected visitor atop the Mubufu Peak. Xian Yuanhong. "The sect leader, what brings you here?" Zhong Qing inquired with surprise. You, Xian Yuanhong sighed with a wry smile. "The Seven Peaks Grand Competition is a major event for our Pingjiang Sect. Mubufu Peak has claimed first place, and it is time for you to shine. Yet, at such a crucial moment, I could not find you. You should know that I have never been fond of such occasions." Zhong Qing shrugged his shoulders in response. Xian Yuanhong exclaimed, "I truly have no way to deal with you. I'm here to inform you that Mubufu Peak has secured the top position in the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. In 7 days, you will represent our Pingjiang Sect at the Eastern Domain Immortal Dao Conference. During this time, prepare well. If you need anything, feel free to mention it. I will do my utmost to accommodate you." In light of Xian Yuanhong's heartfelt concern, Zhong Qing replied with a smile, "Thank you for your care, sect leader, but it's merely a trip outside. There's nothing much to prepare." Goodness. These words made Xian Yuanhong's brow twitch. Is this what an immortal emperor is like? Always possessing boundless confidence in oneself. Indeed, in the presence of such an existence, what grand occasion has he not witnessed? In comparison, the Immortal Dao Conference seems merely a small affair, hardly worthy of his attention. Seems I have made too much of a fuss. Zhong Qing's consecutive displays of prowess, including the acceptance of 2 elders from the Wuji sect, had Xian Yuanhong firmly convinced of his status as an immortal emperor. Not only him, but the higher-ups of Pingjiang Sect also harbored no doubts about Zhong Qing's identity. Even the 2 elders from the sacred land had yielded to him without question. Were it not for the unique means of an immortal emperor, they would not have believed it. Yet, Zhong Qing remained unaware of any of this. "Well, since that's the case, I shan't linger longer. In any case, when out and about, it is wise to remain cautious." Xian Yuanhong offered a few words of advice before departing into the night. As for Zhong Qing, he never placed much importance on the Immortal Dao Conference. To him, this journey was merely an opportunity for his 2 disciples to broaden their horizons and enjoy themselves. Akin to a casual trip. In the days that followed, Zhong Qing's life continued as usual. His focus returned to alchemy. Indeed, those with ambition will eventually achieve their goals. After such a long period, he finally made groundbreaking progress in his alchemical skills. Chapter 87. The God of Wealth descends. Previously, aside from the first few instances of alchemy, which were somewhat acceptable, the rest of his attempts resulted in abysmal failures. They either ended up as clumps of powder or exhibited various bizarre side effects. However, now he finally managed to produce normal pills. Although the grade of the pills was not high, according to Wu Yu and Shi Shaodian, His consistent performance was already sufficient to qualify him as a first-grade alchemist. It was no small feat. If anyone was happier about Zhong Qing's advancement in alchemy, it was not him, but rather Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian. Reflecting on their days as junior alchemists on Mubufu Peak, they were filled with trepidation. Although they later volunteered to become junior alchemists, the psychological pressure they endured was unimaginable. Now, as Zhong Qing's skills improved, those days of anxiety could finally be put behind them. The enhancement of his alchemical skills left Zhong Qing exhilarated. Indeed, diligent individuals are bound to reap rewards. The ancients did not deceive me. At the Ziqing alchemy furnace, Zhong Qing produced dozens of batches of pills in one go. The success rate was not particularly high, still only around 30%. However, at least the products he created were usable. This gave him hope for refining higher-grade pills. Soon, his gaze landed on a recipe for the spirit refinement pill. The spirit refinement pill can refine the soul and heal spiritual injuries. Its powerful effects and extraordinary quality made Zhong Qing feel that mastering it was of great significance. Even if it required exhaustive effort, he was determined to grasp it thoroughly. However, just as he was preparing to dedicate time to mastering it, he suddenly realized that he was out of spiritual materials. Each powerful pill requires exceptional raw materials. Unfortunately, the main ingredient for the spirit refinement pill was unavailable at Mubufu Peak, and when he sent disciples to inquire at Pingjiang Sect, they learned that it was also lacking there. This realization was rather disheartening. Peak Master, the Danding Pavilion has an auction house branch in Spirit City. Their reserves of spiritual materials are unmatched throughout the Eastern Domain. If you explore the auction house, you may find something worthwhile. Wu Yu suggested quietly, noticing Zhong Qing's dejected expression. Within the Eastern Domain, there are 5 major sacred lands, and the Danding Pavilion is one of them. However, unlike the other 4 sacred lands, the Danding Pavilion is truly composed of top-tier alchemists. Forming an alchemist alliance, a seasoned alchemist consumes materials at an alarming rate, and a whole sacred land is filled with members who are all alchemists. The amount of materials such an organization consumes annually is staggering. Consequently, the Danding Pavilion's reserves of spiritual materials are unparalleled in the Eastern Domain. An auction house, you say? Zhong Qing noted the name. Wu Yu, do you and Shi Xiaotian want to make the trip for me? Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaotian quickly inquired, no need. Zhong Qing waved his hand. With the Immortal Dao conference approaching, I initially planned to have Mubufu Peak's members make the rounds. Now, you two will represent Mubufu Peak at the conference. Please take Lin Feng and Xiao Suyi along. They are still inexperienced and have much to learn, so I trust you both to look after them. This declaration left Shi Xiaotian and Wu Yu astonished. You honor us too highly, Shi Xiaotian promptly stated. As fellow disciples and external disciples, it is our duty to look after our senior brother. Wu Yu added, indeed, if anyone dares to harm them, they must first step over our dead bodies. With their assurances, Zhong Qing felt reassured. With 2 formidable protectors, as long as they did not seek their own demise, their safety throughout the Eastern Domain should be guaranteed. All right then, you two prepare yourselves. There's no day like today. Let's set off now. With Zhong Qing's command, the secluded Xiao Suyi and Lin Feng were summoned. The 4 of them set off in grand fashion. In an instant, the previously quiet Mubufu Peak became utterly desolate. Zhong Qing paid it no mind. Shortly after his disciples departed, he too set out, with his destination clearly marked, Spirit City. Spirit City falls within the jurisdiction of Pingjiang Sect. The outer city is a realm for ordinary people, while the inner city is where cultivators roam. Just a wall apart, yet they separate 2 worlds entirely. The auction house is located in the inner city. It is a magnificent pavilion, resplendent in gold and jade. The interior is exceptionally high-end and opulent, adorned with intricately carved pillars and ancient artifacts, showcasing an array of exquisite spiritual treasures. Each item is worth a fortune. As Zhong Qing surveyed the various spiritual materials, a woman in a red robe with delicate features approached him. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Our auction house offers a complete range of spiritual herbs, from low grade to top tier. If these do not meet your needs, we will also hold an auction tonight. There will even be a renowned alchemist present to auction their wares. I believe you will surely find something to your liking here. Zhong Qing was slightly taken aback by her words. Top-tier spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare treasures, and renowned alchemists belong to the realm of legends, their value immeasurable. In just a few brief sentences, the opulence of this auction house became evident. You have ice fire grass, thunderbolt flower, phantom fruit, Zhong Qing named 3 types of top-tier spiritual herbs in one breath. These are all primary materials for refining the spirit refinement pill. The young woman in red looked surprised. A single top-tier spiritual material is not inexpensive. Some third-rate sects may struggle to procure even one. Acquiring 3 in one go would be a substantial transaction for the entire auction house. Instantly, her smile grew even brighter. These 3 spiritual materials are of significant value, and it is unlikely they could be gathered in an ordinary place. However, my auction house has quite a stock. Do the guests wish to acquire one of the items, or do they intend to purchase all 3? Zhong Qing declared. I shall take as many as you have. Once these words left his mouth, the eyes of the woman in the red robe visibly widened. Sir, that you must be jesting. The auction house possessed a collection of items gathered from various regions, destined for the headquarters. Each spirit material you mentioned amounts to no less than 10. Are you truly certain you wish to acquire them all? Her astonishment was not unwarranted. It was akin to a developer unveiling a new housing project, ready for sale, only to have someone rush in proclaiming they would purchase the entire building. This was no mere business transaction. It was akin to the arrival of a deity of wealth. Of course, this was contingent upon whether the individual could indeed afford it. But could Zhong Qing truly meet such a price? Given the financial capacity of the Pingjiang Sect, acquiring such a substantial amount of top-tier spirit materials would likely deplete their resources significantly. Even a peak master would find it a strenuous endeavor to gather sufficient funds for a full payment over a millennium. Yet, one mustn't forget that Zhong Qing was a transmigrator equipped with a system. Chapter 88. An interesting young man in the initial years of his arrival in this world, Zhong Qing, aside from not advancing in cultivation, had signed for a plethora of various items. The system had facilitated the transaction of numerous extraordinary goods. In the realm of cultivation, trade was not solely based on currency. Spirit stones, resources, and rare mineral veins. Anything of value could serve as currency. Zhong Qing naturally discerned the woman's skepticism regarding his ability to pay for the spirit medicines. He offered no explanation, merely producing a long sword. Could this sword suffice in exchange for those spirit medicines? The moment the sword was drawn, the woman in red narrowed her eyes. She felt an astonishing chill emanating from the blade, a bone-chilling coldness. Those who worked in auction houses, aside from their proficiency in social interactions, relied on their keen eyesight for survival. She immediately recognized that this sword was no ordinary item. Could it possibly be a royal-grade divine weapon? Her heart raced, and her eyes gleamed with intensity. If this truly was a royal-grade divine weapon, then this transaction was no trivial matter, and Zhong Qing's identity was far from ordinary. It was astonishing to encounter such a business deal in this modest spirit city. After all, the circulation of a royal-grade divine weapon would incite fierce competition among first-rate powers, even causing the leaders of sacred lands to covet it. However, royal-grade divine weapons were exceedingly rare. Given the woman's standing, she had never come into contact with such high-end items. Yet, there were distinct characteristics that defined items above the 9th rank, particularly the presence of a spirit, known as a sword spirit. She could distinctly sense emotional fluctuations emanating from the sword. Predecessor, may I have a look at this sword? The mere thought of potentially concluding a transaction involving a royal-grade divine weapon nearly caused the woman to swoon with excitement. Zhong Qing casually extended the sword toward her, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. She reverently accepted it, cautiously wiping the blade, feeling a flash of cold light that sent shivers down her spine, reminiscent of a terrifying place like the 9 Hells. Given the sword's formidable traits, it indeed appeared to be royal grade. The woman concluded in her heart, Predecessor, do you truly wish to exchange this divine weapon for those top-tier spirit medicines? Please forgive my lack of insight. I cannot ascertain the precise value of this divine weapon, but trading it for those spirit materials, even at the lowest valuation, would leave you at a loss. Perhaps you should consider other items that may catch your interest. There's no need to look further. Deliver all 3 types of top-tier spirit medicines from your warehouse to me, and convert the excess into other alchemical materials of your choosing, Zhong Qing commanded. For him, alchemical materials would be of use in the future, and having them on hand was always prudent. What about the discount? He inquired, glancing at the woman in red. Rest assured, we will conduct the transaction at the lowest price. The woman replied hastily. She understood that someone capable of casually producing a royal-grade divine weapon was certainly not an ordinary individual. For such a person, profit was not the primary concern. Cultivating a good relationship was paramount. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the spirit medicines, In less than a quarter of an hour, she returned with dozens of top-tier spirit medicines in hand. Her speed and efficiency were remarkable. Seeing that he had acquired the necessary spirit medicines, Zhong Qing did not linger and promptly departed. It was not until he had walked far and vanished from sight that the woman in red hurriedly instructed her subordinates to send the divine weapon to headquarters for appraisal. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a corner of the building, two figures watched Zhong Qing's retreating silhouette, their hearts filled with avarice. They had witnessed Zhong Qing possessing a considerable quantity of top-tier spirit medicines. If they could seize him, it would yield a substantial profit. As the saying goes, treasures stir the heart, and wealth tempts the soul. Today, it seemed, was their chance to prosper with such a lucrative target. Zhong Qing exited the auction house, intending to return directly to the sect. However, he suddenly recalled his recent promise to visit the old beggar. He turned and headed eastward. Upon reaching the old locust tree, he found the old beggar had been waiting for quite some time. "Young brother, the old beggar has finally awaited your arrival." The old beggar grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, exuding an inexplicable charm. Come, after days of longing, let us play a game of chess. I've been diligently studying various strategies and patterns, and I dare say my skill has reached your level. You must be cautious." The old beggar's confidence was palpable as he set up the chessboard. However, reality proved that the disparity between the two was not something mere self-assurance could bridge. They played for an entire day, and the old beggar lost continuously. "No more," he exclaimed, waving his hand in frustration. "This was meant to be a leisurely pastime, yet I find myself losing my temper." Zhong Qing took a sip of tea and teased. "If the roles were reversed and you lost all day, would you not be enraged?" The old beggar retorted indignantly. "In life, whether winning or losing, if one only focuses on the outcome, they will miss out on much of the joy. You, at such a young age, possess a profound understanding," the old beggar remarked. "You seem to have quite the story." Zhong Qing chuckled. "Some stories are destined to be cherished alone. Others can only be told when the emotions arise. Perhaps one day, when the moment is right, I will share." "Well, it is getting late, and I must return," Zhong Qing said, gazing at the starry sky and the bright moon, as he prepared to take his leave. Indeed, should the opportunity arise, the old beggar would love to hear about the captivating tales you hold. The two parted ways, Zhong Qing gradually fading into the distance. The old beggar watched him disappear, lost in thought. After a long moment, he finally squinted and smiled. "Interesting, truly interesting. It has been a while since I encountered such an intriguing young man. Yet, how dare anyone attempt to target my young brother? Truly reckless." He glanced at the two figures trailing Zhong Qing, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Just then, the two figures approached, coming to a halt before the old beggar. "Old ancestor, you have been away for several years. Please return with us to the sect to oversee matters." These two individuals were burly, muscular men resembling iron towers, their presence imposing. Their profound aura and restrained divine light indicated they were formidable practitioners at the sun-profound realm. Chapter 89. The true identity of the old beggar. Matters of the sect are to be handled by your sect leader. Why seek me? The old beggar's focus remained on Zhong Qing, unwilling to let the potential danger to his newfound companion go unaddressed. However, if he intervened to save Zhong Qing, he feared his own strength would be revealed. In their interactions, he had maintained an attitude of equality. If the other party were to learn some of his information, would that jeopardize their innocent friendship? In the next moment, the old beggar's gaze shifted to the two men beside him. "Iron Tower, Guardian Mountain, old ancestor, are you willing to accompany us back to the sect?" The two men, excitement evident in their eyes, bowed respectfully to the old beggar. "Return to what sect? Do you think my actions require your guidance?" "We dare not," they responded, their demeanor filled with trepidation. "The matter of returning to the sect should not be mentioned again. I now have an important task for you. Have you seen the young brother who left with me earlier? I require you to secretly escort him home, deal with the two individuals trailing him, and ensure your actions and identities remain concealed. If that young brother loses even a single hair, I will flay you alive." Seeing the seriousness etched on the old beggar's face, the two men dared not delay. Although they had a multitude of words to express, they ultimately condensed it into a single utterance. "Understood." As they spoke, their figures surged forward, transforming into streaks of light as they pursued. The moon hung high, and countless stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky. In the mountains, Zhong Qing traversed the peaks with a slight shift in his gaze. They possessed quite the patience. Ever since leaving the auction house, he had sensed that someone was following him. Initially, he intended to wait for them to reveal themselves before dealing with them swiftly. However, these two seemed to possess more patience than he had anticipated. As Zhong Qing maintained his pace, his figure remained in constant motion, curious to see how long they could endure. Meanwhile, less than a mile behind Zhong Qing, the brothers He Feng and Yun Sha were engaged in a hushed conversation. He Feng, the elder brother, and Yun Sha, the younger, were renowned rogue cultivators. They had encountered fortuitous opportunities in their youth, leading them to cultivate demonic techniques, achieving the great perfection of the Moon Profound Realm, earning a notable reputation across the eastern region. Yun Sha's eyes gleamed with excitement. Elder brother, this place is secluded. Shall we make our move? He Feng replied leisurely. Not yet. Let us observe where this person intends to stop. I refuse to believe that someone who can purchase dozens of top-tier spirit medicines without batting an eye possesses only that meager wealth. Your caution is commendable, Yun Sha responded, impressed. On the path of cultivation, one encounters many hardships. What matters most are a sharp mind, boldness, and steadiness. If we can achieve these 3 points, we may yet find our place among the top powers of the eastern region. He Feng mused. However, as his words fell silent, a voice echoed from the shadows. You no longer have that opportunity. Who? The unexpected voice caused both He Feng and Yun Sha to tense up. In the next moment, the figures of Iron Tower and Guardian Mountain appeared before them. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of these two, He Feng and Yun Sha's expressions shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "The guardians of the Fuyun sacred land." For them, having reached their current status, they were well aware of whom they could provoke and whom they could not. As formidable practitioners of demonic techniques, they adhered to their own principles. They could freely kill members of third-rate sects, selectively target second-rate sects, and should avoid engaging with first-rate sects. As for members of sacred land sects, they should steer clear entirely, for even a mere elder or peak master from a sacred land was beyond their reach. Honorable sirs, my brother and I have not offended you, nor have we wronged your sacred land. Might I inquire why you have blocked our path? Is there a misunderstanding? He Feng's eyes darted, bowing respectfully. There is no misunderstanding. You dare to covet the interests of my old ancestors' acquaintance? You must be punished. In the next instant, Iron Tower and Guardian Mountain launched their attacks simultaneously. No. Stop. The combat prowess of both sides was not on the same level. He Feng and Yun Sha were gripped by fear. In that moment, they regretted their choices deeply. They had originally thought they had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, yet who could have predicted the terrifying background of their target? The two fought back desperately, but their efforts were destined to be in vain. Boom! With two resounding crashes, He Feng and Yun Sha fell from the sky like kites with severed strings, their eyes rolling back. Breathless, lifeless. Had they encountered an ordinary practitioner at the Sun Profound Realm, even if they had lost, they would not have perished so swiftly. Yet, the guardians of the Fuyun sacred land were among the top 10 strongest in the entire sacred land. Their downfall had been sealed the moment they attracted the attention of these two formidable guardians. The commotion naturally caught Zhong Qing's attention ahead. Without needing to look, he sensed the deaths of He Feng and Yun Sha through his innate spiritual awareness. The assailants bore an aura reminiscent of the old beggar. Zhong Qing instantly comprehended the unfolding situation. Clearly, the old beggar had noticed someone tailing him and had dispatched reinforcements for his protection. While this was unnecessary for Zhong Qing, he appreciated the old beggar's goodwill. Perhaps he would find an opportunity to repay this kindness in the future. Muttering to himself, he maintained his speed and direction, his goal still set on the Mufu Peak. Iron Tower and Guardian Mountain followed closely behind, only retreating once they saw Zhong Qing enter the Pingjiang Sect and arrive at the small courtyard. On their way back, Iron Tower questioned, "Guardian Mountain, what qualifies a second-rate sect member to garner such attention from our old ancestor, to the extent of dispatching us for protection? The actions of our old ancestor are dictated by his whims. If I could comprehend his thoughts, I would have long since persuaded him to return to the sect," Guardian Mountain replied as they made their way back to the northern part of the Spirit City. Upon returning, they reported to their old ancestor, "Old ancestor, we have successfully escorted our target to the Pingjiang Sect." "The Pingjiang Sect, you say?" The old beggar's heart stirred. He then feigned indifference. "You have performed admirably in this task. Upon your return to the sect, I shall reward you handsomely. Now, you may leave. The old ancestor requires rest." "Old ancestor, will you not accompany us back?" Iron Tower pressed. Yet, when he looked up, there was no sign of the old beggar remaining. Chapter 90. To give without receiving is unjust. Time flies swiftly, and the days pass like threads through a loom. In the blink of an eye, over a month had gone by. During this time, Zhong Qing's life had been remarkably tranquil. He spent his days refining pills, occasionally descending the mountain for a drink, and engaging in games of chess and conversation with the old beggar, evoking a sense of serene contentment. However, if life consisted solely of these mundane activities, it would surely be too insipid. On this particular day, the Pingjiang Sect was adorned with colorful decorations, festive music and drums ringing in the air, creating a scene of exuberant celebration. Amidst this, a figure approached from the distance, making his way to Mufu Peak. This caught Zhong Qing's attention, prompting him to step outside to greet the visitor. Seeing the sect leader, Xinyuan Hong, radiant with joy, Zhong Qing wondered what delightful news had arrived. Dressed in a vibrant red robe, Xinyuan Hong's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Why not take a guess at the source of my joy?" As they conversed, Zhong Qing led Xinyuan Hong into the small courtyard. After serving him a cup of tea, he leisurely remarked, "The joyous news you speak of must pertain to the results of the Immortal Path Conference. Am I correct?" At the mention of the Immortal Path Conference, a broad smile spread across Xinyuan Hong's face. Since the Pingjiang Sect's participation in the conference, it had consistently been placed among the lower ranks, often referred to as the tail end of the competition. Yet this time, the two outer disciples from Mufu Peak had significantly elevated the sect's reputation. The two individuals, with an unstoppable momentum, vanquished the major sects and relentlessly crushed the various prodigies. Eventually, even some high-ranking members of the sects could no longer remain passive and personally intervened, only to be soundly suppressed once more. Little did they know, upon discovering that our Mufu Peak had two prominent external disciples who were once elders of the Wuji sect's sacred ground, their faces turned ashen. They erupted in furious curses, branding our Pingjiang Sect as shameless. Indeed, the sensation of being looked down upon yet remaining untouchable was truly exhilarating. This sentiment elicited a chuckle from Zhong Qing, as he could easily envision the despair and frenzied complaints of those individuals. The Xiandao Conference was intended as a platform for exchanges among disciples of various sects, transcending mere ordinary interactions. It was a stage for the renowned prodigies to make their names, a gathering of handsome young men and beautiful young women, a contest among the younger generation. Yet, suddenly, two ancient figures intruded, both exuding an aura of power that commanded admiration. The emotional turmoil they must have felt was undoubtedly complex. Just imagine, you have nurtured such remarkable talents for your sect. At this moment, Xinyuan Hong sighed. At the Xiandao Conference, in addition to the two external disciples of Mufu Peak garnering immense attention and bringing honor to our Pingjiang Sect, Lin Feng and Su Yi also showcased the unparalleled elegance of our younger generation. At such a tender age, they defeated 38 prodigies with ease, as if it were merely a matter of eating and drinking. With this performance, our Pingjiang Sect would undoubtedly leap from a second-rate sect to a first-rate one. All of this is attributable to your contributions. The Xiandao Conference was not merely a competition among disciples of various sects. It entailed numerous intricate situations and entangled interests. This time, with an overwhelming display, Pingjiang Sect seized the first place, establishing an unprecedented reputation. With both fame and strength at hand, the ascension from second-rate to first-rate was inevitable. Xinyuan Hong was aware that Zhong Qing would lead the sect to new heights, yet he never anticipated it would occur in such a swift and remarkable manner. Here, on behalf of the entire sect, I extend my gratitude for your contributions. At this point, Xinyuan Hong stood to bow to Zhong Qing, but Zhong Qing immediately halted him. "Sect Master, such grand gestures are unnecessary," he replied earnestly. "Since my entry into the sect, I have been deeply indebted to its great kindness and have received your unwavering protection. Compared to the assistance the sect has provided me, this trivial achievement is truly inconsequential." Zhong Qing held a genuine respect for Xinyuan Hong. After his master, a celestial being, passed away, if it were not for the sect master's relentless support, the existence of Mufu Peak would have remained uncertain. Given his initial lack of cultivation, had he departed from Mufu Peak, even with numerous hidden talents, survival would have undoubtedly been exceedingly challenging, and the so-called mountains of gold and silver could have turned into burdens. For this reason alone, Xinyuan Hong was deserving of his respect. That day, The elder and the youth engaged in extensive conversation, with Xianyuan Hong departing in a state of elation. Zhong Qing's demeanor indicated his profound sense of identity and belonging within the Pingjiang Sect. Whether it was the inclusion of the two elders from the sacred grounds or the rise of the two exceptional disciples from Mufu Peak, it all signified that the Pingjiang Sect was on the brink of soaring to new heights. In the past, Xianyuan Hong had toiled tirelessly for the sect's development, but now he was reaping the rewards of a victory won without effort. With the opportunity at hand, he pondered how best to ride this wave of success. It was a question worth deep contemplation. At Mufu Peak. Following Xianyuan Hong's departure, Zhong Qing paid no heed to the clamor outside and immersed himself once again in the alchemical arts. Uncertain whether he truly lacked talent in alchemy or had simply overreached, he found himself in a predicament. After exhausting several batches of materials for refining the spirit-enhancing pill, he ultimately produced nothing but disappointment. In the past, he could at least concoct tangible results, but now he had reduced everything to mere dregs. Yet Zhong Qing remained undeterred. If his cultivation talent was lacking, he would not allow a simple spirit-enhancing pill to best him. However, the outcome resulted in 2 explosions during the refining process, leaving Zhong Qing rather disheartened. Perhaps, today was not a suitable day for alchemy. When one is in a state of discontent, they often seek a means of relief. Zhong Qing's first thought was to find the old beggar to share a drink. Without hesitation, he descended the mountain under the moonlight. The night in Ling City felt even more vibrant, with countless lights illuminating the streets and the sounds of merriment echoing throughout. In contrast, the northern wall of the city was relatively tranquil. Upon reaching the old locust tree, Zhong Qing discovered the old beggar already indulging in wine, his eyes glazed and clearly 3 parts inebriation. "Are you troubled?" Zhong Qing inquired as he settled into a nearby spot. The old beggar turned to see a familiar face and laughed heartily, just in time. "I was about to leave tonight. Who would have thought I would see you again? Come, join me for a drink." The old beggar tossed the wine gourd towards Zhong Qing, who caught it deftly, and the two began to drink in turns. As the jug neared its end, the old beggar sighed with melancholy. "I must depart. There has been an issue at home that requires my attention." Zhong Qing paused mid-drink. "Do you need any assistance?" The old beggar chuckled. "This matter, no one else can help with in my travels. Few have caught my eye, but you are one of them." Reflecting on his imminent departure from this region and the likelihood of not returning soon, he felt a surge of sentiment. He promptly removed his waist token, stating, as a parting gift, "Please accept this jade pendant, a token of remembrance." This was a magical artifact he had crafted, capable of automatically protecting its owner in times of danger, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a formidable opponent. In this perilous world teeming with cultivators, no one could predict what might transpire in the next moment. This jade pendant was the old beggar's means of safeguarding Zhong Qing, potentially saving his life in critical situations. He chose not to disclose its functions, believing that in the spirit of gentlemanly relations, it would be best if Zhong Qing never had to rely on it. However, Zhong Qing could easily discern the pendant's worth. He examined the jade pendant in his hand, his thoughts swirling. The old beggar had indeed shown him unwavering kindness. Not long ago, upon learning that someone had been tailing him, the old man discreetly intervened to resolve the issue. Now, as they prepared to part ways, he bestowed upon Zhong Qing a precious item for protection. This jade pendant, even for the old beggar, was a treasure of great significance. Yet, he offered it so readily, demonstrating a sentiment that far surpassed the mere value of the gift. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Qing also produced an item, a wooden carving. This carving was a recent reward from his signing in, possessing the ability to unleash the might of a formidable cultivator. Naturally, he had also discerned certain patterns from this signing in process. Unlike artifacts related to techniques or treasures, supplementary items like this would elevate alongside his cultivation. "Since we are parting, you should accept this," Zhong Qing insisted. The old beggar smiled. "This is indeed exquisite. You should keep it. In my hands, it would be wasted." Clearly, he viewed Zhong Qing's wooden carving as a work of art, while he himself lacked any artistic sensibility. "Take it. This item may assist you in critical times," Zhong Qing insisted, thrusting the carving into the old beggar's embrace. Seeing this, the old beggar could only accept it, although he chuckled bitterly to himself. Within the entire eastern region, those who could assist him were already few and far between. What use could an artistic wooden carving serve? Enough! The old beggar must depart.